Chapter 1 The Prodigy. In the waning day so fautum, a unnatural melancholy enveloped the courtyard as the vibrant maplatri era leastets the leaves, dance a graceful light the ground, reflecting gamud the twas undoubted little. The children remained blissful unaware a thought the world was fraught with peril, farmer daunting thin thyri imagination scood fathom, if relicted in the ild fields, rolling and playing, revel in gin their carefree joy meanwhile, the border soft Thelon King Duca with their grimteding so relentless defeats. In the streets off Wychie town, life bustled in, with merchants congregating in lively throngs groups so warriors galloped through hate hero fairs, parading their might before the common folk, Pazima doblaviasto the encroaching danger. One alone materialist off Wychie town, within Thul's a fagran courtyard in Tingja village, a 15-year-old boy off Wake clan brandished an errant sword, his movement strikingly out of sync with his surroundings talent handsome, with Pearson Jyest hate occasional gleamed with ferocity, he was the embodiment of fair markable warrior reach flourish of his word evoked admiration from onlookers. Grasping the hefty iron sword, which had lain hidden in his shama for decades, the boy then said with a tin, his familiar courtyard, stirring up clouds soft dust that swirled like miniature tornado or flames leaping through the earth off his skill spaled in comparison of warriors from Elon, the elegancio fistechnic Keslev spectators awestruck. A few companions stood at a distance, cowering behind a pile of firewood, fearful hate a misstep could result in a fatal strike from the sword they had on la her dauphin legans. During Gamio Fidenseek, Hestumble upon a golden brass chest in the family grain cellar measuring gabutwami, Turson linked hand 50 centimeters in width, Thechest intrigue him seeking distraction, Haprida pinthalak with a hammer his friends, witnessing is reckless endeavor, scurry at a wellacestart led bees, terrified o parental wrath. Only remained, captivated Bithist, for with a neat lay another iron sword he examined it closely, noting the intricate like carved gabard adorned with patterns resembling dragon sand phoenix esor, of treaser with agent ledug. He drew the sword at dashadu toft he cellar, commencing in the courtyard. The sword flew through here like a meteor, leaving gone lookers in astonishment, and soon, villagers gathered around the courtyard to witness the spectacle. Child, wathascomi over you? High's dancing with that sword. My heavens, Mitchell no sword play, exclaimed Amether, who, while washing clothes Bethul, turned to her his band, how is chopping woodney. The father, too, observed insolence, sensing the Tissone was nerd and ericled had haughta himself. By th gods, in Elon, there is noonie quite like him. At 15, Tawil de sword so skillful the Sison precedented, especially that sword way 100 pounds. As the boy concluded this performance, drenched in sweat and panting, Hestud the sword to prighten the ground and hurried to drink. Child, how did you come at master this word play? Wouldn't he outtell our mother? Does your father know? His mother inquired, astonished. What do I know? Today is the first time I've danced with that word. The father replied with a chuckle from a distance. Suddenly, a warrior appeared in the courtyard, appearing to be in his 40s, with a square jawan towerings. Thatcher Helifed heartily, child, you are retrally a prodigy. Wait a splendid display of swordsmanship, pray tell, who taught ye out this art? Was your master? The boy's parents recognized the new Comaris a high-ranking warrior, adorned in attire embellished with a phoenix emblem, and a gleaming insignia on his shoulder. Unfazed betheparent's apprehension, the warrior continued, mightn't it iso little consequence. What matters is this child? He's a prodigy, and with the right environment for martial arts, he could achieve greatness. Theparent's sex changed were glances, pooling their child protectively before them, watching the warriors of Arai move with suspicion. Should you permit it, it shall take him to the Phoenix sect, where can hone his skill and reach his full potential, the warrior said, his demeanor disarming. Ignoring Theparent's Sunnis, he rambled on like Ianan to query and boasting about his treasures, oblivious to their concerns. The father, experienced into a soft world and a wearied Phoenix sex reputation, could scarcely believe a thought this man was indeed a member of some prestigious organization. Casting a glance at this wife, Hegageri action, contemplating the warrior's significance although he had never heard of a martial artist boasting of fat chilled talents, curious and that such a declaration couldn't like a meh, from Zomionov high repute. He respectfully inviteth warrior, please, come and city and haviet, allow me to for you some water. Perhaps she considered the future fiscal de Elon, warriors command de respect, a special light host from distinguished sects, often receiving stipends from the court typically, Thyrned 300 pounds so freesy and 50 tail soft golden ualian and viable standard o flivin forna commoner. Once inside, Thueri or notice a danather boy, slightly older than the Childwa hadn't said with the sword, and a girl, 4 years senior, with long black hair and bright, expressive eyes, a looking rather frail and malnourished. The father moved to unstil for the warrior, while at Hemother prepared water for him. Asked the warrior drank, Theprant stew nigh theer seat to swell the father initiated the conversation. May I ask, what is your esteemed surname? I am Kalinduin, the letter off Phoenix sect. Surely, you are familiar with our eyes and gestablishment or missionisto serveth Elon kingdom with utmost dedication. Funit, 40-hour child will not beladashtrave will ensure disciplestinot stray down hepathophevil, nor bring ruin upon their families. Theparent sex changeage lances, their expression softening, as if they had fallen into anastaw fortune the wary or thin reached into. Hispakitan produced a golden tiger emblem the size of token bestowed upon mebithekanjit grants misifa passagetru auta laned. Fornu netaresta colin jimit bears manami anthetite, leave Telon king surely, you no believe. Taking themblem, the father scrutinized closely, chuckling softly, indeed, it tapir sayuari a true warrior did no texpecti auto be the steamed keep the phoenix sect very well, ween trust her child toy or care. Please, nurture him. Thueri or embraced the chilled, drawing him closey and warmly inquiring, what is your name? How old are ya? Mine is Tung Ho, and I am 15 years old. The boy shall I replied, a hint toff Kyle de Shinnis and Saturning face. Where ready do learn your swordplay? Kalinduin, skepticaloff teckled sprowis, Sufftown covered thiden tidiofis teacher. From a dream. A dream? Pray, elaborate on this. Kalinduin, astonished, cooed scarce libeliveth the child's words, pondering how, from Amerdrin. Indeed, I dream Tofan Oldman dancing with this word had demonstrated equi techniques, each with its own florifalo dislead, and when Hanada said Miss Hort Cummings, he corrected one side mastered thements, Havana shed into thin air, leaving Meadow awaken, realizing Gitwa Tadriamizer Ched Forays wordeth over several days, and today, while playing with me friends, found an Erin Sworden this cellar and began to practicing our counted, his expression devoid of pride, leaving Kulin Dunher roughly astonished. Fate smiles upon you, could it bet the Thailand is destined to give birth to sage? Alas, Arkingdom Teeterson Thebring cough collapse seance miterelm, and now, the heaven shave bestow da great responsibility upon you, child. Cullen dun declareator nisly harest the planishal take, this guile dundermian gondim part their toff swordsmanship shold hinde surpasm. I will entrust Phoenix secto him. Theparents consented, urging Kulin dun to guide, their son diligently, imploring him to stir him away from an immalevolent, paths tat kud maris future. Half a month later, on a sunny afternoon, with Thassarulian sky and doginal breeze caressing their faces, Kulin dun finale brought tongue Hudo Phoenix Mountain. Nestled at the foot off Phoenix Mountain Lee Sequain Townton, flanked by Phoenix Mountain Range o Thururinth, Baltic Sedo Thalef the town, named after the mountain, thrived in its shadow. As Kulin dun returned with the boy, the towns, Spreadthanas, and a Treechet saw Fiesel des daughter, Kufing Jiao that day, with school dismissed, Shastro led with a few classmates, intending to purchase a fabric for weaving Gathom hearing thick-sided chatter Roth Kildren, Sharusha doubt to herself. Thetrio hurried to's treat corner, where they indeed spotted a crowd surrounding Linden and a handsome young boy riding a horse, approaching at leisurely pace. From afar, Kulin dun called out to his daughter, Fengjiao, Fengjiao. Upon hearing her father's voice, Fengjiao glanced at Tung Ho, and a surge of warmth flooded her heart, causing her cheeks to flush embarrassed. She turned and scampered home with her friends Clinton Kaladoutwis, but was soonable to summon Ku Fengjiao, and, feeling somewhat embarrassed, remarketo Tung Ho, "Hui is this skilled so hard off hearing?" Ku Fengjiao dashed home, where she found her twa younger sisters, Feng Ling and Feng Huang, frolicking in the martial arts train ground with a group of younger disciples from Phoenix sect. She shouted loudly, "Feng Ling, Feng Huang, come here quickly, I have so mething telia. Herv was boomed like thunder, startling the disciples practicing nearby, Wopazed to glance her way, their faces lightened up with delight. Every disciple off Phoenix sect recognized that Clinton's 3 daughters swarmer beautiful hand he last, Econidri Amtamary, a special license Clinton waste the founder and Lee drove Phoenix sect marrying Ganave's daughter Swood Mina Tana Greet Fortunia. At that moment, a woman clad in exquisite garments, accompanied by Zaviralmid servants, Was strolling bethepened when she overheard Fong Jia Sun refined shouting Shiri Doverangent likited. What's all this commotion? Has the ski fallen? What are you so anxious about? Up and seeing Fumin, Ku Fengjia immediately turned Dan sweet. Lai said, Mother, father has returned. He has bruff Thoma boy. You must understand, decisive in more significant than the sky falling. What's the big deal? Your father asked brought boy Shami before you were you making cha fuss? Fumin shot the ray disapproving glance, then turned to call her maid servant Sand 3 daughters back inside. Feeling Gasson's up foreboding Clinton had returned sooner than expected, and she wasn't prepared for it. As Clinton and Tung Hao approached the grained entrancio of Phoenix sect, Figure 6 guard scammerth, respectfully leading Clinton and Tung Hao shorses inside severally Angerman, Cladinfuller more and dap hearing as intermediate martial artists, stepped forward and untagre them, exclaiming, Senior brother, you've returned? Physicist a child Dibrote from Washertown heist the future Phoenix sect. Child, these individuals will be your masters, nother see teta converse with them about need say. What is Thechild's name? Onoff team martial artists inquired. Tung Ho. A Kyle doff mysterious wordsmanship, highest esteemed forgreatness. Clinton remarked, shaking ished with epitherly prideish praise disguiled to theirs. As Ting Hao entered through Tegrand Gate, he was met with 6 martial artists stand a guard on either side, their eyes gleaming menacingly. Upon passing through he first gate, he found himself in aerial resembling apparatus, a Kintoan imperial palace with elegant pavilions adorned with intricate dragonon phoenix carvings, a magnificent golden phoenix stewed proud lion the center of a courtyard leading to East Con Gate, which resembled Marofa Parthanamira courtyard. Passers-by worklet in martial attire embellished with red phoenixes, sword satherwaists. Alafwam greeted Clinton and the martial artists with smiles and respectful bows. As they ventured deeper through several gates, the path of blue stone swaths lined with willows, casting gas soothing shade while birds chirped melodiously. Clinton's 3 daughters to taste it before Yesida Tower, Thyrias fixated in Tung Hao unfielder sass they followed behind Clinton. Suddenly, the trio of girls dashed towards them, beaming gas the exclaimed Clinton, Father, you've returned. Little rascals. When your father calls, why do you ignore him? Wedded in Thier, Ku Fengjio glanced at Tung Ho. How a strikingly handsome and playful eye replied. Clinton turned and pointed at Tung Ho, declaring, Thysis Tung Hao henceforth, you shall be siblings. Do not bully him. Father, Ku Fengjiat Hachi had found here idealman in Tung Ho. The epitome of fur dreams at first glance. He did not seem extraordinary, but Hemmersha looked, Themmersha found him captivating. Noticing Tung Hao gazing gather a swell, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Tomorrow, Tung Hao will Athenschool with you, and in the evenings, you shall practice together. In short, do not bully him. Clinton said with a smile, let censure learn say few characters first otherwise, he might be deceived when he steps outside. Chapter 2 School. The following morning, as the sun crested Thepico Phoenix Mountain, casting its golden rays, the martial arts drain a ground doffed Phoenix sect, Wazel redelined with practitioners preparing. Tung Hao remained asleep, having nor collection off how Hayden tradis from the previous night. Clinton, wishing to honor him, hadn't vit esteemed martial artists from Phoenix sectadini and drink with him the sumptuous dinner. A feast unlike any he had ever had, led him to indulgent, in his merriment, sherry severo cups of wine with fielders, ultimately succumbing to intoxication. Perhaps these surroundings were too comfortable, resulting in an exceptional deep slumber, as she remained oblivious to the dawn breaking. Unlike Theather Disciples Horside in the nearby 3-story dormitories adjacent to the training ground, Tung Hao was assigned Bertard Woodhouse. Kafingio and her sisters, obeying their father Clinton's instructions, Araved Tossam and Tung Ho, bouncing with energy and jiggling gasthik knocked the door upon hearing them. Tung Hao quickly go tao toffed. Tung Ho, Kafingio called out, her voice bright and playful. Wenting who opened at the door, he was greeted by the side toff 3 stunning girls, each resembling celestial beings. Their beauty matched his face flushed a deepered. Asha struggled to find words. We're going to school, my thursant metafetia? Kufengia said themament the 3 girls noticing Hau's blushing face. The twofold to wave off shyness wash over them, their cheeks turning crimson. They had never experienced such an ambiguous feeling before. Clinton soon arrived, observing the 3 girls standing before Tung Hao while he stood in the doorway. Heckin Lai asked, Tung Ho, did you sleep well? Tung Hao rubbed his shade and replied, I leapt well. Today, "I will take you out of school to learn to read alongside our three sisters," Clinton announced. Tung Harmon excellent, having long to attend school, but duetto his impoverished background, had never been able to afford at the fees for poor Kyle to tinskogedrecht and tail soft silver per year. As sufficient for us from a licentiary annual income hearing that Clinton was staking into school filled him with immense joy and gratitude. Clinton beckoned Tung Hao to follow him to school, which was located on the northern outskirts of Phoenix Down, adjacenteth Baltic Sea the shoal was stand beautiful landscaped, covering approximately 12 square kilometers, drawing noble children from hundreds of kilometers around tiny into town. Thedekers were invited from the capital of Tilon Kingdom, Anyang, and there were at well vain total, including 3 women, Mistofum Hadrivia Slicer v das tutors for noble children in the royal court, possessing extensive knowledge of astronomy and geography, and excelling in swordsmanship. Clinton brought Tung Ho to meet the Schul's principal, Boromei, Ammon in his 50s with a beard and graying hair. His Iaskari and Gasson Zob disdain had greeted Clinton warmly, foregoing any formalities, and bowed him, saying, "Master Clinton, you've arrived. I come to see you." Clinton attempted to make small talk, Beautiponitising Boromei Slacofea contact, here Frayne Dan smiled instead. "You're to mingus perfect. I have something to discuss with you. Your daughter Feng Huang got into another fight with a boy yesterday. You need to discipline her. Adjural should not behave like a boy, constantly playing with we appenzitternish your reputation." Tung Hu found Boromei stoner markably similardo Thetafi son father is loud voicey and expressionless face or somewhat intimidating. Boromei rose from Miss E.A. Tond approached Clinton, gesturing for him to Satashapur tea for Clinton from the stove. He inquired, "What's this child?" "I brought him from a distant relative shome, having spent in tail soft silver today. I wish to enroll him in school so he can learn a few characters. I hope it won't be too much trouble for you." "Ha ha, not at all. If find this child quitecherming. What is his name?" Boromei suddenly smiled. Tha fits still appeared some worst. "Tung Ho," Clinton replied warmly. "Tung Ho? Do you have a relative s with Tink's name? Vuril nito submaterquis to the court." Otherwise, he went Beal tone roll. Principal Boromei stated seriously. Hescratch the shade and continued. "Oh, well need to write an application toth shuzhauafis. This child is a bit special heis, not like Theather Nobla children, as Shecum is from a poor background as you know. We'd no accept children from her families. Perhaps you could send him to Theperviteskul in town instead?" Boromir rambled in. Clinton leaned Dean and whispered a few words to Boromei. Woshukished with a serious expression Clinton added, "Assure you, he will not neglect our efforts. We've known each other for quite some now." "Very well, this shall be an exception. Schuld the Shappen again. I will not be so lenient," Boromir replied, feigning decorum. "Then please sir arrange forth this child." Clinton smiled, fully aware of that in Thelon Kingdom, the martial and academy circles were mingled, but Thosian academ ariften royaken, on Danalite could lead to disastrous consequences. Boromei Clintonto Anatharum, where a woman in her 20s at, possessing a beauty fulvus say jontul behind her hung gas word, thatting wadmired, its gabard intricate lit designed. Upon seeing Boromei enter, Shesmal dandast, "What is it, principal?" "Thesis Master Clinton, the letter off Phoenix sect he wishes to enroll a child in your class please register him. You can manage otherist." Boromei say to Clinton, "This is our teacher, Miss Budapi your child will being go dance with her." Clinton introduced Tung Ho to Budapi, greeting her politely, "Hello, teacher." Tung Ho Achitas Budapi retrieved fromthable, slowly opened it, and after a few moments soft searching, found a blank page to write Phoenix sect Dispel Tung Ho. Enrollment completed, Buda Peter Neto Clinton and asked, "Master Clinton, will you prefer Tung How to stayeth, or at Phoenix sect?" Clinton remains silent for a while, before finally murmuring, "Let them residite Phoenix Lodge." "But to Mistelia, I've stays at Phoenix Lodge, it will aid Versaliafic this duties. Furthermore, there are some martial artists in Phoenix Down when gay giant dailies. Skirmishes fear him may be frightened he is not like our daughter Severiwani and Feeney, and Manuri and Awario Fim, which may lead Townsessera trouble." Clinton recognized that but a reasoning was rather tenuous, amid solely extracting gay fumere coins from him nevertheless. Helso hoped hat ting held stale, to prevent his daughters from disturbing studies, particularly his wordsmanship practice. Buda peeled ting how don't thestairs, traversing a broa deck spans of Grass Island, and Thananto an arrow stone path, arriving Gatag Grand 4-story building hewn from marble dim light filtered through several cracked windows, faintly illuminating the staircase leading upwards. Upon reaching the second floor, Teng Hao was guided to themed off the corridor, where Badapa Pointedo Duran said, "Child, this is the only room available theatres will not, bevacant until the senior students graduate Lucan Sidites cluttered with various items, and thou will need to find a way to clear it out. There are not classes due day tomorrow, you will begin attending meals are taken at shul cafeteria, and all students are a treat deck will either earn a special privileges." After finishing I's instructions, Beauty hand the keto Teng Hao on swiftly departed. Teng Hao opened the door to theorem, only to find it shrouded in darkness, devoid of fanlight the glass windows were obscured by black cloths, and outside, a few dense lacustree spread their leaves like large umbrellas, blocking light from entering. It was near liam, possible to discern the contents of Tira. Meow, meow. Suddenly, took it calls broke the silence in the darkness. Teng Hao spot two eyes glowing with a blue light approaching. He discovered at cat lounge in Jonawooden plank hepikadai two pan step to toff to room. Realizing it weighs a pregnant calicocket. Carrying thicket downstairs, Teng Hao encountered a elderly woman guarding the premises. "Grandma, I am a new student, and teacher Badapi has assigned me to theramon the second floor wish to clean it. But Harrius na light my borough one oil lamp? Don't calm grandma calma biminame, bugier. I fi on need anything, just call for McNo you are in aware beauty and for medm come inside. Everything you need a listed here a broom, a wooden bucket, a noy lamp, a blanket, a bed sheet, and a stove child, Thedo wars close seat midnight, and after that, none dura stupenthum, as the shao zysid topon adonliu, I. And heresider donatoria buddy our belongings being stolen very few duretone, full, aside from beauty and three officiuriu, nunils will camino. I almost forget, there are else ghosts. Teng Hao could not carriverithing a taunts. So heplaned to make it what trips the old woman assisted Haman gathering thedums, asking gas the walked, "Child, you are new where, a renshu?" "Yes." This shulis become a quitek-roaded, and therer nomerarum available on this building agreements I believe a once day long onset he's in your students graduate, you will movie out the elderly woman Rambledon, and Teng Hao found fetter. "No thity where here, we have egg and nither friend let metelia, we hold a music concert of vera week theory and latwumbers, but no that wave you. Where three?" The elderly woman continued to attack. "The Scottish squy to legend ton fortunately, its partner has disappeared, and Nuna knows where I this gone no a trimature with its sunborn kitens, butit will not venture outside. Only staying within the shao zai twill surely attend to music concert of vera week. Tenko Yerman excellent, unsurio fouder spawned. A lowing herdo continue. After organizing the room, the elderly woman with oil yam pan patient, lie set the furniture upright, assisting Teng Hao entity ace. On Setharum Waskliand, the elderly woman prepared Teng Hao's, embodying the nurturings, piri tofamother condange until afterling thizzlance. Teng Hao found himself unaccustomed. Toitan said, "Grandma, ish'll just call you grandma from now on. Don't it calm grandma already have you on computer instead. What can be friends? I fi need anything, just ask, and I will demeebs to help." Tengen Thielderly Budgier finished tiddying theorum just in time for lunk bugierald Teng Hao to thecafeteria. Shaguted him through an Orthian grove, where a thine counterdroop soft kill drin playing gone the grass below Budgier scolded af wolf teamand, then cautioned Ting Ho, those that children are from the familia synth the town do not provoke, in our precious if I harm them, y'all will not be able to stay here I can attack forward to losus a friend otherwise, I wooed blonly. After short walk, they arrived at a three-store cafeteria, constructed entire life frommerable, exuding gonorrheo fancy and thistory inside. It was filled with students who gathered in small groups, chatting ganlawing, entire licara free upon glancing back, Teng Hao not see die twas predominant legirals. He did not see the three sisters, Kufing Jiao. After they had obtained their meals, Buger paid for them, and they left the cafeteria, without lingering, heading back to theater mitery. "Child, it will prepare a delicious meal for you at the garden behind your house? Apart from Thesia, it is vegetable garden several times, Baromi hasn't people to manage it, to prevent this fine school from becoming gamery states absurdity. I read them, and over time, I heard that this building is shunted, and none deresticum no can enjoy a few days of her own." On Cincidetha dormitory, Buger called Teng Hao into Harum, where Hanir lie tripeda verthadis aril fatim sittered about. The Sizamikachin be careful not a tripe over that clutter will hold door music concert Sharivari week just come when the time comes, have an ever sent out invitations. Bajir placid thimilanarikidite blind instructed Teng Hu to ashzam vegetables in yard. After cleaning the vegetables, Bajir retrieved devasavmatan jinjan thuel, rinsed it in hot water, and stwitted with the greens. Itwastral yodlight full deshan sethamil was ready, the began to eat Bugir spogan. Ah, my husband dasnatasti for food to day has gonataden with Annabelle in manage return tonight it seems ides, just that woo fuss fordner how fragrant. This is the first time I have tasted secued food perhaps ides because he war herethef flavoris exquisite, unlike anything I have experienced sefer. Teng how wasan aware of whomshire feredto, merely listening gondra fraining from speaking to McHigaze dat Bugir, as if seeing Thimigiave his mother. And suddenly fell topping Gotha mezicness wondered what his mother was doing during these tumultuous times. Nunikumorhaimo for safety. Chapter 3. The competition. After having lunch and with no school to attend, Teng Ho found himself with some idle time and decided to take a stroll to familiarize himself with the surroundings of the school. At that moment, teacher Budape arrived, accompanied by a young man clad in a gray robe adorned with a phoenix emblem on his chest, a long sword at his waist, an unmistakable sign of a phoenix sect warrior. As Teng Ho walked along the path beside the pond in front of the dormitory, his mind was busy contemplating his future. Before he knew it, he had reached a pavilion and paused to admire the lotus flowers. Meanwhile, the elderly woman, Bougier, was washing clothes by the pond. As Budape passed by the pond and spotted Teng Ho, he called out loudly, "Teng Ho, Master Clinton summons you back to the Phoenix sect." Upon hearing that Clinton wanted him back, Teng Ho felt a twinge of reluctance. Although the school building was humble, it afforded him a sense of freedom unburdened by authority. Nevertheless, he had to heed Clinton's call. Without his aid, he would never have arrived in Phoenix Town, nor would he have been able to attend school. The young man approached and said, "Junior brother Teng, Master calls for you." After exchanging farewells with the elderly Bougier, Teng Ho followed him. He was led to the Phoenix sect, traversing a vast training ground before entering a grand marble building, where he noticed the words Council Hall inscribed above the entrance. Outside the door stood warriors wielding long swords, their expressions fierce and unyielding. Upon entering the hall, he was met with a cacophony of voices, the atmosphere akin to that of a bustling marketplace. At the central table in front sat several stern-faced individuals, with Clinton positioned at the center. A golden character for loyalty was inscribed on the wall behind them in Elon script. The hall was arranged with 4 vertical rows, 2 on each side, while the others were set horizontally. Each row consisted of 20 individuals, amounting to over 300 people in total. Teng Ho was brought to the front, and an uproar erupted in the hall as whispers and murmurs spread among the crowd. "Silence," Clinton commanded. "I have an announcement to make. Our Phoenix sect has a new warrior joining us, named Teng Hou.By tradition. Every warrior entering the Phoenix sect must participate in a ranking competition and be awarded a title badge. I now invite you all to the training ground for the competition." The crowd surged towards the exit, murmuring amongst themselves, and it was evident that some were mocking him, questioning how a mere child could have been summoned for a competition. What a farce! Is this some ploy to recruit a son-in-law? They sneered. A mere child. Be wary, for he may act out of desperation. Others chimed in. What if someone gets hurt? A few young warriors nearby jeered, their laughter echoing through the hall. Once outside, they took their respective seats according to their rankings, while those without ranks settled in the audience section. This competition was Clinton's attempt to restore the Phoenix sect's reputation. As it had long been ridiculed by martial artists from the Jianghu, who deemed its members as nothing but lowly pretenders in order to recruit warriors, Clinton felt compelled to inflate the numbers to receive royal funding. Without it, the Phoenix sect could not function properly. If this situation persisted, news would reach the king's ears, potentially resulting in the revocation of their title-granting privileges and halting the funding altogether. Or worse, imprisonment. As everyone took their seats, a warrior ascended the stage. "Silence. The competition is about to commence. Teng Ho, please come to the stage." The warriors eagerly rubbed their fists, ready to seize this rare opportunity. Typically, the Elan Kingdom held its martial arts competition once a year to bestow ranks upon warriors, but an exception had been made for the arrival of a youth. If anyone were to stand out in this competition, the leadership of the Phoenix sect would certainly consider recommending them. Tang Ho's mind was in turmoil, and for a moment, he stood frozen before finally following a young warrior onto the stage. Instantly, the audience erupted in cheers and shouts. The young warrior leaned in to whisper, "Remember, aim for control. Do not injure anyone. If you hurt someone, you will not receive your rank and may face punishment." The most severe consequence could be expulsion from the Phoenix sect. Standing on stage, Tang Ho gazed at the sea of faces before him, his heart racing. Suddenly, his foot slipped, and he fell, prompting a wave of laughter from the crowd. Someone shouted, "Get off the stage! Get off!" Seeing this, Clinton descended to the stage. As soon as he stepped up, the hall fell silent. "We are warriors, not base fools. This competition is no trifling matter. Should anyone dare to treat it as such before the Phoenix sect warriors, I shall ensure they are barred from the martial arts community for life. I have no ulterior motives today. I, Clinton, am here to demonstrate that I am not a coward of the Jianghu, nor that the Phoenix sect lacks distinguished warriors. Today, I resolve to nurture and recommend each worthy individual. This young warrior is exceptional, though he may not be a warrior in the traditional sense. Having no master to guide him and hailing from humble beginnings, he possesses remarkable swordsmanship. To grasp such skill at his tender age is truly a marvel. I implore all to show restraint during this competition." After finishing his speech, Clinton removed his sword and handed it to Tang Ho, turning to the audience. "He has no sword. I must lend him mine." As he spoke, a young man leaped forward, a junior warrior with exceptional courage who had once caught Clinton's attention. However, he had committed an unforgivable error by taking Ku Fangjiao to a resort by the Baltic Sea and not returning for an entire night. This incident was well known among the Phoenix sect and had left Clinton humiliated. In a fit of anger, he demoted the young man from intermediate to junior warrior status. "Brother, I am Lhasa Zhu. As a junior warrior, it is my honor to engage in a duel with you today. Please draw your sword." Tang Ho realized that Lhasa Zhu was slightly taller than him and initially thought him no match. However, the swordsmanship he had practiced began to shift his perspective as he unsheathed the sword. He felt a newfound lightness, realizing that Clinton's sword was far less cumbersome than his own iron sword at home. Lhasa Zhu saw the blade flash towards him like lightning and nearly retreated from the stage. Tang Ho's strikes were fierce, targeting Lhasa Zhu's chest as if a whirlwind had ensnared his feet, leaving him unable to move. Lhasa Zhu, failing to retaliate, jumped off the stage in fright. The audience fell silent, and even those who had mocked him earlier dared not speak. Clinton was aware of those who had caused trouble within the Phoenix sect, being distant relatives of the Shu Prefecture's governor. Rajis he had hoped Tang Ho would teach them a lesson to silence their incessant taunts. Clinton rose and called out, "Lhasa Tua, come to the stage. Just moments ago, you claimed he was merely a child. If you defeat Tang Ho, I shall grant you the rank of intermediate warrior in the Phoenix sect, and I will recommend you for the martial arts competition in the Elan Kingdom." The onlookers focused their gaze on Lhasa Tua, whose face flushed with embarrassment, wishing to vanish underground. With so many eyes upon him, he felt trapped. If he refused to ascend, how could he secure a position within the Phoenix sect? Resolutely, he decided to confront Tang Ho. Lhasa Tua leaped onto the stage, his sword igniting like a flash of fire, but Tang Ho remained motionless. The sword spun twice in the air before a resounding clang echoed as Lhasa Tua's sword flew from his grasp. Crashing to the ground, Tang Ho ceased his assault as Lhasa Tua jumped down to retrieve his sword, fleeing in shame. Clinton observed that Tang Ho's technique had evolved since their last encounter. It was swifter and imbued with newfound elements, leaving him astonished. Just then, a middle-ranked warrior from the Phoenix sect soared onto the stage. Tang Ho drew his sword to respond. After 3 exchanges, the middle-ranked warrior's sword, like Lhasa Tua's, flew from his hand with a clang, striking the stone floor with a shower of sparks. The hall was enveloped in utter silence, and Clinton sensed it was time to conclude the proceedings. Tang Ho was still young and should not be overly ostentatious, as it could hinder his future and inflate his sense of pride. Clinton envisioned Tang Ho as a valuable asset for the Phoenix sect, someone who would shine brightly, and thus planned to nurture him gradually. Rising, Clinton conferred with several senior members of the Phoenix sect before addressing the audience. I hereby officially confer upon Tang Ho the title of Junior Warrior. What? He has defeated a middle-ranked warrior. 3 exchanges decided the match. He should at least be granted the title of Intermediate Warrior. Voices murmured from the crowd. Clinton hesitated before responding. While it is true that Tang Ho has triumphed over a middle-ranked warrior, we must adhere to a regulation in the Elon Kingdom. Any form of swordsmanship must originate from a reputable school, or else rank cannot be bestowed. I fear that Tang Ho's technique does not belong to any established sect, and thus we cannot grant him the title of Intermediate Warrior. The news of Tang Ho's performance at the Phoenix sect competition swiftly spread throughout Phoenix Town and reached the school as well. He has indeed become a notable figure in Phoenix Town. At such a tender age, he triumphed over a mid-level warrior from the Phoenix sect in 3 rounds, and the spectators bore witness to his swordsmanship, which is truly profound and awe-inspiring. That evening, Tang Ho informed Clinton that he would no longer reside at the Phoenix sect, but preferred to stay at the school. To avoid stirring gossip within the sect, he acquiesced, commanding a few of his attendants to carry his bedding and personal belongings for him. Chapter 4. Galasso. Upon returning to the school, Tang Ho was greeted with eager anticipation by Bugier, who was seated on the steps in front of the dormitory alongside a calico cat. As dusk fell, the sky was painted with the hues of sunset, and egrets flew westward while smoke billowed from the chimneys of Phoenix Town. The bustling activity of returning cargo ships and fishing boats kept the townsfolk occupied. When Tang Ho arrived, Bugier was overjoyed, instantly rising from his seat to welcome him. What's the matter? Are you no longer staying with the Phoenix sect? I adore this place. Ah, perhaps it is a matter of sentiment. You seem unaccustomed to a life of ease and comfort. Tang Ho refrained from responding, for the Phoenix sect was not truly his home. Despite its spaciousness and comfort, with attendants at his service, it lacked the essence of home, the feeling of belonging. The young attendants who accompanied him set his belongings down and then departed. Watching them leave, Bugier inquired, "What transpired? Did you compete in a match? The townsfolk are saying you are Clinton's son-in-law. Is that true? Which of his daughters has married you?" "Not at all. I believe Master Clinton harbors no such intentions. The competition is a rite of passage for every warrior entering the Phoenix sect. It merely serves as an additional step to confer a rank upon the warrior. I heard you defeated a mid-level warrior from the Phoenix sect. Yet you were awarded only the rank of a junior warrior. I fail to comprehend why such a large sect would not pragmatically grant you the status befitting your accomplishments." "Oh, I understand now. In the Phoenix sect, only mid-level warriors are permitted to partake in discussions of sect affairs and possess the right to vote on recommendations for senior warriors to attend the annual martial arts conference in the capital." Anyang's darkness gradually enveloped the surroundings. Bugier beckoned Tang Ho to his room, lit an oil lamp, and placed a kettle of water on the stove. "Child, allow me to brew you some tea. This is from the Holy Mountain, reputed to be the finest tea in the kingdom of Elon. Typically, I keep it for Galasso, but otherwise, it would not reach you." Bugier was often verbose, and Tang Ho mused that had he been the leader of the Phoenix sect, it would have long been deserted. "What do you mean by that?" Suddenly, the door was flung open, revealing an elderly man, his hair as white as snow, his face resembling a wooden carving, eye in one hand. He held a wine jug, while the other rested on his hip, leaning drunkenly against the door. He addressed Bugir. "Ah, you've returned. I suspected you must have been out drinking. Otherwise, you would have been home sooner." "Huh? Are you this intoxicated? Are you drinking with others or courting death?" Bugir was displeased, as if scolding his old companion or perhaps his own son. "What's the matter? Life is not about lamenting the lack of company. It is about lamenting the absence of someone to share a drink with. Wine is the essence of grain. The more one drinks, the younger one feels. Intoxication is akin to a young maiden, captivating the hearts of countless men. Bugir, you have no idea. I am often in the company of nobles. I wouldn't dream of drinking with the commoners. Their wine lacks fragrance and carries a foul odor that would upset an old man's stomach." The old man continued, but Bugir approached him, interrupting his tirade. "Child, come lend me a hand. This old fool's drunkenness suggests he won't last much longer. If he dies, I shall find myself utterly alone. Your departure from this house is merely a matter of time. Alas, I hope he can live a few more years, so I am not left to wander this lonely world alone." Tung Ho and Bugir assisted the elderly man, who continued to pour wine into his mouth. Bugir seized the jug and placed it on a nearby wooden table. "Galasso, hold your tongue. We have a guest today. Don't expose your disgraceful state. In time, the news will spread, and even the entire kingdom of Elon will know that an old fool named Galasso from Phoenix Town drank himself to death. They will remain oblivious to the beautiful maiden in your heart. They will not comprehend the minds of men." Bugir glanced at the stove, noticing steam rising from the kettle, and proceeded to pour water into a copper cup before turning to retrieve tea leaves from the cupboard. "Bugir, stop your incessant chatter. I find your words tiresome," declared the old man. "Galasso, Galasso, have you lost your mind? Drinking has transformed you into a devil, a madman. Today is not like any other day. We have a new friend. His name is Tung Ho. From his name, you can tell he is not a native of Phoenix Town, where names are often laughable. He is a very good child. Encountering him is a blessing from the heavens. Enough of that, child. What brings you here? I certainly hope it's not merely to acquire knowledge. This world has no need for knowledge. It requires connections and, of course, swordsmanship, the mastery of the blade. For these will bestow upon you wealth and prestige." Galasso languidly proclaimed, his face as red as liver. "Let us drink tea. This is the only bit of holy mountain tea we possess. There may not be another opportunity if you continue to prattle." "I advise you to refrain from drinking," Bugir said, irate at the old man's indulgence. "Bugir, you are indeed biased. I have asked you countless times, yet you have never mentioned the holy mountain tea. If I, Galasso, were to perish, who would you give your tea to?" The old man chuckled at Bugir. "Do you not understand? Today marks the first visit of Tung Ho to our abode. Henceforth, he shall be our neighbor and our friend. Should you and I pass away, at least he may speak to the gods on our behalf. Otherwise, who would know where I have gone? You must be amiable towards him, lest he feel unwelcome and depart, leaving us in solitude. Indeed, Tung Ho, greetings. I am Galasso, a friend you shall cherish. I am a teacher at the school, imparting knowledge of the Gula scripture, the deity of our Elon people. I wonder if your kin hold him in esteem. Occasionally, I teach physics and chemistry, and if the opportunity arises, I might include you in some experiments, although casualties are frequent. Among those who have labored with me, 3 have perished," Galasso boasted with pride. "Pay no heed to this mad old man. He is the most threatening figure at the school, a perilous character. The principal has admonished him repeatedly to cease his experiments, yet he remains obstinate, and one day he may pay the ultimate price. Who knows? Perhaps that day will see the school in ruins," Bugir scolded Galasso while pouring tea for Tung Ho, his words a continuous stream. Tung Ho found their discourse excessive, resembling a couple rather than friends. After sipping a few cups of tea, he resolved to retire to his own room, addressing Bugir, "Grandmother, I must take my leave. I feel utterly fatigued." "Oh, I had forgotten. You participated in a competition. Naturally, you must be weary." Bugir chuckled, her wrinkles deepening, resembling centuries-old pine bark, then turned to Galasso. "Galasso, this is the Tang Ho who caused quite the stir in town this afternoon. He has gained notoriety as a warrior of the Phoenix sect. Having triumphed over a mid-level warrior at the mere age of 15, I say that impressive. A warrior? Him? I cannot believe it. What swordsmanship does he possess? Surely, you jest. Let alone contend with a mid-level warrior from the Phoenix sect." Galasso scoffed dismissively. "Galasso, you have truly overindulged. You are mistaken to underestimate our child. No, our friend. He has indeed achieved the rank of a junior warrior. That is even more absurd. He should at least be a mid-level warrior." "You mad old fool. I shall never befriend you again. Child, you should rest. It is unwise to associate with him. He is a peculiar old man, driven mad by the wine of the nobility." Tang Ho carried the oil lamp to his room. Upon returning to his chamber, Tang Ho found himself devoid of the desire to sleep. It was not the eccentric Galasso that troubled him, but rather the solitude of being in Phoenix town. Far from his family, he gazed around the spacious room, which housed only a bed and shelves filled with books. Opening the cabinet doors, he noticed a thick layer of dust on the tomes and took a cloth to wipe each one clean. At that moment, he heard footsteps approaching, echoing on the floorboards. Tang Ho feared it might be the devil Bugir had mentioned. He quickly sought something to defend himself, apprehensive of an intruder slipping through the door. "Child, it is Bugir. Open the door. I have something to discuss with you." Recognizing Bugir's voice, Tang Ho felt relieved and opened the door. Bugir continued, "Child, do not take it to heart. Galasso is a good man. Albeit today he drank too much. Otherwise, he would not have been so cold towards you. I am certain he will seek you out tomorrow to forge a friendship. This house is inhabited only by the three of us. If we do not unite, we truly have no hope." Tang Ho welcomed her inside, moved a chair for her to sit. "Grandmother, I bear no ill will. He is an elder, and I must show him respect. You are indeed a good child. Alas, Galasso has endured a tragic fate. Our deity has never taken his suffering into account. When he was merely 3 years old, his father was framed by court warriors and hanged. His mother departed from him 6 months later, and he was subsequently raised by his uncle. At the age of 17, he fell in love with the daughter of a court martial artist. Unfortunately, when the martial artist learned of their affair, he vehemently opposed it, prompting the young couple to elope and have a child together. Tragically, during a crossing of the Baltic Sea, they encountered a fierce storm, and the girl was swept away. Years later, having earned his doctorate, the love he once cherished had long since perished, and he drowned his sorrows in drink. Night after night, at school, he never interacted with others. Spending his days in a haze of alcohol, alas, Bugir incessantly chattered, leaving Tang Ho with no space to contemplate. Tang Ho could scarcely believe that one's fate was dictated by the divine. The distant deity resided in the hearts of people. Yet no one had received the deity's blessing. "I understand now, grandmother. I believe most of what he said today was not directed at us, but seemed more like a conversation with the divine. I hope so. Tomorrow, I shall convey these words to him. Let him come and apologize to you. Farewell. I require no apology. He has not harmed me." Chapter 5. The Tiger's Head Sword Technique. After Bugir departed, Tang Ho continued to dust, his gaze falling upon the books within the cabinet, envious of those who pinned them, wishing earnestly that he could read. Though organized the books in the cabinet, he toiled until the midnight hour before finally succumbing to sleep. The following day, while he was still asleep, a series of loud knocks reverberated at the door. Unlike the gentle rapping of Bugier, this sounded as though a man were knocking, the sound particularly resonant. Tungho rose to open the door, discovering Gorosuo standing before him, smiling as he said, "I apologize. I heard from Bugier that my words yesterday may have hurt you, so I came this morning to express my regret. My name is Gorosuo. I learned from Bugier that you are a martial artist of the Phoenix sect and have defeated an intermediate martial artist. At such a young age, I am eager to witness your swordsmanship." Tungho offered a sly smile and replied, "What is the rush? It's still early. I have school today. Perhaps we could meet in the courtyard this afternoon, where I believe no one will witness our swordplay." "What is the matter? Are you trying to evade me? I am quite serious. Consider it. To admire someone wielding a sword is a joyous experience, especially when you are young, not at all resembling the fierce martial artist I had imagined." "I have no sword." "Ha ha, a martial artist without a sword. I have never heard of such a thing. Which sect do you belong to? One need not wield a sword to be recognized as a martial artist, especially if one possesses exceptional swordsmanship capable of besting an intermediate martial artist. Why not lend me a sword? I shall demonstrate for you." "Very well, wait for me downstairs." Tungho descended the stairs, still yearning to attend class. Suspecting that Gorosuo might be deceiving him, he was uncertain about what he would learn in class. His curiosity regarding Gorosuo's invitation to demonstrate swordsmanship far outweighed his desire for academic pursuits. Gorosuo soon appeared, carrying a wooden box. Tungho remained oblivious to his intentions until Bugier arrived, spotting Tungho and Gorosuo, and cheerfully exclaimed, "Child, did you hear someone has come to apologize to you today? That is just how old men are. What else do they want? Oh, Bugier, please do not disrupt our enthusiasm. Did you not say his swordsmanship was commendable? Today I wish to witness it. Otherwise, I shall refuse to attend class." Gorosuo began to unlock his wooden box. Bugier interjected, "Dear old man, what are you saying? The children's future is paramount. They can perform for you after class." The box opened to reveal a brilliant golden sword lying within, capturing Tungho's attention. Gorosuo picked up the sword, wiping it carefully with a cloth before handing it to Tungho, saying, "Child, your swordsmanship has captivated me. I gift you this sword." "What sword?" "You are giving it to him. He is no ordinary martial artist. If you seek fame, one day when this child becomes esteemed in the land of Elon, you may wish to reclaim your sword, which will surely fetch a high price among those in the martial world." Bugier, kindly refrain from speaking. "I am conversing with the child. I cannot accept your sword. I am a disciple of the Phoenix sect, and they provide me with a sword. And no more discussion. Demonstrate your swordplay." Tungho accepted the sword, and in his hands, it felt like a treasured possession, irresistible to part with. He began to dance with it. With each movement, different thoughts coursed through his mind, rendering each display unique. Yet the essence of the technique remained unchanged, the soul intact, albeit with occasional innovations in form. After completing a series of movements, Gorosuo expressed astonishment. "This swordplay is truly remarkable, yet I can see you are not entirely familiar with it. If you were, it would be executed differently. What is the name of this technique?" Tungho had not previously considered naming it, yet his mind raced. Every martial technique in the world had its own distinctive title. He recalled that the tiger, a creature of awe, inspired a sudden burst of inspiration, and he declared loudly, "The tiger's head sword technique. This sword does not do justice to your technique. Your swordsmanship is not as I had imagined." Gorosuo seized the sword from Tungho's grasp, asserting, "The Phoenix sect will provide you with a superior sword. Their swordsmiths are of the highest caliber. Above level 9, my sword is forged by a level 3 craftsman and cannot rival that of the Phoenix sect." "What is the matter, Gorosuo? Did you not say you were gifting the sword to the child?" Bugier inquired. "I have stated. My sword does not suit him," Gorosuo replied, retreating into the dormitory. Budape arrived and, upon seeing Tung-Ho and Bugir standing before the dormitory, announced, "Tung-Ho, I am taking you to school." Tung-Ho followed Budape, his thoughts consumed by the name he had just devised for his sword technique. He pondered whether it might be too boastful. Surely, the martial artists of the Phoenix sect would mock him upon hearing it. Budape led Tung-Ho to a stone building, and upon entering, he was embraced by a wave of warmth. Inside the classroom, a dozen or so children, each adorned with slicked hair and cherubic faces, frolicked in clusters. Dashing about, upon noticing Budape and Tung-Ho's entrance, they halted. "Hello, teacher." "Ah, so he is indeed the disciple of the Phoenix sect, Tung-Ho," one exclaimed loudly. "Remarkable." Silence. "Allow me to introduce our new classmate, Tung-Ho. Let us all assist and learn from one another." "Welcome!" A few raucous youths shrieked in delight, while other girls, their faces alight with admiration, rushed towards Tung-Ho. "Tung-Ho, a novice martial artist of the Phoenix sect. Do you possess chi?" Several of the raucous youths pulled Tung-Ho aside, bombarding him with questions, but he remained silent, taking his seat. One boy, clearly a wealthy scion, eyed Tung-Ho with disdain, mockingly berating the other students, and leaned back in his seat, smirking at Tung-Ho. "Hey, buddy, what is the name of your sword technique? Share it with us." Tung-Ho remained mute, casting a glance his way. "If you tell me, I shall give you something." The boy produced a stone from his pocket. The girl approached, her icy demeanor cutting through the air. "What is the matter? You are merely a martial artist. You are neither a noble nor a high-level martial artist, so why the arrogance?" Tung-Ho did not meet her gaze, instead attending to the dust on his desk. The girl, seeing his nonchalant demeanor, grew furious and exclaimed, "Tung-Ho, do not let it go to your head. You are but a novice martial artist. There are many stronger than you in the continent of Jin Yuan. Not to mention, in Phoenix Town, there are countless martial artists with superior sword techniques." Tung-Ho did not respond, remaining seated, his eyes suddenly fixed upon her, radiating intensity and a fierce expression. A surge of indignation rose within him, a feeling of being bullied and exploited, and he harbored a deep disdain. The girl, noticing his countenance, fell silent, turning to retreat slowly, her heart racing. Suddenly, students from other classes gathered outside the classroom, and a tall boy entered, his iron-like physique striding up to Tung-Ho, bellowing, "I have heard your sword technique bested that of an intermediate martial artist from the Phoenix sect. After school today, I wish to spar with you in the training grounds. Should I prevail, you shall vanish from my sight, but if you win, I shall become your disciple." Tung-Ho's expression remained impassive as he cast a cold glance at him and walked away. The tall boy, perceiving Tung-Ho's aloofness, rushed forward to grab Tung-Ho's collar in an attempt to teach him a lesson, but Tung-Ho was prepared. Before the boy's hand could reach him, Tung-Ho seized his wrist, flinging him aside as if discarding a garment, sending him crashing to the ground with a heavy thud, eliciting a pained cry. The other companions of the tall boy stood frozen for a moment, and only after Tung-Ho had departed did they slowly assist their fallen comrade. Chapter 6. A lesson delivered. The tall boy whom Tung-Ho had struck was named Wei Yin, a noble scion. After enduring Tung-Ho's blow, he stormed out of the school, returning home in a fury. Tung-Ho suspected he had not escaped unscathed. After school that afternoon, Tung-Ho traversed the grassy expanse back to his dim dwelling, yearning to see Bugir. Since leaving home, he felt as though she had become his grandmother. Upon entering the dormitory, he was startled to see Budape rushing towards him, waving her hand in greeting. He froze, his gaze locked onto her. Unable to utter a word, she reached him, her expression a mix of surprise and concern. "Tung-Ho, you have made a grave mistake. You have harmed a classmate, and the principal has summoned you to the office for a reprimand." Tung-Ho followed her, and she admonished, "Child, you cannot be so violent. You must coexist amicably with your classmates. Though he insulted you, You must not resort to violence, teacher. I had no intention of hurting anyone. I merely struck a bit too forcefully. Who could have anticipated the severity of his injuries? Tung Ho spoke with a hint of grievance. Do not say anything more. You will amend it next time. Bu Dapei praised him. I have heard that you are a martial artist of the Phoenix sect and have triumphed over an intermediate warrior. You are truly an extraordinary child. Bu Dapei escorted Ting Ho to Baromiai's office, where they encountered two middle-aged gentlemen clad in opulent noble attire. Upon seeing Ting Ho enter, they immediately stood, their eyes fixated on him. And one of them barked, "Are you Ting Ho?" Ting Ho remained silent, standing beside Bu Dapei. With a smile, Bu Dapei introduced, "This is Ting Ho. He is but a child, a child. He has grievously harmed my son. If he does not recover, he may be left disabled," the middle-aged noble shouted. "Had it not been for your son bullying and insulting him, he would not have resorted to violence," Bu Dapei retorted. "How can you be certain it was not he who struck my son first?" "I just heard from Master Baromiai that he is a relative of Clinton. I refrained from striking him. Otherwise, he too would have suffered a similar fate." Witnessing the noble's fury, Baromiai rose with a smile, saying, "Children make mistakes. We must educate them. Do not allow your anger to escalate. I will speak with Master Clinton and send the child home. He should not remain in our school. Alas, your school is deteriorating and becoming increasingly irresponsible. You admit any sort of individual. What is so remarkable about the Phoenix sect? They are merely a horde of rabble. Incompetent and ineffectual, not noble at all. You coddle these troublesome children, leaving us in a state of unease." The noble's incessant complaints were vexing. Tung Ho knew he had erred and silently braced for Clinton's reprimand. Baromiai patiently persuaded the noble to leave, then returned to find Tung Ho and Bu Dapei still in the office, scolding them harshly. "What is the meaning of this? Have you lost your senses? When a noble visits, you both behave this way. The child is young, and I can forgive him. However, you, as a teacher, must maintain decorum." Bu Dapei chuckled softly, replying, "Principal, I merely speak the truth. The child from the Wei family has also committed numerous offenses in our school. This time, even though he was struck by Ting Ho, let us not forget that he previously broke the leg of one of our students. He may be a noble, but he is merely a fallen one. Do not assume that nobility grants them significance. Their status is merely a title bestowed by the king upon their fathers, and if their descendants have not contributed to the nation, they are nothing more than commoners. In the kingdom of Elon, the nobility is divided into 3 ranks: first, second, and third. The first rank consists of 3 tiers: officials of the 9th to 7th grades, intermediate warriors, and novice scholars, typically passed down for only 2 generations. By the 3rd generation, they lose their noble status. The second rank is divided into 4 tiers: officials of the 7th to 5th grades, advanced warriors, royal relatives, and middle scholars, generally passed down for 4 generations. The third rank is also subdivided into 3 types: officials of the 5th grade and above, martial saints, direct royal relatives, and great scholars, under a hereditary system. Should any of these nobles violate royal law, their titles are entirely revoked. Sighing, Baromiai remarked, "The Wei family wields significant influence in Phoenix Town, but today I spoke out. The one who struck their child is indeed a relative of the Phoenix sect S. Clinton. While he may not be considered a noble, news has spread like wildfire in town that he has recently defeated an intermediate warrior. It is likely that he will soon become an intermediate warrior himself, or even an advanced one, perhaps even a martial saint. Should the king bestow rewards upon him, he could ascend to the rank of court martial saint, commanding thousands. Now that would be something." Baromiai smiled, the earlier tension dissipating. Taking a puff from his pipe, he added, "Bu Dapei, this is your student. You must ensure he behaves and does not err again. Otherwise, both you and I shall face consequences." "Very well. I shall keep a close watch on this child," Budape replied, a flush of enthusiasm on her face. Tung Ho departed from Baromi's office and accompanied Budape to hers, where she lectured him for quite some time. Yet, each word felt warm and nurturing, resembling a heartfelt conversation rather than a reprimand, instantly imparting many valuable lessons. After the discourse, Budape wrote a note for Tung Ho, instructing him to deliver it to Clinton without fail. Tung Ho tucked the note into his pocket and hurried down to the dormitory. As he approached the building, he spotted Bujier standing on the platform, calling out to him, "Child, you have caused quite a stir today. Did the teacher strike you?" "No, they would never win against me. They wouldn't dare, grandmother. I must return to the Phoenix sect. The teacher entrusted me with a note that I must deliver to my master today. Then off you go. You have erred today, and you must face the consequences. Regardless of whether your master punishes you, you must not harbor resentment. Otherwise, you risk expulsion from the school, and I would never see you again. That is not a fate I desire." Tung Ho dashed away, determined to deliver the note to Clinton before returning to his dormitory. Upon his arrival at the Phoenix sect, he found Clinton at home. Visibly upset, he had already heard from townsfolk that Tung Ho had struck a child from the Wei family, and it seemed the injury was severe. As a child, he did not blame Tung Ho but could not condone his actions. However, having heard from several children that the Wei child had bullied many, including his own 3 daughters, he felt a surge of frustration towards the Wei family. Their families had maintained a cordial relationship. Now, with Tung Ho having struck a Wei family child, it had stirred up trouble in town, painting the Phoenix sect's disciples as instigators. Such insolence was intolerable. As Tung Ho passed through the garden, he was spotted by Feng Jiao and Feng Ling, who initially ran away but soon stopped. Feng Jiao instructed Feng Ling to return and inform others that Tung Ho had returned. She then trailed Tung Ho, cooing sweetly, "Tung Ho, you have become quite renowned at school. You struck Wei Yin, and now the entire school knows your name. Many classmates are eager for your autograph. Could you please sign for me, so I can show it off in class tomorrow?" Tung Ho remained silent, merely casting her a glance and smiling. "Tung Ho, why do you not return home to stay? Living at school is so inconvenient. Besides, the dormitory is quite shabby and often haunted by ghosts. A student once died in that dormitory, supposedly frightened to death by a ghost. Have you encountered any ghosts?" "Not at all. I find it quite comfortable." "Oh, truly. The 3 of us have been eagerly awaiting your return. With you here, no one dares to bully us at school." Feng Jiao and Tung Ho were of the same age, but as Tung Ho had never attended school before, he could not be in the same class as her. This had saddened Feng Jiao at one point, prompting her to plead with Clinton to transfer Tung Ho into her class, resulting in a reprimand from Clinton. Upon entering the house, Tung Ho called out to Clinton, who was waiting for him in the hall, with a steaming meal laid out on the table. Feng Ling and Feng Huang were seated beside Clinton, while Clinton's wife, Chen Ruobing, leaned against him from the other side. "Master, I have returned," Tung Ho exclaimed as he entered. "Welcome back," Clinton replied. "I made a mistake," Tung Ho declared, suddenly kneeling before Clinton with a thud. This gesture brought tears to Clinton's eyes. Among all his disciples, none had ever knelt and confessed their mistakes in such a manner. Moreover, he was just a child who had been bullied. Clinton helped him to his feet, advising, "Child, you have matured. I must reprimand you. You should not resort to violence to resolve disputes. The Wei family is a prominent clan in Phoenix Town. They are not to be trifled with as you grow older. You will learn that in this world, there are individuals whom we cannot confront, even if they bully us. Being strong-willed is futile. It will only lead to your own humiliation. Master, I understand. I will never dare to do so again." Hearing this, Clinton felt tears welling up again. Never had a disciple expressed such affection before, as if they were willing to be his son. Filling him with warmth, he gently reassured, "Child, you have truly grown. The path ahead is still long, and with each step, you must tread carefully. Otherwise, you may fall into a trap and ruin your life. Master, I understand. Clinton assisted him to sit at the table, inviting everyone to join for dinner. Throughout the meal, Clinton lovingly served Ting Ho, as a father would, which elicited envious glances from the three sisters, Feng Jiao and her siblings. Chapter 7. The Qi Cultivation Method. After dinner, Clinton informed Ting Ho that he need not return to school, as he had arranged for him to meet his first master. He led him to the martial hall, where several esteemed martial artists, whom he had encountered upon joining the Phoenix sect, were present. Upon seeing Clinton enter with Ting Ho, the previously composed junior martial artists were thrown into disarray, mistaking his arrival for an inspection, as Clinton typically practiced in his own private hall, unknown to others. And no one dared to intrude. Perhaps it was the sight of Clinton, or perhaps it was Ting Ho himself, that caused them to halt in their tracks, gathering around the senior martial artists. "Senior brother, you have arrived," one middle-aged martial artist, his face adorned with a beard and a green silk bandana reminiscent of a Japanese samurai, greeted Clinton with utmost respect. The other martial artists echoed the greeting, with the younger ones addressing Clinton as master and the middle-aged ones as senior brother. "I have brought Ting Ho here. I have considered that he cannot solely focus on literacy. He must also learn martial arts. Today, I entrust him to you for the initiation ceremony." Upon hearing Clinton's words, the dozens of martial artists grew solemn, forming two rows. "Ting Ho, this is your master Wen Yiping. He is an exceptional martial artist of our Phoenix sect and your very first master. His unique approach to cultivation is centered on the practice of Qi. Among martial artists in the realm, his Qi cultivation is unrivaled, and he is regarded as one of the foremost Qi masters in the kingdom of Elon. Should you master his methods of Qi cultivation and integrate them with your swordsmanship, you will soon ascend to the rank of an advanced martial artist in the kingdom of Elon. Clinton does not aspire to become a martial sage. Rather, his primary concern lies in his ability to shoulder the significant responsibilities of the Phoenix sect. Upon hearing Clinton's remarks, Ting Ho suddenly knelt before Wen Yiping with a thud. "Master, please allow your disciple to pay his respects." Wen Yiping stood resolutely before him, raising his voice to admonish, "Ting Ho, do you wish to join the Phoenix sect?" "I do," Ting Ho replied without hesitation. "No matter what transpires in the future, you must never betray the Phoenix sect. You shall obey the commands of the leader. Do you agree?" "I agree." "Then let the mark be made," Wen Yiping declared loudly. Immediately, a young warrior stepped forward, holding a porcelain tray adorned with glimmering daggers and ink. Wen Yiping stripped Ting Ho of his garments, crouched down, and felt his back, preparing to proceed. The dagger danced in his hand like a shooting star. And Ting Ho felt a surge of excruciating pain as a character meaning loyalty was etched into his back in mere seconds. Once the mark was inscribed, blood stained his skin. Wen Yiping instructed for ink to be poured over it. Ting Ho, tears streaming down his face from the agony, endured in silence. Wen Yiping helped him to his feet, patting his shoulder with a smile. "Ting Ho, well done. From this moment forth, you are a warrior of the Phoenix sect. Your name shall be inscribed among the ranks of our warriors. You owe your gratitude to Master Clinton." Ting Ho turned and knelt before Clinton with another thud, exclaiming, "Thank you, Master." Clinton immediately helped him up, smiling as he said, "You are now a warrior of the Phoenix sect. In life and death, the Phoenix sect shall never abandon you." With that, he turned and departed. Wen Yiping led Ting Ho into a dimly lit chamber. The room, hewn from stone, was dark and damp, instilling a sense of trepidation within him. "This is my private training room. No one dares to enter, nor are other Phoenix sect warriors permitted within it. Is a rule that every senior warrior has their own training space." Wen Yiping explained. The room was spacious, roughly the size of a basketball court, filled with various swords and cabinets lined against the walls, containing jars that emanated a distinct medicinal aroma. when Yiping instructed Tung Ho to sit upon a stone bench while he retrieved a book from a small adjacent room, handing it to Tang Ho, saying, "Take a moment to read this. I will take a bath." Tang Ho took the book but found the characters incomprehensible. However, the illustrations within captivated him. This was a manual on qi cultivation, and the yellowed pages indicated its significance. Alas, he lamented his illiteracy, wishing for the ability to read. After some time, when Yiping emerged and noticed Tang Ho's eager gaze fixed upon the book, perplexed, he had taught many disciples the qi cultivation method. Yet none had shown such earnest interest, all preferring the more tangible sword techniques, which were readily apparent in their forms and movements. "Tung Ho, do you comprehend this book?" "Master, I cannot read." This revelation doused Yiping's excitement with cold water. His spirits dampened, he queried, "Why are you so engrossed then?" "I am studying the illustrations. How can you understand them without knowing the words?" "I can understand." Yiping's enthusiasm reignited at this unexpected revelation. If Tang Ho could grasp the illustrations, he was determined to nurture his potential, convinced that Master Clinton's judgment was sound. "Tung Ho, since you cannot read, I shall explain it to you. Qi cultivation is indispensable for every warrior, especially now as swords grow heavier. In the past, a sword weighed 10 jin. Now, they can weigh dozens, even over 100 jin. Without strength and internal power, how can one master the sword techniques? Mastering qi cultivation consists of 10 stages. I have only reached the 6th stage, while Master Clinton has only attained the 5th. Among the majority of warriors in the Phoenix sect, few reach the 4th stage, and even fewer attain the 1st. Some novice warriors become enamored with swordplay, neglecting qi cultivation entirely, leading to their physical ruin. There have been 5 cases of practitioners collapsing and dying from excessive strain. "Master, is qi cultivation truly that vital? Is there no better way to pique everyone's interest in it?" For centuries, this method has endured, and to this day, no one has uncovered a shortcut. Some may have discovered a particular skill, but that varies from person to person. Depending on their constitution and comprehension, qi is the soul of a warrior's body. The more proficient the sword technique, the greater the need for corresponding qi to fuel one's energy. Without this, the more one practices, the more exhausting it becomes. With adequate qi to replenish energy, it should flow freely within the body. Otherwise, as sword techniques advance without energy, the qi will become chaotic, obstructing the blood vessels and leading to fatal consequences. "Master, I have practiced swordplay but have neglected qi cultivation. Has this harmed my body? I cannot judge just yet. Let me first explain the acupuncture points. There are approximately 52 single points, 300 paired points, and 50 extraordinary points, totaling 720 acupuncture points in the human body. Among them, 108 are vital points, of which 72 are generally non-lethal, while the remaining 36 are fatal, commonly referred to as death points. These death points can be further categorized into 4 types: soft paralysis, dizziness, light, and heavy, with each type containing 9 points, summing to 36 fatal points. These points are situated along the meridians, which are pathways for energy throughout the body. In terms of internal organs, there are 12 primary meridians, which are symmetrically distributed on both sides of the body, totaling 24. Additionally, there is the Ren meridian at the front and the Du meridian at the back, each a unique pathway traversing the body. The 14 meridians, comprising the body's acupuncture points, are known as regular points, totaling 365. First, the meridians are divided into primary meridians, extraordinary meridians, collateral meridians, and 12 branch meridians. The primary meridians are the main pathways, one for each organ, totaling 12, symmetrically distributed across the arms and legs. Due to their significance, they are referred to as the 12 regular meridians. They connect with each other, following the cycle of the 12-hour clock, starting from midnight, and flowing through the gallbladder, liver, lung, large intestine, stomach, spleen, heart, small intestine, bladder, kidney, pericardium, and Sanjiao meridians, with one meridian being active during each hour, forming a continuous loop of circulation. The extraordinary meridians consist of 8 unique pathways, including the Ran and Du meridians, the Dai, Chong, Yin Yang Qiao, and Yin Yang Wei meridians. Unlike the 12 regular meridians, they do not connect end to end but rather operate independently, coordinating and complementing the functions of the 12 regular meridians. The collateral meridians are smaller branches that extend from the primary meridians, distributing qi and blood to the surrounding tissues while also linking the exterior and interior of the regular meridians. For instance, the Sanjiao and pericardium meridians are interlinked. The 4 branch meridians diverge from the 12 regular meridians in the arms and legs, converging in the chest and head, enhancing the connection between the regular meridians and the heart and head, thus improving the efficacy of the arm and leg acupuncture points on the torso and head. Furthermore, the meridians internally connect to the organs while externally linking to the muscles and skin. The muscle parts connected by the 12 regular meridians are referred to as the 12 muscle channels, while the skin areas are known as the 12 skin regions. After half an hour of discussion, Tung Ho was left utterly bewildered. Seeing his confusion, Wen Yiping rose and said, "Let us begin the first stage. We must at least clear one meridian to allow qi to flow smoothly within your body. This phase is called breathing. Extend your arms with palms facing upward and stand against the wall, following my guidance to inhale and exhale the qi to alleviate Tung Ho's solitude and increase his enthusiasm." When Yiping joined him in practice point, 10 minutes passed, and Tung Ho continued to persevere, sweat pouring down as he exhaled heavily. Typically, beginners would have long since given up after 10 minutes, requiring at least half an hour to recover. Tung Ho's heartbeat quickened, feeling as if a fire burned within his chest, steam rising from his head. He thought to himself that unless his master instructed him to stop, he would not cease. When Yiping took a break, not wanting Tung Ho to overexert himself, if he continued in this manner, he could potentially reach the 7th level. The optimal outcome for beginners is steam rising from the head, expelling toxins from the body. Perspiration indicates detoxification, and the more qi one generates, the more it signifies that the meridians are being unblocked and the qi is flowing smoothly. Suddenly, when Yiping called for a halt, and Tung Ho collapsed to the ground, panting heavily as he inquired, "Master, how do you think I performed? How do you feel? Do you feel comfortable in your body?" "Very comfortable. I feel as light as if I am floating in the sky." "That is correct. It indicates that you have begun to unblock your meridians. Continue practicing, and in 6 months, you will have cleared all your meridians, at which point you can commence sword training. The Phoenix Sect's appointed swordsmith will forge a sword for you based on your qi cultivation level." Tung Ho now understood why Clinton could not provide him with a sword. After resting for a while, when Yiping lifted Tung Ho to his feet and escorted him into a back room, where many warriors were seated. Upon seeing Wen Yiping, they all chorused in unison, "Master." When Yiping instructed Tung Ho to disrobe and immerse himself in a metallic barrel, the water within the barrel was connected by 2 iron pipes. One side allowed an orange potion to flow in, while the other facilitated drainage from the bottom of the barrel. With only his head above the surface, Tung Ho's body was fully submerged. A fierce fire blazed beneath the barrel, and as the heat intensified, his skin began to ache, gradually transforming into a soothing sensation. After half an hour, when Yiping approached the barrel with a smile, declaring, "It's time. Step out and soak in the pool at the back." Like a mischievous monkey, Tung Ho sprang out, light as a swallow, startling the martial artists seated inside. He was but a child, and when Yiping paid him no heed. Yet there was something unique about him. He possessed the potential to become a martial artist that needed to be harnessed. Upon entering the adjacent pool, Tung Ho was greeted by the sight of crystal-clear warm water, allowing him to wash away the lingering scent of the potion, which felt particularly delightful. After soaking for several minutes, when Yiping finally entered to instruct him to dress and return for rest, as he was expected to attend school the following day. Unlike other martial artists, Tung Ho had already mastered reading and writing, having graduated from 3 years of schooling, allowing him to comprehend basic scriptures. After donning his clothes and expressing his gratitude to his master, Tung Ho set off for school. He could not bear to be away from that room. It was the only space that truly belonged to him. Concerned that he might lose his way, Wen Yiping dispatched 2 apprentices to escort him to school. Chapter 8. The Secret Manual. By the time Tung Ho entered the dormitory building, it was already 10 o'clock at night. Bujir and Jialuo Suo had yet to retire, gathered around the hearth, sipping wine and strumming a wooden zither while singing in anticipation of his return. They firmly believed that Tung Ho would surely come back. After bidding farewell to the 2 senior brothers, Bujir opened the door and stood before him, her face beaming with envy. The 2 embraced, and then, hand in hand, they danced around Tung Ho in a joyous circle. Upon finishing their dance, Bujir, still holding Tung Ho's hand, exclaimed, "Child, I knew you would return." Jialuo Suo patted Tung Ho on the shoulder, saying, "Friend, you are an integral part of our lives. You cannot leave us unless you receive an official title to serve the kingdom or become a high-ranking martial artist to fight on the battlefield. Otherwise, we cannot forgive you." Tung Ho gazed into their earnest eyes, feeling slightly flustered. The 3 of them entered the room, settling around the hearth. Jialuo Suo poured Tung Ho a drink. The copper cup felt somewhat hot against his hands in the flickering firelight. Bujir did not oppose their merriment. Instead, she offered them peanuts to accompany their drinks, her lips curving into a smile as she inquired, "Child, what brought you back to Phoenix today? Did you stir up trouble? Did your master scold you?" "No, he merely educated me on the importance of avoiding conflict, emphasizing the need to learn to read and acquire knowledge. Without this, one cannot become a martial artist, nor can one wield a sword effectively." "Is that truly all?" Bujir pressed further. "Bujir, we are friends. You are not his mother. He has his freedom and his privacy. We are friends. I am simply inquiring to understand his situation better so I can help him resolve any difficulties. Tonight, my first master taught me the method of cultivating qi." Tung Ho had not intended to reveal this secret, but upon hearing Bujir's enthusiasm, he spoke freely to ask, "That true, child?" Bujir exclaimed in astonishment. "Indeed." Bujir leaped to her feet. Clapping her hands in excitement, Jialuo Suo looked at her in disbelief, remaining silent. "Old man, why are you not speaking?" "The child has begun to learn qi cultivation," Bujir urged. "You should be pleased." Noticing Jialuo Suo's silence, Bujir felt anxious. "Bujir, what is this?" "The child is a martial artist of the Phoenix sect, summoned by Clinton. Why is he being taught qi cultivation instead of sword techniques?" "Master, my master said that one must first learn to cultivate qi. If one's vital energy is blocked, no matter how skilled one is in swordplay, one cannot become a high-ranking martial artist, let alone a martial sage." "To ease Joyosos' worries," Tung Ho added, "I have heard that in the Phoenix sect, Clinton is not the best at qi cultivation. Rather, Wen Yiping has his own unique method. However, there have been instances where several martial artists from the Phoenix sect have died during qi cultivation, spitting blood in the process. Consequently, many preferred to learn sword techniques instead of qi cultivation. Clinton no longer dares to send people to Wen Yiping for qi training, those who wish to go do so by their own choice, mostly settling for basic qi cultivation without advancing further. If you continue to train under him, I fear you might suffer a fatal rupture of your blood vessels. I advise you to be prudent and not overexert yourself." Jialuo Suo's words sent a chill down Tung Ho's spine, making him feel even more apprehensive. "Old man, what are you saying? Why speak ill of the master in front of the child?" Bujir scolded him. "Old woman, what do you know? This is a matter for us men, and you are unaware. Though the Phoenix sect has received the king's title and a stipend, there are few who can stand against martial artists from other sections. In the martial world, there are constant accusations against them across various states. Clinton has had no choice but to seek out gifted and wise children to replenish his ranks. After several months, he found only Teng Ho, a clever child who brings him some solace. What is it to you to know so much? Stop scolding me. In truth, I go out every day to drink and gather news from the town. If one day the enemy sets fire to our Phoenix town, we must be prepared to flee. Have you heard? The Dini kingdom is invading our land, and the king is dispatching troops to resist. Yet the troops sent have all perished in battle. If this continues, the king may order all major sects to resist. I worry that Teng Ho, being so young, might be sent to battle. He is too young. Clinton will not allow that. How do you know? If he can defeat intermediate martial artists, it indicates he is no ordinary child. His swordsmanship is fully capable of engaging in battle. Word has spread in the town that Teng Ho is an outstanding martial artist, able to contend with intermediate martial artists at the age of 15. Unscrupulous individuals will surely petition the king to send him to the battlefield. At that time, Clinton will have no means to intervene. I believe we should teach him chi cultivation now and then sword techniques. Old man, you are merely a brawler. What do you know of chi cultivation, let alone sword techniques? Do not forget, my ancestor was once a martial sage. I may not have practiced chi cultivation or sword techniques, but I possess a secret, Jialuosuo declared proudly enough. I advise you not to teach him. Otherwise, he will have no explanation to give to his Phoenix sect masters. If the martial artists of the Phoenix sect discover he secretly learned sword techniques or chi cultivation from other sects, he will surely be expelled. Of course, learning swordplay and chi cultivation comes with risks. If he does not learn properly and enters battle without mastering either, he may also perish in combat. Tell me, would you prefer death or living to accompany us? Enough. You shall not ruin the child's future. Bujir felt uncertain about how to protect the child, torn in her heart. Jialuosuo led Teng Ho upstairs to his room. Upon opening the door, they found the room in disarray, books strewn across the floor, bed, and table. He lit an oil lamp and carefully opened a metal box, retrieving 3 books bound in leather. He began to read to Teng Ho. When the heart is tranquil, the blood flows freely. When the heart is disturbed, the blood vessels become chaotic. As Teng Ho listened, he felt somewhat bewildered and requested explanations. Jialuosuo meticulously dissected the text, analyzing it word by word. After some time, the wall clock chimed. It was midnight, time to rest. Jialuosuo stood up and handed the book to Teng Ho, saying, "Child, I have no further use for this book. You may take it. Teacher, I cannot read. I do not understand. Take it. If that day comes when I pass, it may be difficult for you to find this book again. That would be a tragic loss for you. However, ensure that it does not fall into the hands of others. Otherwise, I will not forgive you. This is a martial arts secret manual. If it reaches the hands of foreign tribes, it could bring calamity to our people. We would both become historical villains." Teng Ho accepted the book, examining it closely, and after a moment, he said, "Thank you, teacher. Go now. Study diligently, and I hope you become a useful person for the Elan Kingdom in the future." Teng Ho departed with the book, cradling it in his hands. Taking careful steps as if it were a treasure, he wished to go downstairs to greet Bujir, concerned that if she saw him, the news might spread. He entered his own room, finding a metal box where he placed the book. Hiding it beneath his bed, he exhaled a long breath, feeling relieved. All I need to do is study hard, master chi cultivation, and later swordplay. Surely one day, I shall become a martial sage. Once I achieve that, I can return home and build a grand house for my parents. After securing the book, he dashed downstairs and found Bujir resting her head on her hand. Dozing off, he gently knocked on the door, rousing her from her slumber. "What is it? Did he teach you?" "He did, good child. I told you Jialuosuo is a good person. He would not harm you. Old lady, let us sleep now. We have studying to do tomorrow." "Very well. Sleep well." Bujie rose, propping herself against the table by the hearth, staggering a bit as Tang Ho stepped out to close the door before turning to head to her own room. Chapter 9. The Apprentice. The next day, Tang Ho awoke early and went downstairs. Noticing that the large clock in front of the school had yet to strike 8, he decided to practice his qi cultivation. To warm up, he ran a few laps on the grass in front of the dormitory and then settled down to practice qi cultivation. By 7:30, he prepared to head to class. Just as he was contemplating his lessons, the very individual he had previously defeated, leaving him bloodied, appeared. Tang Ho is aware of his name. Ever since he underwent training at the Barome office, he has not ceased his pursuit of retribution. Though he lives under the eaves of another, he cannot abandon his integrity and dignity. Tang Ho, I have matters to discuss. The tone of authority carries a hint of bashfulness. He seems to be extending an olive branch to Tang Ho while simultaneously reluctant to lower himself to the level of a mere slave redeemed by Clinton. Chai Hu halted his steps and turned towards him, his face twisted with malice, eyes sparking with fury, causing Wei Yin to tremble in fear. He murmured, "Brother Ho, I have come to seek you as my master." As Wei Yin uttered these words, he glanced back repeatedly, noticing a few peers of his age peeking from the corner of a nearby building, perhaps intending to mock him for approaching Tang Ho in such a manner. "Imph! You wish to seek me as your master? Are you here to stir trouble?" Tang Ho deliberately aimed to provoke him, well aware that Wei Yin lacked the courage to confront him. "Master, please take me as your disciple." Wei Yin implored earnestly, his expression one of deep respect, akin to a son beseeching his father. Tang Ho, seeing his serious demeanor, felt a surge of emotion. He had never anticipated that one day he would be asked to accept a disciple, especially one as foolish and foul-mouthed as the boy before him. "Master, I beg you, accept me as your disciple." Wei Yin appeared determined to cling to Tang Ho. "If you wish to beseech me." "Very well. You must call me master 3 times, and also go to the Phoenix sect to speak with my predecessor Ku, requesting him to grant you leniency. If he does not agree to your becoming my disciple, then I cannot accept you either. Tang Ho, I am seeking you as my master, not your predecessor." "Why should I need his approval?" Wei Yin retorted, feeling aggrieved. "This is the custom of our martial arts community." Tang Ho was deceiving Wei Yin. He had no desire to associate with this wealthy scion, harboring a deep-seated resentment towards the affluent since childhood. He had witnessed the nobility oppressing the commoners and serfs, shamelessly exploiting their hard-earned wealth and labor. Deep within his youthful heart, he had vowed that one day, upon achieving the status of a martial saint, he would liberate the commoners and serfs, ensuring equality and justice on the continent of Jinyuan. "Master, please accept me." Wei Yin thought that seeking Clinton's approval was utterly absurd. Every martial artist he encountered was hypocritical and unfriendly. No. Tang Ho also sought to bolster Wei Yin's courage. As class time approached, Tang Ho slung his backpack over his shoulder and headed to the classroom, with Wei Yin trailing closely behind. Upon entering the classroom, all the students halted, their eyes fixated on him, especially a group of lively girls who seemed momentarily entranced. "So handsome!" Suddenly, a girl named Gu Shangji exclaimed, prompting a chorus of admiration from the other girls. She was clad in a mink coat and high boots, a short sword adorning her waist, her mature figure contrasting sharply with her age. Making the other girls feel inferior, a few classmates gathered around, yet none dared to approach Tang Ho to strike up a conversation. In the morning, Tang Ho attentively listened to 2 classes focused on literacy and scripture recitation. At noon, as class concluded, Gu Shangji and 2 other girls trailed behind him, cheerfully saying, "Tang Ho, we invite you to dine with us." Tang Ho glanced back and replied, "No thanks, I need to return to my dorm." "Dining won't take up much of your time," Gu Shangji and the other girls chimed in with smiles. Before Tang Ho could respond, Wei Yin and a few others leaped down from the upper floor. grabbing his hand and pulling him toward the grassy area in front of the classroom. Jiu Shangji and the other girls hurriedly followed. "Master, please honor us by sharing a meal." Wei Yin stood before Ting Ho, his expression one of utmost respect, as if he were presenting sacred teachings to a revered sage. "I am not going. I must return to my dorm." Before Ting Ho could finish speaking, Wei Yin rushed over, seizing his hand and leading him outside the school. Jiu Shangji and the other girls followed closely. Wei Yin ushered Ting Ho across 2 cobblestone streets, past rows of brothels where the women reached out to intercept them, only to retreat upon seeing Wei Yin's fierce demeanor. Occasionally, a few sailors could be heard singing as they carried wine jugs into taverns. Wei Yin and his companions brought Ting Ho to a bustling restaurant. Disregarding the plight of the common folk, his sole aim being to master the art of swordsmanship and achieve greatness in the future. The restaurant was packed and lively. Upon entering, several waiters shouted, "Young Master Wei has arrived. Young Master Wei, your reputation precedes you." Gu Shangji and her companions followed suit. The waiters continued to call out, "Miss Gu has arrived. Please follow us to the 2nd floor." Ting Ho, Wei Yin, and his companions ascended to the 2nd floor, where Wei Yin loudly instructed the waiters, "The usual place. The Rose Room. Miss Gu, the Peony Hall is prepared for you." The waiter responded with an exaggerated deference, as if he were her servant. "Understood. Yesterday, my brothers and I sampled your new dish, the Phoenix Soup. It must be served today, or I shall smash your establishment." Gu Shangji displayed an attitude unbecoming of a noble girl, resembling a brazen rogue instead. Ting Ho, alert, clearly heard her voice, realizing she was indeed a member of the affluent class, making her someone to avoid provoking. "Master, please take a seat." Wei Yin respectfully gestured for Ting Ho to sit. "Master, this is likely your first visit to this restaurant. It is the most renowned in Phoenix Town, with daily specials. Today, I would like to inquire about your preferences so I can instruct the waitstaff." "Anything will do. I enjoy fish. You may arrange it. Waiter, bring me fish dishes. If they do not suit my taste, do not embarrass yourselves. My master is no ordinary person. He will be a significant figure in Phoenix Town, and we must not treat him poorly." Wei Yan's obsequiousness was reminiscent of a son presenting his father with rent money. "Understood." The waiter departed. Just then, the door to the private room swung open, revealing Gu Shangji and her companions, all smiles. "Hey, Ting Ho, why don't you come sit with us? We are classmates. Surely you don't prefer the company of those from other classes." Gu Shangji leaned against the doorframe, playfully and sweetly imploring, "Ting Ho, will you join us in our hall?" "No. There are too many people here today, and it's my first time making friends with Wei Yin. I cannot neglect his good intentions." Ting Ho felt overwhelmed by Gu Shangji's warm invitation, thinking it prudent to accept, for he might encounter trouble in Phoenix Town and could seek her assistance. "Jiu Shangji, you're simply blind. We have specifically invited Master Tang to dine with us." Wei Yin shouted at her in anger. "What is the matter? I called my classmates, not you. Why are you shouting?" Gu Shangji shot him a glare, hands on her hips, rebuking him. "Do not think your father's influence grants you power in Phoenix Town." Wei Yin retaliated, pointing at her in fury. Jiu Shangji stormed in, and had Ting Ho not stood to block her, she might have harmed Wei Yin. "We are all students from the same school. Why resort to fighting?" Seeing Wei Yin fall silent, Gu Shangji called her companions and departed. "Master, you know not of her. She is infamous for her fierce temperament," Wei Yin said, indignantly watching Gu Shangji walk away. As the dishes were served, his friends prepared to eat. Wei Yin mischievously remarked, "Master, I have invited my sister to join us for dinner. Let us wait a moment. I'm sure she is on her way." Just then, a commotion broke out downstairs, filled with praises. "The young lady has arrived. Please come upstairs." Ting Ho looked over to see a girl, approximately 1 meter 80 tall, with long braids, enchanting eyes, and a smile that could illuminate the world. Clad in gray armor and high boots that clattered against the floor, a long sword swayed at her waist, instilling a sense of dread. Teng Ho instinctively stepped back to his seat, leaving Wei Yin puzzled. "Brother, I'm here." The door opened, and indeed, it was the girl, even more stunning than before, a sight to behold, radiating charm as if descended from the celestial mountains. "Sister, this is my master, Teng Ho," Wei Yin promptly introduced him. "Ah, this is your master? I thought you were referring to someone important. Turns out he is just a child." She prepared to dismiss Teng Ho. "Sister, this is my master. You don't know. His swordsmanship has intimidated many in the Phoenix sect. Then let us have a contest tomorrow. If he wins, I will agree to be his disciple." Teng Ho chuckled awkwardly, saying, "Sister, I have no desire to be his master. He is the one who insists on calling me master. And I am left with no choice. If you wish to compete, I am indifferent to the outcome." "Humph. You truly think highly of yourself. After school this afternoon, we shall meet at the seaside for a contest," the girl declared, rising to leave. Wei Yin wanted to stop her, but she slipped out like the wind. "Master, I am truly sorry." "It's all right." Teng Ho felt a wave of gentleness wash over him. No longer as harsh as before. "Master, please agree to accept me as your disciple." Upon noticing Teng Ho's change in demeanor, Wei Yin eagerly extended an olive branch, pleading for acceptance. "Do not call me master. Let us be friends instead. How about brothers? That won't do. You must take me as your disciple." With an air of authority, he knelt before him with a thud. Teng Ho, filled with helplessness, gazed at him, shook his head, and after a long pause, helped him to his feet, saying, "I shall accept you as my apprentice. However, this must remain a secret for the time being. Should my master find out, he would surely expel me from the Phoenix sect." "Very well. Thank you, master." Chapter 10. The contest. After dinner, everyone returned to school for class. The autumn weather always evokes a sense of nostalgia, making one wish to linger outdoors a little longer. What a delightful prospect it would be to frolic by the seaside. Yet, Teng Ho found himself devoid of such joy, preoccupied with the prospect of a duel with Wei Yan's sister. If he were to emerge victorious, all would be well. But what if he failed? Teng Ho could not shy away, for even if he encountered a formidable opponent, he must face them head-on. Otherwise, rumors would spread through Phoenix Town, branding him as a coward and tarnishing the reputation of the Phoenix sect. Furthermore, he would lose face in school, earning Wei Yan's disdain and being labeled a coward. Upon returning to school, he found it difficult to concentrate on his studies, his mind silently rehearsing the moves of the tiger's head sword technique while also reminiscing about the breathing techniques taught by Wen Yiping. Although facing a woman was not his ultimate goal, Teng Ho believed that every contest deserved his utmost seriousness. Without absolute certainty, he would refrain from acting rashly. Miscalculations could lead to dire consequences. After class, Wei Yin was already waiting outside his classroom, accompanied by Gu Shangji and a few girls. Unwilling to accept the absence of Teng Ho at lunch, she mused that he was her ideal companion, destined to be by her side for a lifetime, for no other boy in her world possessed the same allure as Teng Ho. Just as Teng Ho contemplated how to evade her, Teacher Budapest arrived, calling out, "Teng Ho, someone from the academic office is looking for you." Teng Ho suspected it was Wei Yan's sister and dreaded facing such a fierce woman, as he felt inadequate and unable to conquer her in spirit. After Budapest's repeated urgings, he reluctantly made his way to the office. Upon entering the academic building, he encountered several martial artists from the Phoenix sect. Teng Ho was overjoyed, for he felt saved. "Junior brother, the master has summoned you back to the Phoenix sect." Following his seniors, Teng Ho returned to the Phoenix sect. Wen Yiping, upon seeing Teng Ho's return, was elated. "Teng Ho, after dinner, we will practice the second stage of the breathing technique. I just spoke to senior brother Ku, who instructed me to teach you the second stage, noting that your physical condition is excellent and suitable for it. When Yiping led Tang Ho to the dining hall, where they encountered Clinton's family. Tang Ho, how have you found your days at school? Clinton asked, affectionately ruffling his hair. Very well. I've learned quite a few characters. Good. Make sure to study diligently with Master One, Clinton said, exchanging a few words with Wen Yiping before departing. Standing nearby, Ku Fengjiao, dressed in a pink gown, gazed at him with lingering affection as he walked away. Upon entering the dining room, which was reserved for advanced martial artists, Tang Ho felt privileged, as most martial artists had to squeeze into the communal dining area. This special treatment was due to Clinton's favor and Tang Ho's impressive swordsmanship, which commanded respect from Clinton and the Phoenix sect. When the dishes arrived, 4 courses and a soup, Tang Ho realized that such a feast was extravagant for just 2 people. Back in his hometown, he might not have enjoyed such a lavish meal in an entire year. Hurry and eat. Only when you're full can we practice, Wen Yiping said with a grin, his face contorted in an unappealing manner. After dinner, Wen Yiping took Tang Ho to the training room, which had undergone some changes. Behind the old stone house stood a new stone structure with 3 rooms. Upon entering, Tang Ho was struck by a pungent medicinal odor that left him breathless. In the room was a long pool, approximately 10 meters long and 8 meters wide, where several middle-aged men soaked, their faces contorted in agony. Upon seeing Wen Yiping and Tang Ho enter, they stood up, exclaiming, "Master!" Wen Yiping nodded and instructed Tang Ho to strip and jump into the pool. As soon as he entered, Tang Ho was overwhelmed by a sharp pain that was nearly unbearable. He gritted his teeth and endured for 10 minutes before Wen Yiping called him to surface, only to find his skin severely cracked, blood flowing like water. Wen Yiping was taken aback. "Tang Ho, you cannot continue training. You are nowhere near the required physical condition for the second stage. Come with me to the back room." In the other room, dozens of wooden barrels awaited. Wen Yiping urged Tang Ho to jump into one at first. Tang Ho felt a wave of intense pain, but soon it transformed into a comforting sensation, akin to entering warm, cleansing waters after a long period without a bath. "How does it feel? Is it more comfortable?" Wen Yiping inquired. "A bit more comfortable." Wen Yiping then entered another room and returned with a sticky, white substance resembling lard, instructing Tang Ho to rise. He applied the substance with a feather, and Tang Ho felt an overwhelming sense of relief. "Tang Ho, you cannot continue practicing the breathing techniques. Go allow your body to recover. You will need at least a year. During this time, you must refrain from training, or else your internal organs may burst," Wen Yiping warned, his expression filled with concern. After applying the substance, Wen Yiping retrieved a garment from a nearby cabinet, which was made of tiger skin and bore a medicinal scent. "You must wear this daily and cannot remove it while sleeping. After 6 months, we will reassess your situation," he instructed. After donning the garment, Wen Yiping advised, "You should not return to school today. Rest here at the Phoenix sect for a few days." "Master, I must go back. I'm accustomed to sleeping there. Your health is compromised. What if you fall ill?" "It's fine. I know my own body." Tang Ho thought of the duel with Wei Yan's sister and realized that if he did not go, he would surely face her ridicule the next day, further damaging his reputation. He could not afford to lose face. Wen Yiping had 2 young martial artists from the Phoenix sect escort him back to school. As dusk fell, upon entering the dormitory, he found Bujir already waiting on the steps. "Child, you have returned. I've been waiting for you for quite some time." Just now, a girl donned in armor, resembling a warrior, said she wanted to duel with you. "I was worried you might be bullied, so I dared not leave the dormitory, fearing you would return and not find me." Bujir's sorrowful expression evoked sympathy. "Goloso has gone out drinking again. I suspect he encountered that wretched woman in town. He has been returning late these past few nights, and I can't be bothered to speak to him. He is like a devil when drunk," Bujir rambled. "Child, why do you look so pale?" Did you duel with that girl? Are you hurt? She continued. No. I'm just feeling unwell and need to rest. Did you fight? No. Just then, Wei Yin and several companions crept in, and she urged Ting Ho. Master, you must hide. My sister is here to find you. She insisted on dueling with you. Otherwise, she won't allow me to apprentice under you. As soon as she finished speaking, before Bujir could respond, Wei Yan's sister, accompanied by a few companions, arrived. They appeared to be skilled martial artists, clad in battle attire, resembling warriors returning from the battlefield, exuding an aura of authority. Wei Yin, tell your master to join us by the sea for a contest. If you win against me, you may take him as your master. If not, you must cease all dealings with such a person. Wei Yan's sister admonished. Very well, but I hope you won't spread this around. If my master finds out, I will certainly be reprimanded, Teng Ho said as he turned to leave. Bujir, sensing the danger Teng Ho faced, called out, Child, wait for me. I will accompany you, if anything happens to you. I will save your life. She rushed into the house and emerged with a few pills from her copper box. Let us go, children, Bujir said with a smile. Teng Ho, feeling embarrassed, replied, Grandmother, you needn't come. I can handle them. Bujir whispered, Child, take these pills. I believe they will protect your health. She discreetly handed him a few pills. As he swallowed them, a warm sensation surged through his chest, causing him to sweat profusely, soaking his clothes. The group made their way to the beach under the evening glow, where many martial artists practiced on the sand, alongside wealthy youngsters strolling hand in hand. A thin veil of mist hung over the sea, with seagulls flying towards the distant Phoenix town. Child, if you feel unwell, do not push yourself. Grandmother, it's nothing. Wei Yan's sister and her companions suddenly halted. She stepped forward and proclaimed, Young man, do you dare to compete with Miss Wei? Ha! If you do not dare, you may leave now. Wei Jing, do not harm my master. He appears to be ill. Wei Yin seemed to plead with her sister, recognizing Teng Ho's pallor. Wei Yin, stop making excuses for him. If he fears for his life, let him go. From now on, in Phoenix Town, he must acknowledge himself as a coward. The imposing sister, Wei Jing, mocked him. Come at me, she laughed. Isn't it a joke that the warriors of the Phoenix sect wield no swords? Wei Feng, hand him your sword. Otherwise, my victory would lack honor. Wei Jing's companion tossed a long sword before him. It may not have been an exceptional blade, but it gleamed with silver light, certainly classifying it as a fine sword. Crafted at least by a third-tier blacksmith. A.S. Teng Ho suddenly sensed the formidable presence of several women. He began to suspect it was a trap set by Wei Jing. He picked up the sword, staggering to his feet, feeling as if a fire burned within him, increasingly intense, rendering him breathless in a flash. Wei Jing unsheathed her sword, sending the scabbard flying overhead, landing with a thud 5 meters away in the sandy ground. The sound of the sword echoed like a tempest, causing those nearby to scream and scatter, even Wei Jing's companions retreating in haste. Teng Ho recalled the first move of the tiger head sword technique. As Wei Jing's sword surged towards him like a bolt of lightning, he suddenly felt much more at ease. The sword traced an arc in the air, and with a clang, it shot forth like a meteor. Wei Jing plummeted from mid-air, crashing to the ground and spitting blood. Several companions rushed to support her. What happened? Wei Jing's face turned ashen as she pleaded, Master, please spare my sister. A group gathered around Wei Jing, and Wei Yin carried her away. Unbeknownst to them, a crowd had formed, marveling at Teng Ho's swordsmanship and murmuring their admiration. Chapter 11. Healing Bujir observed Teng Ho drenched in sweat and urged him to return. Child, you are grievously injured. Let me help you brew some medicine, wash you, and see if we can heal your wounds, Bujir consoled him. He assisted Teng Ho back to the dormitory, laying him on the bed, and then went to call Jialuosuo. But there was no response. Anxious, he hurried to the kitchen below to prepare the medicine. Bujir was brewing the remedy. Jiaoyusuo staggered in, reeking of alcohol, pouring a bottle into his mouth. "Old man, the child is badly hurt." "You must take a look," Bujir said with a furrowed brow. "Why?" "He fought with the eldest daughter of the Wei family from Phoenix Town today. But the Wei family's daughter is merely a beginner warrior. How could she possibly compare to him? Is she injured?" Today, the child fell ill, yet the Wei family miss was still aggressive, insulting him. In a bid to uphold his pride, he challenged her to a duel. At the seaside, one strike knocked the Wei family miss to the ground, causing her to spit blood. However, the child was injured as well, and I helped him return. You must go and see him. What a good child. It would be a pity if he became disabled in the future. All right, I will check on him, Jiaoyusuo said, tossing the bottle aside, which shattered with a crisp sound as it hit the ground. And then he ascended the stairs. Upon entering Tang Ho's room, Jiaoyusuo found him sprawled on the bed, drenched in sweat, his complexion dark and seemingly poison. He reached out and felt Tang Ho's forehead. It was burning hot, akin to a piece of iron that had been heated for too long. He hurried downstairs to Bujir, saying, "What medicine are you brewing for him? What's wrong? His injuries are serious. I must fetch my healing remedy for him." Quickly, Jiaoyusuo rushed upstairs to retrieve the medicine, soon returning to Bujir. "What concoction is this?" "This is a blend of Millennium Snow Lotus and powdered bear bile from a 40-year-old bear. Steeped in dew and bear liquor, I believe it will help him recover," Jiaoyusuo boasted, puffing out his chest. "Stop bragging. First, let him consume my remedy." "Very well. If it's a good medicine, we shall know in an hour," Jiaoyusuo replied with a grin. The two carried the medicine to Tang Ho's room, where Bujir carefully fed him spoonfuls, assuring him, "Child, do not worry. As long as I, Bujir, am here, you will recover." "Old woman, why do you not mention me?" "I can heal him too," Jiaoyusuo retorted, feeling miffed, perhaps due to the effects of the alcohol or his own pride at "Oh dear, the weather is still chilly. Although it is autumn, it seems Phoenix Town has not warmed up for several days." "Tomorrow, I shall sew a cotton coat for the child," Bujir murmured. "That is not the priority. The current focus is on how to heal his wounds." Jiaoyusuo raised Tang Ho's left hand, pressing his fingers against his pulse. After a moment, he exclaimed, "Old woman, you cannot administer medicine carelessly. He is not merely injured from a duel. He has suffered from internal fire cultivation. This pulse indicates that only a practitioner of the Phoenix sect's breathing technique could withstand such injuries. Given his swordsmanship, he should not have been harmed, let alone from the Wei family's children's techniques, of which I am well aware. What then? What shall we do? I must prepare a remedy for him. Oh dear, if the Phoenix sect learns that we are treating his wounds, they will come after us. What are we to do? Have you lost your senses? Human life is paramount, even if a few from the Phoenix sect perish. No one will care. You must save him, the poor child. All right, I will heed your words, though my mind feels as if a swarm of bees buzzes within it, and I cannot bear it. I shall fetch needles to clear his meridians and prevent the energy from running amok within him," Jiaoyusuo declared as he exited the room. He returned with needles, heating them over the oil lamp before carefully inserting them into Tang Ho's acupoints. Bujir, anxious, murmured, "I wonder if you understand acupoints. Do not harm the child." Ignoring her, Jiaoyusuo remained focused on his task. Suddenly, two meows sounded from the door gap. Bujir, feeling sympathetic, opened the door. "Where have you been these past few days? I have missed you. Come in quickly. Our friend Tang Ho is ill, and we are treating him." The cat meowed twice and leapt onto Tang Ho's bed, licking his face with its tongue, its eyes frequently darting towards Bujir. She promptly picked it up, saying, "What's wrong with you? He is sick. Do not disturb his rest." In the dead of night, Jialuosuo completed his acupuncture, stating, "I believe this will help him feel better." The next morning, a ray of sunlight streamed in through the window, casting a warm glow. The oil lamp on the table still flickered. When Tang Ho awoke, he found Jialuosuo and Bujir asleep on the stools, while the cat dozed soundly on the floor. He felt remarkably refreshed and called out, "Grandfather, grandmother, why are you sleeping here?" Last night, Jialuosuo and Bujir, fearing Ting Ho might suddenly worsen, had stayed vigilant throughout the night. Now, upon hearing him awaken, they rubbed their eyes in disbelief, as it was uncommon for someone with such severe injuries to awaken so soon. Typically, it would take at least 10 days to half a month. "Child, you have awakened? Yesterday, Jialuosuo and I were frantic, working all night," Bujir exclaimed joyfully. "Dio, you feel better?" Jialuosuo inquired. "Much improved. I feel quite comfortable, as if I have taken a warm bath." "Impossible, child. Did you injure your internal organs while practicing your breathing technique?" "Indeed," Tang Ho admitted, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "Enough of that. You should rest today. I will ask for leave on your behalf," Bujir said. "Grandmother, I wish to go outside for a stroll." "Very well. I shall accompany you outside. The air is fresh, and it may benefit your health." Tang Ho rose from bed, while Bujir went to the kitchen to fetch warm water for him to wash his face. They then strolled by the pond in front of the dormitory, walking on the grassy ground. As they ambled, Budape arrived with 2 young warriors from the Phoenix sect. "Tang Ho, your master has summoned you back," Budape announced. Bujir smiled at Budape, saying, "The child is unwell and may need to take a few days off to rest. I understand." Tang Ho followed the 2 young warriors back to the Phoenix sect. They led Tang Ho into a stone room. It was not large, but it was luxuriously and elegantly furnished. Clinton sat in a tiger-skin dragon chair, conversing with several middle-aged warriors seated nearby, including Wen Yiping. Upon seeing Tang Ho enter, they all stood. "Tang Ho, you have arrived," Clinton said with a concerned yet gentle gaze. "Greetings, esteemed masters. You should rest for a few days. Today, I heard from Master Wen Yiping that you have sustained injuries. I have decided to help you heal. Otherwise, you risk becoming incapacitated. Now, remove your clothing so we may examine your skin." Clinton's focused eyes did not leave Tang Ho for a moment. He resembled a father. Tang Ho stripped off his garments, revealing a body covered in wounds, skin torn and raw, not a single unscathed patch. How was it possible that after just one night, his skin had completely renewed itself, appearing as soft as a child's? This astonished Wen Yiping, who turned to Clinton, saying, "Senior brother, I witnessed his skin rupture and bleed profusely yesterday. I could do nothing but apply some medicine and dress him in tiger skin clothing. I mentioned that his physical constitution is extraordinary. Had it been an ordinary warrior, they would not have survived such a calamity. To exaggerate, they would never hope to practice again in their lifetime. An ordinary person would need 3 to 5 years to recover, yet he has rejuvenated overnight." Clinton boasted, "Indeed, senior brother, we suspect he has been immersed in a potion. Unless we extract the poison, it will remain buried within him. If he reaches the limit of his cultivation, it could lead to his demise." Wen Yiping exclaimed with excitement, "Understood. Let us first administer a detoxification procedure for him, followed by a medicinal examination to ascertain the specific type of poison within his body. We must not embark on a blind detox, for it may severely harm his vital organs," Clinton remarked with a smile to Wen Yiping. He summoned several young warriors to carry Tang Ho into a stone chamber. This chamber was quite low, just tall enough for one to stand, with a few centimeters of clearance from the ceiling. Within, there were several stone benches and a few large basins filled with burning charcoal. The flames roared like a fireball, and as the door swung open, a wave of intense heat rushed forth. Yiping, accompany him inside. When you observe the sweat pouring from his body, that is when you shall open the door." Clinton instructed Wen Yiping to accompany Tang Ho inside. Upon entering the room, a young warrior brought a basin of cold water and splashed it onto the fire, resulting in an immediate hissing sound as a powerful plume of steam surged towards the ceiling, quickly filling the entire chamber. Tang Ho suddenly felt every pore of his body sweating profusely, as if his very marrow were being extracted, and he could distinctly hear the sound of sweat dripping like a stream. Minutes passed, and when Yiping began to sweat as well, he promptly opened the door, and the young warriors carried Ting Ho to another stone chamber, which contained a large wooden tub filled with clear water. Allowing one to see its bottom, they placed Ting Ho into the tub, where he felt as though he had plunged into a river, experiencing immense comfort. After soaking for over 10 minutes, the warriors lifted him out, and Clinton along with when Yiping applied medicinal ointments to his body, instructing others to dress Tang Ho before allowing him to rest in another room. In the afternoon, several warriors came to summon Tang Ho. Confused, he had no inkling as to what they required of him. He followed them to a stone chamber where both Wen Yiping and Clinton awaited, accompanied by 5 or 6 middle-aged warriors seated nearby. Wen Yiping instructed Tang Ho to lie upon the bed, undress, and took out a set of needles. Clinton heated each needle over an oil lamp before inserting them into Tang Ho's body. He was soon covered in needles, feeling a peculiar sensation throughout, a blend of numbness and comfort. That evening, after dining, Clinton and Wen Yiping led Ting Ho into yet another stone chamber, instructing him to sit cross-legged. She stood there in a daze for quite some time. Showing no intention of fetching him the medicine, Tang Ho could not afford to wait any longer. He ventured into Bujier's room and discovered the medicine he had smelled the previous day. Grabbing a packet, he rushed out and said to Bujier, "Grandmother, I have gathered these. Do you think they could heal Sister Wei Yan's wounds?" Bujier remained silent, and Tang Ho assumed she was reluctant to part with the medicine, or perhaps thought it was a rare commodity that she would be unwilling to share. "Grandmother, do not worry. I will bring you more to compensate for this," he continued. "Has grandfather returned?" Bujier shook her head. Prompting Tang Ho to dash upstairs, he located Galasso's room, which was ajar, and called out a couple of times with no response before stepping inside. Lighting an oil lamp, he saw the needles from the night before sprawled across the table. He picked up a packet of needles and descended. "Grandmother, wait for me. I shall return to sing with you," he added. "Please tell grandfather that I borrowed his needles and will return them by tomorrow." Tang Ho and Wei Yan dashed out of the school, taking a carriage back to Wei Yan's home. Upon arriving, drenched in sweat, they found Wei Jing on her bed, barely clinging to life. Blood stains scattered across the floor as several companions wept silently, their faces devoid of expression. "Wei Yan, quickly prepare the medicine. When the water turns murky, bring it to your sister." Ting Ho instructed Wei Yan to summon someone to brew the medicine, though he himself was unsure of how to do so. Relying instead on the concoction he had taken the other day, he asked the others to leave the room, allowing only the women to stay. He directed Wei Jing's companions to assist in removing her clothing. After a moment's hesitation, they slowly complied. Tang Ho had no inclination to gaze at Wei Jing's body, particularly her fair skin, which would tempt any man. He proceeded with acupuncture, asking a girl to bring the oil lamp closer. Following the acupoints his master and Galasso had used on him 2 nights prior, he began to insert the needles, inspecting any swollen areas by lifting his own garment. The Wei family did not obstruct him. They felt compelled to allow him to attempt a remedy, as they had initially called for her uncle to assist, but he had gone to the battlefield and there was no suitable person to help her. The Wei family had a reputation for poor relations in Phoenix Town, having offended many. They feared losing face if they sought out help, and moreover, no one was willing to come as the needles pierced through. Wei Jing's eyes gradually fluttered open, murmuring, "Tang Ho, where did you learn acupuncture? I feel remarkably at ease." Half an hour passed, and a servant brought the brewed medicine. Tang Ho administered it to her, spoonful by spoonful. After 2 hours, Wei Jing's complexion began to improve, just as Tang Ho was preparing to leave when she coughed up several mouthfuls of dark blood. Tang Ho initially considered forcing the poison out of her, mimicking his master, but then recalled his master's warning that his own body had yet to fully recover, and further exertion could pose a grave risk. Having administered acupuncture and medicine, he turned to Wei Yin and said, "Wei Yin, your sister's injuries should not pose a significant issue. With gradual care, she shall recover. Tonight, give her the medicine every hour." With that, Tang Ho returned to his dormitory. Wei Yin wished to retain him, but recalling his earlier promise to the old grandmother, he dared not say more, thinking that if her condition worsened, he would call for him again. Upon returning to the dormitory, he found Bougier still seated on the steps, gazing at the stars and talking to herself. "Grandmother, I have returned. Child, you are back. I wonder when Galasso will return. It seems our concert tonight shall be just the two of us." Tang Ho and Bougier entered the room and sat at the table. "Child, let me pour you a glass of wine. I know you are fatigued." Tang Ho did not refuse and took the cup, and before long, the two had drunk to excess. When they awakened, the sun had already risen. As Tang Ho prepared to wash his face, Wei Yin rushed in, pounding on the floor above. "Master, my sister is able to walk now, and her complexion is splendid, as if she has consumed an elixir." Tang Ho smiled shyly and replied, "That is wonderful, master. My father invites you to our home for a meal. He wishes to express his gratitude to you in person. I cannot. Today, I must dine with my grandmother." "Master, you saved my sister. Our entire family is grateful to you. You must join us for this meal." Wei Yin insisted, pulling several companions to usher him out of the school. Tang Ho could not help but let his thoughts wander as he arrived at Wei Yin's home. Wei Yin guided him through several hallways until they reached a modest room, just large enough for a table. Seated at the table were Wei Jing and her mother, a middle-aged woman, along with two younger girls. With several servants standing respectfully nearby. "Father, my master has arrived," Wei Yin announced, approaching the middle-aged man. Upon noticing Tang Ho's entry, Wei Sheng, Wei Yin's father, immediately rose with a smile and beckoned, "Come, take a seat." "Father, did you not say everyone in the family would join for the meal?" Wei Yin asked in surprise. "Never mind. Today we shall express our gratitude to Tang Ho alone." Wei Jing sat beside Tang Ho, observing him quietly, her demeanor transformed from the wildness of her previous state to that of a refined young lady. "Tang Ho, today I wish to apologize on behalf of Wei Jing," Wei Xing said, pouring wine as he addressed Tang Ho. Tang Ho accepted the cup, responding politely, "It is my fault. I should apologize to Wei Jing. Come, let us raise a toast. On behalf of my family, I thank you," Wei Xing declared, lifting his glass. Without hesitation, Tang Ho drank it down. "Tang Ho, may I boldly inquire how old you are this year?" "I am 15, turning 16 in a couple of days," Tang Ho replied honestly. "Has anyone in your family introduced a bride for you?" "I am still young. I have no bride." "16 is not too young." The middle-aged woman chuckled. "You are young and possess such talent. It truly makes one envious. Having a disciple like you is a blessing our ancestors have earned. Uncle, you flatter me. I am but a mere child." Tang Ho gradually sensed that Wei Sheng had something significant to say. After consuming several cups of wine, Tang Ho pretended to be intoxicated and asked Wei Yin to escort him back to the dormitory. Along the way, Wei Yin smiled and inquired, "Master, what do you think of my sister? Is she beautiful?" Tang Ho continued to feign drunkenness, mumbling incoherently in response. Upon returning to the school, after Wei Yin departed, Tang Ho noticed Bougier was still awake, dozing in a chair by the hearth. Upon hearing a knock, she startled awake and saw Tang Ho, anxiously stating, "Child, Galasso has yet to return. I do not know where he is gone. I trust he is safe. He will return in a few days," Tang Ho reassured her. "Child, what did the Wei family say during dinner?" "I am not certain what they discussed. They first inquired about my age." Then about whether I have a bride. After that, I lost interest in answering and simply drank glass after glass. I pretended to be drunk and had Wei Yin escort me back. Silly child. They might be considering marrying that girl to you. You saved her life, and now she wishes to repay you. Bougier laughed heartily. Alas, the girl is quite beautiful, but unfortunately, she is too wild. Bougier chuckled softly. Suddenly, the door swung open. Galasso leaned against the door, clutching a bottle of wine, and murmured, Bougier, I'm back. You must have missed me. Bougier and Tung Ho immediately rose to assist him. Old man, you nearly scared us to death. Where have you been? I ventured to a place you could never dream of. Where? Bougier pressed on. I journeyed with a few sailors to a secluded island, replete with mountains and waters and teeming with wildlife. I yearned to stay there for the rest of my days. However, fearing you might chastise me for lacking conscience, I returned. Have you lost your mind? What significance is there in remaining there? Tung Ho helped him into a chair and took the wine bottle to pour him some tea. Before the tea arrived, Galasso had already succumbed to slumber. He was undoubtedly inebriated. Tung Ho carried him to his room, laid him on the bed, tucked him in, and then returned to Bougier's chamber. Child, you too are weary. It's time for you to rest. Tomorrow when he awakens, we shall discuss your matters with him. Tung Ho then went to bed. Perhaps it was sheer exhaustion or a sense of well-being, but when dawn broke, he wished to sleep a little longer. In the morning, while Tung Ho was still asleep, Galasso knocked on the door. Tung Ho, unsure of who it was, felt a pang of trepidation, as if confronted by a specter, and hesitated to open the door. The room felt oppressively dark, devoid of warmth, as though he had fallen into a cavern. Knock, knock. After a few urgent raps, Galasso's voice called out, Child, rise and shine. Galasso begs your pardon. Tung Ho's heart plummeted. He hurried to open the door and found Galasso standing before him, his face alight with joy. Child, I just overheard Bougier say that you have taken a liking to the young lady from the Wei family. Is it true? I don't know. It was Bougier who mentioned it. I relayed to him what Wei Sheng said yesterday, that the Wei family's young lady intends to marry me. Haha, you are no longer a child. It is time for you to have a woman by your side. You know not the happiness that comes with having a woman. If you marry her, I suggest you take her to that island we visited yesterday to live a life akin to that of a celestial being. Oh, that island has no name. I shall simply name it after you. After all, I am old and shall not live much longer. When my time comes, bury me there, so I may accompany you and not be left in solitude. Grandfather, what are you saying? You are in good health. Why speak of death? As for marrying the young lady from the Wei family, I cannot decide. It depends on my master's wishes, and besides, I am still young. 18 is the most suitable age for a man to wed. What nonsense is this? You are nearly 16. That is ample age to consider marriage. Galasso chuckled. Old fool, do not speak so recklessly, lest you jeopardize the child's future. He is a warrior of the Phoenix sect, destined to contribute to the Elon kingdom. Bougier interjected. Unlike you, who spends your days drinking without a care. Ha, I drink for my own joy. There is laughter and sorrow within. You do not understand. Ignore him, child, and go to school. As for the young lady from the Wei family liking you, do not mention it. Let them approach your master, Clinton. He will have the final say and will not place you in a difficult position. Tung Ho washed his face and went to school. Today, he did not encounter Gu Shangji. His companions mentioned she was ill, followed by laughter that Tung Ho could not comprehend. In the afternoon, Wei Yin and his companions invited him to play, but he declined. Just as he was about to return to the dormitory, Budapi, accompanied by young warriors from the Phoenix sect, arrived and exclaimed, Tung Ho, you must return. Master has important matters to discuss with you. Tung Ho went to the dormitory, bid farewell to Bougier, and headed to the Phoenix sect. Upon arriving, He saw Clinton Wen Yiping and several warriors seated in the hall. Clinton beckoned Tung Ho to sit on a lower chair and smiled. "Child, how is your health recovering? We have all been concerned about you." Wen Yiping stood and approached, taking Tung Ho's wrist to check his pulse. "Master, he has fully recovered. Moreover, there is a strong flow of energy within his pulse." Clinton, unable to believe the words, pondered how such a young individual could possess such an extraordinary constitution. He had sustained considerable injuries. How could he have healed in a single day? Clinton also took Tung Ho's wrist and felt the pulse. Indeed, it was as described. He glanced at Wen Yiping and the others, saying, "Strange. The energy within him is exceptionally potent. No wonder Wei Sheng claimed he saved her child. I believe it without doubt." The faces of the warriors revealed a bewilderment that was hard to comprehend. "Child, we have summoned you today to discuss something of great importance. You may be unaware, but you have become a renowned hero in Phoenix Town for saving the Wei family's young lady, Wei Jing. Just now, her family came to propose marriage in Phoenix Town, and indeed throughout the Elon Kingdom, there exists a strict law. If you have seen a woman's body, you must take her as your wife. We deliberated over your young age and the fact that you saved her life. Seeing her unclothed was a necessity of the rescue, so we shall not pursue that matter. However, we calculated your age, and in just 2 months, you will be 16, which is indeed the age for discussing marriage. Of course, it is not only the Wei family's young lady who fancies you. The Gu family has also come to propose. The young lady from the Gu family, unfortunately, has fallen ill with a lovesickness and has not eaten for several days, clutching scriptures and singing love songs at home, nearly driven to madness. Old Master Gu has also come to propose. So, whom do you prefer? Of course, you may marry both. It is quite normal for a man to have multiple wives. Naturally, marrying one is acceptable. Clinton expounded, leaving Tung Ho utterly perplexed, feeling like merely a child. You have met both of these young ladies. Both families have expressed their intentions. The young lady from the Wei family requires your healing, while the young lady from the Gu family is your classmate, someone you know, Clinton stated. Suddenly, Master Chen Ruobing interjected with a smile. "Tung Ho, I do not wish to obstruct your marriage, but with your parents absent, your marital matters shall fall to your master and you." That moment, Ku Fengjiao dashed in, standing before Chen Ruobing, glancing at Tung Ho, and declared, "Father, Mother, I also like Tung Ho. I want to marry him." Her declaration left everyone in stunned silence. "Fengjiao, step outside. We are discussing serious matters," Chen Ruobing said sternly, though her expression belied any real anger. "Alas, sister-in-law," the child has grown. "Let her choose whom she likes. As long as Tung Ho is agreeable, that is what matters. Besides, we have watched Fengjiao grow. She has no shortcomings," someone said. "Tung Ho, the decision is yours. Tung Ho, you may fancy the other 2 sisters, but you cannot disregard me. I must be the first wife, not a concubine," Fengjiao insisted, her tone playful yet earnest. Clinton initially intended to caution her against speaking so freely in front of everyone but reconsidered. If Tung Ho were to fall for the young ladies from the Gu and Wei families, all his efforts in nurturing him would have been in vain. He thought that if Tung Ho married Fengjiao, it would naturally elevate Tung Ho to the position of leader of the Phoenix sect, furthering its glory. "Tung Ho, you should quickly agree to the young lady," Wen Yiping urged, pulling Tung Ho along. Tung Ho stared blankly at him. "Master, I am still young. I have not yet considered marriage." "You are not so young," Wen Yiping pressed, eager for him to accept Fengjiao, believing that success was merely a step away. Tung Ho, feeling overwhelmed, bowed to everyone and fled. Chapter 14. The seizure of a husband. Tung Ho dashed back to the school dormitory in one breath. Bujier and Galasso were still inside, singing songs, their voices rising in fervor. Upon seeing Tung Ho enter, they exclaimed in surprise, "Child, how have you returned? Have you eaten? Grandmother, grandfather, I am famished." Have you dined? What is the matter? Did your master not provide you with food? Bujir asked in astonishment. Do not mention it, I am so young. And a group of young girls wish to marry me. How can I explain this to my parents? What did they say? Is it true that the young lady from the Wei family has taken a liking to you? Did the Wei family indeed approach your master with a proposal? They did. Not only did the Wei family propose, but the young lady from the Gu family has also come forward. Then my master's daughter, Feng Jiao, declared that she likes me and insists on being my wife, not a concubine. She wants to be the primary wife, not a secondary one. I am truly going mad, haha. Our Tung Ho has become quite the handsome lad. All men long for such a day. Did you accept? Galasso chuckled. You old fool, have you lost your mind? Have you been drinking too much? He is still young, unlike you old men who have never encountered a woman. Child, do not mind him. He has little time left and has seen through the world, in his mind. There is nothing beyond beautiful women. Oh, and perhaps he also enjoys wine, Bujir remarked. Tung Ho ate in silence, forgoing their songs, and went straight upstairs to sleep. Bujir and Galasso soon realized that they may have unintentionally hurt the child's feelings. The next day, as Tung Ho entered the classroom, he unexpectedly spotted Gu Shangji, who appeared troubled, her expression downcast, yet her smile shone like that of an angel. Upon seeing Tung Ho, she walked directly to his desk and smiled, saying, Tung Ho, have you heard the news? Tung Ho dared not gaze upon her. Perhaps out of a profound respect for women or perhaps out of a certain trepidation. In the afternoon, school was dismissed. Let us venture to the seaside. Yet, Tung Ho remained silent. At tea that moment, a group of male classmates erupted into shrieks. It turned out that Feng Jiao had entered the classroom. The two braids adorning her head swayed playfully, rendering her even more delightful. Moreover, she was the cherished jewel of the Phoenix sect, drawing considerable admiration and respect. Approaching Tang Ho's desk, she noticed Gu Shangji engaged in conversation with him and, in a fit of anger, seized his hand and pulled him outside. Gu Shangji followed suit. Instead of merely exiting the classroom, Feng Jiao dashed directly toward the school gates. Gu Shangji called out after her, Please let him go. I shall not release him. He is my man, and no other woman shall lay claim to him. Feng Jiao retorted unreasonably. Having been slighted, Feng Jiao hurriedly dragged Tung Ho to the seaside, with Gu Shangji trailing behind, hurling insults. Tang Ho noticed a throng of onlookers at the pier, all staring and laughing at him and Feng Jiao. Accompanied by a chorus of shrieks, Feng Jiao led Tang Ho onto the beach, where the only sounds were the waves crashing against the rocks and the calls of seabirds soaring overhead. Feng Jiao, stop right there. I will not allow you to touch Tang Ho, Gu Shangji bellowed. Why, what right do you shout at me? He was brought here by my father. He is my father's disciple. A warrior of our Phoenix sect, it is only natural that I should like him. What gives you the right to shout at me? Feng Jiao retorted vehemently, pointing an accusatory finger at Gu Shangji. Not far away, Wei Yin appeared, holding his sister Wei Jing firmly. Tung Ho could scarcely believe the situation before him. Three women standing together, and a quarrel was undoubtedly imminent. He wished fervently to disappear into the ground. Master, you cannot marry both of them. You know that if you have seen my sister's body, you must marry her, even if only as a concubine, Wei Yin proclaimed. Everyone, cease this clamor. I am still young. I have not even considered marriage. Enough. We three like Tang Ho for our own reasons. Tomorrow, let us compete at Heartbreak Cliff. Whoever wins may marry Tang Ho, and the loser may leave or serve as a concubine. Gu Shangji declared coldly. She was well aware that Feng Jiao was no match for her, and that Wei Jing was still recuperating. Thus, she was confident of her own advantage. Master, you must decide. Wei Yin interjected, her heart sinking at Gu Shangji's words, knowing that Wei Jing was not her rival. Gu Shangji, do not indulge in fantasies. This matter cannot be decided by you. It must be determined by my brother Ting Ho. Feng Jiao asserted haughtily. I agree with Gu Shangji's proposal. Whoever wins shall be the wife, and the loser shall be the concubine. I disagree. Wei Yin interjected. Disagreement is not an option, Gu Shangji retorted fiercely. Feng Jiao cast a glance at Tang Ho, her eyes filled with a poignant longing for him. It is settled then. We shall meet at Heartbreak Cliff in 1 week's time, Gu Shangji proclaimed before departing. Once Gu Shangji had left, Feng Jiao sank to the ground in a fit of tears. Wei Yin, dragging Wei Jing along, approached Tang Ho and asked, Master, why do you remain silent? Which of us do you truly favor? Regardless of your choice, you must marry my sister. Why must I marry her just because I have seen her body, even if only as a concubine? Tang Ho exclaimed in frustration, wanting nothing more than to escape to the school. He sprinted back, forgoing his classes, and headed straight to the dormitory. Bujer was sweeping the steps outside the dormitory when she noticed Ting Ho rushing towards her. Child, where have you been? Just now, Teacher Budapest came looking for you. Inquiring about your whereabouts, I informed her you were in class, but she insisted you were absent. Where did you go? Grandma, I feel like I'm losing my mind. Several girls insist that I marry them. I am still young, and marriage is not for me, let alone taking a wife or concubines. I do not have the means to support them. Tang Ho lamented, on the verge of tears, overwhelmed by such distress. Child, you are growing up. It is natural for girls to be attracted to you. You must choose one as your wife and regard the others as concubines, Bujer advised solemnly. But I want to be a warrior. I do not wish to abandon my vocation. How can I pursue martial arts with a family and children? Being a warrior and having a family are not mutually exclusive. It simply depends on whether you love them. Tang Ho felt his heart in turmoil as he rushed upstairs and collapsed onto his bed. Sobbing, he thought to himself how wonderful it would be if his mother were there to offer guidance. By evening, Tang Ho had fallen asleep. Suddenly, he felt a knock at the door. Awakening from his slumber, he jumped out of bed to open it. Standing there was not the teacher he had anticipated, but rather Budapest. Tang Ho, why are you not attending class? She inquired. His expression twisted, revealing the myriad of thoughts swirling in his mind. Come, your master has summoned you to the Phoenix sect, and I shall accompany you to ascertain your situation. Budapest stated. Bujer also arrived, and upon seeing Budapest speaking with Tang Ho, she asked, Budapest, has the child done something wrong? No. I am currently unsure. I heard from the other children that several girls are enamored with him, and he cannot bear it. I will accompany him to the Phoenix sect to understand the situation better, Budapest replied. Tang Ho and Budapest arrived at the Phoenix sect, where Clinton was seated in the hall as usual. And when Yiping was also present, upon noticing Budapest's arrival, they approached her with warmth. Teacher, we appreciate your concern. I am here to gain insight into the child's situation. He is still young and does not comprehend the customs. I ask for your understanding and generosity, Bujer stated, akin to a mother. He is like my own child. We understand the difficulties he faces and will not impede his marriage, nor will we force him to favor anyone. Clinton replied with a smile, We have decided that no one shall approach him with marriage proposals, lest it interfere with his martial training. Hearing Clinton's reassurances, Budapest felt a sense of relief. They chatted about Tang Ho's experiences at school before taking their leave. After Budapest departed, Clinton turned to Tang Ho and said, Child, should you encounter any difficulties, you may seek our counsel. We can assist you in finding solutions. Just now, Feng Jiao received a reprimand from me and is currently confined to the isolation room. Tang Ho, do not harbor any other thoughts. Your master cares for you deeply. Come, accompany your master for a meal and afterward, train with me in swordplay. When Yiping stood up, taking Tang Ho by the arm and leading him away. After dining, Tang Ho spent an hour practicing swordplay with his master. Although he observed the intricate and seemingly whimsical techniques of his master, they lacked lethality, appearing more like tricks. After watching a full set of swordplay, He feigned illness and returned to school to rest. Time flew by, and a week passed swiftly. Tang Ho found himself dreading the arrival of this day. Today was a day of rest, and he had intended to relish a peaceful slumber. However, the thought of the three girls competing compelled him to rise. The schoolyard was largely deserted, as most children had flocked to Heartbreak Cliff to witness the spectacle, aware that Feng Jiao, Gu Shangji, and Wei Jing were set to duel there. While Tang Ho lingered on the grassy field, contemplating how to handle the situation, Wei Yin and a few close friends arrived. "Master, why do you linger here?" "They have already gone to Heartbreak Cliff," Wei Yin exclaimed, dragging Tang Ho out of the school and into a carriage. Upon arriving at Heartbreak Cliff, they beheld a stone platform approximately 300 square meters in size at the summit, where Gu Shangji, Wei Jing, and Feng Jiao were already assembled, leaving Tang Ho as merely an observer. The grassy area surrounding the platform was teeming with spectators, predominantly young people, though some middle-aged and elderly individuals were also present. As word spread that Tang Ho had arrived, cheers erupted, accompanied by whistles of encouragement. The three girls, upon hearing of Tang Ho's presence, turned to gaze at him, their eyes shimmering with affection. "Let the contest begin." "Fight!" Tang Ho followed Wei Yin to the edge of the platform, where Feng Ling, Phoenix, and a group of supporters rallied for Feng Jiao. Suddenly, Feng Jiao and Gu Shangji's swords clashed, creating a cacophony of metallic sounds. Heartbreak Cliff was a renowned battleground in Phoenix Town, where young men and women would duel to resolve personal grievances or entangled romantic affairs. In the first three exchanges, Feng Jiao's swordplay held the upper hand as Gu Shangji retreated step by step, ultimately suffering a wound to her left hand from Feng Jiao's blade, causing her to tumble off the platform. Just as Feng Jiao prepared to launch another attack on Gu Shangji, Tang Ho seized her sword and deflected it back toward her. "Come on, Wei Jing!" Feng Jiao shouted, and Wei Jing leaped onto the platform, her demeanor reminiscent of their first encounter, displaying no less prowess than Feng Jiao. Before Tang Ho could react, the two began to clash. "Why are you all so foolish?" Tang Ho urged Gu Shangji. "This is the custom among warriors in Phoenix Town. The willing shall accept defeat." As Tang Ho observed the intense struggle between Feng Jiao and Wei Jing, he noticed Wei Yin's stamina waning. Without hesitation, he vaulted onto the platform, intervening to halt Feng Jiao's assault on Wei Jing. Feng Jiao, furious that Tang Ho had thwarted her attack, charged at him with her sword, but Tang Ho was prepared. He ensnared her blade with his sword, causing it to fall to the ground. "Stop! She is lost. You are my man," Feng Jiao declared. As she picked up the sword once more, she dashed towards the crowd, with Feng Ling, the phoenix, trailing behind her, occasionally glancing back at Tang Ho. Chapter 15. The engagement. Feng Jiao triumphed over Wei Jing and Gu Shangji, instilling fear in the onlookers. The Phoenix sect remained formidable. Ordinary warriors were no match for them. They secretly whispered to one another, warning against provoking any member of the Phoenix sect, even if it were a girl. The spectators, witnessing the duel between the three young women and the outcome, gradually dispersed. Tang Ho was just about to head to school for a rest when he reached the entrance of the dormitory, where two young warriors from the Phoenix sect approached him. Each time he encountered them, an inexplicable annoyance welled up within him. Tang Ho followed them, while Bujier felt a twinge of reluctance to see him go. She stood by the pond, watching him until he disappeared from view. Upon arriving at the Phoenix sect, he found Clinton seated in the main hall, flanked by more than a dozen intermediate warriors arranged in 2 rows. A plethora of fruits adorned the coffee table before him, as if they were deliberating on significant matters within the sect. When Yiping sat beside Clinton, wearing an expression of delight, as Tang Ho entered the hall. Clinton instructed him to sit next to Yiping. "Tang Ho has arrived today. I announced to the Kingdom of Alon that my daughter, Feng Jiao, has defeated the young ladies of the Wei and Gu families at Duanchang Cliff and shall become the wife of Tang Ho." Let us raise our glasses to celebrate the union between Tang Ho and my daughter, Feng Jiao, Clinton proclaimed, standing with a copper cup raised high. Wen Yiping noticed Tang Ho sitting in a daze and immediately nudged him, pouring wine into his cup, signifying his happiness. After a few rounds of toasting, Chen Ruobing led Kufeng Jiao into the hall. Kufeng Jiao resembled a bride, adorned with a feather crown and dressed in an exquisite qipao. She knelt on the ground, bowing thrice to Clinton, and then bowed to the warriors on either side. As the ceremony concluded, the crowd erupted into applause and cheers, raising their cups in celebration. Chen Ruobing guided Kufeng Jiao to sit at the coffee table opposite Clinton. Wen Yiping grasped Tang Ho's hand and whispered, "Child, heed your master's words and act accordingly. Today is your momentous day. You must conduct yourself well, lest you incur the wrath of the divine." Wen Yiping led Tang Ho to the center, bowing to Clinton and then to the surrounding warriors, before seating him beside Kufeng Jiao on a long bench. Kufeng Jiao felt her face flush with warmth as Tang Ho sat next to her, an indescribable smile of happiness illuminating her features. "Drink, drink," Clinton urged, raising his cup. Tang Ho, however, remained motionless, lost in thought. Kufeng Jiao nudged him and poured him some wine, softly encouraging, "Raise your cup like everyone else at last." Tang Ho slowly lifted his cup and drank. After several cups, Clinton addressed the assembly. "Today marks a momentous occasion for our Phoenix sect. We shall have a 3-day holiday, with each person receiving 2 taels of silver." Cheers erupted from the crowd. Clinton drank another cup and added, "Today, let us enjoy ourselves. I propose Tang Ho demonstrate his swordsmanship and showcase his unique style." Applause and cheers filled the air. "Present the sword," Clinton commanded, removing his own sword and tossing it to Tang Ho. Tang Ho caught the sword, bowed to the audience, and began to dance with it. The sword flowed like water, at times soaring like a dragon in the sky, and at others, plunging like a soaring dragon into the sea. Clinton observed that with each flourish of the sword, though the form remained unchanged, the force varied, an exquisite blend of softness and strength. He could not help but feel pride, witnessing such an extraordinary style of swordplay performed before the warriors of the Phoenix sect. "Child, what do you call this sword technique? You have never shared it with us." Clinton thought to himself about passing his position to Tang Ho in the future. To gain respect and stature among the warriors of the Phoenix sect, one must possess a unique sword style and earn a name at the Elon Conference to command respect and lead the sect. "Master, the disciple is simple-minded. I have named it the Tiger Head Sword Technique." Ah, what a splendid name. So creative. Clinton had already known of this sword technique and sought to showcase it before the warriors of the Phoenix sect, justifying his intention to pass on the leadership to Tang Ho. After a round of toasting, Clinton invited everyone to the training grounds to enjoy sword practice. However, Tang Ho and Wen Yiping expressed, "Master, I wish to go to school." "Why is that?" "It makes me feel at ease there." "I am utterly exhausted, child. You must spend some time with Master Ku today. Furthermore, your fiancée, Kufeng Jiao, is waiting for you to accompany her in honoring her ancestors. In the evening, you must pay your respects to Senior Ku and Madam Chen, demonstrating your lifelong loyalty to Kufeng Jiao." Wen Yiping understood that Tang Ho did not harbor affection for Kufeng Jiao. He was a child with ideals and aspirations. "Master, I am still young, and I do not understand love, let alone how to love someone. I do not have feelings for the young lady from the Gu family. It was merely a duel that resulted in her injury. Upon seeing her life in peril, I saved her. Had I known of all these customs entangled in this situation, I would have let her perish. As for the Gu family young lady, I have had no interaction with her, nor any intimate contact. Love is out of the question." Tang Ho's pained expression also saddened Wen Yiping, for Clinton was the leader. And Tang Ho could not act recklessly. "Very well. You may rest now. You are indeed just a child. I should not burden you with too much understanding. Your current task is to maintain your health. Once you are well, you can practice, and you will have the hope of attaining the title of Advanced Warrior. From there, you may become a martial sage and ultimately a martial supreme. Teng Ho returned to school. Enveloped in melancholy, Bu Jie and Jia Luo Su were still singing, persistently mentioning Teng Ho. Upon seeing him arrive, their excitement surged, and they brewed him tea, holding his hands and singing and dancing together. After the song, Bu Jie inquired, "Child, did you attend the duel among the 3 young women at the Phoenix sect today? Word has spread throughout Phoenix Town that Cuffing Jiao has triumphed over the young ladies of the Gu and Wei families." "You are to marry Cuffing Jiao," Jia Luo Su chuckled, mimicking a comical performer and making a silly face. "How delightful it is for a woman to take an interest." "What nonsense are you spouting? He is but a child," Bu Jie retorted. "Nevertheless, I am certain Clinton has already spread the news. You cannot refuse. He would not bestow the leadership of the Phoenix sect upon an outsider. He intends to make it known that Teng Ho is now the husband of his daughter, Cuffing Jiao, discouraging others from seeking her hand." Jia Luo Su spoke shrewdly. "Let it be. Teng Ho is merely a child. He knows nothing of love. Even if he were to marry the young lady from the Gu family, should they find no affection for one another, what then? With Clinton's influence, would that not upend the Phoenix sect?" Bu Jie remarked. "Child, you need not worry. I believe Clinton understands you are still a child, wishing for you to marry his daughter, and to see you become a warrior of the Phoenix sect, eventually succeeding him and bringing renown to the sect. This is merely his aspiration. If you do not have feelings for his daughter, he would prefer you keep it to yourself. Otherwise, the repercussions could be dire. Even if you do not love Cuffing Jiao, you may harbor it in silence and consider taking additional concubines." Jia Luo Su spoke as though educating his own child, akin to a leader analyzing the current complex situation. "Child, what did they summon you for today?" Bu Jie inquired with concern. "They gathered many in the hall to drink and celebrate Cuffing Jiao's victory over the young ladies of the Wei and Gu families." Cuffing Jiao, accompanied by her mother, bowed to the elders and took her seat. In the end, they called upon me to perform swordplay and join Cuffing Jiao at the table. That was a grand engagement ceremony held in your and Cuffing Jiao's honor, announcing to all members of the Phoenix sect and the Kingdom of Elon that you and Cuffing Jiao are now considered husband and wife. All that remains is for you to reach the age of 18 to conduct the wedding ceremony." Bu Jie explained. The following day remained a day of rest. Teng Ho rose early to practice qi manipulation on the grass before the dormitory, repeatedly recalling the method when Yi Ping had taught him to channel his energy and open his acupoints. He practiced hundreds of times to no avail in his quest to unblock the acupoints. When Bu Jie awoke to prepare breakfast and went to call Teng Ho, she discovered his door ajar. After calling out twice without a response, she pushed the door open, only to find him absent, leaving her disheartened. She descended the stairs alone, avoiding disturbing Jia Luo Su, who never enjoyed breakfast, as she sat on the grass in front of the dormitory with a bowl in hand. She spotted Teng Ho practicing swordplay with a wooden stick. Bu Jie felt immense joy and hurried back inside to prepare congee and boil 2 eggs for Teng Ho. What a wonderful child! He shall one day become a martial sage of the Kingdom of Elon. After practicing swordplay for a while, Teng Ho took a break and continued with his qi manipulation. Suddenly, his heart raced as he realized he had successfully opened 2 acupoints. This revelation nearly overwhelmed him with joy, and he collapsed onto the grass in ecstasy. As he lay on the grass, reveling in his excitement, Bu Jie approached with the bowl and eggs. "Child, come and have breakfast, take a rest. Do not overexert yourself." Bu Jie smiled warmly. After finishing breakfast, Teng Ho thanked Bu Jie and prepared to head to the seaside for some practice alone when Wei Yin and a few of his companions arrived. "Master, we have been searching for you. We need to discuss something." "Where are you headed?" "I plan to go to the seaside." "Ah? You still have the leisure to visit the seaside. Do you not realize that my sister has not eaten anything for the past 2 days?" "What does that have to do with me? I did not injure her. It was Kafeng Jiao who did. She learned about your impending marriage to Kafeng Jiao and has been quite heartbroken. Unable to eat or find joy, I am not marrying Kafeng Jiao. Everyone in Phoenix Town is aware that you are to wed Kafeng Jiao, but I am right here. I am still young. I have not considered marriage. Do you harbor any affections for my sister? I beseech you to take her as your wife. She is a wonderful girl, far superior to Kafeng Jiao by several magnitudes. Upon hearing Tang Ho's words, Bujier felt a tightening in her heart. Youth often speaks without consideration of the consequences. Since Kafeng Jiao has triumphed over Miss Wei and Miss Gu, it is only fitting that you marry her. Moreover, you are a disciple of Clinton and a member of the Phoenix sect. She pulled Tang Ho aside and whispered, Child, you mustn't speak so recklessly. You witnessed the scene yesterday. It was undoubtedly your engagement with Kafeng Jiao at the Phoenix sect. You must act as a responsible man. Wei Yin, upon hearing Bujier's remarks, scolded her. Old lady, what nonsense are you spouting? My master favors my sister, not Kafeng Jiao. Tang Ho, in a fit of rage, struck Wei Yin across the face, furiously declaring, What did you say? She is my grandmother. No one speaks ill of her in my presence, or they shall pay dearly. Wei Yin, after receiving the blow, stormed off with his companions in frustration. Chapter 16. Humiliation. This morning, the air was frigid, the cold wind slicing against the skin like a knife. Tang Ho rose early to practice his qi technique, discovering that he had opened another acupoint. Energized, he let out a triumphant howl to the heavens. In an instant, his heart swelled with pride. When Yiping had mentioned that few could open 2 acupoints, and here he was, having opened 3, he secretly reveled in the thought of soon becoming a high-ranking martial artist, obtaining nobility and fame, and bringing his parents and siblings to the Phoenix sect. In the secluded dormitory area, where no one observed his practice, only Bujier kept a watchful eye. Every morning, when he ran to the grass to practice, she prepared breakfast for him. When she arrived with the meal and witnessed Tang Ho's display, she nearly dropped the bowl. Child, what is wrong? Bujier assumed he was venting his frustration over Kafeng Jiao. Grandmother, I have opened 3 acupoints. I will soon become a high-ranking warrior, Tang Ho exclaimed, rushing over to embrace her. Child, I have a bowl in hand. You must eat your breakfast, otherwise you'll doze off in class. Bujier replied, equally exhilarated. Having never heard of someone his age achieving such a feat, she felt compelled to advise him to remain humble. Otherwise, he would attract too many challengers, jeopardizing his studies and focus on training. Child, do not be overly joyful. There are many martial artists in the Phoenix sect who have opened 3 acupoints, and numerous others in Phoenix Town. With the Wei and Gu families, you must be cautious. Fame brings danger. Grandmother, I understand, Tang Ho murmured, realizing that he had perhaps been too boastful, aware that countless warriors might surpass him in prowess in the future. After finishing breakfast, he headed to class. Upon entering the classroom, Gu Shangji confronted him, and as the classmates murmured in surprise, she stood up, rushing to take his hand and lead him toward the woods near the school. Tang Ho, do you not wish to say something to me? Gu Shangji demanded, her anger palpable. What is there to say? There is nothing between us, he replied. I like you, and I have suffered humiliation at the hands of Kafeng Jiao. Do you not feel any pain for me? I assure you, one day I shall triumph over her, and if I do, you will be mine. And if you do not? Tang Ho pondered how she would respond, wishing to avoid entanglement. I will be your concubine. You have already tarnished my reputation, and no other man would take me as his wife. Very well. We are still young. Let us discuss this when we reach 18, Tang Ho said, walking away. 18 noon. After class, he found Kafeng Jiao waiting at the door of his classroom. Miss Gu, my apologies for hurting you yesterday, Kafeng Jiao said with a smile. Do you not celebrate too soon, Kafeng Jiao? We shall have our chance to compete again. Tang Ho may not necessarily be yours. Let us see about that. The surrounding classmates, intrigued by the confrontation between the two fierce women, paused a few meters away to witness the spectacle. Sensing the escalating tension, Tang Ho interjected, "Stop arguing." Ku Fengjiao grasped Tang Ho's hand and stormed off in anger. Just a few steps away, Feng Ling and Feng Huang arrived. "Sister, what is amiss? Have you quarreled with the Miss Gu again?" Feng Ling inquired. "Father said to avoid causing trouble outside." Feng Huang remarked. As they reached the school gate, Wen Yiping and several martial artists were engaged in conversation with the school teachers when they suddenly spotted Tang Ho and Ku Fengjiao exiting. With a smile, Wen Yiping remarked, "Here they come. Tang Ho, you must return to the Phoenix sect today. Master Ku wishes to introduce you to several important figures from the Eagle Demon sect," Wen Yiping exclaimed, pulling Tang Ho aside. "Uncle One, are you referring to the warriors from the Eagle Demon sect? They have a history with my father." Ku Fengjiao expressed her astonishment. "You are still young. Do not pry too much into the matters of the sections. In due time, you will understand." When Yiping replied gently, "Master, what do they intend to discuss?" Tang Ho inquired. "Today, they come to propose a marriage for Ku Fengjiao. There is a remarkable warrior from the Eagle Demon sect, only 17 years old, whose swordsmanship surpasses both yours and mine, ranking 5th within their sect. No one from Elon dares to underestimate him. He secured the 48th position at last year's Elon National Tournament. If he chooses to provoke you today, pay him no mind. You cannot match him. Their visit today is likely to stir trouble and humiliate our Phoenix sect." Tang Ho took to heart Wen Yiping's words. Fully aware of his youth and the profound depths of the martial world, where high-ranking warriors abound, including some obscure hermits who appear and vanish without a trace, he dared not engage recklessly in a sword duel. Tang Ho and Wen Yiping arrived at the assembly hall, where over 100 warriors from the Phoenix sect sat, flanked by many others on both sides, their expressions fierce and their eyes gleaming with menace. Tang Ho noticed a distinct figure among the warriors on the right. Clad in a white cloak and sporting long braids, he bore his sword on his back as though he had come for a contest rather than as a guest. Among the middle-aged warriors and two elderly men, one of the elderly men was seated next to a young warrior of about 17, whose shifty eyes, bushy eyebrows, and striking features exuded an air of confidence. "Tang Ho, sit beside your master," Clinton urged, indicating for Tang Ho to sit close to him. "Brother Ku, is this the young man you mentioned?" the elder on the left inquired, his gaze fixed coldly on Tang Ho. "Indeed, this is the outcome of 3 young ladies competing for his affection. The child is clever and has garnered the admiration of Miss Wei and Miss Gu from the Wei and Gu families, as well as my eldest daughter. Hence, the 3 young ladies competed in swordsmanship at the Heartbreak Cliff in Phoenix Town, and ultimately, my daughter emerged victorious over the other 2. Ha! It sounds like quite an intriguing tale. However, your daughter is not yet 18, and my disciple, Zhou Zhirua, still has a chance to pursue her. You are aware that in our Elon, no boy has the right to pursue a girl under the age of 18. Brother Feng, the children are still young. Discussions of marriage are premature. I hope that when they reach 18, we can revisit this matter," Clinton replied, knowing that should 2 men fall in love with one woman, their only recourse would be to settle it through martial competition. Tang Ho had yet to truly master swordsmanship, and given his injuries, he would be unwise to engage in combat with a warrior from the Eagle Demon sect, which could very well lead to his demise. Brother Feng, my disciple Zhou Zhirua is no longer a child. He too is 17 this year, and after the new year, he will turn 18, the elders said with a hearty laugh. Tang Ho sat quietly beside Wen Yiping and whispered, "Master, who is that arrogant elder? Do not speak. That is Feng Yuju, the leader of the Eagle Demon sect. He is a formidable figure in the martial world, especially that young warrior. He is a high-ranking martial artist that few dare to provoke. Brother Feng, my daughter is still young, and she has already decided to marry my disciple Tang Ho. I suggest we postpone discussions of our families for now," Clinton said with a forced smile. "Brother Ku, your words do not align with our customs in Elon. When two men vie for the same woman, the resolution must be settled through martial combat. Feng Yuju replied coldly. Clinton shot a glance at Tang Ho, then at Wen Yiping. Realizing that Feng Yuju was not there to propose marriage, but rather to humiliate the Phoenix sect, Wen Yiping stood abruptly, raising his cup in a toast to Feng Yuju. Senior, I, Wen Yiping, toast to you and welcome you to the Phoenix sect. Who are you to offer me a toast? Feng Yuju retorted angrily that I am Tang Ho's master. Wen Yiping, the same as the future son-in-law of Elder Ku, ha, I was conversing with Brother Ku. You have interrupted me without courtesy. Are you attempting to provoke my wrath? I sincerely apologize. If Senior wishes to offer guidance, I would be more than willing to learn, Wen Yiping replied with a strained smile. Very well. I am feeling rather spirited. Brother Ku, your subordinates are impressive. Should I strike a bit harder? Do not blame me for my strength. Ah, my subordinates are unaware of the gravity of the situation. I beg for your understanding. Clinton cast a sharp glance at Wen Yiping, yet Wen Yiping paid him no heed. Feng Yujun, in a fit of rage, hurled his wine cup, the sound of clinking resonating twice, before darting out of the hall like the wind, bursting into laughter in the martial arts arena before him. Come out, you little brat, today. I shall tear you to shreds. The crowd in the hall surged forward. Wen Yiping, pulling Tang Ho along, followed suit. Tang Ho, remember, a warrior may be slain but must not be humiliated. If you have chosen the path of a martial artist, do not be timid in the face of adversity. Should my master perish, I hope you will avenge him in the future, Wen Yiping whispered to him. Clinton seized Wen Yiping's arm, exclaiming, Yiping, you cannot fight him. You are no match for him. If I do not compete with him, how shall I know I cannot defeat him? Wen Yiping replied with a calm smile. Feng Yujun stood in the center of the platform, aggressively pointing at Wen Yiping and shouted, You coward, step up. I shall teach you a lesson so you may understand the vastness of this world. Wen Yiping leaped onto the martial stage, engaging Feng Yujun in battle. After 5 rounds, Wen Yiping gradually found himself at a disadvantage, retreating towards the edge of the platform, ultimately tumbling off. Feng Yujun jumped down, sword raised, but suddenly Clinton soared in, intercepting Feng's strike with his own blade. Brother Feng, let us keep it light. Oh, I merely wish to teach him a lesson. No need for your intervention. Feng Yujun laughed heartily and then took a seat on a nearby wooden bench beside Clinton. Brother Ku, let us resolve the matter of the 3 children's marriages in a traditional manner. He called out to the young warrior who had been seated below. Ah, the child is still young. Now is hardly the appropriate time for competition. Clinton glanced at Tang Ho, who was assisting Wen Yiping as he sat on a side bench. Zhou Zhirua, wielding a long sword, leaped onto the martial platform, his haughty gaze scanning for Tang Ho. Upon spotting him seated below, he descended, yanking Tang Ho up to the stage. This scene startled the hundreds of Phoenix sect warriors gathered below. Clinton felt a cold sweat trickle down his back. His heart raced with dread. Tang Ho was in peril. Brother Ku, why does your face look so grim? What is there to worry about in a sword duel? Feng Yujun taunted. The 2 young men on stage caused cold sweat to break out among the Phoenix sect members, who were all too aware that Zhou Zhirua was a high-ranking martial artist, having placed 48th in last year's Elon National Tournament. Spotting that Tang Ho bore no sword, Zhou Zhirua gleefully announced, Master, he has no weapon. Clinton was about to concoct an excuse to have Tang Ho withdraw from the contest when Feng Yujun tossed his sword onto the stage. Zhou Zhirua retrieved it and handed it to Tang Ho. Tang Ho shot him a cold glance before wielding the long sword, instantly feeling an exhilarating lightness. Any martial artist would recognize that with this flourish, Tang Ho had struck fear into the hearts of all present. Feng Yujun's sword was typically unliftable by the average person, weighing approximately 100 pounds. Noticing Wen Yiping's agonized expression from below the stage only fueled Tang Ho's fury. With a swing as swift as a shooting star, he struck at Zhou Zhirua, who staggered back 2 steps in fright. Following up with a flurry of tiger head sword techniques, Teng Ho unleashed a tempest of strikes upon Zhou Zhihua, compelling him to abandon his weapon and flee. Recognizing the precarious turn of events, Feng Yujun stood and, laughing, addressed Clinton, "Brother Ku, my apologies. We were merely jesting. As for your daughter's marriage, perhaps you should consider this young lad." The few warriors from the Eagle Demon sect, witnessing Zhou Zhihua's retreat from the martial stage, prepared to challenge Teng Ho. Yet, Feng Yujun swiftly intervened, declaring, "This lad is no ordinary person. He is a martial genius." Several warriors pulled Zhou Zhihua away, but suddenly he coughed up dark blood. Howling in distress, leaving the Eagle Demon sect warriors aghast, as well as Feng Yujun. Clinton stood in shock, utterly unprepared for Teng Ho's formidable swordsmanship. Chapter 17. Conspiracy. The warriors of the Eagle Demon sect departed in disarray. No matter how Clinton implored, they were unwilling to remain. He was acutely aware of the enigma surrounding this young warrior from the Phoenix sect. Should they linger, unforeseen calamities might arise, and should any lives be lost, it would become a jest for the world to mock. After escorting the Eagle Demon sect warriors away, Clinton returned to the Phoenix sect, eager to find Teng Ho and inquire how he had grown so formidable in just a few short days. He suspected Teng Ho's internal energy had not yet fully recovered, yet today he exhibited such explosive power. Teng Ho was currently preparing medicine for Wen Yiping, who had sustained considerable injuries, with several meridians severed. That old man Feng Yujun was certainly a devil, capable of killing without a second thought. "Child, from now on, you cannot sleep at school. We must oversee your training daily, ensuring you master the sword," Clinton stated. "Brother Ku, I believe the child is still young. If he prefers to stay there, let him be. After class, we can summon him back to the Phoenix sect for training," Wen Yiping replied, his face drawn and weary. Teng Ho held the concocted medicine to Wen Yiping's lips, urging, "Master, please drink your medicine." "Is your injury severe?" Clinton inquired. "Not too grave. I shall be well after a few days of rest." Wen Yiping slowly sat up, asking, "Brother, do you have something to discuss? Though today's events have passed, I fear Feng Yujun will not let us off so easily. However, I do not understand how Teng Ho managed to defeat Zhou Zhihua. Have you not pondered this?" Clinton questioned Wen Yiping. "I have never claimed Teng Ho could not defeat Zhou Zhihua. That was merely your assumption. Ask yourself honestly, can you perceive Teng Ho besting Zhou Zhihua? How dare you take him as your disciple? Zhou Zhihua is a high-ranking martial artist, possibly superior in swordsmanship to both you and me. If Teng Ho had not frightened him off the stage in just 2 exchanges, what might have transpired?" Clinton sighed heavily. "Considering Teng Ho's physique and abilities, we might say he outshines Zhou Zhihua, and he possesses his own understanding of swordsmanship. If we train him diligently, he shall undoubtedly become a future martial saint." Wen Yiping replied weakly. "What can we teach him?" Clinton asked. "We can instruct him on how to cultivate his energy, how to train, and how to be a good person," Wen Yiping asserted. Clinton gently pulled Teng Ho before him, saying, "Child, today you have avenged the honor of our Phoenix sect. We are immensely grateful and hope you will become a martial saint in the future, bringing glory to the Phoenix sect and serving the Elan nation." "I understand," Teng Ho replied, stepping closer to Wen Yiping. "Master, you must undergo acupuncture. Otherwise, your stagnant blood will not be expelled and could infect your organs." Wen Yiping pointed to a wooden box on the table, saying, "The needles are inside." Clinton recognized Teng Ho's intentions and quietly observed. Teng Ho retrieved the needles, heating them over the oil lamp before skillfully inserting them into the acupoints. Wen Yiping let out a few groans, gradually regaining color. After administering the acupuncture, Teng Ho settled into a meditative posture, channeling his energy to expel the toxins and stagnant blood from Wen Yiping's body. Clinton, witnessing this, promptly instructed the other warriors to leave, ensuring they did not disturb Teng Ho's concentration as he focused on healing Wen Yiping. Tio Clinton's astonishment when Yiping expelled 2 pools of dark blood from his mouth onto the ground. Tang Ho offered him water to rinse his mouth, then brought him medicine to drink. When Yiping felt an extraordinary sense of relief, smiling as he said, "Child, you have saved my life. Do you realize? The warriors of the Eagle Demon sect are no ordinary fighters. They are all exceptionally skilled swordsmen, ruthless and treacherous, their reputations well earned, or else they would not bear the name Eagle Demon sect." Clinton felt somewhat sidelined, not wishing to appear as an outsider. After all, he was the leader of the Phoenix sect, and in the presence of a hero from his sect, he needed to draw close to him, especially since he was his son-in-law. "Indeed, your master speaks wisely. You must exercise utmost caution around these people. Child, you are still young. In time, you will come to understand the treacheries of the martial world." When Yiping did not look at Clinton, perhaps sensing a rift between them, "Yes, in time he will know. Child, your master also wishes for you to become a martial saint of the Elan nation, not to fall into the clutches of evil sects. As for the enmity with the Eagle Demon sect, do not dwell on it. Consider it as if it never occurred." Clinton stood for a moment, observing that Tang Ho and Wen Yiping were preoccupied with one another, feeling out of place before departing. "Child, do you see? Had you not saved me today, perhaps no one would have come to my aid. The members of the Phoenix sect would be delighted to see me dead. If I were to die, Clinton would be untroubled, no longer worrying about contesting the leadership of the Phoenix sect. My position, placed second within the Phoenix sect, would merely be filled by another." When Yiping murmured, "Master, do not overthink it. Focus on your recovery." "Yes, I shall heed your words. You have saved my life. Enough of this. Once you feel better, we shall venture to the seaside together. The air there is fresh and the scenery delightful. It will be beneficial for your health. Child, it is indeed fortunate you have not resided within the Phoenix sect. Otherwise, you might not have been able to contend with Zhou Zhirua from the Eagle Demon sect today. For a long time, the Phoenix sect has been rife with internal conflict, vying for power and profit, each faction striving for dominance. The warriors we recruit come from all walks of life, varying in wealth, and even a band of ruffians have infiltrated, indulging in drink and debauchery. I have broached this matter with Master Ku on multiple occasions. Yet he has consistently refused, as some within the sect are relatives of the royal family, too formidable to provoke. Today, you imparted a lesson to the Phoenix sect from the Eagle Demon sect, allowing them to witness the sage's unassuming demeanor. Although devoid of a sword, your swordsmanship is unparalleled. Despite lacking virtue, your reputation is esteemed. My child, you are a person of both talent and integrity." Suddenly, the door was pushed open. A few young martial artists, no older than 17 or 18, entered with startled expressions. One of them exclaimed, "Master, the intermediate martial artists of the Phoenix sect are clamoring for a re-evaluation of rankings. And some are even demanding that you relinquish your position to re-evaluate." "What?" The child replied, "You do not understand. When our sect was founded, we intended to select 10 martial artists for mid-level leadership. However, due to the mediocrity of swordsmanship among the martial artists, we have been unable to determine a clear victor and thus have not established rankings. Although I am ranked second, it is merely because the sect leader believes I can surpass the other martial artists. Now, I truly feel I should step aside, for you are more than capable of occupying the second position in the Phoenix sect." "Master," the child interjected, "you just said that swordsmanship can defeat enemies but not oneself. If the Phoenix sect wishes to stand out, relying solely on swordsmanship to conquer the world is futile. We must also rely on virtue to win people over. To repel external threats, we must ensure internal harmony. How can we confront outsiders if there is discord within? Child, where did you learn such wisdom?" "From my school teachers." "Good child. You are indeed a talent. I admire you." Just as those words left his lips, the door opened once more, revealing a venerable elder with snow-white hair. Upon seeing Wen Yiping lying on the bed with several young ones, he smiled and said, "Wen Yiping, I heard you were gravely injured. I came to check on you. How are you faring, Senior Song? I am feeling better. I believe in a few days I shall recover fully. I bear you some unfortunate news. Clinton has announced a re-ranking of the Phoenix Sect's martial artists. And I am here to inform you, Senior Song. I have long since seen through worldly matters. Do not think that way. The Phoenix Sect still needs you to uphold justice. Without you, the sect would surely descend into chaos. I can no longer continue." Wen Yiping sat up, grasping Tang Ho's hand. "Child, this is Song Renzhong, the esteemed swordsmith of the Phoenix Sect. He is an 8th-level forger from the Kingdom of Elon. When you become a true martial artist of the Phoenix Sect, he will forge a superior sword for you according to your level." Why does his face seem so familiar? Is it Tang Ho? Song Renzhong exclaimed in surprise. Yes, it is indeed him. Today, I went to Phoenix Town to gather ore, and regrettably did not witness his swordplay in person. I hope to observe your swordsmanship when time allows. No problem. Another young martial artist entered the room and said, "Master, sect leader Clinton wants you and Senior Tang to proceed to the arena." "Ah, Wen Di, do not be disheartened. This is merely a contest. Do not take it too seriously. You are still recovering, so if you cannot compete, do not feel obliged to that. I care not. What does it matter if I die? If I do not take the stage, will they let me be? What are you saying? As long as one retains the Green Mountains, there is no fear of lacking firewood. If you die, what will become of the children? If I perish, I shall ask Tang Ho to assist them." Tang Ho is now a formidable martial artist in the Kingdom of Elon, having defeated Zhou Rode. As long as my disciples learn Tang Ho's swordsmanship, I believe they will secure their place in the Phoenix Sect. If you're gone, how can the children remain in the Phoenix Sect? They may very well be expelled already. This ranking conference is, in fact, Clinton's scheme. Today's contest is a manifestation of his intent. He witnessed Tang Ho's defeat of Zhou Zhirua, instilling fear in the martial artists of both the Phoenix Sect and the Eagle Demon Sect. Tang Ho has trained under him, and without his guidance, he would not have reached such heights to contend with Zhou Zhirua. He believes that Wen Yiping's swordsmanship and cultivation methods are not inferior to his own. Perhaps even superior. If he does not seize this opportunity while I am injured, how could he tolerate my presence? Furthermore, he suspects that Wen Yiping is orchestrating matters behind the scenes, as Ku Fengjiao has taken a liking to Tang Ho, who has repeatedly ignored her advances. If it were not for Wen Yiping's influence, Tang Ho would not behave in such a manner, for I brought him to the Phoenix Sect. Tang Ho should be grateful to me. The group proceeded to the arena. The arena was abuzz with excitement, thousands seated on the steps to witness the contest. In addition to the martial artists of the Phoenix Sect, many townsfolk had come to witness the spectacle and to learn about the swordsmanship of the Phoenix Sect, including some unaligned martial artists seeking to enhance their own skills. The contest had no time constraints. It could last 2 or 3 days to determine a victor or stretch over 10 days without resolution, depending on the martial artist's prowess. At the Elon National Conference, 2 martial artists had battled for 7 days over the last high-level martial artist title, ultimately succumbing to exhaustion on the arena floor. Clinton appeared, and the crowd erupted in cheers. Chapter 18. Celebration. The martial artists of the Phoenix Sect took their seats according to their rankings, with Tang Ho positioned between Clinton and Wen Yiping. This arrangement was most suitable, pleasing Clinton while also bringing honor to Wen Yiping. Yiping, you have not fully recovered. You should not participate today. I would rather have Tang Ho take the stage and compete with the other martial artists, so I can gauge his true capabilities. I intend to send him to next year's Elon National Conference to compete for a high-level martial artist slot, Clinton whispered to Wen Yiping. Senior brother, since the martial artists of the Phoenix Sect wish to occupy my position, let them contend for it. You have earned your place. Tang Ho's victory over Zhou Zhirua was witnessed by all. Without your guidance, Tang Ho would not have reached this level. Since everyone desires my position, I shall grant them the opportunity. If anyone can defeat me, they may claim it. Do as you see fit. If you are not well, do not take the stage." Suddenly, several burly men burst onto the stage, wielding bronze hammers, striking the large drums, each approximately 1.5 meters in radius, with resounding thuds. A middle-level martial artist, around 1.80 meters tall, leaped onto the stage. "Esteemed martial artists, today marks the commencement of our annual ranking competition for the Phoenix Sect." This event was originally scheduled for late December. But due to the concerns raised by martial artists regarding certain individuals tarnishing the Phoenix Sect's reputation, we have decided to hold the contest ahead of schedule to restore our standing in the martial world. This statement alluded to Wen Yiping's recent injury, which had damaged the sect's reputation. The middle-level martial artist exited the stage to take his seat, and Wen Yiping drew his sword, rising to bow to the middle-level martial artist before stepping onto the stage. "Master, Wen Yiping's injuries have not yet healed. He should not participate in the ranking competition." Tang Ho turned to Clinton. "Child, you are still young. This is the rule. Without rules, there can be no order. Since the Phoenix Sect has established regulations, all must adhere to them. Although this is unfair to your master, as long as he is in good health, he can reclaim his position next year." Before he could finish, a middle-aged martial artist soared into the air. Landing on the stage, "1. Today, let us keep it brief." The middle-aged martial artist chuckled. "Qiu Lianhai, I suspected today would come. I know you have coveted my position for years, and today you take the stage. But I shall gladly cede my position to you." Wen Yiping sneered. 1. Today I will yield to you. Under normal circumstances, I would not. You have suffered injuries from the wind and rain gathering, and I do not wish to take advantage of your weakness." Qiu Lianhai said with a malevolent grin. Wen Yiping leapt into action, his sword like a whip, weaving around Qiu Lianhai's body. Wherever Qiu aimed his sword, Wen's blade would ensnare it. After 2 exchanges, Qiu Lianhai's sword was knocked away, and he was sent tumbling off the stage, crashing heavily to the ground and spitting blood. Witnessing this, several martial artists carried him away. The atmosphere in the arena froze. All eyes were fixated on Wen Yiping, who stood on stage, eliciting gasps from the crowd. Clinton was drenched in cold sweat, for he had never witnessed such explosive swordsmanship, a display achievable only through advanced cultivation. He pondered why, despite Wen Yiping's earlier injuries, he now fought with such fervor. Others shared Clinton's bewilderment, filled with a sense of inexplicable confusion. Indeed, Wen Yiping felt transformed. Just moments ago, he had been bedridden and weak, but after Tang Ho administered acupuncture and detoxified him, he felt gradually revitalized. Particularly during his exertion, a fire seemed to ignite within him. He speculated that Tang Ho had opened his meridians, storing energy, perhaps even transferring his own vitality to one. Tears streamed down Wen's face at this realization. Moved by the gesture, Wen Yiping remained on stage for quite some time, with no other martial artists daring to challenge him. Clinton, wishing to prevent Wen Yiping from continuing to showcase his prowess, feared that further displays would humiliate him, leaving him in a precarious position should the mischievous youths below call for a duel between him and Wen Yiping. No one dares to take the stage. Thus, Wen Yiping remains the second-ranked martial artist in our Phoenix Sect. The gathering is dismissed. We shall resume tomorrow. Clinton contemplated how to deal with Wen Yiping. As the crowd gradually dispersed, Tang Ho leapt onto the stage, supporting Wen Yiping's hand with joy. "Master, you have triumphed. You still hold the second position in the Phoenix Sect. No one dares to bully or scorn you. Child, I must thank you," Wen Yiping said, embracing Tang Ho, his eyes fixed on Clinton as he departed in anger. Upon descending from the stage, many martial artists gathered around, particularly Song Rinzhong, who shared a heartfelt embrace with Wen Yiping. "You have emerged victorious. Wen Yiping, you are remarkable. Despite being injured by the wind and rain, You managed to defeat Qiu Lianhide. I admire you. Song Renzhong said with a smile. Thank you. Wen Yiping did not say much more. Pulling Tang Ho to his martial arts hall. Upon entering the hall, Wen Yiping instructed several other disciples to prepare tea for Tang Ho. Tang Ho, today Master is in high spirits. I invite you to a grand feast in town. No need to eat the communal meals at the Phoenix Sect canteen anymore. Wen Yiping told the other disciples, you all should come along. After enjoying a cup of tea, Wen Yiping kindly pulled Tang Ho in front of him and said, My child, what martial arts have you learned that managed to heal my injuries today and even allowed you to triumph over Qiu Lianhai? Please, share with me. I have always been learning the qi cultivation method from you. And as for swordsmanship, as you know, I dreamt of an old man teaching me. I truly feel you are a prodigy in martial arts. Wen Yiping kissed Tang Ho gently on the forehead. Wen Yiping, along with Tang Ho and a few disciples, exited the Phoenix Sect and encountered the three sisters of Ku Fengjiao on the street. Upon seeing Tang Ho, Ku Fengjiao rushed over, exclaiming, Tang Ho, what brings you to the streets? Aren't you afraid of facing punishment from my father? Fengjiao, I am his master. Why should I fear anything while he is by my side? Today I am joyful and brought them out for a stroll. Wen Yiping replied to Ku Fengjiao, he is my fiancé. Unless he has my father's consent, he should not be out. Ku Fengjiao scolded angrily. And did you receive my permission to be out? Tang Ho retorted. You, Ku Fengjiao stammered before walking away. Suddenly, a group of sailors and dock workers approached, surrounding Tang Ho and chattering excitedly. Among them, a middle-aged man with a bushy beard and dark complexion grasped Tang Ho's hand and exclaimed, Are you Tang Ho? I've heard you defeated Zhou Zhirua from the Eagle Demon Sect. Could you take me as your disciple? Ha ha, you must be out of your mind. You might as well offer him straw sandals. The others laughed, shaking Tang Ho's hand in envy. Master One, you are truly impressive. I heard you were injured yet still managed to defeat Qiu Lianhai. You are indeed remarkable. A peculiar voice came from behind. Thank you. Your concern for me, One, is appreciated. A group of neighbors stood behind Tang Ho. Wen Yiping and Tang Ho, along with several disciples, arrived at a restaurant where a large sign hung above the entrance, boldly proclaiming, Superior Tavern. Tang Ho, this is the finest restaurant in Phoenix Town. Today, we shall indulge and treat you to a meal. Wen Yiping declared. As soon as he finished speaking, several waiters approached respectfully to welcome them. Welcome! Upon entering the hall, the owner hurried down from upstairs, smiling broadly. Master One, it's a pleasure to see you at my establishment. I've heard you've had quite the day. This meal is on me. Please enjoy, Boss Chai. That won't be necessary. I am in high spirits today and wish to treat my disciples to a meal, Wen Yiping replied. The owner led Wen Yiping, Tang Ho, and the others upstairs into a private room, lavishly decorated and as comfortable as a palace. Wen Yiping gestured for Tang Ho to sit, while the other disciples followed suit. Children, tonight we shall drink to our heart's content. Let us indulge for once. Wen Yiping ordered 2 bottles of Phoenix Cellar wine in the Kingdom of Elon. Phoenix Cellar wine is considered top shelf. No royal banquet is complete without it. Wen Yiping specially ordered a feast, and as the wine was served, he poured for everyone, and after 3 cups, the conversation flowed. Today, I am the happiest person in the world. My own disciple saved my life, allowing me to regain my dignity at the Phoenix Sect and uphold my reputation in the Kingdom of Elon. Wen Yiping raised his cup and said, Thank you, Tang Ho. Everyone raised their glasses in gratitude. If that day ever comes when I depart, Tang Ho, you must cultivate my disciples into skilled warriors, making them valuable talents for the Kingdom of Elon. Wen Yiping drank 3 more cups and continued, Tang Ho, you will one day be the leader of the Phoenix Sect. You must treat every martial artist in the sect well, regardless of whether they come from humble or noble backgrounds. They come to us out of respect for the Phoenix Sect. Tang Ho drank 3 cups and suddenly thought of Wen Yiping's family. He raised his cup and said, Master, I toast to you. Thank you, Master. May I ask you something? Why is it that you have no wife or children by your side? My wife and children live on Lily Island, a 2-day boat ride from Phoenix Town. Due to the numerous affairs of the Phoenix sect, I lack the time to accompany them. Each month, when I receive my salary, I can only ask the fishermen at the docks to deliver supplies for me. How many children do you have? 3. None of them practice swordsmanship or chi methods. I do not wish for them to enter the martial world. It is a path of no return. Regardless of who you become in the future, life will be laborious and unfree. They currently live on the island, carefree and at ease, by the mountains and the sea. Tung Ho fell silent, having always pursued a life of freedom. Unfortunately, his family lived in a place where they were bullied and oppressed. Unable to act on their own, Tung Ho, you can now practice the Chi method and advance to the 3rd and 4th stages. Tomorrow, we will formally practice both the Chi and sword methods. Alas, it's a pity you do not have a sword. You must ask Master Ku for one. It should be forged by at least an 8th level blacksmith, or it won't be worthy of you. Master, that is of little concern. If I become a martial saint in the future, I will naturally have someone forge me an exceptional sword. Ha ha, let us drink. We can discuss that tomorrow. Tonight, we shall not leave sober. Late into the night, when Yiping and Tang Ho, along with a few others, left the tavern in a drunken haze. Tung Ho did not return to the Phoenix sect but instead headed to the school dormitory. Chapter 19. Sword testing. Upon returning to the dormitory, he found Bujir and Jialuoso playing the xylophone, singing and dancing. Suddenly, upon noticing Tang Ho standing at the door, they were taken aback. Bujir quickly went to assist him. Detecting a strong smell of alcohol that made him feel nauseous, "Child, have you been drinking?" Bujir exclaimed in astonishment. Jialuoso immediately set down the xylophone, equally surprised. "Oh dear, perhaps I celebrated my victory over Zhou Zhirua today and indulged in a few cups. That is quite understandable. A man must drink. I heard in town that Zhou Zhirua from the Eagle Demon sect was defeated by Tung Ho, and quite severely at that. Yes, not just because I won against Zhou Zhirua. It is because my master, when Yiping, fought while injured and still overcame Qiu Lianhai, earning him respect at the Phoenix sect. In a moment of joy, he invited us disciples out for a meal. Ah, but you cannot be completely intoxicated. Today we celebrate." After a while of merriment with Bujir and the others, Tang Ho retired to sleep. The next day, perhaps due to the arrival of winter, the air was particularly cold. With occasional snowflakes drifting down, the grass field in front of the dormitory was eerily quiet. Tang Ho began his training on the grass, first practicing the Chi method, followed by sword practice, as usual. Bujir prepared breakfast for him and brought it over. Just as he finished his meal, Ku Fangjiao and her sisters arrived. "Tung Ho, my father has sent me to call you to the Phoenix sect for a competition," Ku Fangjiao said with a radiant smile, her face reflecting an indescribable affection. "Wasn't there a competition yesterday?" "Competition? That was merely a preliminary round. However, I heard some intermediate martial artists are eager to challenge Master One today. They are unwilling to accept that he was placed second. Many martial artists are displeased with my father's arrangement of him as the second. Can I decline? No. This is an excellent opportunity for you to earn a ranking in the Phoenix sect." Ku Fangjiao insisted with a smile. "If you secure a ranking in the competition, you will be awarded a sword forged by the Phoenix sect's blacksmith, and you will gain a name in the martial world." "What name?" "Word has it you are destined to be the martial saint of the kingdom of Elon and the leader of the Phoenix sect. Without your own sword, what kind of martial artist would you be? Last night, my father decided to forge you a sword. As long as you can secure a ranking today, or if you can defeat Master One, you will receive a sword forged by an 8th level blacksmith." "How could I possibly compete with my master? He is my mentor." Tang Ho exclaimed in confusion. "In the Phoenix sect, competitions do not distinguish between ranks. If you win, you gain a ranking as they spoke." They arrived at the Phoenix sect's martial arena, taking their seats alongside Clinton and when Yiping just as they had the day before. "Child, you've arrived. Were you drunk yesterday? When Yiping smiled, glancing at Clinton, who was pretending to be absorbed in observing the competitors on the stage, and quietly said to him, "No. Today you must compete with me. You must win. I wish to step back and assist you with sect affairs. On one hand, I want to ensure you can teach a few of your fellow disciples. And on the other hand, I wish to visit my children on the island. How could I compete with you, master? I cannot go against you." Ting Ho glanced at Clinton, checking if he was eavesdropping on their conversation. "Listen to your master. You must consider the future of the Phoenix sect. If you do not secure a ranking, you will have no standing in the martial world, nor in the Phoenix sect. And there will be no salary to support your future family." At this moment, the middle-aged warrior from yesterday stepped onto the stage. After the resounding sound of gongs and drums, the warrior announced loudly, "Esteemed warriors of the Phoenix sect, yesterday we concluded our first match, during which a warrior approached our esteemed Master Ku, claiming unfairness, stating that when Yiping was unwell and should be allowed to rest before competing again." This statement seemed somewhat contradictory, for yesterday our Master One had triumphed over Master Chiu, and thereafter no one else had taken to the stage. Master Ku declared that if anyone else wished to challenge Master Wen Yiping, they were welcome to come forward. When Yiping rose and quietly said to Ting Ho, "Child, remember my words. You must step onto the stage and compete with me." As he spoke, when Yiping ascended the platform, appearing much more spirited today than he had the previous day. Standing in the center of the martial stage, he smiled and proclaimed, "Yesterday, my victory over Chiu Lianhai was not solely my own achievement. It was my disciple who triumphed over him. Everyone knows that I, Wen Yiping, have trained for 37 years. Such martial prowess and swordsmanship are unparalleled. In truth, I owe it to my disciple Tung Ho, who imparted this knowledge to me on the spot. Alas, I am at a loss for words, for a master should not need to rely upon a disciple for sword techniques, especially after having defeated a senior warrior of the Phoenix sect. I wish to declare before all the warriors of the Phoenix sect that I shall yield my position to my disciple Ting Ho. I humbly bow to his prowess." With that, Wen Yiping stepped down from the stage. In the Phoenix sect, should anyone willingly relinquish their position, their status remains unchanged, and their remuneration will not diminish. This practice is intended to encourage young and capable warriors to strive for titles at the Elon Conference, bringing glory to the Phoenix sect and securing greater rewards from the king. Clinton immediately applauded, and the audience erupted in thunderous applause, interspersed with shouts of admiration for Wen Yiping, as well as respect for the promising Ting Ho. For this position rightfully belonged to him. "Child, it is your turn to ascend the stage. Here is my sword. Take it with you. If no one challenges you, you will become the second in command of the Phoenix sect. Ranked just below me, I hope you will make the Phoenix sect renowned throughout the land." Tang Ho stood in a daze for a moment, and then several young warriors approached him, urging, "Junior brother, please step onto the stage." With sword in hand, Tang Ho ascended. Instantly, the crowd erupted in cheers. "Tang Ho! Tang Ho! Tang Ho! Hero! Hero! Hero!" This scene left Clinton feeling somewhat embarrassed, as he pondered that he had never witnessed such admiration for a warrior in the Phoenix sect. Perhaps he truly was unfit to be the leader. Tang Ho stood on the stage for quite a while, awaiting a challenger, yet none dared to approach. Just as the audience admired Ting Ho on the platform, a young warrior suddenly leaped onto the stage. This startled Clinton. Was this not the warrior from the Eagle Demon sect who had gathered with Feng Yu that day? "Who are you?" Clinton bellowed, pointing at the young man on the stage. "Senior, my name is Zhou Ping. I joined the Phoenix sect only yesterday, so you may not yet know my name. Today, I am here to make a fool of myself." Chiu Lianhai immediately rose from his seat and approached Clinton, saying, "Master Ku, I intended to inform you, but due to your busy schedule yesterday, I had no chance. I have temporarily taken him as my disciple. Today, I merely wish for him to compete with Ting Ho to learn his sword techniques." "What nonsense is this? How dare you recruit a warrior from an evil sect without my consent? What do you expect me to say to you? I merely wish for the Phoenix sect to grow stronger, Zhou Lianhai replied, looking quite aggrieved. Enough. Teng Ho, seeing a warrior ascend the stage, felt a surge of anticipation. He thought to himself that this opponent must be formidable and that he needed to approach the duel with utmost seriousness, lest he tarnish his master's reputation. He shouted loudly, "Prepare for battle." His roar was akin to that of a lion, causing Zhou Ping to stumble back 3 steps, still unsteady when he suddenly felt a fierce force propelling him off the stage. The crowd erupted in joyous cheers. Teng Ho stood in astonishment, as no one dared to face him in combat. Clinton, secretly pleased, rose to address the crowd, declaring, "I announce that Teng Ho has officially become a middle-ranking warrior of the Phoenix sect. Ranked second. Henceforth, all matters of the Phoenix sect, aside from myself, shall be handled by him. We shall forge a high-quality sword crafted by a master smith of the 8th rank for him." Teng Ho stepped down from the stage and took his place. In the afternoon, the competition concluded. Clinton and Wen Yiping took Teng Ho to the Phoenix sect's forge. The forge was located in the far left corner of the sect's compound, and as Teng Ho followed them into the forge, a stone building that felt entirely natural, as if entering a deep mountain gorge, they passed through several doors. Inside a 2-story hall, they encountered the swordsmith Song Renzhong from the previous day. Song Renzhong led them through an alley into a secluded chamber. Pointing to several gleaming long swords hanging from an iron rack, each with unique hilts, some adorned with carved dragons, others with phoenixes vying for treasures. "Child, choose whichever sword you desire," Song Renzhong said with a smile. However, Teng Ho did not find any of them appealing, feeling they lacked something vital. Noticing Teng Ho's hesitation, Clinton retrieved several swords, selecting one with a hilt carved like a flying dragon and handed it to him, saying, "Teng Ho, this sword is quite good. I believe it will suit you well." Teng Ho accepted the sword in silence. "Come, let us go outside and test it." The group made their way to the courtyard outside the secluded chamber, where many swordsmiths had gathered upon hearing that Teng Ho would be testing a sword. They were secretly pleased, anticipating praise from Clinton. Teng Ho took the sword and began to dance with it, performing the same set of sword techniques as before, yet each movement infused with creativity. The spectators reveled in the sight of him dancing with the sword, finding joy in the display. Just as he executed the 3rd sword move, the blade unexpectedly snapped in midair, startling everyone watching. How could this sword break? Song Renzhong's face turned pale. Given Teng Ho's impressive skill, it was evident that he required a superior sword. "Master Ku, I believe that the Phoenix sect currently possesses no sword worthy of him. With his current level of skill, we must forge a sword that has been tempered millions of times, or else it will shatter in his hands," Song Renzhong stated. "What? Are you implying that all our previous swords were of inferior quality?" Clinton retorted angrily. "The ores in Phoenix Town are scarce. Even if we wish to forge a top-tier sword, we must venture to Lioli Island for materials. Enough. You must find a way to forge a good sword for the top 10 warriors of our Phoenix sect. Otherwise, we will be looked down upon by the warriors of the martial world," Clinton exclaimed angrily as he stormed off. Wen Yiping and Teng Ho followed suit. Clinton remarked to Wen Yiping, "Brother Wen, I believe Teng Ho needs a sword forged by a master smith of the 10th rank. There are no such smiths in the Phoenix sect. We must seek one from the royal palace in Anyang." "You are correct," Wen Yiping's face lit up with joy. Suddenly, a swordsmith from the forge rushed over, saying, "Master Ku, our master requests that you wait. He has found a sword that may suit Teng Ho." "Very well, let us take a look," Clinton replied to Wen Yiping. The 3 returned to the forge, where Song Renzhong was examining a sword. Upon seeing them, he said, "This is a sword I forged 5 years ago. I intended to keep it as a sample in the forge, but I suppose I must let Teng Ho try it." "Teng Ho, give it a try," Clinton urged. Tang Ho accepted the sword from Song Renjong, inspected it carefully, and began to dance with it. After completing a set of techniques, the sword did not break, and the tension lifted from Song Renjong and the other swordsmiths, who collectively let out a sigh of relief. Tang Ho, how does this sword feel? Clinton inquired. Tang Ho remained silent. Clinton, recognizing that the sword did not suit him, turned to Song Renjong and said, "For now, let Tang Ho carry this sword. If we forge a superior one, we shall exchange it." I reiterate, you must find a way to forge high-quality swords for the top 10 warriors of our Phoenix sect. Understood, Song Renjong said, drenched in sweat. Chapter 20. Capturing Beasts, Part 1. After dinner, Tang Ho expressed his desire to go to school, to which Clinton agreed. He understood that keeping Tang Ho away from the internal strife and factionalism within the Phoenix sect was a wise decision, allowing him to remain oblivious to the darker aspects of their community. When the time was right, he would reveal everything to him. With his new sword, Tang Ho was particularly elated. Upon arriving at school, he began to practice in front of his dormitory. Bugir and Gorosu were weeding nearby, and they were astonished to see him wielding the sword. "Where did that sword come from?" Bugir asked Gorosu. "He is now a renowned warrior of the Phoenix sect. Of course, they would provide him with a high-quality sword," Gorosu replied enviously. "Grandma, Grandpa, I'm tired, I want to rest," Tang Ho said. "Go ahead," Bugir responded. She had intended to engage him in conversation about the recent events in the Phoenix sect, hoping to glean his feelings and anticipate his next moves. Tang Ho returned to his room and collapsed onto his bed, his mind feeling empty. Suddenly, he recalled the martial arts secret manual that Gorosu had given him. Over the past few weeks, he had learned many new characters and understood numerous life principles. He believed he could comprehend the contents of that manual. He carefully retrieved the book from his trunk and began to read intently. With each passage, he paused to reflect and absorb the wisdom. After some time, Tang Ho sat up in bed and began to practice. He sensed that Master One was imparting to him the knowledge of using medicinal remedies to open the meridians, with little emphasis on the practice of martial arts to achieve the same. This secret tome, however, was dedicated to the cultivation of vital energy through rigorous training. Following the instructions laid out in the book, Tang Ho began to circulate his energy and, indeed, discovered a flow of qi traversing through his meridians. With each cycle, he felt an exquisite sense of comfort enveloping his body. Late into the night, after practicing dozens of times, he still did not feel the energy accumulating within him. It merely circled through his meridians before dissipating with a few flatulent releases. As he continued his practice, weariness gradually overcame him, and he collapsed onto his bed, succumbing to slumber. When he awoke the next day, the sun had already risen. Suddenly, he heard Bugir knocking at the door and calling for him. Having risen late, he had neglected his energy cultivation, which alarmed her. Fearing something was amiss, she ascended the stairs to check on him. "Child, what is the matter? Why did you not practice this morning?" "Oh, I thought it was still early." Tang Ho replied with a smile as he opened the door. "Ah, are you all right? I was terribly worried when I didn't see you practicing. Galasso has gone out again today. It seems I shall be dining alone once more. Could you join me for dinner tonight? I will accompany you for dinner this evening." With that, Tang Ho descended to continue his practice of energy cultivation and swordplay. Just as Bugir was bringing breakfast to him, Galasso arrived. Upon seeing Tang Ho, he hurried over, breathless, instilling a sense of foreboding in Tang Ho. "Tang Ho, it is dire news. A monstrous beast has appeared on Phoenix Mountain. Last night, several farmers who were hunting were taken by the creature. Their bodies discovered in a deep valley cave, devoured save for their heads, the remains reduced to mere bones. You have no idea." Tang Ho was so frightened that he rushed to the Phoenix sect to consult with Clinton. Tang Ho, the highest administrative officer of the town, was appointed by the king himself. "I fear Clinton may send Tang Ho to slay the beast," Galasso expressed. "Child, Do not go. There were past incidents in Phoenix Town where people were snatched away by the monster. Ting Ho dispatched many soldiers to hunt it down, but all who went perished. Since then, no one dares to hunt in Phoenix Town, Bu Jie cautioned. Nevertheless, Ting Ho proceeded to class. Upon entering the classroom, Gu Shangji approached him and whispered, Ting Ho, are you truly indifferent to our affairs? What matters? Do not feign ignorance with me. Gu Shangji stormed away in anger. Hero, have you heard about the beast in Phoenix Town? A group of boys rushed to Ting Ho's desk, one of them with 2 braids imploring, Truly, Hero, could you rid the people of Phoenix Town of that monstrous beast? The others chimed in, but Ting Ho paid them no mind. At noon, Wei Yin sought Ting Ho for lunch, and the 3 sisters of the Ku family arrived, accompanied by several young warriors from the Phoenix sect. Ting Ho, Father has sent for us to return to the Phoenix sect. Ku Fengjiao said, her face beaming with delight. Junior brother, Master has called for you. There are matters to discuss, a respectful warrior added. Ting Ho glanced at them briefly before accompanying them. From now on, I shall call you brother. Ku Fengjiao declared playfully, finding the name Ting Ho too distant. Ting Ho remained silent. In his eyes, she was merely a girl, and engaging further would be a waste of expression. Noticing Ting Ho's disregard, Ku Fengjiao felt a touch of embarrassment and refrained from further chatter. They exited the school and boarded a carriage bound for the Phoenix sect. Upon arriving at the council hall, Ting Ho observed numerous middle-aged warriors seated calmly, occasionally sipping tea from cups placed before them. Wen Yiping, upon noticing Ting Ho's entrance, rose and led him to a seat beside Clinton. Ting Ho, the reason for this urgent summons is that we have matters to discuss with you. You are now the 2nd leader of the Phoenix sect, and you must partake in both major and minor affairs. We cannot act recklessly without your input. Perhaps you have heard that a beast has injured over 10 hunters in Phoenix Town. Yesterday, reports surfaced of 7 or 8 missing individuals, and today, 5 more were found dead. Some even caught sight of the beast, which was described as exceedingly ferocious. If not dealt with, it could pose a grave danger to the townsfolk of Phoenix. Just now, Ting Ho approached us, hoping that our sect could send someone to eliminate the beast, as recipients of the king's stipend. It is our duty to alleviate the troubles of the local populace and ensure their safety. Oh, I have submitted your name to Shuzhou for a stipend. Next month, you shall receive it. The matter at hand is the immediate extermination of the beast. We wish to see what plans you may have. Just as Clinton finished speaking, several warriors rushed in, not from the Phoenix sect but from Ting Ho's retinue. Elder Ku, we have been sent by Ting Ho to request your presence at the manor. We have brought back the bodies of those attacked by the beast to help you understand its behavior and prepare for the next steps, one middle-aged warrior informed. Clinton, along with Ting Ho and a Fei teachers and students from schools such as Budapest and Barome gathered at the school gate to bid him farewell. Several warriors, leading their horses, accompanied him to Phoenix sect to say goodbye to Clinton. Upon their arrival at the Phoenix sect, Clinton had already arranged for a group of 20 martial artists to accompany Ting Ho in capturing the beast in Phoenix Town, with Wen Yiping among them. Initially, Clinton had not included Wen Yiping in the plan, but knowing that Ting Ho was young and had never encountered a ferocious beast, he proactively requested to accompany Ting Ho to ensure his safety. Chapter 21. Capturing the Beast, Part 2. The group set off towards Phoenix Town in high spirits, while the townsfolk celebrated their departure with gongs and drums, only discussing their return once the travelers were out of sight. Clinton and Ting Ho exchanged silent glances, returning home to await good news. As Ting Ho and Wen Yiping exited the town, no longer able to see Clinton and the others, Wen Yiping looked up at the falling snowflakes and remarked, Ting Ho, do you understand how ferocious this beast is? I do not, replied Ting Ho. This group consists of your loyal companions. They voluntarily followed you last night to hunt the beast. If you were to become the leader of the Phoenix sect, do not abandon them, Wen Yiping advised earnestly. Understood, Master, Ting Ho replied, gazing deeply at Wen Yiping. After trudging through the biting cold for half a day, they finally reached the foot of Phoenix Town, where a few households appeared in the distance. Tonight, we shall rest at these households. After assessing the situation, we will ascend the mountain early tomorrow morning, Wen Yiping informed Tang Ho. Very well. The sky is darkening ominously, as if a blizzard is approaching. Let us allow everyone to rest, Tang Ho suggested, brushing the snow off his shoulders. Brothers, our second-in-command has spoken. We shall rest in that village tonight and ascend the mountain tomorrow morning, Wen Yiping announced enthusiastically. Excellent! The group surged forward with renewed vigor. Tang Ho, should you successfully capture the beast, you will be hailed as a hero in Phoenix Town. Conversely, if we fail, we may lose our lives here. Thus, we must advance. For retreat is not an option. We must capture the beast, or we shall perish in Phoenix Town, Wen Yiping stated gravely. Master, I believe this endeavor to capture the beast presents an exceptional opportunity to establish my reputation within the Phoenix sect and a chance to make a name for myself in the martial world. If we can slay the beast and bring it back to Phoenix Town, the King of Elon will surely reward us with a warrior medal. With such a medal, who would dare disrespect us in Elon? We would no longer need to worry about food or clothing, Tang Ho reassured Wen Yiping. Unbeknownst to them, the group had arrived at the mountain's base, where several warriors approached the yard of a few households, startling the farmers who rushed out to pay their respects. Upon learning that Phoenix sect warriors had come to capture the beast, they welcomed them into their homes with smiles. After being introduced to Tang Ho as the leader of the expedition, the farmers hurried to show their hospitality. Master, please enter our humble abode and rest, an elderly man said, clasping his hands together with a warm smile. The sudden arrival of a group of warriors created a lively atmosphere, drawing both adults and children to gather around. The farmers stoked the fire and invited everyone to sit and warm themselves. As the guests shed their cloaks and outer garments, a joyful and harmonious ambience filled the room. Seeing the crowd, the farmers decided to light a few more fires and fetched axes to chop wood. Tang Ho joined several young warriors to assist. Old man, we are warriors from the Phoenix sect, sent here to capture the beast. We may stay with you tonight and will ascend the mountain at dawn, Wen Yiping began conversing with the elder. Certainly, we may not have enough bedding, but we can certainly light more fires for warmth. The elder replied, no worries. We have plenty of clothes. Have you heard about the beast? Wen Yiping inquired, seeking information from the elder. I have seen the bodies of several hunters. They were gravely injured and lost their lives. There were once beasts in these mountains, and the Phoenix town sent people to hunt them, but they were never captured, and the matter was left unresolved. Now that you are here, I suspect capturing that beast will also be a daunting task. The elder recounted. Old man, we must capture that beast. Otherwise, we cannot fulfill our mission. Tang Ho was sent by our leader, and if we fail to catch the beast, how shall we report back? The townsfolk of Phoenix are eagerly awaiting our good news. Tang Ho said with a bright smile. Young brother, you must be Tang Ho. I have heard of a prodigy from the Phoenix sect, destined for martial greatness. The elder remarked, I am Tang Ho. If you truly wish to capture the beast, we shall lead you tomorrow. I know where it resides. I have spent my life hunting in Phoenix Town and have encountered many beasts, yet I have never seen these particular ones. They possess intelligence, travel in packs, and never stray alone. Capturing them would be an exceedingly difficult task. However, I am merely a farmer and cannot match their prowess, the elder chuckled. Old man, are those young men your sons? Tang Ho asked, noticing several young men helping with the firewood. Indeed. I have 3 sons. These households belong to my sons, the elder replied. As the cold intensified, Tang Ho and Wen Yiping conferred, concerned that if everyone sat by the fire all night, they would not rest well and might lack the strength to capture the beast the next day. Old man, we would like to discuss something with you. Given the harsh cold and our mission to hunt the beast tomorrow, we need adequate rest, If we are fatigued and cannot capture the beast, our journey would be in vain. When Yiping stated, I will find a solution for you. Why cellar can accommodate more than 20 people. It remains warm in winter and cool in summer, perfect for sheltering and resting. If it is still cold, I can lay down straw and animal skins. Sleeping on them will surely keep you warm. The elder replied, glancing at Wen Yiping and Tang Ho with confidence and friendliness. With the firewood ready, several warriors carried the logs into the house. Tang Ho and Wen Yiping entered, where everyone welcomed Tang Ho, urging him to take a seat. Tang Ho smiled and fetched a stool for Wen Yiping, saying, Everyone, sit and warm yourselves. It is quite cold. Upon entering, the elder instructed 2 middle-aged men to light 2 more fires. The spacious wooden house quickly filled with warmth, prompting everyone to remove their outer garments as beads of sweat began to form on their backs, as Tang Ho sat by the fire. The elder arranged for several women to prepare a meal while discussing the next day's plans with Tang Ho and Wen Yiping. Tang, you must ensure you have sufficient provisions for the journey to Phoenix Town tomorrow, as you may not return for several days. Without enough supplies, you risk starving, the elder advised. During the meal, several women brought 2 large platters of lamb and 2 jars of wine to the table, and the group of over 20 devoured the food with gusto. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, the elder fetched animal skins, instructing his sons to escort Tang Ho and the others to the cellar for rest. The cellar was very warm, and lying on the beds made of straw and animal skins was extremely comfortable. As the others fell asleep, Tang Ho found himself restless and rose to chat with the elder. Spotting the elder and his 3 sons sharpening arrows on a stone, he inquired, Old man, what weapon is this? These are arrows. They can attack beasts from a distance. If the beast is ferocious, we cannot approach. We shall shoot it from afar, the elder replied with enthusiasm. The next day, a biting wind lashed at them like a blade, making them hesitant to venture outside. The air was frigid, and the snow fell heavier, swirling like cotton, rendering visibility beyond 10 meters nearly impossible. The elder's family awoke early, with the men preparing weapons and strategizing the beast's hiding places while the women prepared breakfast and provisions. Hearing dogs barking outside, Tang Ho rose. He stepped out of the cellar to find the elder's family already bustling with activity and hurried back to awaken the others. Everyone quickly got out of bed, ate breakfast, and took the supplies prepared by the elder's family as they ascended the mountain. The elder and his 3 sons, fully armed with bows, swords, and daggers, each led a sturdy hunting dog. The dogs were robust, standing about 1 meter tall, with reddish-brown fur that gave them an imposing presence. Noticing the absence of men at home, Tang Ho expressed concern, Old man, you cannot let all 3 sons go up the mountain. One must stay behind to protect the women and children. This reminder prompted the elder to turn to his youngest son and say, Long Shui, you must stay behind. One of the young men paused, watching as they headed towards Phoenix Town. Phoenix Town stretched for 200 to 300 kilometers, with steep mountains, sheer cliffs, dense forests, and abundant wildlife. The elder led Tang Ho and the group along the ridge, but the heavy snow obscured the path, making each step treacherous, filled with the fear of falling off a cliff. After 3 hours of walking, they finally reached the summit of Phoenix Town, where they discovered a flat area and a wooden structure, a temporary dwelling built by hunters. Upon entering the wooden house, the elder invited everyone to sit and rest. Suddenly, one of the warriors approached Tang Ho and whispered, Master Tang, the valley ahead is where the beast comes and goes. Upon hearing this, the elder approached and reassured, Do not be afraid, it is cold. I believe the beast will not venture out. There exists a path that descends into the canyon, from which several hunters have mysteriously vanished, ultimately found lifeless in a cave within the gorge. The expressions of fear and trepidation on the faces of the warriors instilled dread in all present. How do you know this? Tang Ho queried. Perplexed that I participated in the search, Tang Ho immediately rose and cautioned everyone. Be vigilant. This is the lair of the beasts. Prepare your weapons for battle. He conferred with the elder, suggesting they first scout the area for any signs of the creature's tracks or other evidence. As they traversed the mountain path leading down into the canyon, the elder's dog suddenly began to bark. The cacophony perhaps disturbed a nearby beast, which responded with a chilling howl in an instant. Tong Ho spotted several dark figures on a slope less than 50 meters away. Each creature was approximately 7 to 8 meters in length and about 2 meters tall, with gaping maws and long, hooked fangs visible, their eyes glowing like fiery orbs. Tong Ho called for the elder to retreat to the mountain summit for safety. As they reached the top, several beasts pursued them swiftly, sending the hunting dogs into a frenzy. Elder, hasten to the wooden cabin and instruct everyone to take cover. I shall confront them, Ting Ho declared, drawing his sword and positioning himself atop a slab of green stone. The beasts lunged at him as if driven mad. And Tong Ho first unleashed a flurry of darts, then soared through the air like a swallow. The sound of his blade slicing through the air was like a storm, piercing one beast's throat, which collapsed to the ground, blood gushing forth like a spring, staining the surrounding leaves crimson. The elder immediately commanded his 2 sons to shoot arrows at the beasts, while others, paralyzed by fear, clutched their sword hilts. Trembling uncontrollably, the elder and his sons fired numerous arrows into the creatures, which showed no reaction and continued their charge toward Ting Ho with a flash. Tong Ho's sword cleaved through the air, decapitating one beast, blood splattering everywhere and rolling to the feet of the onlookers, causing them to scream in terror. After several exchanges, the beasts, having missed their attacks and exhausted their strength, howled in fear. Hesitant to approach Ting Ho, he observed that 3 beasts remained. Just as he prepared to strike at them, the creatures dashed toward a narrow path into the canyon, producing a thunderous rumble as rocks tumbled into the gorge and branches snapped violently. Tong Ho was ready to pursue when the elder urgently called out to him, "Master Tong, do not follow. They are wounded. If we chase them, they may retaliate. Injured animals can be exceedingly dangerous when cornered. What shall we do then?" The elder surveyed the disheveled expressions of the group, realizing that relying solely on Ting Ho to capture the 3 beasts would be perilous. It would be wiser to rest for 2 days and return. "Master Tong, perhaps you should take a 2-day respite," he suggested. "No. I must capture the 3 beasts today," Tong Ho asserted, leaping down the path into the canyon. When Yiping rallied everyone to regain their composure, urging them not to let Ting Ho face the beasts alone, lest he encounter life-threatening danger. The elder and his 2 sons followed Ting Ho into the canyon, with Wen Yiping and the other warriors trailing behind. Following the creature's tracks, Tang Ho discovered they had entered a cave. The entrance was oval-shaped, approximately 10 meters wide and 15 to 16 meters high, with a small stream flowing inside, the water rushing swiftly, revealing fish darting about. Tong Ho hesitated to venture deeper into the cave, uncertain of how many beasts were inside or the conditions that awaited him. To rush in blindly could provoke an attack from the creatures, jeopardizing his life. Sitting at the cave's mouth, he pondered how to lure the beasts out. Suddenly, he remembered how, as a child, he had used smoke to drive out mice. Perhaps this tactic would prove effective here. The elder and his sons arrived, followed by Wen Yiping and the other warriors. They found Ting Ho standing at the cave entrance, which struck them as peculiar. The elder asked in astonishment, "Have the beasts entered the cave?" "Indeed. I plan to smoke them out," Ting Ho replied. The elder glanced at the group, seemingly contemplating something. "Excellent idea," Wen Yiping exclaimed. "However, we must set a trap at the entrance. Otherwise, when they emerge, we will be unable to capture them." "What shall we do?" Tong Ho proposed. "We shall insert our swords into the ground, so when the beasts charge out, they will impale themselves upon the sword tips, rendering them immobile for capture. Others stationed on the cliff would then hurl stones down upon the beasts as they emerged." "A splendid notion," Wen Yiping laughed in approval. The group set about gathering firewood, while Tang Ho firmly planted his sword in the earth to secure it with stones. Half an hour later, the firewood was prepared and stacked at the cave's entrance. Tang Ho commanded it be ignited, and dense smoke billowed forth into the cave point. 10 minutes later, the three beasts indeed emerged, howling in distress, only to be pierced by the swords as they reached the entrance. Collapsing to the ground in agony, Wen Yiping shouted for everyone to hurl stones from the cliff, the elder and his sons unleashed a barrage of arrows, and after 10 minutes, the three beasts lay motionless. Seeing they had ceased moving, Tang Ho ordered everyone to stop shooting and stoning, rushing over to inspect the beasts, discovering they were lifeless. The creatures were dead, and the group stood in stunned silence for a moment before Wen Yiping and the others erupted into cheers. The elder and his sons joining in the jubilation as they surrounded Tang Ho, lifting him off the ground in celebration. Once the excitement subsided, Tang Ho instructed everyone to carry one of the beasts back to present to Tang Ho. Chapter 22. Tang Ho and Wen Yiping expressed their gratitude to the elder's family and, together, transported the beast back to Phoenix Town. Before reaching the town, Tang Ho dispatched a warrior on horseback to Phoenix to deliver the good news. Upon hearing that Tang Ho had slain the beast, Clinton was beside himself with joy, immediately gathering troops to greet them at the town's entrance, not forgetting to summon Tang Ho and Zhou Wudi to join in the reception. Upon receiving the message from the messenger, Tang Ho was filled with pride, contemplating how Tang Ho would surely report their success to the king, bestowing each of them with a warrior's medal. As they entered Phoenix Town, the townsfolk celebrated with drums and firecrackers, welcoming their triumphant return. Ke Fengjiao, accompanied by her two younger sisters, stood beaming beside Clinton, joyfully pointing at Tang Ho, filled with uncontainable delight. Tang Ho and his companions received high honors from Clinton and Tang Ho Zhou Wudi. After a few cups of wine, Tang Ho succumbed to inebriation and requested to return to school. But Clinton insisted he remain at Phoenix Sect for the night. The following day, as the sun rose, a ray of light streamed through the window, illuminating Tang Ho's face. Slowly awakening, he realized it was already bright outside. He rose to prepare for training, only to find himself not on his familiar bed in the school but in a room belonging to the Phoenix Sect. Faintly, he heard shouting from the training ground. Realizing he had slept in the Phoenix Sect's quarters, opening the window, he noticed Ke Fengjiao and her sisters practicing swordplay in the garden, and he was struck by Ke Fengjiao's increasing beauty and charm. She diligently instructed her sisters, Ke Fengjiao and Ke Fengling, in their sword techniques, displaying no signs of annoyance, embodying the essence of a devoted master. When they saw Tang Ho emerge, the three sisters rushed over with smiles. "Brother Tang, you're awake. My father said we would spend the day with you and attend the celebration in town at noon." "What celebration?" Tang Ho asked, perplexed. "You have become a hero in Phoenix Town? Tang Ho will hold a ceremony to honor you and your companions, and you shall receive a warrior's medal. I need to attend class." "What class? School is closed today. Everyone is preparing for the celebration," Ke Fengjiao said, her enchanting gaze fixed on Tang Ho. A few servants approached, and a middle-aged woman smiled, saying, "Miss, Master Ke is looking for you. Hurry. We need to take Master Tang to freshen up." "Understood," Ke Fengjiao replied with a smile, taking her sister Fengling with her as they departed. After freshening up, when Yiping arrived, his face adorned with a perpetual smile. "You're awake. Did you sleep well last night? Master Ke has gone to Tang Ho's place. I heard there will be an awards ceremony for you, Master. I do not wish to attend the celebration. You must. You are the guest of honor. It would not do for you to miss it." "There is still time. Let us practice a bit first." Wen Yiping led Tang Ho to the training room, where he found several of Wen Yiping's other disciples present. Upon seeing him, they simultaneously exclaimed, "Master, senior brother, today, we brought our junior brother Tang Ho to practice Qi techniques together and learn any tips he may have." Tang Ho was at a loss for how to respond. having learned without any clear guidance. Tung Ho, please share how you learned the Qi techniques, Wen Yiping urged, pulling him to sit in the center of the training room. Master, I have always practiced according to your instructions. There is nothing particularly special about it. Ah? How can you be so formidable? Did you truly only reach the second stage? Wen Yiping exclaimed, astonished. Since my body was injured during that training session, I have not entered your training room to practice Qi. Well, let us assess your progress. I shall check your acupoints, Wen Yiping replied with a smile. Tang Ho sat cross-legged on a stone bench, channeling his energy, hands clasped together. Wen Yiping extended his hand to check Tang Ho's pulse, sensing a powerful energy flow within him. Shaking his head, he remarked, Tang Ho, you are not at the second stage. You have actually reached the third stage, akin to the initial phase of the fourth stage. You truly are a martial arts prodigy. Since you have entered the third stage, Tang Ho, you should immerse yourself in the fourth pool. Perhaps you will adapt well, due to the fact that you have successfully opened at least 3 acupoints. Should you manage to unlock 2 more, you will ascend to the 6th stage, and your swordsmanship will undoubtedly elevate to a higher echelon, rendering you a truly distinguished martial artist. At next year's Elon National Conference, you shall surely be elevated to the rank of advanced martial artist. Wen Yiping led Tang Ho into another stone chamber. Similarly, in the center of the room lay a large pool, the air thick with an unpleasant and acrid scent. The other senior disciples gathered to observe the extent of Tang Ho's cultivation technique. Upon inhaling the foul aroma, they were compelled to retch. Wen Yiping instructed Tang Ho to enter the pool, and upon jumping in, he felt as though delicate hands were massaging his entire body, an exceptionally pleasant sensation. Wen Yiping stood by the edge of the pool, laughing heartily, and remarked, Tang Ho, you have already reached the third stage. Your next step must be to immerse yourself here daily. Who knows, within a few days, you may attain the fourth stage. Upon reaching the fourth stage, Master Ku will personally impart his sword techniques to you. After soaking for half an hour, Wen Yiping leaped out, exclaiming with excitement, Master, will Senior Ku teach me sword techniques? Indeed. As long as you reach the fourth stage, a martial artist of the Phoenix sect will receive instruction from Clinton. Within the Phoenix sect, his swordsmanship is unparalleled, known as the Iron Swordsman of Elon. Even Feng Yujun would fear him threefold in combat. Amidst his excitement, Tang Ho pondered the matter of marrying Kefengjiao. Should he refuse her proposal, it was likely that Clinton would not bestow his sword techniques upon him. Wen Yiping called Tang Ho back to the previous training room, urging him to share his insights on the cultivation method, so that the other disciples and himself might also learn and enhance their own abilities. After lunch, Clinton arrived. Upon seeing Wen Yiping and the disciples dining, he chuckled and said, Ah, I thought you had gone to the town for a meal. I just returned from there. Ting Ho Zhou Wudi was inebriated, and I believe this afternoon's events will merely be ceremonial. Do not place too much importance on that warrior's medal. It is merely Zhou Wudi's words. Consider that medal must be bestowed by the king. It is a highly improbable occurrence. Even if one were to slay a few beasts, the king would hardly be astonished. Hearing this, Ting Ho felt a chill run through him. After lunch, he expressed his desire to return to school, as he felt a void from not having attended the previous day. Wen Yiping acquiesced to his request. Upon returning to the school, he found a crowd gathered on the playground. Drumming, singing, and dancing in jubilant celebration, he dashed to the dormitory, where he spotted Bujier seated on the grass, sewing a quilt. Upon seeing Tang Ho's return, she immediately rose and exclaimed, Child, you have truly become a hero. Galosuo went to inquire about your whereabouts after you failed to return home last night, but he has not yet returned. I imagine he is reveling in joy at a tavern. Really? Tang Ho responded with a peculiar smile. Child, you are indeed a hero. The citizens of Phoenix Town will not forget you. You have rid them of the beasts that plagued the town, allowing hunters to venture into the mountains once more. You may not realize it, but many farmers in Phoenix Town depend on hunting for their livelihood. Without the eradication of these beasts, they would face starvation in the streets. Grandmother, it was merely my duty. Teng Ho replied modestly. Even if faced with an army of thousands, I would willingly step forward to defend Phoenix Town. Since childhood, I have harbored a dream of becoming a martial sage, dedicating my life to the service of Elon. Child, you are a great person. I have never encountered a child like you in Phoenix Town. With a child like you in our nation, I feel immense pride. It is a privilege to share in your life. As the two conversed, Golosuo arrived, his face pale, clearly having indulged in too much alcohol. Child, I have been searching for you for ages. Why did you not come to the town to witness the festivities? Today, you are the star. Without you, how could the celebrations be lively? Golosuo pulled Teng Ho towards the exit. Bujier also encouraged Teng Ho to join the townsfolk in their celebration, smiling as she said, Child, you must go to the town and celebrate with everyone. Today, you are the hero. Without you, the revelry would be lacking. Golosuo led Teng Ho to the street, where the townspeople instantly recognized him, crowding around him with cheers and applause, presenting him with flowers, offering him drinks, and even a group of women encircled him, singing and dancing. Phoenix Town boasts 8 streets, all brimming with people, drumming, singing, and dancing, the atmosphere alive with excitement upon hearing of Teng Ho's arrival. Golosuo brought Teng Ho to the martial arena in front of Teng Ho's residence, followed by a throng of admirers. Hero, perform a set of tiger head sword techniques for us, Golosuo called out exuberantly. What's this? This is a celebratory event, Teng Ho whispered to Golosuo. Fear not. This is an opportunity to win the hearts of the citizens of Phoenix Town. If you wish to establish yourself as the leader of the Phoenix sect in the future, you must seize this chance, Golosuo replied quietly. The crowd, having heard Golosuo's call for Teng Ho to perform, grew even more excited, chanting for him to display his swordsmanship. Teng Ho unsheathed his sword, only to find that it had become sullied with the blood of the beasts he had slain the previous day, appearing more like a charred stick than a sword. Nevertheless, to bring joy to the crowd, he began to dance with the sword. Teng Ho's performance attracted a number of swordsmanship enthusiasts who gathered around, their eyes transfixed on his blade as it danced gracefully through the air, eliciting gasps of amazement. As Teng Ho completed his routine, he noticed that the sword seemed to melt away like ice meeting a flame, falling to the ground. This spectacle astonished the surrounding martial artists, who were left in awe. Clinton, who had intended to join Zhou Wudi for a drink, found himself drawn to the scene of Teng Ho's sword dance, and could not help but curse the swordsmiths, Song Renzhong and others. However, this thought was fleeting. With Teng Ho's prowess, one could only wonder what a sword forged by a 10th-level swordsmith would become in his hands. He was truly a martial prodigy, when Yiping and several disciples were also in the crowd, having witnessed the remarkable display, and were left astounded. Teng Ho had only recently reached the 4th stage. Why had his sword melted? Was there some enchantment in his swordplay? Secretly, when Yiping admired Teng Ho, recognizing that he was destined to lead the Phoenix sect, in truth, Zhou Wudi had also seen the performance. Having indulged in drink and collapsed onto his bed, he was stirred by the commotion outside and, unable to sleep, rose to investigate. Upon stepping onto the balcony, he beheld the gathering around Teng Ho's sword dance and watched intently. After the performance, he was startled to see the sword dissolve like ice under high heat, leaving him in awe and admiration. Chapter 23. The antidote. Teng Ho gazed at his sword, now so fragile, and could only marvel. Without uttering a word, he bowed to the crowd and waved goodbye as he departed. Golosuo, witnessing this, was left in a state of confusion, trailing behind Teng Ho. The revelers continued to enjoy themselves, basking in the joy of the moment. After traversing 2 streets, Golosuo finally caught up with Teng Ho and quietly inquired, Child, what happened? Why did the sword melt as if it were ice meeting fire? I do not know, Ting Ho replied. Upon returning to the dormitory, Bu Jie was also present. She remarked to Tang Ho with an air of peculiarity, "Child, you have indeed made a name for yourself. You are now a hero." That earlier spectacle was witnessed by several prominent families in Phoenix Town, and they will no longer dare to flaunt their power or act tyrannically. Ha ha, those once arrogant families, who thought themselves above others, even disregarding Clinton of the Phoenix sect, have now had their eyes opened, Golosuo interjected earnestly. At that moment, when Yiping arrived, accompanied by several disciples. Observing Tang Ho's strange expression, he spoke slowly. "Tang Ho, Master Ku has summoned you back to the Phoenix sect." Tang Ho glanced at Golosuo and Bu Jie, reluctant to leave. As they exited the school, when Yiping addressed Tang Ho, "Tang Ho, why are you associating with them?" "What is it?" Tang Ho replied, sensing a hint of reproach in Wen Yiping's tone. "They are notorious demons in Phoenix Town. You may not be aware, but no one dares to stay in their dormitory at the noble school. Many have reported seeing demons coming and going, with songs echoing from the dorms at midnight." Wen Yiping seemed to have prior knowledge of Bu Jie and Golosuo's pasts. "I have lived there for quite some time and have never witnessed any demons coming or going. It is quite peaceful, like a paradise." "Strange. Golosuo is an eccentric fellow. Aside from his daily drinking, I have never seen him engage in any remarkable deeds. I once heard tales of his background. He is a distant relative of the royal family. After his father was captured in a war, the king suspected him of treachery and nearly exiled his family. It was only through the pleas of several generals that they were spared. Consequently, he was assigned to teach at the noble school in Phoenix Town, where rumors of his swordsmanship and sorcery circulated, with some even claiming he could read the heavens. Master, I believe Golosuo, for all his love of drink, knows little else. He is merely a kind-hearted person. Aside from his fondness for singing, I find no other passions in him at all. He does enjoy drinking. However, he has never let it interfere with his duties or make mistakes. Bu Jie is also a rather peculiar old woman. Her origins are shrouded in mystery, and no one knows where she came from, save that she is the matron of the dormitory. I implore you not to associate with them further. Do not tarnish your reputation." Wen Yiping stated earnestly, "Master, you do not understand them, yet you cannot defame them." Ting Ho found himself vexed by Wen Yiping's remarks, for after all, they had saved his life. Had it not been for their intervention, no one in the Phoenix sect would have come to his aid, and he would have long since departed this world. Upon hearing Tang Ho's words, Wen Yiping also recognized his own stubbornness, realizing that he had easily believed hearsay and spoken ill of others, which was decidedly uncharacteristic of him. "Tang Ho, perhaps I have been overly biased. Please do not take it to heart. It may simply be that I lack familiarity with them," he conceded. As Tang Ho arrived at the Phoenix sect, he found Clinton seated in the hall, engaged in conversation with several venerable elders, among whom were Song Runzhong and a few other swordsmiths. The elderly gentleman, whom Tang Ho had never encountered before, appeared vigorous and cheerful, their gazes turning towards Tang Ho and Wen Yiping as they entered the hall. Clinton beckoned Tang Ho to sit beside him, smiling as he declared, "Master Ancestor, today I have summoned the heroes of the Phoenix sect for you to witness their swordsmanship." Turning to Tang Ho, Clinton inquired, "Tang Ho, we wish to understand why the sword you wielded before the Ting Ho residence melted into ash, obliterating the craftsmanship of Master Song." Master, I am at a loss for the reason." Tang Ho replied candidly. "Then, would you perform that swordplay once more, so we may observe if the sword can indeed be reduced to ash?" Clinton found Tang Ho's behavior increasingly perplexing, at times leaving him utterly bewildered. He handed the sword to Tang Ho, causing Song Runzhong, who stood nearby, to blanch. For decades, no one had dared to challenge his swordsmithing skills, yet here was this young lad, Tang Ho, doing just that. Nevertheless, Song quickly regained his composure. reflecting that after a lifetime of crafting swords, he had only encountered mediocrity, thus squandering his time without gaining any renown. If he could forge a superior sword for Teng Ho, his name would be immortalized, and generations would acknowledge his unparalleled prowess in swordsmithing within the realm of Elon. Teng Ho, sword in hand, bowed to those around him and began to dance with the blade. His performance left the elderly masters in awe. Yet the sword remained unscathed. Song Runjong's heart lifted, and he exclaimed, "Master Clinton, I believe the fault does not lie with the sword. It suggests that perhaps someone tampered with it." He insisted that they inquire of Teng Ho regarding his sword and those who had interfered. Clinton, furrowing his brow, retorted, "Who would dare tamper with it? Yesterday, he wielded that very sword to slay a beast in Elon, who possesses the ability to melt a sword in broad daylight without just cause. I suspect the sword is not the issue. It is likely a matter of Teng Ho's own prowess. Child, if you desire, I shall gift you this sword." Teng Ho shook his head. Observing this, Clinton fixed a serious gaze upon Song Runjong and the other swordsmiths, declaring, "Song Runjong, from this moment forth, devise a means to forge 10 superior swords for the Phoenix sect. But master, there are no fine ores in Phoenix town. We must venture to Lieli Island to procure them. As they possess high-quality materials, then you shall go to Lieli Island," Clinton commanded. One of the elderly gentlemen suggested, "Brother Song, you shall undertake this task. Consider this child. That swordplay he demonstrated would shatter an ordinary blade in his hands. To uphold the prestige of the Phoenix sect, we must forge a few exemplary swords for all to see, that we may not be ridiculed." "Indeed," assured Song Runjong, clasping his hands together, "I shall ensure that we create an exceptional sword suited for young Tung." Clinton remarked, "Having witnessed that performance, it is clear the sword is not at fault. But what could the cause be? If we can discern the reason, aside from Teng Ho's abilities, and apply this knowledge on the battlefield, would it not bring great honor to our Elon?" Teng Ho pondered the notion of contributing to the soldiers on the battlefield and reflected on how his sword had never left his side yesterday. How could it have melted? Suddenly, he recalled that during the hunt for the beast, his sword had become tainted with the creature's blood, which he had been unable to wash off, leading to its oxidation and darkening. "Master, I believe I have discerned the cause," he exclaimed. "What is it?" Clinton asked, his curiosity piqued. "Yesterday, when we hunted the beast, I used that very sword. After slaying the creature, its blood contaminated the blade, causing it to turn black. I suspect that the blood has corroded and melted the sword." "That cannot be. We have never heard of such a phenomenon. How could blood possibly melt a sword?" One elder interjected. "Let us investigate. The beast remains at the Teng Ho residence. I shall verify," Clinton urged. The group hastened to the Teng Ho estate, entering the courtyard to find numerous individuals collapsed, wailing in despair. Moments earlier, it had appeared as though a grand feast was underway. Several village healers were administering remedies to the fallen. Upon seeing Clinton and his entourage, Zhou Wudi rushed out from the hall, a look of distress upon his face. "Master Clinton, you have arrived. Witness this dreadful sight. It is enough to terrify anyone. Today, a dozen individuals, thrilled by the prospect of consuming the beast, drank its broth, only to collapse, some losing their lives in the process. One of the village doctors approached, sighing, "There is nothing we can do, for have already succumbed. Quickly, take us to the place where the beast was butchered, that we may examine the blood," Clinton urged Zhou Wudi. Zhou Wudi led them to the backyard, where the ground was stained black, the stone slabs marred by corrosive marks. Not far off, 2 dogs lay lifeless on the ground. Teng Ho's heart sank. The beast must have possessed potent venom. Clinton addressed the assembly. "The creature is venomous. We must find an antidote immediately. Wen Yiping, return at once to gather the apothecaries and ascertain if there is a remedy." Tung Ho recalled Bugle and Gorosu, realizing that although he had suffered injuries due to his energy practice, the Phoenix sect had no means to remedy it, while they could. Tung Ho mounted his horse and sped towards the academy. At the pond's edge, Bugle was washing clothes when he spotted Tung Ho approaching and inquired, "What troubles you, grandmother? You must act swiftly. Today, a group consumed the beast's soup and have been poisoned, their lives hanging by a thread. Please, find a way to save them." Bugle set down her laundry and took Tung Ho to the dormitory, bypassing her own room to seek out Gorosu. "Child, Gorosu is clever. He will surely know how to concoct an antidote." They arrived at Gorosu's quarters, only to find him still asleep, perhaps having indulged in drink the previous night. "Old man, open up! A calamity has befallen the town. People have been poisoned by the beast and require your healing," Bugle shouted at the door. "Understood. I was enjoying a fine slumber," Gorosu replied as he opened the door. Gathering a few vials of medicine, "Child, take this and see if it works. I shall not accompany you. I am exceedingly tired." Tung Ho accepted the medicine and dashed back to the Tung Ho estate. When he presented the antidote to Clinton, he was momentarily speechless but quickly directed that the potion be brewed for the afflicted. Half an hour passed, and the remaining patients who consumed the antidote began to vomit blood but soon regained consciousness. The elderly masters observed, exclaiming, "The remedy is effective. Child, where did you procure this medicine?" Clinton inquired of Tung Ho. "I received it from my grandfather," Tung Ho replied. "Which grandfather?" "The old man from the academy, Gorosu," when Yiping interjected. Clinton regarded the elders in silence before turning to depart. Suddenly, Tung Ho approached, smiling. "Thank you for the antidote, Master Clinton. I knew the Phoenix sect was brimming with talent capable of crafting remedies. No need for thanks. The antidote has proven effective. We must take our leave," Clinton replied, appearing to evade something as he rushed off. Chapter 24. The Hall of Brotherhood. Once Clinton had departed, Tung Ho exchanged a glance with Wen Yiping and quietly said, "Master, I must return to the academy to rest." "Go ahead," Wen Yiping replied, watching as Clinton walked further away. Upon returning to the academy, Tung Ho found Bugle still washing clothes. Upon seeing him, she eagerly asked, "How did it go? Did they recover after taking the medicine?" "They are well." "Ah, I knew Gorosu would be able to treat them. He often conducts experiments to counter various toxins. You may not know, but he has tested many substances on rats, leading to numerous fatalities among them. That explains it. No wonder they felt better after vomiting blood. But let's not dwell on that. This is a matter concerning Tung Ho. You are young, so worry less. Tonight, do not venture to the Phoenix sect. I shall prepare a sumptuous dinner for you. While Gorosu is present, engage him in conversation, share a drink, and perhaps inquire about the composition of that antidote." "All right," Tung Ho replied with a smile. He assisted Bugle in washing the clothes, and just as they finished, Wei Yin arrived with a group of companions, followed closely by his sister Wei Jing. "Master, today, you have become a hero. Just now, I called for you amidst the crowd, yet you did not respond. When you completed your sword dance, you vanished in an instant, like a fleeting breeze. I searched for you everywhere and could not find you. Then I remembered you must have returned to the dormitory, and here you are." Tung Ho, annoyed by Wei Yin's jovial demeanor, retorted, "What do you want from me? You were quite the spectacle today. The people of Phoenix Town are raving about you, proclaiming you a martial sage, a saint of Elon. Master, let us venture out for some leisure today. My treat. I am utterly fatigued and wish to rest." "Rest? It is still early. Let us enjoy ourselves for a while before returning to relax." Wei Yin dragged Tung Ho and dashed towards the school exit. A group of them arrived at a seaside tavern in Phoenix Town, ascended to the second floor, and entered a private room by the sea, where Wei Yin urged Tung Ho to take a seat. "Master, today we have brought you to this place, which can be deemed the most comfortable spot. The air here is fresh, and one can behold the sea. especially in the evening, when the boats return from the sea and the bustling scene at the dock unfolds. It is truly delightful. A few companions settled down, and Wei Jing also sat with a smile, shyly glancing at Teng Ho, her eyes betraying a sense of admiration. Master, I have been your disciple for quite some time, yet you have never imparted any sword techniques to me. While Wei Yin called for the waiter to come upstairs to take their order, he spoke to Teng Ho. He shouted a couple of times from the doorway, closed it, returned to his seat, and continued, Master, I have heard about your beast capture in Phoenix Town yesterday. I feel both joy and concern. I am thrilled that you are becoming a hero of the Elon Kingdom, yet I worry that you might not return. If you do not come back, I would be heartbroken. You have yet to teach me any sword techniques. Master, why not join my sister's Tongren Martial Hall? The Tongren Martial Hall is the training ground of my Wei family. If you join, the entire Wei family would acknowledge you as our master. Naturally, our Wei family would become a prestigious and prosperous clan in the Golden Yuan continent. Wei Yin said with a smile, I am currently a martial artist of the Phoenix sect and cannot possibly join your martial hall. Oh dear, I see that the Phoenix sect does not treat you well. Why cling to it so? If you were to join the Tongren Martial Hall, I could offer you wealth and luxury. Teng Ho had never heard of any martial hall and could not betray the Phoenix sect. Even though the Phoenix sect had not taught him much, without Clinton bringing him to the Phoenix sect, he would not have the honors he enjoyed today. Master, would you be able to teach me sword techniques this evening? Wei Yin incessantly urged. Teach you sword techniques? My own skills are still immature. How could I possibly teach you? Even if I were to instruct you, it would only be after I have perfected my techniques and gained recognition as a senior martial artist at the Elon Kingdom competition that I could justly impart my skills and take you as my disciple. That would take quite a long time, wouldn't it? Master, I am being bullied. What should I do? You must at least teach me a move or two to defend myself. Wei Yin chuckled. If you wish to learn some self-defense skills, I can teach you, but not at this moment. When I have the time, I shall seek you out. A few waiters brought tea, and suddenly, the door swung open, revealing a middle-aged man of martial status, whose sword behind him particularly caught Teng Ho's attention. The scabbard appeared exquisite, gleaming with silver, and the hilt bore the likeness of a beast's head. However, the quality of the blade and whether it was forged by a renowned blacksmith remained unknown. Master, you have arrived. Wei Jing immediately stood up and politely addressed the middle-aged martial artist. I just came from the street and heard that a group of soldiers on horseback has taken residence at the Divine Dragon Inn. Just as I was pondering the matter, Ting Hojo Wudi arrived with a crowd, and then they entered the inn, though I know not what they discussed, said Wei Jing's master. Never mind. Those soldiers must be here on business for Ting Ho's estate. There is no need to be alarmed. We are here today to enjoy ourselves and make friends. Wei Yin laughed. Oh, how could I forget? Master Teng Ho, greetings. It is truly my first time meeting you. Your reputation precedes you. Such a young age, yet ranked second in the Phoenix sect, defeating Zhou Zhirua, slaying beasts on Phoenix Mountain, and saving countless common folk. The people of Phoenix Town are immensely grateful to you. It was merely a trifling effort. Not worth mentioning. Wei Yin, realizing Ting Ho did not know the middle-aged man's name, suddenly exclaimed, Oh, I forgot to introduce you. This is my sister's master. Wei Wu.it has been a long time. Senior Wei. Ting Ho expressed with utmost respect, smiling warmly. Ting Ho, I observe you have been at the Phoenix sect for quite some time. Yet I have not seen Clinton reward you with a single coin. If you were to join our Wei family's Tongren Martial Hall, you would have been given a stipend long ago. And I assure you would receive even more from the Phoenix sect. I presume your family has not come to the Phoenix sect. If you join our Tongren Martial Hall, we could send someone to fetch your family to reside with us in the Wei household, ensuring they want for nothing. Wei Yin seemed to mock the Phoenix sect. The waiters began to serve food and drink, and the host beckoned, Please enjoy, Master, let us eat and chat, Wei Yin suggested. After a cup of wine, Wei Wu picked up a piece of lamb, saying, I heard from Wei Yin that you have taken him on as a disciple. Why then have you not taught him any sword techniques? The time is not yet ripe. Ting Ho took a sip of wine and glanced at him. Master, when will that time come? I am truly eager to become your disciple, Wei Yin implored, as I mentioned earlier. Once the time is ripe, I shall certainly impart my sword techniques to you. However, to be my disciple, one must possess an open heart, be kind, ambitious, and ready to defend the nation. Master, are you testing me? Rest assured, I am ready for your trial. Suddenly, a few screams emerged from outside the door, prompting Ting Ho to rise and push the door open to investigate. In the hall below, he saw several martial artists, no older than 16 or 17, kicking and punching a drunken farmer, shouting incomprehensible things. Master, is that not Wei Feng, Wei Hai, and several of the Wei family's young masters? Wei Jing exclaimed in surprise. Wei Wu leapt down the stairs and bellowed, Stop it, master. Do you not know who he is? He is a long-term worker of the Wei family, who has stolen our family's sword manual. We have been searching for it for several months, and today we happened to find him here. When we asked for the manual, he claimed to have sold it to a passing martial artist. Tell me, should we not beat him? Let him go. First, take him home and interrogate him thoroughly. We must extract that sword manual. Wei Wu struck the farmer with a resounding slap. Tung Ho, witnessing this, felt even more enraged. It became clear that the Wei family acted so tyrannically in Phoenix Town. To associate with them would only tarnish his own reputation. Tung Ho departed the tavern without bidding them farewell. Upon returning to his lodgings, he found Bujir and Jialuosuo inside, drinking and feasting on lamb. Seeing Ting Ho enter, they all stood up. Child, why have you returned? It is still early. Did you not have fun? Bujir asked. Oh, being a person is hard. Being a notable one is even harder. Jialuosuo raised his cup. Damn it, they invited me to dine, clearly with the intention of having me join the Wei family's Tongren Martial Hall. I have no idea what the Tongren Martial Hall even is. The Tongren Martial Hall is the martial hall of the Wei family. Each prominent family in Phoenix Town has its own martial hall, aiming to teach swordsmanship to their offspring, hoping they become generals in the Elan Kingdom and enhance the family's prestige. Tung Ho, I advise you not to associate with that Wei lad any longer. And certainly do not consider marrying a daughter of the Wei family. It seems the Wei family is not a reputable household. As an upright individual, do not ruin your future and reputation. They will not let Ting Ho go easily, Jialuosuo warned. The next day, Tung Ho went to school, and Wei Yin arrived. He walked into the classroom, approached Tung Ho's desk, and whispered, Master, why did you leave yesterday? From now on, do not seek me out. Ting Ho glared at him, his expression fierce. Master, what is the matter? I am unworthy of being your master. We share no master-disciple relationship. Master, what is wrong? Get out. I do not wish to see you again. The more Tung Ho thought about it, the more discontent he became. He never expected Wei Yin, though young, to be so clever. Wei Yin, having received Ting Ho's scolding, left in a daze. Diu Shangji, witnessing this, grew even happier and approached Tang Ho's desk, saying, Tang Ho, what happened? He is your disciple. Tang Ho ignored him. In the afternoon, after classes ended, Wei Yin returned to the classroom, curious as to why Tang Ho had scolded him. But Tang Ho paid him no attention, not even glancing his way. Wei Yin sensed he might have offended Tang Ho during their meal the previous day. Tang Ho, unwilling to delay his training further, shouldered his backpack and headed to the Phoenix sect to practice energy techniques with Wen Yiping. Upon seeing Tang Ho arrive, Wen Yiping immediately called him aside and whispered, Tang Ho, have you heard? Last night, the mid-level leaders of the Phoenix sect held a meeting, and your absence was noted. I fear the situation is dire. Several elders who had never attended before were present. The meeting concluded that you were not included in the leadership of the Phoenix sect. I raised an objection, but Clinton stated that you were too young to participate in the affairs of the Phoenix sect. Master, I do not wish to engage in the affairs of the Phoenix sect. I am still young and only wish to perfect my sword techniques and energy methods, aiming for the title of senior martial artist at the Elon Kingdom competition next year. Indeed, child, you are young. I too do not wish for you to partake in the various matters of the Phoenix sect. The Phoenix sect is filled with many people. I fear you may be exploited, jeopardizing your future. When Yiping advised, Master, I dined with Wei Yin at a tavern yesterday. They urged me to join the Tongren Martial Hall, but I declined. Tang Ho, do not associate with them any longer. The Wei family is not a minor household. It is a large family with significant influence in the Elon Kingdom, even having 3 high-ranking generals. Due to their power, they act arrogantly in Phoenix Town, stirring up trouble and deceiving the common folk. They have now gained a notorious reputation. If Master Ku were aware of your close association with the young master of the Wei family, he would surely object. Master, I understand. We have severed our ties with them. However, I am not familiar with the Tongren Martial Hall. Could you enlighten me about it? Tongren Martial Hall is, in fact, the training ground of the Wei family. My master was once a formidable warrior of the Phoenix sect. But due to the Wei family's ambition to seize a higher status in martial arts, he was summoned back to establish the Tongren Martial Hall. Since its inception, the Wei family has frequently attempted to poach warriors from the Phoenix sect and even spread slander against us in the martial world, aiming to undermine our standing and elevate their own. Upon hearing Wen Yiping's words, Tang Ho felt a surge of joy. Just moments ago, he had vehemently condemned Wei Yin for severing ties with him. Fearing the repercussions that may arise in the future, Chapter 25, Conducting Experiments. Having practiced the Qi technique, Tang Ho returned to school. He chose not to pursue the 4th stage today, as he was in particularly low spirits. He was troubled by Wen Yiping's remark that Clinton had not invited him to the mid-level leadership meeting of the Phoenix sect, leading him to suspect that Clinton harbored negative sentiments towards him. Upon returning to school, Tang Ho felt a tumult of conflicting emotions, unsure of how to navigate his thoughts, and remained dejected. Galasso and Bugle did not venture out for drinks that evening. Instead, they engaged in singing and dancing together. As Tang Ho entered the room, he heard their joyful melodies and joined in. Tang Ho, what brings you back again? Aren't you with your fiancée? Galasso chuckled. I miss you all. The Phoenix sect is becoming increasingly tiresome for me. Grandfather, I wish to learn your antidote. What remedy did you use to save those who ingested the monster's flesh today? Child, let us conduct experiments together tomorrow. Once we arrive, you shall witness how I concoct the antidote. For tonight, we shall only sing and dance, leaving other matters aside in the deep of night. Tang Ho returned to his room to rest. Yet, thoughts of Galasso's invitation to partake in experiments filled him with excitement and intrigue. Preventing him from sleeping, he took out the martial arts manual gifted by Galasso and, unbeknownst to him, began to unravel the mysteries of Qi cultivation and swordsmanship. The following morning, a knock resounded at the door. Tang Ho stretched and inquired, Who is it? Galasso. Ah, I shall rise at once. Hurry, I am having breakfast in Bugle's room. Come down. All right. Tang Ho promptly dressed and hurried downstairs to freshen up. After breakfast, Galasso escorted Tang Ho to the office in the teaching building, as he needed to inform Bud Ape lest Tang Ho face reprimand. Here, most children primarily attend school to learn a few characters, though some do aim to study swordsmanship and occasionally delve into subjects such as history and natural sciences. Upon learning that Galasso intended to teach Tang Ho the art of medicine, Bud Ape expressed her approval. She recognized Tang Ho's exceptional talent in swordsmanship. Mastering medicine would be a splendid addition, enhancing his abilities. Bud Ape consented, and Tang Ho accompanied Galasso to the laboratory. The laboratory was situated in a 3-story stone building at the northwest corner of the school, surrounded by woods and a pond, offering a serene atmosphere. devoid of sounds save for the chirping of birds. Child, you are here solely to learn today. Refrain from speaking, as I worry others may find you bothersome. Tung Ho nodded in agreement. Following Galasso, he entered a room on the first floor, where he encountered two elderly gentlemen with white hair and a middle-aged woman, each engrossed in their own tasks. Galasso, you've arrived. One of the older men greeted. Indeed, Gu Tian, have you made progress with your research? Galasso replied. And who is this child? He is Tang Ho, a warrior of the Phoenix sect. Oh, so this is Tang Ho. One of the elderly men exclaimed in surprise, while the woman merely glanced at him, remaining silent as she continued her work. Mentioning the Phoenix sect, one could not overlook Clinton, who has been seeking me these past few days, asking for my assistance in developing an elixir of immortality. It is utterly ludicrous. Humans inherently face birth, aging, sickness, and death. How could there be such a potion? Gu Tian remarked. Haha, indeed a martial arts fanatic. Just wait for the day he successfully concocts his elixir of immortality. Galasso laughed. Grandfather, what does the elixir of immortality entail? Child, are you unaware? It is said that consuming the elixir grants eternal life. Can Master Ku truly concoct an elixir of immortality? I do not know. Galasso burst into laughter. Tung Ho felt a pang of discomfort at this. After all, Clinton had shown him kindness and would one day be his master. How could he tolerate such slander? Yet, considering Galasso's generally benign disposition, he brushed it aside. Grandfather, are you not teaching me the antidote? Shall we begin? Galasso led Tung Ho upstairs to another room, revealing shelves brimming with medicinal herbs, where several students aged 17 or 18 were present. Upon seeing Galasso enter, they respectfully greeted him as teacher. How did it go? Did you conduct the experiments I assigned yesterday? We did. The students replied in unison. Yesterday, we conducted a real experiment. Several farmers in town who consumed soup made from monster meat were severely poisoned. Yet they were cured by our medicine, Galasso explained. Ah? The students exclaimed in astonishment. We are currently able to develop an antidote for this poison, but can we create a poison so potent that no antidote can counteract it? One of the boys suggested. Very well. I shall provide you with a formula shortly. You may seek the necessary herbs tomorrow. Galasso turned to Tung Ho, saying, Child, should we succeed in creating a lethal poison, we could become renowned pharmacists in the Elan Kingdom, earning the respect of countless individuals. At that moment, Tung Ho perceived that the Galasso before him was no longer the familiar figure, but rather a madman. He gazed at the other students, feeling as though he had entered a realm of eccentricity. Child, the medicine you took out yesterday has now been formulated into pills. You may carry them with you. Should you encounter any ill-intentioned individuals, you can use them as an antidote. Galasso poured black pills from a bottle into a small porcelain vial, handing it to Tung Ho. The students approached, holding a bottle containing a transparent, gelatinous substance. One of the girls addressed Galasso, saying, Teacher, please take this sample for experimentation today. We prepared it according to your formula. Galasso accepted the vial and smiled at everyone, saying, Children, this is a warrior of the Phoenix sect. You may not yet know his esteemed reputation. He is well known in the Phoenix sect and even in the martial world. He has defeated Zhou Zhirua and captured a monster, that creature he brought back yesterday. He currently ranks second in the Phoenix sect and is a gifted and intelligent warrior. We may collaborate with him to realize our dreams. Upon hearing Galasso's words, the students suddenly broke into smiles, patting Tung Ho on the shoulder and extending their hands to shake his in a gesture of friendship. Galasso seated himself at the table, writing out the formula for several students before leading Tung Ho to other rooms. They particularly entered the leftmost room on the second floor, where Galasso opened a wooden cabinet to reveal shelves laden with books. Child, this is the culmination of my research over the past 40 years. If anyone can memorize this formula, they could cure any ailment across the Jin Yuan continent. Of course, Some of the concoctions I have developed could be harmful to humanity. If they were to leak out, countless lives could be lost. I once contemplated presenting these findings to the king of the Elon Kingdom for use on the battlefield. However, when I think of the king's incompetence, his inclination to heed the slanders of petty officials, and his unjust treatment of loyal subjects, leading to widespread discontent and suffering among the populace, I hesitate to share these findings. If those malicious individuals were to use them against the common people, would it not render my efforts futile? Alas, child, they label me a madman. Who knows that my heart is burdened with the fate of the Elon Kingdom? The rise and fall of a nation is the responsibility of every individual. Moreover, as a descendant of the royal family of the Elon Kingdom, how could I disregard my homeland? Our king, when will he awaken? Galasso lamented, tears streaming down his face. Tung Ho supported him, offering comfort. Grandfather, do not be sorrowful. I believe that one day, a hero will emerge to save the Elon Kingdom. Child, I hope that one day you will be the one to rescue the Elon Kingdom. With your innate talent, you are bound to become a martial sage of the Elon Kingdom. At that time, you shall lead armies into battle, vanquish foreign tribes, and eradicate invaders, ensuring they vanish forever from the Jin Yuan continent. In Galasso's profound gaze, there lay a simmering hatred. Tung Ho remained silent, perhaps too young to comprehend the depths of his thoughts. Suddenly, snowflakes began to drift outside, swirling and blanketing the world in white. As if mourning the souls of those who fell in battle for the Elon Kingdom, or perhaps praying for its salvation, at noon, Galasso took Tung Ho to the dining hall for a meal. After eating, Galasso began to teach Tung Ho how to formulate simple remedies, explaining the fundamental principles of pharmacology in an easily comprehensible manner. Tung Ho listened intently, particularly intrigued, imagining the day he could put this knowledge to use. His unwavering focus filled Gorosu with a sense of gratitude. In the afternoon, Gorosu, carrying a small medicine box, escorted Tung Ho back to the dormitory. Just as they arrived at the entrance of the building, several warriors from the Phoenix sect approached, stating that Clinton summoned him back. Upon entering the council hall of the Phoenix sect, Tung Ho saw Clinton and Wen Yiping sitting inside, both wearing expressions of deep concern. Clinton instructed him to take a seat across from him. Child, you have arrived. I am deeply sorry for you, Clinton lamented. You have been with the Phoenix sect for several months now, and I have never allowed you to return home to visit your family. With compassion in his eyes, Clinton continued, a messenger just arrived from Huasher town, bearing the tragic news that your grandfather has been murdered. Tung Ho felt no surprise. He knew his grandfather was a martial artist. Although his swordsmanship was lacking, he had long aspired to become an intermediate martial artist. At over 60 years of age, remaining a novice was a misfortune that had long been anticipated in the chaotic world of martial arts. Where the strong preyed upon the weak, it was commonplace for warriors to depart from this life. Child, do not grieve. Tomorrow, return home to investigate, and we will discuss it further upon your return, Clinton replied, summoning a servant to provide him with some travel money. This is your salary for the past few months. Take it home to your parents, so they may enjoy a few days of happiness. Tung Ho accepted the large bundle of silver, glanced at Clinton, and quietly said, Master, I will go tomorrow, but I have no sword. Oh, I nearly forgot. I specifically instructed someone to select a sword for you from the armory. Clinton called upon a few young warriors standing behind him to present the sword. Tung Ho took the sword, his expression remarkably calm, which surprised both Clinton and Wen Yiping. Child, you may take your leave. Tomorrow, Master Wen Yiping will accompany you along with several warriors from the Phoenix sect. Tung Ho acknowledged and departed. Upon returning to the school, he found Gorosu and Bujir dining and drinking. Upon seeing Tung Ho enter, Bujir hurried to serve him rice, while Gorosu poured him wine. After a few cups, Tung Ho suddenly burst into tears, sobbing uncontrollably, which caused Bujir to weep as well, and Gorosu, being emotionally touched, began to cry like a woman. Why must life be so sorrowful? Our king, do you comprehend the thoughts of your subjects? Gorosu lamented. Child, have you been bullied? Did Clinton scold you? Or does he not permit you to stay in the Phoenix sect? Bujir gently stroked Tang Ho's head and inquired. Grandmother? No. My grandfather has died. Tang Ho's simple statement was laden with profound emotion. His grandfather had wished for a quiet life, yet in pursuit of survival, he had aspired to become a martial artist. However, lacking the means to apprentice under a renowned master, he mingled with the wandering martial artists of society, serving the nobility to earn a meager living. As Tang Ho reflected on this, sorrow enveloped him. After the grief, silence ensued. Tang Ho drank a few more cups of wine before retiring to rest. In the middle of the night, a series of anguished cries abruptly awakened Tang Ho. Startled, he leapt up, straining to discern the source of the sounds. Oh no! Oh no! The voice was hoarse and mournful. Mother! Please save me! Minutes later, another heart-wrenching scream pierced the night. Tang Ho recognized that the sound seemed to emanate from within the building. A chill ran down his spine, and fear gripped him. Could it be that this house harbored a demon? Listening intently, he discerned someone speaking. This medicine is too potent. Will he survive? The voice sounded like Bujir's. There is no need for concern. After a while, he will recover, came Gorosu's voice. Puzzled, Tang Ho wondered what was happening. Driven by curiosity, he grasped his sword and stealthily followed the sounds to investigate. On the first floor of the dormitory, he found Bujir and Gorosu conversing. The medicine is taking effect, Bujir remarked. Gorosu, noticing Tang Ho's descent, called out sharply, Who goes there? Grandfather. It is I, Tang Ho, he replied loudly. What is the matter? Why are you up? Gorosu inquired. I heard someone crying out. I came to see what was happening. Do not concern yourself. Return to sleep, Gorosu insisted. I heard the sounds coming from the first floor. It sounded so tragic. Let the child know, Bujir said. Come here, child. Tang Ho approached to find an elderly man with white hair lying in bed, a pained expression on his face, his hands and feet shackled. Grandfather, who is this man? What has happened to him? Tang Ho asked in confusion. Child, this is my distant cousin. He has gone mad. Each time he undergoes experiments with Gorosu, his body suffers immense damage, and his nerves have become afflicted. Bujir wept openly. Grandfather, why do you experiment on people? Cannot animals be used instead? Tang Ho questioned Gorosu indignantly. Humans can comprehend the potency of the medicine. Animals lack will and intellect. How else can we discover the finest medicine in the world? You are simply mad. A lunatic who steals the lives of others. Tang Ho rebuked angrily before retreating to his room. Chapter 26. Secrets. The following day, Tang Ho arose early, the sky still adorned with falling snowflakes. His heart yearning to return home, having barely slept the previous night, he washed and bid farewell to Bujir before heading out with his belongings. At the school gate, several warriors from the Phoenix sect awaited him. Tang Ho joined them and traveled to the Phoenix sect, where he encountered Clinton and Chan Ruobing. Clinton cautioned him repeatedly to be careful on the journey before mounting his horse alongside when yipping. Bujir asked Gorosu to accompany him to see Tang Ho off from Huasher town. Bujir murmured, What a fine child. I wonder if he will return to Huasher town after this trip. On the road, when Yipping addressed Tang Ho, do you know how your grandfather met his demise? I do not know. The messenger revealed that your grandfather was slain by Zhou Zhiruo of the Eagle Demon sect. Initially, I hesitated to inform you of this. You are still young, and I feared it might lead you into trouble, tarnishing your character. The world of martial arts is rife with rumors that could jeopardize your future. As your master, I do not wish to see you stray from the righteous path. The Phoenix sect needs you, and the Elon Kingdom requires your strength to restore order and uphold justice. When Yiping's expression turned serious as he gazed at him, Teng Ho remained silent, unwilling to draw conclusions without understanding the truth. If his grandfather had provoked trouble and offended others, then his death would simply be a consequence, and the aftermath would be dealt with. After half a month, the group arrived in Huashi town, undeterred by the elements. Although dusk had fallen, the town was bustling with activity. When children spotted Teng Ho riding in with his companions, they rushed to shout, "Teng Ho has returned! Teng Ho has returned!" The townspeople erupted in excitement upon hearing the news. Word had already spread that Teng Ho had become a martial artist at the Phoenix sect, ranking second, and tales of his tiger head sword technique defeating Zhou Zhirua had circulated widely. People were particularly awed by his reputation after he captured a beast and earned the admiration of the king of Elan Kingdom. A throng of people followed Teng Ho to his home. His father, Teng De, and mother, Xiao Yu, called for the children to come out and welcome him, tears glistening on their faces. "Child, you have finally returned," exclaimed his mother, Xiao Yu, leading several children. Aside from Teng Ho's brother, Teng Yun, and sister, Teng Fei, the other children, who were Teng Ho's childhood companions, regarded him with trepidation, as if he were a stranger. Now, Teng Ho was a figure of renown in the martial world, instilling fear in everyone, especially among the younger ones. Teng De ushered the children inside, while several uncles guided Wen Yiping and the warriors into the house. The biting wind and swirling snow filled the air. Teng De promptly instructed Teng Yun to chop wood and began stacking it in the fire pit. The mother hurried to brew tea, murmuring, "Child, you have finally come home. Teng Ho, please introduce us to your companions." "What is the name of this esteemed elder?" Teng De asked with a smile that, "Oh, he is my master, Wen Yiping." "Ah, I have heard of you," Teng Yun replied with a grin. Xiao Yu poured the tea and served it to everyone. Sitting beside Teng Ho with a radiant smile, "Mother, I received word of grandfather's passing. I have come to pay my respects," Teng Ho declared, filled with anger and grief. "As for your grandfather's affairs, do not involve yourself." His mother replied, her tone tinged with sorrow, "Mother, how did grandfather truly die? He had a confrontation with Zhou Zhirua in Huashi town. How could a man over 60 stand against him? Your grandfather could not bear the humiliation and stepped out to duel him." His mother explained. "What nonsense!" Teng De roared, chastising Xiao Yu. Teng Ho shot a glance at his father, recognizing his usual fierce demeanor, and felt a surge of anger. His father had a habit of interrupting his mother whenever she spoke. Hearing Teng De scold her, Xiao Yu held back tears and fell silent. Wen Yiping chuckled and said, "Brother, while I am Teng Ho's master, my swordsmanship pales in comparison to his as a master. My sole desire is to guide him to become a good person and do good deeds. We have come to mourn your grandfather, seeking to uncover the truth. If the Eagle Demon sect has acted too harshly, the Phoenix sect shall not be cowed. We will not let this injustice go unpunished and will demand an apology." "Indeed, that is what I wish to hear. I sent Teng Ho to the Phoenix sect to learn martial arts, primarily to uphold the honor of our family and prevent us from being bullied. Since Ing Imo Pai's Zhou Zhirua has come seeking vengeance, having murdered his grandfather and publicly declared his intent to engage in friendly competition, he secretly harbors a desire to avenge the grudge held against Teng Ho." Teng De, in a fit of rage, demanded to know what Zhou Zhirua had said upon his arrival. When Yiping recounted, initially, he sent a few martial artists to seek out Teng Ho, who then brought them to inquire whether Teng Ho was my son. Upon confirming, it was not long before Zhou Zhirua arrived with several martial artists. They first humiliated our family, then Zhou sought to challenge Teng Ho's grandfather to a duel. Teng Ho even went so far as to select a day for their encounter, only for grandfather to perish at the hands of Zhou Zhirua after a single exchange. "Why, child? Now that you have become a martial artist of the Phoenix sect and hold the second rank, it is your duty to avenge your grandfather. Not only did he dishonor your grandfather, But he also insulted the Tang family and disrespected you, Tang Ho, as well as the entirety of the Phoenix sect's martial artist. We will investigate this matter and demand an explanation from Ingamo Pai. Wen Yiping asserted. When Tang Ho returned, Ting Ho of Huachi Town learned of the incident and stormed over with a group of companions, incensed. Hearing the commotion, Tang Da took Ting Ho outside, where they discovered Tang Ho's uncles conversing with the intruders. As Tang Ho approached, he witnessed several young martial artists shouting at his uncles, one of whom, a middle-aged man clad in official robes, was undoubtedly Ting Ho, bellowing at Tang Ho's uncle, "What is the matter? Are you afraid of me? If you are martial artists of the Phoenix sect, then do not act like cowards. Why hide in your home?" Infuriated, Tang Ho leaped forward, seizing Ting Ho and roaring, "What have you done? It was you who caused my grandfather's death." Ting Ho, trembling in fear, stammered, "Tang Ho, let go of me, or I shall annihilate your entire clan. You dare to utter such threats? Do not think that just because you hold a lowly official title, you can conceal your intentions and manipulate circumstances. Tell Zhou Zhirua that on this day next year, I shall seek my revenge." With that, Tang Ho hurled him over the courtyard wall. The martial artists, terrified, scattered in disarray. "Why, child? You must hide. Those martial artists were from Ingamo Pai, and you have provoked them. The consequences could be dire," his uncle warned. "Rest assured, they dare not go too far. I shall turn Ingamo Pai into ruins," Ting Ho declared, igniting a spark of concern in Wen Yiping's heart. Tang Ho was a fierce martial artist, and without proper guidance, could bring calamity upon himself. Until we have thoroughly investigated this matter, we must refrain from rash actions that could draw unwarranted attention. When Yiping urged, guiding him back inside, a crowd had gathered outside the courtyard, murmuring at the scene they had just witnessed before departing. "Why, child? You have seen how Ting Ho colludes with Ingamo Pai to defame us. Your grandfather was merely a pawn in Ting Ho's schemes, and Zhou Zhirua seeks to avenge his own grudge through him. Unable to withstand their provocations, your grandfather agreed to duel Zhou Zhirua." Tang Da lamented, deeply saddened. As Tang Ho observed the encroaching twilight, he turned to Wen Yiping and said, "Master, let us stay in town tonight and inquire about how my grandfather met his end. Tomorrow, we shall return to the Phoenix sect." "Very well," Wen Yiping acknowledged, understanding that everyone was fatigued from their journey and had not enjoyed a restful night. They made their way to the most bustling street in town and chose an upscale inn for their stay. Upon learning of Tang Ho's arrival, the innkeepers greeted them with great courtesy and led them upstairs to their rooms. As soon as Tang Ho entered his chamber, a server knocked and entered, saying, "Tang Xiandi, I have brought you tea." The teapot on the table was already empty. "Please place the tea on the table," Tang Ho replied, brushing off the server's presence as he brushed the snowflakes from his clothing. "I shall kindle the fire for you. I've instructed the kitchen to prepare a meal. I trust you are quite hungry after a day of exertion," the server continued. "Tang Xiandi, you have become quite the celebrity. Martial artists from all over the realm have been inquiring about your tiger head sword technique here in Huachi Town. Most believe it was your grandfather who imparted this knowledge to you, as he was the only martial artist among your family and relatives." The server rambled on, and Tang Ho sensed he possessed considerable insight and likely knew the true cause of his grandfather's demise. "Please, take a seat. Meeting you today has afforded me a new friend. I hail from Bachi Town, and though I have joined the Phoenix sect as a martial artist, I have always harbored affection for Huachi Town. I aspire to return one day as a high-ranking martial artist to repay my hometown." He lamented, "Oh, I fear that attaining such rank will be a daunting task." Tang Ho mused, seeking to cultivate a closer relationship with the server to uncover the truth behind the events. "Unbeknownst to you, there exists a secret pact between Zhou Zhirua and Ting Ho. Zhou Zhirua demands that Ting Ho fabricate charges against the Ting family, thereby justifying the annihilation of your clan. In exchange for imparting the forbidden sword techniques of Ingamo Pai," the server divulged. "How do you know this?" Tung Ho inquired. Zhou Ruo frequents our inn whenever he visits Huaqi town, and I always keep a close eye on his movements and interactions with the townsfolk, the server replied. Why are you sharing this with me? Because Ting Ho has committed numerous heinous acts in Huaqi town, rendering him a pariah. Just the other day, he abducted the wife of Luo Gu Man, leading to Luo Gu Man's tragic demise by fire on the street, sparking public outrage. He frequently associates with nefarious sects, particularly Ingmo Pai, in pursuit of unparalleled sword skills, all while seeking to defraud the common people. The server explained, I have just taught him a lesson, yet now he has leverage against me. Tung Ho pondered, anxious about the potential repercussions for his family. Indeed, he will not let this slide. It is possible he has already dispatched someone to Ingmo Pai to summon Zhou Ruo for your heads. What should we do? I believe assistance will come your way. Ensure your companions remain undisturbed at the inn tonight. And no matter what ruckus ensues outside, do not venture out, the server advised before departing. Tung Ho contemplated the server's words, finding them suspicious. Why had he shared so much, and how did he know such secrets? After their meal, Tung Ho recounted his conversation with the server to Wen Yiping. Concerned for the safety of the other martial artists, Wen Yiping ordered that someone be assigned to keep watch throughout the night. As the moon rose high in the night sky, Tung Ho lay awake, unable to find rest as he pondered the events of the day and the server's revelations. The kettle on the stove bubbled incessantly as he brewed tea and gazed out at the luminous moon. Suddenly, he heard the distant whinnies of horses followed by the rapid thudding of hooves, sending the dogs in the street into a frenzy of barking. Tung Ho's heart raced with trepidation. Could the server's warnings be true? And was something dire about to unfold? Growing wary, he worried for the safety of his family and decided to leave his room to inform Wen Yiping and check on them. Upon hearing Tung Ho's knock, Wen Yiping opened the door, astonished. What is the matter? I cannot sleep. I fear for the safety of my family. I wish to go home and check on them. I shall send a few people to accompany you, Wen Yiping insisted, concerned for Tung Ho's safety. That won't be necessary, Tung Ho replied, feeling that too many people would only hinder him. As Tung Ho prepared to descend the stairs, the server from earlier caught him by the arm, exclaiming, What's wrong? Are you planning to go out? I want to check on my family, Tung Ho replied. Do not go. It is exceedingly perilous outside. Should you step out of this inn, you will find yourself ensnared in a trap, though not fall into Tung Ho's design. Let us turn the tables and ensnare the uninvited guests instead. We have already made arrangements outside, waiting for them to fall into our trap. Tung Ho returned to his room, opting to visit Wen Yiping's quarters instead. Why have you returned? Wen Yiping asked. I was just downstairs when the server warned me of the danger outside and advised against venturing out. Then you should rest in your room. Tung Ho returned to his own chamber, only to be disturbed by sounds of fighting, shouting, and commotion outside. Just as he felt weary and ready to sleep, he heard a series of galloping hooves. Peering through the window, he saw a group of people dragging someone along the ground. Crimson stains faintly visible on the earth. In an instant, they vanished into the distance. Tung Ho pondered who the unfortunate soul was and who could have treated him so brutally. He was also left to question the server's true identity. As he awaited further developments, he was met with silence. When dawn broke, a loud, urgent knocking echoed at his door. Tung Ho, peering outside, saw that daylight had arrived. Recalling the events of the previous night and the server's words, a chill ran down his spine. Upon opening the door, he was met by the server and Wen Yiping, both appearing alarmed. Tung Ho, something dreadful has occurred, Wen Yiping exclaimed, fear etched across his face. What has happened? Your family has suffered a calamity. Last night, members of Ingmo Pai invaded Huaqi town and laid waste to everything. Your family was not spared from this disaster, the server declared. Filled with indignation, hearing of the tragedy that befell his family, Tung Ho dashed down the stairs and mounted his horse, racing toward home. Upon his arrival home, he was met by a group of villagers who were carrying several corpses and placing them in the center of the courtyard. Upon seeing Teng Ho, his uncle approached him, weeping, and said, "Teng Ho, yesterday the eagle demon sect harmed your entire family." Noticing the bodies of his father and mother, but failing to find his brother and sister, Teng Ho rushed into the house to search for them, wailing in grief as he called out for his brother Teng Yun and sister Ting Fei. After a long while without finding them, he finally remembered the family cellar. To his relief, he discovered that his brother and sister were hiding inside, fast asleep. Just as they emerged from the cellar, when Yiping arrived with several martial artists, pulling Teng Ho aside and whispering urgently, "Teng Ho, you must leave quickly. Teng Ho is dead, and many are saying that you are the one who killed him." "How do you know this?" Teng Ho inquired. A group of martial artists from the Eagle Demon sect just came to the street, distributing flyers that claim you are the murderer of Teng Ho. Upon hearing Wen Yiping's words, Teng Ho was filled with rage. His already sorrowful heart ignited into a furious blaze. He drew his sword, mounted his horse, and charged towards the street. Wen Yiping immediately rallied the other martial artists to follow him. When Teng Ho arrived at West Street, he saw a group of martial artists handing out flyers to the crowd. He snatched a flyer and, to his horror, read the bold letters accusing him. "Teng Ho has brutally harmed Ting Homu Zilin and his family, and has cruelly murdered his own kin. Teng Ho is a beast, a scourge upon the martial world. Everyone must rise to eliminate him." In an instant, Teng Ho's sword was drawn, and he struck at the martial artists. The long street erupted with cries of agony as blood flowed like a river, with dozens of martial artists falling into pools of their own blood without a chance to resist. Seeing this, Wen Yiping urged Teng Ho to flee. After the bloodshed, Teng Ho rushed back home, gathered his brother and sister, and instructed his uncle to bury their parents before hastily departing from Huqiu town. The following day, as Teng Ho and his companions passed through a village, they were confronted by over 20 martial artists from the Eagle Demon sect blocking their path. "Teng Ho, we meet again." Zhou Zhirua emerged from the crowd, addressing Teng Ho with arrogance. Teng Ho's blood boiled upon seeing Zhou Zhirua, and with a cold voice, he replied, "Zhou Zhirua, I never imagined you would murder Ting Homu Zilin and my family and then turn your malice towards me. Ha ha! You, Teng Ho, are nothing but a man of bravery without wisdom, a mediocre fellow." Zhou Zhirua mocked. "Pa, Zhou Zhirua, you are merely a coward. If you have the guts, come at me directly. Do not be so smug. One day, I, Teng Ho, will seek retribution against you. I will not rest until your entire family is exterminated. Do you believe in the saying that blood debts must be repaid with blood?" With that, Teng Ho lunged at Zhou Zhirua with his sword. The sight of the blade startled Zhou Zhirua, who was unprepared for the swift attack. The sword was already swirling above his head before he could react. Teng Ho's sword struck like two flying dragons entwined in the sky, with leaves swirling around them, at times resembling a dragon and at other times encapsulating Zhou Zhirua like a ball. Trapped within the falling leaves, Zhou Zhirua felt as if he were a beast ensnared in a cage, realizing with dread that he might perish beneath Teng Ho's blade. Just as Teng Ho was poised to deliver a fatal strike to avenge his grandfather and parents, a mysterious white-haired elder suddenly descended from a nearby tree. He intercepted Teng Ho's two strikes and lifted Zhou Zhirua into the air, calling out, "Teng Ho, did you not send a message to Zhou Zhirua? Let us settle this next year and resolve our grievances then. Why resort to taking his life now? Until we meet again." The elder vanished in an instant, leaving only the echo of his voice in the air. The other martial artists, witnessing Zhou Zhirua being whisked away, scattered in fear like a herd of startled Tibetan antelope. Teng Ho, intent on pursuing and exacting his vengeance, was halted by Wen Yiping. "Teng Ho, do not chase after them. Be wary of ambushes ahead," Wen Yiping cautioned. Though Teng Ho had triumphed over Zhou Zhirua, He had yet to reach Phoenix Town and was uncertain of any lurking Eagle Demon sect ambushes. If there were further traps, he might not prevail. When Yiping, concerned, preferred to return to the Phoenix sect as soon as possible. To avoid encountering the Eagle Demon sect along the way, he decided they should travel by day and rest at inns by night. Days passed without any sign of ambush from the Eagle Demon sect, and they safely returned to Phoenix Town. Chapter 28. A plea for mercy. Upon returning to the Phoenix sect, Clinton arranged for Tang Ho's brother, Tangda, and sister, Tang Fei, to be housed in the Phoenix sect dormitory, where they would be cared for. That evening, Tang Ho intended to attend school, but Clinton sent word that the Phoenix sect was holding a meeting and he must remain. When Yiping quietly informed him, Tang Ho, Clinton is furious about your killing of the Eagle Demon sect martial artists. This incident may affect the relationship between the Phoenix sect and the Eagle Demon sect. What relationship? If Master Ku wishes to befriend the Eagle Demon sect, trading my family's lives for it, I would rather leave the Phoenix sect. Tang Ho replied angrily. Child, your thinking is too simplistic. I believe Clinton is merely putting on a show for the martial world. If you act rebelliously, you will only play into the hands of those malicious individuals. When Yiping said kindly, as they conversed, several young martial artists entered and announced that Clinton had summoned them to the council hall for a discussion. Tang Ho and when Yiping proceeded to the hall, where they found Clinton, several elders, and over a dozen renowned martial artists seated according to their ranks. Tang Ho took his place, while when Yiping shot him a glance. But Tang Ho stubbornly remained seated, pretending not to notice. Tang Ho, please stand and recount the events that transpired in Huqiu Town, Clinton commanded, his voice brimming with anger. Masters and esteemed seniors, I recently traveled to Huqiu Town to mourn, and a most heinous and brutal scene unfolded. Zhou Zhirua of the Eagle Demon sect conspired with Ting Homu Zilin to secretly harm my family, terrorizing the innocent citizens and plunging them into despair. The people harbored a deep hatred against them, like rats in the street, all wishing for their destruction. While my master and I were investigating my grandfather's affairs, Ting Ho's men came to my home. Instigating trouble and insulting my family. In my fury, I threatened him. Unbeknownst to me, he had colluded with the Eagle Demon sect to plot against us. By nightfall, they had already used this scheme to kill Ting Ho. The Eagle Demon sect, seeking to further harm us, murdered my family and disseminated flyers throughout the streets, slandering me, claiming that I was the murderer of Ting Hou. In my rage, I killed all the martial artists present. Afterward, I felt deep remorse. I should not have taken their lives but rather taught them a lesson, allowing them to live. Yet, in that moment of fury, I acted rashly. Clinton rose and approached the floor, stating, the Eagle Demon sect and our Phoenix sect have maintained a cordial relationship, with no prior conflicts and no slander against us in the martial world. I believe the death of your grandfather was a misunderstanding, or perhaps the work of a petty villain. If the Eagle Demon sect truly wished to oppose our sect, they would have long approached the king to speak ill of us, and the king would have dispatched troops to eliminate us. As a martial artist of the Phoenix sect, your reputation is significant, and it is inevitable that you will face slander in the martial world. However, you must learn to swallow your pride to achieve greatness. Regarding your grandfather's death, we have heard of it. This matter has nothing to do with you, Tang Ho. It is merely a private grievance within the martial world. The death of an individual is commonplace. Martial artists die daily in duels over personal vendettas. However, you have committed a grave error by slaughtering the innocent. Do you not find your actions excessively cruel? I have decided to confine you for 7 days. During this time, we will seek the opinions of the Phoenix sect and the citizens of Phoenix Town, and we may even need to report to the Shu province governor to determine whether you may remain in the Phoenix sect. As Clinton spoke, he waved his hand, and several middle-aged martial artists entered to escort Tang Ho away. When Yiping, feeling helpless, could see that Clinton had developed a negative view of him, he had initially intended to accompany Tang Ho to offer counsel. But given the gravity of the situation, he had allowed it to unfold, inciting Clinton's ire and leading him to question whether Wen Yiping's intentions were genuine or if he was merely trying to protect his position due to his own insecurities. When Tang Ho was taken into a dark stone room, he found nothing but a wooden bed within. Upon entering, he felt a chill as if he had fallen into an icy pit. Galarso and Bugle were aware of Tang Ho's return and knew he had killed over a dozen martial artists from the Eagle Demon sect, creating quite a stir in Phoenix Town. Particularly among several prominent families in Phoenix Town, there were those who harbored ulterior motives, eager for Clinton to expel Tang Ho so they could entice him to serve their families. Galarso and Bugle conferred. "Old woman, how do you think Tang Ho will be treated in that dark room? What will Clinton decide?" "Clinton will not harm him. Do not worry. Tang Ho is his son-in-law. To do harm to Tang Ho would mean ruining his daughter's happiness." "No. I must speak with Clinton." "What will you discuss? Do you think Clinton will see you?" "Sigh. I have my ways. Do not concern yourself. I will find a way to rescue Tang Ho." The next morning, Galarso skipped class and laboratory work, carrying a wooden box to the Phoenix sect. Taking advantage of Clinton's search for the elixir of immortality, Galarso deceived him into believing he had concocted the elixir himself, hoping to persuade him to release Tang Ho. Upon arriving at the Phoenix sect, Galarso relayed a message through the gatekeeper. At half past, Clinton summoned him inside. Clinton was taken aback by Garosu's arrival, for Garosu was known to be an eccentric figure at their esteemed institution. The rumors surrounding him in Phoenix Town were legendary. Some spoke of him with reverence as if he were a celestial being, while others likened him to a devil. What rendered Clinton particularly wary was Garosu's ability to concoct numerous miraculous elixirs. Notably, during the incident at the Tang Ho residence, where many fell ill after consuming a monster stew, it was Garosu who provided the antidote that restored them to health, leaving Clinton in astonishment. "Master Garosu, would you grace my Phoenix sect with your presence today?" Clinton inquired amicably from his chair in the council hall. "Senior Clinton, I have come to request a favor," Garosu replied. "What is it that necessitates the esteemed Garosu to visit in person?" "I have heard that Tang Ho has slain a martial artist from the Eagle Demon sect. Are you planning to expel him from the Phoenix sect?" "Ah? This matter pertains to our internal affairs within the Phoenix sect. I initially intended to let the martial artists of the Phoenix sect and the townsfolk decide his fate. Upon reflection, he is merely a child. If we were to expel him so easily, it might incite criticism, suggesting that I, Clinton, am not discerning. Clinton's words left Garosu feeling anxious. Garosu mused that Clinton was indeed a cunning man. He publicly condemned Tang Ho for committing an unforgivable act and insisted on his expulsion, yet harbored ulterior motives, merely sharing his thoughts for the sake of appearances. Indeed, Tang Ho is but a child. I implore you to show leniency and guide him well. He may one day serve the Phoenix sect honorably. The loss of a few martial artists is inconsequential. We must not ruin a prodigy in martial arts. I am aware of Tang Ho's character. He is kind-hearted and cheerful. Had not the Eagle Demon sect murdered his grandfather and family, tarnishing his reputation, he would not have resorted to such violence," Garosu said with a forced smile. "We cannot be lenient for the slaying of several martial artists. Were it not for the Eagle Demon sect's heinous acts against his grandfather and kin, I would undoubtedly have expelled him from the Phoenix sect," Clinton retorted. His demeanor I see why purpose today is to hope for Tang Ho's release. "You will likely refuse, hence I propose a trade for a treasured item," Garosu, unwilling to waste further time, spoke directly. "I have recently been experimenting with some longevity pills. Allow me to offer you a few as a sample." Upon seeing the box of longevity pills opened before him, Clinton's eyes sparkled with delight as he chuckled, "Thank you. Alas, I cannot release him immediately. It would tarnish the reputation of the Phoenix sect in the martial world. Then it seems we are at an impasse. The longevity pills can be redeemed later." Garosu rose in anger, ready to depart. "Master Garosu, Please do not take offense. Am I not in a difficult position? Tung Ho is my son-in-law. I hold him dearer than most. If I harm him, what will become of my daughter? The world would only laugh at Clinton. My concern for him is also to demonstrate to the invincible Tung Ho, the prominent families of Phoenix Town, and the Eagle Demon sect that I, Clinton, am a strict disciplinarian. Clinton continued. You are a foolish old man. Mind your own affairs and cease letting others dictate your actions. Gorosu snapped. Tung Ho cannot be confined for long. I will release him soon and then explain matters to Feng Yu from the Eagle Demon sect. Consider, he has slain so many martial artists. Would he not be furious? Clinton replied with a smile. Upon hearing Clinton's tone, Gorosu realized Tung Ho would not face dire consequences, and thus handed over the pills before departing. Shortly thereafter, Wen Yiping sought Clinton to plead for Tung Ho's release. When Wen Yiping arrived, Clinton was examining the longevity pills Gorosu had provided. Brother One, come quickly and see this miraculous longevity pill. Wen Yiping, aware of Clinton's research on longevity elixirs, wondered if he had truly succeeded. Ha ha, Brother Clinton, I am in awe of you. With this pill, even the king would seek your favor. Seizing the moment of excitement, Wen praised Tung Ho, knowing it would not weigh heavily on Clinton's mind. Have you come to plead for Tung Ho's sake? Gorosu was just here on his behalf. It seems Tung Ho is truly remarkable, Clinton remarked, casting a glance at him. Tung Ho has made a grave mistake. The brief confinement is merely for show, lest we risk explaining ourselves to Feng Yu of the Eagle Demon sect. Brother Clinton, this is my fault. I failed to prevent him. If anyone should be confined, it should be me. When Yiping expressed his shame, what's done is done. Speaking of it now serves no purpose. Tung Ho is a brave yet reckless child. I hope you will educate him well to consider the bigger picture in all his endeavors. When Yiping merely nodded in agreement. Chapter 29. The mysterious figure Tung Ho was taken to a cell in the eastern wing. While it was referred to as a confinement, it resembled a prison. This was the Phoenix sect's minor prison, where anyone violating the sect's regulations or unwritten rules would find themselves imprisoned, for durations ranging from a few days to a lifetime. After traversing several narrow passages and a stretch of crimson walls, they proceeded straight ahead and turned left at a few corners, finally arriving at a grand door inscribed with golden characters, Self-Reflection Chamber. Standing before the door were several middle-aged martial artists wielding long swords. Upon entering the cell, a profound sense of desolation enveloped him, as if invisible shackles bound his thoughts and soul within. The room contained only a bed and a commode, devoid of any other items. Tung Ho, unaware of Clinton's intentions, felt the oppressive weight of power in the world around him. Had he not married Kufengjiao, he could easily envision a grim fate awaiting him. He longed for the carefree days spent with his parents, filled with laughter and joy. He was uncertain of his siblings' well-being and worried that Clinton might use them as leverage against him. At that moment, he wished for Master Wen Yiping to relocate his brother and sister to a safer place. As night fell, Tung Ho finally received a visitor, a martial artist bearing food. Please, could you send a message for Master Wen Yiping to come see me? He requested, but the deliverer remained silent. After a long wait, with no sign of Master Wen Yiping, Tung Ho fell into a vague slumber. As dreams danced around him, dawn broke, and someone opened the door to his cell. Tung Ho's heart leaped with excitement. However, the figure that entered was not Wen Yiping, but Kufengjiao. Brother, I've come to see you, Kufengjiao exclaimed, embracing him and weeping like a child. What troubles you? Tung Ho gently caressed her delicate shoulder. Feeling a surge of affection, brother, I cannot bear to see you confined in this dark place. I believe you will be free soon. As for your revenge, I hope you will master the supreme sword technique before seeking retribution against Zhou Zhirua. Kufengjiao advised, embodying a maternal figure in her concern for Tung Ho. Noticing the bare bed apart from some straw, and with the cold winter air and falling snow, she turned to the guard and pleaded. Please, Give him some extra blankets. We apologize, but no blankets are permitted for those who enter, a middle-aged guard replied. With tears streaming down her face, Ku Fengjiao departed, casting one last glance at Teng Ho through the tightly locked iron door. In moments of emptiness, Teng Ho would contemplate practicing his qi techniques. However, when he endeavored to calm his thoughts, anxiety gripped him, and his mind wandered to his brother and sister. By midday, when Yiping arrived, he instructed the guards to open Teng Ho's door. And upon seeing Teng Ho's pale face, he expressed pity. Child, you have suffered. I went to plead with Master Clinton today, but he refused to release you. We must wait. What is it you wish to convey to me? Master, I am trapped in this stone cell, devoid of light, uncertain of my future. If Master Clinton does not release me, enduring this for a lifetime is a true misfortune for my brother and sister. Could you find a safe place for them? Very well. I shall speak to Master Clinton about this. I must seek his approval. Otherwise, should I act rashly, I will surely be held accountable, Wen Yiping replied reluctantly. With Wen Yiping's departure, Teng Ho once again sank into emptiness, unable to meditate on his qi techniques. Since I am here, I must find peace. Suddenly, a voice echoed from outside the door. Teng Ho strained to discern who it was, but the door obstructed his view. He thought to himself that he had already entered the early stages of the 4th level. Perhaps he could push through and reach the 4th tier of qi techniques. Quietly, he recited the qi cultivation methods from Gorosu's secret manual, channeling energy from top to bottom and vice versa, focusing on his dantian and exhaling, diligently opening the Ran and Du meridians, in an instant. His body felt ablaze, his blood surging with vitality. The dark room was suddenly illuminated by a silver-blue glow. Teng Ho pressed on his acupoints, feeling 4 more open, officially entering the 4th stage. He felt a thrill of triumph. Clinton had only reached the 4th level, yet he had surpassed it, leading him to mock the weakness of the Phoenix sect's martial artists. Having completed his qi practice, a voice suddenly resonated from the neighboring cell. What a remarkable technique! Who goes there? Teng Ho dared not respond, pretending not to have heard. Child, who are you, O sage? From the sound of your breath, you appear quite young. Yet you have achieved the 4th level of qi techniques. No one in the Phoenix sect has reached such heights, and few in the martial world can claim the same. Where did you acquire such a manual? The voice from next door was deep and resonant, as if speaking directly to him. May I ask, esteemed elder, who you are? Teng Ho felt a chill down his spine, suddenly engulfed by a sense of dread. Child, do not inquire about my identity. We are but fellow souls adrift in this world. Clinton may have only been concerned with you for a few days, but I have endured the confinement of my master and Clinton for 2 decades. Esteemed elder, if I may, could I steal a glance at you? Young one, as you approach the stone wall to your left, you will find a small hole nestled in the corner. I can glimpse your face through this aperture. It was I who created this opening yesterday. For I was overwhelmed by loneliness and yearned for someone to converse with. Yet upon seeing you, a mere child, I felt a pang of disappointment. What wisdom can a child possess? Now I realize you are a prodigious martial artist, and I have much to share with you. What would you like to say? I just heard the flow of your energy as you practiced, and I caught a fleeting glimpse of a silver light. I surmise you are a gifted martial artist, unparalleled in the realm of Elon. Generally, those who linger here possess remarkable swordsmanship and commendable qigong. Young one, may I inquire why you find yourself imprisoned? I have erred. Master Clinton has confined me. What transgression have you committed? I have slain over 20 warriors of the Eagle Demon sect. Remarkable. You dare to kill the warriors of the Eagle Demon sect? Unafraid of their vengeance? What is there to fear? The warriors of the Eagle Demon sect are nothing more than a band of gluttonous fools, a pack of scoundrels. Child, you are destined to be a genius in martial arts. I admire your audacity, and even more so, your bravery in the martial world. The Eagle Demon sect's reputation is formidable, while the Phoenix sect is often humiliated, thus frequently suffering at the hands of the Eagle Demon sect. After conversing with the elder for some time, Tung Ho felt an inexplicable curiosity and asked, "Esteemed elder, may I inquire as to your identity? Why are you also confined here? Alas, ignorance is bliss. Otherwise, you would question my character." In the eyes of the Phoenix sect, I, Yun Zhanghe, am regarded as a disgraceful traitor to my masters. Esteemed elder, what brought you here? Did you, like me, err? No. It is due to their jealousy of my abilities. They cannot match my swordsmanship and fear that I would become the master of the Phoenix sect, dominating the martial world and attaining the title of martial sage, so they conspired against me and slandered my name. I have been imprisoned by them for 20 long years, and alas, my swordsmanship has been squandered in this stone chamber. Hearing the elder's tone and the implications behind his words, Tung Ho felt deep sympathy. Sensing that he had been wronged by Clinton and others, "Child, I possess a secret martial arts manual that I have long sought to entrust to a talented individual who dares to take responsibility and is willing to contribute to the martial arts community. I believe you are that person. Let us make a deal. If you become the master of the Phoenix sect, release me. Alternatively, if one day you attain the title of martial sage, demand Clinton to set me free. Will you agree to my request?" Tung Ho, a youth brimming with vigor, harbored resentment towards those who bullied the weak and wronged the innocent. He readily assented. "Child, allow me to gaze upon you, and I shall retrieve the manual for you through the hole. No matter what transpires in the future or how much injustice you endure, you must persist in your training. You are a martial arts prodigy, destined to have no equals in the realm of Elon. Esteemed elder, I pledge to fulfill your wish." Tung Ho leaned his head towards the hole, but within lay only darkness, with the sole exception of two eyes glowing with a blue light. Tung Ho accepted the manual, perusing it with utmost seriousness. The manual was divided into two parts, the first part detailing Qigong techniques, and the second part focused on swordsmanship. He settled on his bed, utilizing the faint beam of sunlight filtering through the door crack to turn the pages. Reciting the contents softly as he practiced, he felt an increasing sense of comfort in his body. Whenever he encountered sections he did not understand, he would seek guidance from Yun Zhanghe at the hole. Gradually, their bond deepened, akin to that of a father and son. Sharing everything without reservation, it was revealed that Yun Zhanghe and Clinton were fellow disciples, and due to his exceptional swordsmanship, he had become the target of jealousy from his peers, who slandered him before their master. Ultimately, because he had developed feelings for a junior sister, their secret rendezvous at the Heartbreak Cliff was witnessed, resulting in her tragic leap, leading to his imprisonment. Chapter 30. Yun Zhanghe. With Yun Zhanghe's guidance, Tung Ho made unprecedented progress in his Qigong practice, swiftly reaching the 5th stage and opening 5 acupoints. 7 days passed, and one morning, unexpectedly, someone opened the door and called for him to come out. Leaving him quite astonished, he promptly concealed Yun Zhanghe's martial arts manual on his person, turned, and took a glance at the hole before departing. The door opened, revealing not Wen Yiping and Ku Fengjiao, but 2 warriors come to escort him. The 2 warriors led him to the council hall, where he encountered Clinton and several elders, with Wen Yiping among them. Tung Ho took his seat, expressionless, his face pale, resembling a cold-blooded assassin. The other warriors regarded him with peculiar gazes. "Child, having reflected for several days, what insights have you gained? Pray, share your thoughts with us." Clinton spoke calmly. "Esteemed elders, I, Tung Ho, acknowledge my wrongdoing and vow to heed my master's words and treat others kindly. Though Zhouji killed my grandfather and family, I must educate him, encouraging him to abandon his murderous ways and turn back before it is too late. Child, the Eagle Demon sect and the Phoenix sect have coexisted amicably. refraining from conflict. Your brutal slaughter of over 20 of their warriors has surely jeopardized our friendship. I have already dispatched envoys to the Eagle Demon sect to seek reconciliation. Should they refuse, we will be at a loss for how to proceed, and only you and I may need to go to the Eagle Demon sect to offer an apology. The world is filled with wisdom and understanding of human nature. Teng Ho, in his youthful arrogance, believed few could rival him in the world. He surveyed this obscure realm with an air of disdain. Alas, many martial artists harbor ill intentions towards our Phoenix sect, secretly undermining us before the king of Elon. By your actions, have you not fallen into their trap? Brother Ku, in time, he will comprehend the reasoning behind your words. If you can clarify the situation to the Eagle Demon sect, we may transform this crisis into an opportunity. It must be so. Clinton sighed deeply. An elder interjected, Clinton, do not lose heart in Teng Ho. Since the Eagle Demon sect consistently opposes our Phoenix sect, it may be beneficial for them to witness our strength. I believe he bears no fault in this. After the meeting, Teng Ho sought out Wen Yiping first, inquiring about his brother and sister. Teng Ho, I had intended to bring them to the Du family's estate near Phoenix Town, providing them with a stipend each month. However, when I approached Master Clinton with this plan, he did not consent. Teng Ho ventured to the family quarters of the Phoenix sect warriors. This area, located in a corner on the south side of the sect, housed the families of all warriors with wives and children. Row upon row of stone houses lined the narrow alleys. Wen Yiping led Teng Ho to the two simplest rooms, but his brother Teng Yun and sister Ting Fei were nowhere to be found. After searching for a while, they finally located them in the training ground, practicing swordplay alongside Ku Fengjiao. Teng Ho called to them, and without further ado, they made their way to school. Having missed several days of classes, Galasso and Bugier had already begun to miss him. Upon seeing Teng Ho accompanied by Teng Yun and Ting Fei, Bugier was taken aback and inquired, Child, who are these individuals? Grandmother, these are my brother and sister. Ah, really? Indeed. I did not wish for them to reside at the Phoenix sect, so I brought them along to keep you company. Child, did you obtain Master Clinton's permission? No need for his approval. This matter concerns me. I want them to live there, and he has no say in it. Henceforth, I will allocate my monthly stipend to you, and you will oversee my brother and sister's living arrangements. Very well, since you place such trust in me. I accept. I often feel lonely on my own. Having their companionship is indeed a blessing. In the evening, Galasso returned home to find Teng Ho and Bugier sitting by the hearth, accompanied by two unfamiliar children, which puzzled him. As he entered the room, Bugier called out, Old man, where have you been? Have you eaten? I have. I dined at Nylon's house today. How did you end up at his place for dinner? What of it? You disapprove. I do not. I simply know he is the swordsmanship instructor at the school. How could he be entangled with you? Oh, Bugier, he bears me no grudge. Why would we not associate? Typically, he would not invite me for a meal, but times have changed. We have a good friend in Teng Ho, a renowned martial artist in Elon. Every martial artist hopes to associate with him. What did you discuss? The child is too young to engage in inappropriate associations. Haha, Nylon has clashed with Wei Wu in the tavern. Wei Wu challenged him to a duel. The victor would host 3 banquets in Phoenix Town for the townsfolk. Wei Wu, being a master of the Wei family martial hall and a mid-level warrior, feels no fear. Although Nylon is also a mid-level warrior sanctioned by the court, he is not comparable to Wei Wu, who has honed his skills through rigorous practice. Faced with Wei Wu's challenge, he felt disheartened and sought my counsel. He heard that our dormitory has a Phoenix sect warrior, Teng Ho, who, despite his youth, is a hero of Phoenix Town and ranks second in the Phoenix sect. He wished to ask me to plead with Teng Ho to teach him a move or two, merely seeking to preserve his life. Not to defeat him, Galasso spoke, slightly inebriated. Old man, why did you heed his request so carelessly? How can a child's swordsmanship be taught so casually? If Clinton from the Phoenix sect were to find out, he would surely expel him from the sect. Are you not aware that Tang Ho has just been released from the Phoenix sect's reflection chamber? If he makes another mistake, he could face a life sentence. Speaking of life imprisonment, Galasso's face suddenly fell into despair. Damn it, Clinton is truly inhumane. The other elders are no better. I advise Ting Ho to master his swordsmanship, become a martial saint, establish his own sect. Or perhaps expel Clinton from the Phoenix sect, or even imprison him for life. Child, do not heed his words. You should rest now, Bujir said. Old man, you should go to bed. Galasso, with a heavy heart, ascended to his room. Upon seeing him retreat upstairs to rest, Bujir whispered to Tang Ho, Child, you may not know this, but Galasso has a good friend who was once a warrior of the Phoenix sect. Due to his exceptional swordsmanship, he was framed by the Phoenix sect and imprisoned for life within its confines. What is his name? Tang Ho suspected that Galasso's friend was Yun Zhanghe. Yun Zhanghe. Child, do not utter that name. If Clinton hears it, you might lose your head, Bujir expressed with fear. Why? That is a secret. No one knows that Yun Zhanghe is imprisoned within the Phoenix sect, nor whether he is alive or dead. However, Galasso is aware of his imprisonment. He has inquired about him from Clinton multiple times, only to be rebuffed, with Clinton claiming that he left the Phoenix sect for Anyang long ago. I hope you refrain from mentioning Yun Zhanghe's name again. Bujir cautioned Tang Ho, fearing he might attract trouble. Tang Ho, upon hearing Bujir's warning, chose not to pursue the matter further. In truth, he had many more questions he wished to ask Bujir, but he realized that to do so might endanger her. And thus he remained silent. When it was time for bed, Tang Ho called for his brother to sleep with him, while his sister slept with Bujir in the middle of the night. A sudden knock on the door startled Tang Ho. Upon opening it, he found Galasso standing there. What is it? Tang Ho addressed him like a mature man. Child, I wish to ask you something. You must not deceive me as Clinton does, for I cannot bear to be disappointed and lose faith in you. What is it? Have you heard of someone in the Phoenix sect's prison? Who? Yun Zhanghe. Tang Ho had just heard Bujir's words and anticipated that Galasso would inquire about this person. He had already resolved not to divulge anything, as doing so would be tantamount to self-sabotage. I have not heard anything about him, though. I believe he is still in the Phoenix sect's prison. If you hear any news about him, you must inform me immediately. He is my dear friend, and I cannot be without him. With that, Galasso departed. The next day, as Tang Ho rose for class, he discovered that Galasso had not attended. Instead, he sat on the steps in front of the dormitory, silently watching the snowflakes drifting from the sky. Observing Galasso's dejected demeanor, Tang Ho approached him and asked, Grandfather, what troubles you? Why do you appear so glum? You do not understand why friend possesses unparalleled martial arts skills. His secret manuals of swordsmanship are far superior to the one I gave you, and can be said to be unmatched in the Jin Yuan continent. His method of cultivating energy is not merely traditional. It integrates seamlessly with swordsmanship, elevating both energy and technique. Alas, if you could obtain the martial arts manuals he imparts, you would undoubtedly become a martial saint of the Elan Kingdom. Grandfather, do not worry. I believe that one day I will become a martial saint, Tang Ho replied as he went to wash up. Chapter 31. A life saved upon attending class. Tang Ho was met with mocking glances from his classmates, who dared not speak for fear of incurring his wrath. They all knew that Tang Ho had slain a warrior from the Eagle Demon sect and had been confined by Clinton of the Phoenix sect for 7 days. Gu Shangji, upon seeing him, was filled with joy and approached to sit beside him, saying, Tang Ho, what happened? Did you get into trouble and end up in the Phoenix sect's reflection chamber? Tang Ho remained silent, gazing at her with admiration. She was such a marvelous girl that marrying her would be a blissful affair. He pondered whether he had matured or if something had excited him, as thoughts of women suddenly flooded his mind. Tang Ho, do you have time this afternoon? Let's go to the seaside for some fun. Yu Shangji clearly harbored feelings for him and wished to draw closer. I have no time. I must go to the Phoenix sect to learn swordsmanship. Tung Ho was about to inquire why she wanted to go to the seaside when Wei Yin entered with an imposing presence, smiling as he said, "Master, my father invites you to dine at our home this afternoon." "No time. What is the matter?" "I must practice at the Phoenix sect this afternoon. It has been so long. And you have yet to teach me swordsmanship. I feel empty inside. Can you teach me a move or two so that my companions do not mock me?" "Very well. Come find me tonight." "Okay." Wei Yin, looking somewhat disappointed, departed. "What swordsmanship will you teach him?" "I want to learn too." Gu Shangji pouted playfully. "I did not agree to teach you swordsmanship, and you have not even become my disciple." Tung Ho replied, glaring at her in annoyance, "I will become your disciple now." "Master, please take me under your wing," Gu Shangji said half jokingly, half seriously. "Do not meddle." Tung Ho shot her a fierce look, causing her expression to change instantly as she stared at him. Finally saying after a long pause, "Someone likes you." At noon, after class, Galasso arrived with Nylon. "Child, I have arranged for you to take the afternoon off. Do not attend class. Do you remember what I told you last night? This is Teacher Nylon. He wishes to learn swordsmanship from you, so please teach him a few moves. Otherwise, he may lose his life in the duel with Wei Wu." Tung Ho remained silent, much to Nylon's surprise. "Come, let us eat first." Knowing Tung Ho's temperament, Galasso understood that he would not voice his discontent if he disliked something. Galasso took Tung Ho to a restaurant in Phoenix Town. Nylon followed closely behind, maintaining a servile demeanor, which made Tung Ho feel uncomfortable. The three sat in a private room, and Galasso smiled at Tung Ho, saying, "Child, I know you are reluctant to teach Teacher Nylon swordsmanship, but I have no one else in Phoenix Town to turn to. And I cannot approach Clinton. He would not pay me any heed and might even berate me. I came to you to save his life. You know that martial artists in the Jianghu do not show mercy in combat." "Very well. I can only teach you the basics. You will have to practice on your own afterward." "Thank you." Nylon felt exceedingly awkward, unsure whether to address him as master or by name. Calling him master would undermine his own authority as a swordsmanship instructor, while using his name might seem disrespectful. After their meal, as they exited the restaurant, Wei Yin and a few others spotted them and rushed over, whispering, "Master, Teacher Nylon is supposed to duel with our senior Wei Wu. Are you going to impart swordsmanship to him? If the Wei family has a martial artist, why would they seek me as a teacher?" Tung Ho recalled the encounter with Wei Wu when Wei Yin had invited him to dinner, and he suddenly felt a pang of reluctance to accept Wei Yin as a disciple. Moreover, this matter had not received the consent of Master Wen Yiping or Master Clinton. "Master, Wei Wu is merely an intermediate warrior, and he is my uncle. How could I possibly take him as a master? I am not an intermediate warrior. My experience is not as extensive as his, and I hold no prestige in the Jianghu. The disparity is vast. He could easily be your teacher. Do not bother me with this again." Tung Ho scolded harshly, turning to leave with Galasso. "Master, master." Tung Ho ignored him and hurried away in the afternoon. He did not attend class. Galasso took him to the school's martial arts hall. Dozens of students were bustling with energy, but upon seeing Tung Ho, Galasso, and Nylon enter, they came to a halt. "Tung Ho, teach Teacher Nylon properly today, ensuring he does not tarnish the Phoenix sect's reputation in his duel with Wei Wu, and most importantly, ensure he does not lose his life in the process. I do not understand swordsmanship. I only know how to conduct experiments," Galasso remarked before departing. After Galasso left, Tung Ho said to Nylon, "Teacher Nylon, let us practice in a quieter place." Nylon eagerly agreed and led him to a nearby wooden room. "Teacher, although I am a novice in martial arts, I have my own philosophy. Swordsmanship and energy techniques must be integrated. Otherwise, even the finest swordsmanship and energy techniques cannot last beyond 3 exchanges. I have not seen Wei Wu's swordsmanship, but I have dueled with Wei Jing, the Wei family's young lady. There is nothing extraordinary about her techniques. They are all feints, lacking in strength, as long as one can endure until the third exchange. He will surely be defeated. Master, I will heed your advice. Nylon suddenly called out to Ting Ho as master without thinking. What? You cannot call me master. You are my teacher. In the martial arts world, anyone who teaches me swordsmanship is referred to as master. Tung Ho felt a touch of embarrassment, unsure of how to respond. These are the rules of the Jianghu, and thus they shall be adhered to. However, he requested that one should not refer to him as master in public, for it would surely infuriate Clinton. Tang Ho instructed him to fetch the sword and began to teach him. This swordsmanship was a unique creation of Tang Ho, a synthesis of the wisdom contained in the secret manuals of Yun Zhong He and Gorosuo. After teaching him 3 moves, Nylon could no longer retain the information, finding even breathing to be a challenge. Master, this sword technique is truly beyond my grasp. It is far too difficult. I feel a heavy pressure in my chest. Then savor it slowly. Tang Ho thought, if you can master these 3 moves, you should have no trouble contending with Wei Wu. Under Tang Ho's guidance, Nylon practiced over 100 times, yet his movements remained sluggish and lacked any lethal force. Resembling a drunken old man, Tang Ho grew increasingly anxious, exclaiming, with such practice, I fear you cannot stand against Wei Wu. If you were to wield these 3 moves with confidence, stirring up clouds of dust, then you could indeed defeat him. With that, Tang Ho departed, leaving Nylon's heart wounded. In a bid to prove himself and to conquer Wei Wu, he resolved to practice diligently, vowing not to relent until he could meet Tang Ho's expectations. The following day, Tang Ho did not visit Nylon, instead attending class. As he entered the classroom, Gu Shangji rushed over, exclaiming, Tang Ho, I have a secret to share. Tang Ho, charmed by her appearance in a red qipao paired with a purple vest and her rosy complexion, smiled and inquired, what secret? This afternoon, our school's martial arts instructor will engage in a duel with the Wei family's master from Phoenix Town. How do you know this? Notices have already been posted all over Phoenix Town. Moreover, the Wei family has issued an invitation for all esteemed families and martial artists from the Phoenix School to attend. What is so remarkable about that? The Wei family's master merely relies on those 3 moves. If one can withstand them, victory is assured. Tang Ho scoffed. You are unaware that the Wei family's young mistress learned that formidable sword technique directly from him. Wei Jing cannot possibly defeat Ku Fengjiao. Can she? What is she truly capable of? She can only surpass you, and no one else. Jiu Shangji, feeling provoked, retorted, I can defeat Ku Fengjiao now. I intend to settle the score with her and snatch you away. Tang Ho erupted into laughter, causing all his classmates to stare in astonishment. In the afternoon, as Tang Ho exited the classroom, Gorosuo approached him. Child, you must go witness Nylon and Wei Wu's duel. Tang Ho glanced at him skeptically. What are you talking about? Nylon certainly cannot match Wei Wu. What nonsense is this? Did you not tell him that if he mastered the 3 moves you taught him, he could indeed defeat Wei Wu? I did say that. Then how can you claim he cannot stand up to Wei Wu? He simply cannot reach that level. How can you say that? He has already mastered the sword technique. Tang Ho, unable to believe Gorosuo's words, hurried to the martial arts hall at school, only to find Nylon in the adjacent room. Upon entering, he was met with a gust of wind that nearly blinded him. To his astonishment, Nylon was practicing the sword technique he had taught him, executing each move with the finesse of a seasoned martial artist who had trained for over a year. The rapid progress he had made in just a day compelled Tang Ho to admire him. The duel was to take place at the martial arts arena before the Tang Ho residence. By the time Tang Ho and his companions arrived, the arena was already teeming with spectators, including several martial artists from the Phoenix School, as well as Clinton and Wen Yiping, who were seated alongside Tang Ho Zhou Wudi. Tang Ho intended to observe alone, wary that Gorosuo and Nylon's presence might attract the attention of the Phoenix School's practitioners, potentially reaching Clinton's ears and causing him trouble. The first to take the stage was Wei Wu, who raised his sword in a salute to the audience before scanning the arena for Nylon. Suddenly, Tang Ho noticed two exceptionally beautiful young women beside Nylon, their beauty breathtaking enough to stir his heart. He wondered who they were and what connection they had to Nylon. With a flushed face, Nylon staggered onto the stage. Prior to this, Tang Ho had urged him to drink 2 bowls of wine, not only to bolster his courage but also to replenish his internal energy. The fiery liquor ignited a warmth in his belly, invigorating his spirit. As Wei Wu observed Nylon on stage, he burst into laughter. "Nylon, you cannot possibly defeat me. Have you resorted to drinking for courage? Wei Wu, spare me your prattle. Let us begin," Nylon retorted, launching his sword forward, momentarily stunning Wei Wu, who had been laughing just moments before. As Wei Wu witnessed Nylon's sword slicing toward him, it transformed into a flurry of motions, at times resembling a flying spear, at others 2 shooting arrows, and then a coiling dragon. Before Wei Wu could draw his own sword, he was sent flying. The crowd erupted in a cacophony of excitement. In terms of swordsmanship, Wei Wu was far superior to Nylon. This spectacle opened the eyes of the people of Phoenix Town and provided a lesson to those who preyed upon the weak. After falling from the stage, Wei Wu attempted to rise again. But with a single strike, his sword shattered into 2 pieces, scattering across the floor. He tumbled to the ground, wincing in pain. As Nylon descended from the stage, the 2 young women and a lovely middle-aged lady rushed to embrace him. Weeping uncontrollably, Tang Ho realized that the earlier duel had terrified them. In their eyes, Nylon had faced Wei Wu in a life-and-death struggle and had merely emerged with his life intact. Chapter 32. Spring Dreams. Nylon departed with the 2 ethereal maidens, leaving behind a chorus of jubilant applause. Gorosuo had been searching for Tang Ho, eager to share the joy of victory, yet amidst the crowd of duelists, he could not find him, which left him somewhat disheartened. Tang Ho had already returned to school, and no one dared inquire in the dormitory about Nylon's unexpected triumph over Wei Wu. He wished to remain hidden, not wanting anyone to discover his connection with Nylon. Clinton and the other martial artists from the Phoenix School noted that half of Nylon's sword technique resembled Tang Ho's tiger head swordsmanship, while the other half mirrored the crescent moon swordsmanship of the long-vanished Yun Zhonghe. The crescent moon swordsmanship was a style Yun Zhonghe had developed while gazing at the moon, and since his imprisonment by Clinton, it had not been seen again. Today, Clinton found it utterly perplexing, and he could not comprehend the situation. Clinton suspected that Nylon's sword technique was taught by Tang Ho, but how had he acquired the crescent moon swordsmanship? Suddenly, he thought of Gorosuo, for Tang Ho had an extraordinary relationship with him, and Gorosuo was like a brother to Yun Zhonghe. However, he could not afford to rush into confirming this. Otherwise, if the Wei family learned of it, they would surely cause trouble. He pondered Yun Zhonghe. He could not fathom how Tang Ho could have learned his sword technique. Was it possible that Tang Ho encountered Yun Zhonghe in the contemplation chamber? That was improbable. How could swordsmanship be taught within the confines of a stone room? At that moment, he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Gorosuo, noticing Tang Ho's absence from the duel, hurried to the school to find him, eager to invite him out for drinks to celebrate this momentous occasion. Gorosuo and Nylon rushed to the school, and indeed, they found Tang Ho and Bujier preparing dinner for the evening. Tang Ho's elder brother, Tang Yun, and his younger sister, Tang Fei, were also assisting with the vegetable gathering. "Tang Ho, come quickly. We must celebrate your achievement," Gorosuo exclaimed with enthusiasm. He dragged Tang Ho outside, prompting Bujier to chase after them, asking, "What is going on? Why didn't you wait for him to eat before leaving?" "Old lady, he is the most remarkable person in the world. He has accomplished something truly astonishing. Our Nylon has defeated Wei Wu," Gorosuo exclaimed, gripping Tang Ho's hand. Tang Ho felt uncomfortable and said, "Grandfather, please release my hand." "Where are you taking me?" "We're heading to a fine tavern in town to celebrate, and we won't leave until we're thoroughly intoxicated." "Grandfather, are you out of your mind? Do you want the Phoenix School to expel me? If anyone finds out that I taught nylon, the Phoenix School will surely dismiss me. You suggest we go there to celebrate?" Nylon, witnessing Gorosuo's excitement, also felt elated. After all, he had vanquished Wei Wu and had become a renowned figure in Phoenix Town. From now on, no one would dare bully him at school. He smiled and said, "Let us celebrate at my home." "Excellent," Tang Ho and Gorosuo chimed in unison. The three then made their way to Nylon's residence, which was situated to the left of the school, in a rather secluded area. Apart from the woods, there lay a vast expanse of grassland. The trio traversed the wooded path and crossed the grassy field. Soon arriving at a red brick house, they noticed the two young girls playing on the grass in front of the house, who, upon seeing them, hurriedly dashed indoors. As they ran, one exclaimed, "Mom, Dad, they have arrived." Subsequently, a woman along with the two girls emerged. "Madam, please prepare us a splendid feast to reward my two masters," Nylon said with a grin. "Of course." The women led them into the house. Two young girls followed suit, giggling as they hurried to assist Tang Ho and Jiaoyuosuo in brewing tea. Tang Ho's gaze remained fixated on the two girls, particularly the elder one, who appeared utterly enchanting, resembling a celestial being descended to earth, stirring the most fanciful dreams in the hearts of all men, rendering them unable to eat or drink. Noticing that the meal had yet to be served, Nylon lifted the wine jug to pour for Jiaoyuosuo and Tang Ho. Tang Ho, fond of wine, accepted without hesitation and drank alongside them. "Nylon, please fetch some fruits to accompany the wine," Nylon called out loudly from within the house. "Father, I'm on it," came the reply. "Hurry up." "All right." Each time Tang Ho heard the girl's voice, he felt a jolt of electricity course through him. After a few cups of wine, Nylon grew more talkative, saying, "Brother Tang Ho, let us dispense with formalities. We are fated to meet. I shall call you little brother from now on. You may call me whatever you wish. Had it not been for your guidance today, I might have perished beneath Wei Wu's formidable blade." Tang Ho replied, "You underestimate yourself. What I taught you were merely a few techniques. The rest you discerned on your own." Tang Ho continued, "Without those 3 techniques you taught me, I might never have grasped the essence of it all." "Nylon, do not be so modest. Your swordsmanship is capable of defeating Wei Wu, but to achieve such a decisive victory as today's, it is no small feat. Fortunately, you encountered Tang Ho. He is a prodigious martial artist destined to lead the Phoenix sect." "Indeed. Let us celebrate his future as the head of the Phoenix sect." Upon hearing Jiaoyuosuo's words, Nylon lifted his cup and drank heartily. After a while, the dishes were served, and they feasted while drinking. The two girls, captivated by Tang Ho's handsome appearance and his spirited drinking, were utterly smitten. As the 3 of them drank and conversed, they became blissfully intoxicated. When Tang Ho awoke in the dead of night, he suddenly heard sounds coming from the adjacent room. He rose quietly, lit an oil lamp, and leaned closer to listen, discovering a splashing noise. Driven by curiosity, he stealthily opened the door and approached the window, tearing through the paper to find Nylon bathing, resembling a water lily emerging from the depths. Tang Ho was enraptured. After half an hour, as Nylon finished her bath, Tang Ho hurried back to his room. "Nylon, please take a blanket to Tang Ho's room. It's cold. We mustn't let him catch a chill," came the voice of Nylon's mother. "All right, I understand." Hearing that Nylon was bringing him a blanket, Tang Ho feared she might discover him peeking at her while she bathed, and he remarked to Nylon, "What a disgrace that would be. I must hide beneath the covers at once." Moments later, Nylon entered with the blanket, holding the oil lamp. Upon pushing open the door, she noticed the oil lamp still lit in Tang Ho's room and felt a sense of unease. She lifted the blanket, only to find Teng Ho hidden beneath, fast asleep, which caused her to blush. "I'm sorry. I thought you weren't in here. My mother asked me to bring you a blanket. It's cold, and she was worried you might catch a chill," Nainan said shyly as she turned to leave. Once Nainan departed, Teng Ho found himself unable to sleep, his thoughts consumed by her form. Gradually, he drifted into a dream, envisioning himself marrying Nainan. The wedding night filled with candles and flowers. As he unfastened her garment to reveal her smooth body, a wave of ecstasy washed over him. Nainan, having just lifted Teng Ho's blanket, gazed at his handsome, sleeping form, her heart racing, wishing fervently to marry him. Unable to sleep herself, she contemplated visiting Teng Ho's room for a chat. However, the propriety of the hour made her hesitate. Torn between her desire and the social norms, ultimately, her affection for Teng Ho compelled her to muster the courage to go. She opened the door, and the oil lamp still glowed. Teng Ho remained concealed beneath the covers. Nainan lifted the blanket, only to discover a large wet patch beneath Teng Ho. She called out to wake him. Upon realizing he had had a wet dream, his face flushed with embarrassment, he was startled to see Nainan entering his room at such an hour. Her cherry lips reminiscent of a songbird flitting past his window. An impulsive urge overtook him, and he instinctively wrapped his arms around her waist and pulled her onto the bed at dawn. The barking of dogs roused both Nainan and Teng Ho from their slumber. Nainan, startled, quickly dressed and exited. Teng Ho watched her retreating figure, reflecting on the blissful events of the previous night, and found himself grinning foolishly. Just as he was reliving the joyful memories with Nainan, someone called out for him at the door. Listening closely, he recognized it was Nainan. He got up and opened the door, inquiring, "What is it?" "Wake up. My parents are already up and have invited you for breakfast." "All right," Nainan replied before departing. Nailan, pale as a ghost, approached Teng Ho, trembling as he spoke. "Brother Teng Ho, Wei Wu is dead. I fear whether Teng Ho will judge me." "What is there to fear? You two fought in front of so many witnesses. They can attest to your skill. His death only signifies his inferiority. He got what he deserved," Teng Ho reassured him. Chapter 33. Naming after breakfast, Teng Ho, alongside Nainan and his sister Nico, set off for class. Upon returning to the dormitory at noon, Bugula grasped his hand and said, "Child, I've sent your brother Ting Yun to work as a laborer at the Phoenix Town dock. I thought if he remained cooped up in the house without anything to do, he might go mad. I wanted him to venture out and broaden his horizons. As for your sister, I plan to send her to a private school so she can learn to read and write." "Very well. Thank you for your efforts. You handle this matter. If there are expenses, just let me know. If I lack the funds, I will find a way to borrow." Teng Ho expressed his gratitude, feeling a kinship akin to that of a beloved grandmother. "Teng Ho, I also want to learn swordsmanship. Can you teach me?" his sister Teng Fei asked adorably. "But you are a girl. How could you learn the sword?" Teng Ho hesitated, wanting her to lead a simple, happy life. "Teng Yun, please teach me a few moves for self-defense. If I knew swordsmanship, perhaps our parents wouldn't have died. Once you learn the sword, you will inevitably attract vengeance from others. You'll be entangled in the world of martial artists for life. Focus on your studies and aim to become a scholar, perhaps even a teacher," Teng Ho advised. "I heard from the children that many girls in Phoenix Town know swordsmanship, and the boys dare not bully them. In fact, they envy them. How wonderful it would be if I could wield a sword. Enough of that. One day, if I have the time, I might teach you a couple of moves in the afternoon." Teng Ho was summoned back by several young martial artists from the Phoenix sect. Inside the Phoenix sect's council chamber sat dozens of people, with Clinton in his usual position, appearing particularly stern. Teng Ho's initial thought was that he had erred and would surely face criticism from the martial artists of the Phoenix sect, perhaps even be confined in the self-reflection room for 10 days or more. He was acutely aware that Clinton must know Nailan's sword techniques were taught by him. Otherwise, he could not have bested Wei Wu, especially now that Wei Wu was dead. Punishing Ting Ho was thus a reasonable course of action. Tung Ho took his seat beside Wen Yiping and Clinton. Wen Yiping smiled and said, "Child, you are remarkable. Someone has come to propose to you." "Yiping, this is not the time for such matters," Clinton whispered. Wen Yiping fell silent. "Now that everyone is present, our swordsmiths have returned. We should rejoice, but we must not be reckless as before. Let us test the swords. If we were to engage in battle against a martial artist and find our swords lacking, it would be quite embarrassing. Master Song, please say a few words," Clinton suggested, revealing some disappointment in the swords forged by Song Renjong. Esteemed members, the swordsmiths of the Phoenix sect were commissioned by Master Clinton to forge swords on Liuli Island a month ago, and they have finally returned. We have poured our hearts into crafting tin swords, which we now present before the martial artists of the Phoenix sect, inviting Master Clinton to allocate them. Master Song, among these tin swords, is there a ranking? No, then who shall test the swords to determine their quality? Master Clinton, I believe there is no one more suitable than Tang Ho. Song Renjong smiled. Very well. Though Tang Ho may not be considered a hero within the Phoenix sect and lacks the qualifications to assess the sword sharpness, he is more than capable of identifying your craftsmanship. All right, let us proceed to the training ground and observe Tang Ho's sword test. Master Song, do ensure Tang Ho does not break your swords in two. Clinton chuckled. Fear not, Master Clinton. A group of people exited the council chamber and made their way to the training ground, taking their places according to their ranks. Song Renjong called forth several individuals to bring forth the swords, which were then placed in the sword rack. Approaching Clinton, Song Renjong announced loudly, Master Clinton, please give us your instruction. Dear disciples, today we shall test the swords, and I request everyone to propose names for the tin swords. Should anyone suggest a name that convinces us all, I will reward them alongside the swordsmiths. Tung Ho, please step forward to test the swords, Clinton gestured grandly, his voice ringing out. Wen Yiping chuckled and said to Tang Ho, Child, it is your turn to take the stage. Tung Ho had long yearned for a sharp sword, uncertain whether there was one among those displayed on the sword rack. With a graceful leap, he ascended the stage, aligning himself with the swords arranged by Song Renjong, and selected the first sword. He examined the golden scabbard meticulously, discovering an intricately carved female phoenix, its elongated and delicate tail feathers captivating. As he unsheathed the blade, he found the hilt adorned with a phoenix soaring through the clouds, a beautifully crafted sword that Tang Ho cherished dearly. With the sword drawn, he cast a glance at the assembled martial artists, then took his position at the center of the stage. Gently, he began to wield the sword, the 1-meter-long blade transforming into a magnificent dragon that twisted and soared through the air. Like a whirlwind of dragon circles passing by, leaving the spectators astonished as they felt a sudden chill enveloping their bodies. The execution of his first sword style left Clinton increasingly bewildered by this young prodigy's swordplay. As if he were witnessing a grandmaster demonstrating the art of swordsmanship. Pondering the notion that the leadership of the Phoenix sect rightfully belonged to this young man, he observed the silence that fell upon the audience after Tung Ho had completed his tin sword trials. Their expressions frozen in awe, Clinton and Wen Yiping were equally astonished. Tung Ho's swordsmanship had evidently reached the level of a senior martial artist. Tung Ho assessed the quality of the swords, rearranged their rankings on the rack, and returned to his original position. Clinton laughed heartily and proclaimed, You have all witnessed Tung Ho's swordplay. Should anyone dispute this, they may come forth to demonstrate their own skills. If they can perform their sword technique, I shall command the swordsmith to forge another sword for them. A middle-aged martial artist stepped onto the stage. Selecting a sword in an instant, he felt an overwhelming heaviness. Having observed Tung Ho's effortless sword dance, he found the blade in his grasp to be as burdensome as lead. Before he could complete a single move, he succumbed to exhaustion and collapsed on the stage. Several martial artists hurriedly assisted him off the platform. Clinton ascended the stage, drawing a sword himself, and began to dance. Tung Ho, having never witnessed Clinton wield a sword, became engrossed, his gaze fixed on every movement. Clinton recognized that each of the tin swords was of exceptional quality, a rarity in the kingdom of Elon. He aimed to impress Tung Ho, ensuring that he would not underestimate him in the young man's presence. In Clinton's hands, the sword felt like a mere stick, soaring and leaping, sometimes tumbling to the ground, executing moves that left Tung Ho in awe. Observers commented on Clinton's swordplay, noting its blend of gentleness and strength, while Tung Ho's technique displayed a remarkable balance of rigidity and softness, often leaving spectators baffled by its intricacies. After completing his performance, Clinton returned his sword to the rack according to Tung Ho's rankings. Secretly admiring the young man's discernment of swords, Song Renjong, watching from below, was struck with a chill, realizing that Clinton and Tung Ho shared identical views on the sword rankings. Returning to his place, he declared loudly, "Each of these swords is exceptional, truly leading the way among martial artists in the kingdom of Elon. Now, let us bestow names upon them, Master. Let us name them Phoenix Swords, for we are of the Phoenix sect." A middle-aged martial artist boldly suggested. "But how can we unify them under one name?" Clinton countered, finding it inappropriate. "Master Song, surely you have names in mind." Clinton smiled at Song Renjong. "Brother Clinton, I do have names. But they seem unsuitable to me. I prefer naming them after animals. Among animals, I believe the dragon is the most formidable. The first sword shall be Dragon Sword, the second Phoenix Sword, the third Tiger Sword, the fourth Lion Sword, the fifth Bear Sword, the sixth Leopard Sword, the seventh Wolf Sword, the eighth Eagle Sword, the ninth Vulture Sword, and the 10th Snake Sword. Excellent." The crowd erupted in applause. Clinton glanced at Tung Ho and inquired, "Do you have any names in mind?" Tung Ho, having learned from his teacher about the heavenly stems and earthly branches, thought how wonderful it would be to combine the heavenly stems with the Phoenix sect's name. He stood up and proclaimed, "Master, I propose we name the tin swords by combining the heavenly stems with the Phoenix sect's name: Jia Feng Sword, Yi Feng Sword, Bing Feng Sword, Ding Feng Sword, Wu Feng Sword, Ji Feng Sword, Gung Feng Sword, Xian Feng Sword, Ren Feng Sword, and Gue Feng Sword." A moment of silence followed before a wave of cheers and applause erupted. Clinton stood, exclaiming, "Everyone has heard it. What a magnificent name, filled with meaning. This name shall represent our Phoenix sect. I hereby decree that these tin swords be named after Tung Ho, in accordance with their rankings. However, I wonder how we shall name the swords for the martial artists ranked thereafter." "Master, they can be named after the martial artists themselves," Tung Ho suggested. "Very well. Following Tung Ho's insight, from henceforth, the martial artists ranked after the top 10 shall be named according to their names." The crowd, upon hearing this, secretly admired Tung Ho. Not only was he knowledgeable, but his swordsmanship was remarkable, and he was destined to become the leader of the Phoenix sect. While everyone was pleased with the naming of the tin swords, they had yet to witness how these swords would perform in battle, merely seeing them flourish in the air, unable to discern which sword would triumph over the others. All eyes remained glued to the 10 gleaming swords, each wishing to possess one. Seeing the swords named, Song Renjong felt a swell of pride as he took to the stage and announced to the assembly, "The names for the 10 swords have been finalized. Today, in front of all the martial artists of the Phoenix sect, we shall distribute these swords to the martial artists ranked within the Phoenix sect. The first sword, Jia Feng Sword. Please, Master Clinton, come forth to receive your sword." Song Renjong declared with a smile. The audience erupted in applause, the sound crescendoing. "The second sword, Yi Feng Sword. Please, Tung Ho, come forth to claim your sword." The third sword, Bing Feng Sword. "Please, Wen Yiping, step forward to receive your sword." The fourth sword, Ding Feng Sword. "Please, Zhou Lianhai, approach to claim your sword." The fifth sword, Wu Feng Sword. "Please, Zhou Gang, come forward to receive your sword." The sixth sword, Ji Feng sword. Please, Gu Tianqiu, step forward to claim your sword. The 7th sword, Gung Feng sword. Please, Long Fei, approach to receive your sword. The 8th sword, Xian Feng sword. Please, Luo Ma, come forth to claim your sword. The 9th sword, Ran Feng sword. Please, Goen, step forward to receive your sword. The 10th sword, Gui Feng sword. Please, Lu Shitong, come forth to claim your sword. As the swords were distributed, thunderous applause filled the air, with envious glances cast upon the recipients. The audience resolved to practice diligently in hopes of one day wielding a sword of such caliber. Chapter 34. Learning Swordsmanship. The Phoenix Sect, from the forging of swords to the bestowing of names, fostered an atmosphere of martial arts enthusiasm. From dawn till dusk, martial artists could be seen practicing in the training grounds and rooms. Naturally, this caught the attention of martial artists from the kingdom of Elon, especially the Eagle Demon Sect, which could not afford to remain idle. They sought to emulate the Phoenix Sect, aspiring to revive their own prestige in the martial world. Consequently, they commanded their swordsmiths to forge swords bearing names akin to those of the Phoenix Sect. Clinton, witnessing the unprecedented fervor for martial arts within the Phoenix Sect, was elated. He approached Wen Yiping, expressing his desire for Tang Ho to move into the Phoenix Sect. This would not only motivate the younger martial artists to learn swordsmanship, but also distance Tang Ho from the enigmatic Goloso, whom he deemed a potentially corrupting influence, fearing he might lead Tang Ho astray and jeopardize his future. Wen Yiping, however, had reservations about Tang Ho returning to the Phoenix Sect. The incessant attention from numerous martial artists could easily inflate his ego, distracting him from his pursuit of sword mastery. Additionally, he had gathered some information about Goloso, a mysterious figure known for concocting poisons and antidotes. He had even heard rumors of Goloso working on an elixir for immortality. While there seemed to be no harm in Tang Ho associating with Goloso, as it could provide him insights into medical knowledge, Wen Yiping also recognized that Goloso was a friend of Yun Zhonghe. And should Tang Ho gain access to his martial arts secrets, it would undoubtedly enhance his swordsmanship point one day. As Tang Ho finished school, Wen Yiping personally arrived to invite him to the Phoenix Sect. Upon his arrival, he unexpectedly encountered Ku Fengjiao, who bounced over, smiling brightly and inquired, "Uncle Wen, what brings you to our school?" "I am here to find Tang Ho. Your father wishes for him to return to the Phoenix Sect." Wen Yiping replied with a smile, initially hesitant to engage her further, but considering her future potential as Tang Ho's partner, he deemed it wise to be cordial. "Uncle, we've been trying to invite Tang Ho to play with us these past few days, but he ignores me. I wonder if I've offended him in some way." Ku Fengjiao pouted. "That's unlikely. He is simply under a great deal of pressure. He must focus on his studies while also taking care of his sister and mastering swordsmanship. But his brother and sister are thriving in the Phoenix Sect. Why bring him out? I believe he may be avoiding me. Enough of this. I must go find him," she declared. Wen Yiping made his way to Tang Ho's dormitory, where he found him practicing swordplay with his brother and sister on the grass. He noticed that the sword Tang Ho wielded was the Ji Feng sword assigned to him the previous day. Tang Ho was teaching his siblings, his movements evoking admiration, for his swordsmanship was unparalleled in the kingdom of Elon, earning him great respect. Many martial artists would consider it a privilege to learn even a single technique from Tang Ho. When Tang Ho spotted Wen Yiping and the three sisters approaching, he was pleasantly surprised. "Master, what a surprise! Why have you brought them along? If you needed help, you could have just called a few disciples. How could I summon them without you, who ranks before me?" Wen Yiping chuckled. "Master, whether I become a martial saint or the leader of the Phoenix Sect, you will always remain my teacher. You are like a parent to me." Tang Ho replied with a smile, "Do you intend for your siblings to learn swordsmanship? I do not wish to guard them for life. They must forge their own paths. Learning swordsmanship is not solely for the purpose of competing in the kingdom of Elon's martial arts tournament or seeking fame, but rather to protect themselves from harm." "Well said, my dear child. I perceive that you have matured. As Ke Fengjiao listened to Teng Ho's words, she felt that he exuded an increasing charm and masculinity. Truly a rare breed of mature man in this world, one imbued with deep foresight and lofty aspirations. What is it, Master? Master Ku has summoned you and your siblings to reside at the Phoenix Sect. He wishes to teach you the sword technique. Do not think you can remain at school, for he does not want outsiders to believe he treats you poorly, when Yiping stated. Upon hearing this, Teng Ho's expression darkened, and after a long pause, he asked, "What is the matter? I am quite comfortable here. Why must I move to the Phoenix Sect? Brother, at the Phoenix Sect, we will take care of you. If your clothes become soiled, I shall wash them for you. If you are hungry, I can cook for you," Ke Fengjiao said, stepping closer, their eyes locking. "Since Master has spoken, I shall comply. I will inform Grandma in the dormitory." Teng Ho replied, turning and hastening to the dormitory, with Teng Yun and Teng Fei following closely behind. As they entered, Bujier was cooking. Seeing them, she smiled and asked, "What is it? Are you hungry?" "Grandma, the three of us are returning to the Phoenix Sect. From now on, you may find yourself dining alone," Teng Ho said to Bujier. Bujier set down her vegetables, staring blankly at him. "Grandma, I will come to see you every day," Teng Ho said, feeling dejected. After finishing his words, he ascended the stairs to gather his belongings. As he descended, Bujier stood at the door watching him. Teng Ho approached and embraced her, whispering, "Grandma, please take care of those things upstairs for me. I shall return." With that, Teng Ho departed with his siblings, his retreating figure leaving an indelible mark on Bujier's heart. Although he promised to visit daily, the absence of his presence above left her feeling empty inside. Upon returning to the Phoenix Sect, Clinton arranged for him to stay in a courtyard less than 50 meters from his own residence. This place, adorned with mountains, waters, and an array of flora and fauna, was indeed a serene abode. Settling in, they had dinner together with Clinton's family. At the table, Clinton remarked to Teng Ho, "My child, I have long wished to summon you back, but feared your refusal. However, residing long-term at school, as a warrior of the Phoenix Sect living apart, may invite discord from others. I am aging and shall one day depart from this world, and it is you who must take the reins of the Phoenix Sect. If you do not dwell here and share meals with us, how will you grasp the inner thoughts of your brethren? Your brother and sister, wishing to pursue education, shall be sent to school. They cannot attend the noble school, so I will enroll them in another private institution." Clinton spoke as a father would. Teng Ho remained silent, his eyes reflecting sincerity and humility. After dinner, Clinton invited Teng Ho for a stroll in the garden. Exiting the courtyard, Clinton observed many warriors practicing swordplay and cheerfully remarked, "Teng Ho, do you see? Our Song Jian master forged 10 swords on Lioli Island. Just 2 days prior, due to your unique and scholarly naming of these swords, the warriors of the Phoenix Sect were deeply moved and envious. The training grounds now teem with practitioners. Should you persist in practicing swordplay here, it will inspire many warriors to hone their skills. I believe that among the multitude of warriors in the Phoenix Sect, you alone possess the capability to manage significant matters. The others are either too old or too young, lacking the seriousness required to become accomplished. However, I have contemplated your sword technique, which is uniquely your own, lacking status in Elan, wish to impart to you a set of sword techniques from our Phoenix Sect, enabling you to attain the rank of Advanced Warrior at next year's Elan National Conference. In 2 years, I shall pass on the leadership of the Phoenix Sect to you. While I seek the elixir of immortality, I yearn for you to mature swiftly and wed Fengjiao, so that your master and I may retreat to Phoenix Town to diligently research the elixir of life, leaving the Phoenix Sect in your capable hands." After a while, Clinton led Teng Ho to his training hall. The hall was empty except for a few of Ke Fengjiao's sisters practicing their swordplay. Upon their entry, the sisters paused to observe Teng Ho. Clinton called the 3 sisters over to stand aside, and watch as Tang Ho practiced. Tang Ho, our Phoenix sect possesses 10 sets of sword techniques. I shall now teach you the first. Phoenix soars to the sky. He retrieved a potion from the furnace and poured a bowl of thick, dark liquid for Tang Ho, saying, all who learn this technique must first drink a small amount of this potion to avoid injuring their meridians. After drinking the potion, Tang Ho drew his sword and danced alongside Clinton. They performed a complete sequence together. Clinton's sword moved like a phoenix soaring through the air, leaving faint traces of its flight. After each move, Clinton paused to guide Tang Ho, instructing him on breathing techniques. Tang Ho felt a warmth enveloping his body. Tang Ho was utterly captivated by Clinton's sword technique, a thrill coursing through him like never before. Clinton's technique was renowned in the martial world for its ferocity, akin to a fierce tiger. Even in tumultuous storms, it retained its might. Out of 5 encounters, 3 resulted in defeat for others against Clinton. Upon completing the first set of techniques, Tang Ho mastered the entire sequence in no time, leaving him astonished and somewhat apprehensive. Returning to his dormitory, Tang Ho did not rest. Instead, he practiced the swordplay he had just learned on the grassy patch before his room. Perspiring profusely, suddenly, he felt dizzy and collapsed to the ground. When he regained consciousness, he was drenched in sweat. He slowly rose and made his way to his room. The air was frigid, and upon entering, Tang Ho immediately lit the fire in the stove and filled the kettle with water, preparing for a warm bath and a rest. Upon removing his clothes, he discovered that his body was covered in red welts. Emitting a foul odor, Tang Ho was filled with dread and relentless pain, yearning to seek Gorosu, but the gates of the Phoenix sect had long since closed for the night. He could only wait until dawn to find Gorosu. He thought of Wen Yiping and quietly made his way to Wen Yiping's dormitory. When he knocked on the door, Wen Yiping, taken aback, opened it and, spotting Tang Ho, exclaimed, "What is it?" "Master, I have been poisoned." Tang Ho replied, looking haggard. Wen Yiping quickly ushered him inside. Tang Ho shed his clothes for Wen Yiping to examine. Understanding the situation, Wen Yiping realized that Clinton's teaching of swordplay had caused Tang Ho to overexert himself, leading to chilled meridians and subsequent poisoning. Wen Yiping took him to the training room to soak in a medicinal solution to expel the poisoned eye in the training room. Wen Yiping led him to a tub, instructing, soak for half an hour, then apply this medicine to your body, and you shall recover in a day or two. However, in the future, when practicing this technique, do not be impatient or exert too much effort. Many warriors have suffered from poisoning while practicing this technique, leading to severe neurological afflictions. Tang Ho was taken aback by Wen Yiping's words, contemplating the inherent dangers of advanced sword techniques. Failure to adhere to his master's guidance could yield dire consequences. Chapter 35. Investigation. The following day, Tang Ho's welts had healed. Upon awakening, he felt the pain from Clinton's sword technique, a poignant reminder of life and death that only heightened his interest. Tang Ho and Ku Fengjiao had breakfast before heading to school, where Ku Fengjiao, increasingly animated, trailed behind him, affectionately calling him brother, sending shivers down Tang Ho's spine. Upon returning to school, Gu Shangji approached his desk and quietly said, "Tang Ho, Wei Wu has died. I heard the Wei family intends to seek revenge against teacher Nilong. They suspect that his sword technique was not taught by the court swordmaster, but rather imparted by a figure of significance. Otherwise, Wei Wu would not have perished. The court swordmaster and forensic physician have come to Phoenix Town to examine Wei Wu's body. If they find evidence of injuries inflicted by techniques from other sects, they will hold Nilong accountable. Why are you telling me this? Most people in Phoenix Town suspect that you were the one to teach Nilong's sword techniques. Given Nilong's sword skills, everyone knows he possesses only a few sets of techniques, which should not have been sufficient to injure Wei Wu. That day, Nilong's swordplay was unpredictable, beyond the capability of ordinary practitioners in Phoenix Town. At noon, Ku Fengjiao came to summon Tang Ho back to the Phoenix sect for lunch when Wei Yin arrived, berating Tang Ho. "Tang Ho, You are inhuman. You promised to be my master. Why have you reneged? Wei Yin, I cannot teach you my sword techniques. Your Wei family has a martial hall and renowned masters. How could I impart my techniques to you? Moreover, as a warrior of the Phoenix sect, I cannot privately take on disciples. If you won't take on disciples, why did you teach Nilong your sword techniques? Wei Yin exclaimed, clearly dissatisfied. Fool, do you seek death? Did you see me teach Nilong sword techniques? Teng Ho retorted, striking Wei Yin across the face, the sound echoing painfully. Teng Ho felt a sudden sense of foreboding from Wei Yan's words. He turned to Fangjiao, saying, Fangjiao, please return for lunch. I must check on Grandma in the dormitory. She must be feeling quite lonely. Ke Fangjiao gradually realized that Teng Ho was no ordinary individual. There was so much she could learn from him. Perhaps it was a deep emotional connection that transcended typical understanding. Explaining his reluctance to leave the dormitory, he and Bujier had forged a profound bond. It was no wonder he cherished memories of Bujier. With his parents gone, he had no one to share his life with. Inevitably reminiscing about the love of a mother and father, Tio cherish him, to marry and bear children in the future. One must love him with all one's heart. Teng Ho hurried to the dormitory, where he found Bujier pacing back and forth on the grass, seemingly lost in thought. Grandma! Upon hearing Teng Ho's voice, Bujier abruptly halted, gently turning around. Child, what brings you here? What? Did I not say that I would come to see you every day? Child, Galasso has been taken to the Teng Ho mansion to investigate Wei Wu's demise. There are suspicions that you taught Nylon the sword techniques and energy methods. Otherwise, Nylon would not have allowed Wei Wu to sustain such internal injuries that led to his death. I now worry that you might become entangled in this conflict. The Wei family cannot tolerate any affront. They view every martial artist from Phoenix Town as a fool, a waste, Bujier exclaimed. What should I do then? As long as Nylon does not claim that you taught him the sword techniques, they will not pursue the investigation further. Has Nylon left? No. Teng Ho wished to visit Nylon's daughter, Nainan, for she was his first love. And he did not wish to see her saddened. If he could marry her, it would be a wonderful affair. However, this matter could not be mentioned, lest Teng Ho Zhou Wudi suspect that he had imparted the sword techniques to Nylon. In the afternoon, Teng Ho found it difficult to concentrate in class, especially when he noticed Gu Shangji staring intently at him, which made him realize that he must not let others discern his thoughts. After school, teacher Budape summoned him to meet Principal Boromei. She stated that Boromei wanted to investigate the matter concerning teacher Nylon and Galasso. Upon arriving at Boromei's office, they found him conversing with two individuals from the Teng Ho mansion. Upon seeing Teng Ho and Budape enter, he motioned for them to take a seat nearby. Teng Ho, I called you here today to assist in the investigation of Wei Wu's cause of death. I have heard that you have been closely associated with Nylon and Galasso recently, and it has even come to our attention that you were seen teaching Nylon sword techniques. The Teng Ho mansion suspects that you used improper sword techniques and energy methods to destroy Wei Wu's internal meridians. Did you teach Nylon sword techniques? No. I suspect that my frequent sword practice in Phoenix Town may have led them to learn a move or two. Teng Ho's serious demeanor prompted Boromei to consider this possibility as well. We know that Galasso and Nylon share a good relationship, and Galasso resides in the same building as you. Some have even witnessed the three of you dining together the day before the duel. I did not teach him sword techniques. That is merely a rumor. Teng Ho now regretted having taught Nylon any techniques in the first place. This matter is not significant. Nylon is a teacher, and you are a student. It is entirely natural for a student to spar with a teacher. Yet, the Teng Ho insists on making an issue of it, Boromei said, exasperated. Everyone knows that Wei Wu was a scourge in Phoenix Town. His death is well-deserved. Child, just claim that you taught him the sword techniques. If anyone dares to trouble you, I will intervene. Damn it, in this society, the wicked die, yet those who seek justice are imprisoned. Boromei's anger escalated. Budape chimed in, the child is young. What can they truly do to him? Nylon is our school's martial arts teacher. Why should his sword techniques be questioned? Upon returning to the Phoenix sect, Kei Fengjiao had been waiting by the pond at the entrance for quite a while. She was aware that Tung Ho had been summoned by Boromei for a reprimand. Brother, what did you discuss in Boromei's office? Kei Fengjiao asked with a grin. How do you know? Tung Ho inquired. I overheard the students at school talking about it. People in Phoenix Town are saying you taught teacher Nylon the sword techniques. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to defeat Wei Wu. Don't spread such nonsense, Tung Ho admonished, heading towards his dormitory. Upon returning, Clinton arrived, followed by Kei Fengjiao and her 3 sisters. Child, school is out. You went to Boromei's office today. Didn't you? Clinton said kindly. Yes. What was said? The people from the Tingho mansion claimed that it was I who taught Nylon the sword techniques. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to injure Wei Wu, let alone kill him. Is that all? Teacher Boromei stated that even if I did teach teacher Nylon the sword techniques, it is not an extraordinary matter. It is entirely normal for a student to practice sword techniques with a teacher. There is nothing scandalous about it. Wei Wu is dead, and that is that. Child, tell me honestly, did you teach Nylon sword techniques? I merely discussed my own sword techniques with him and taught him a couple of moves. I thought it was necessary because the Wei family has been too oppressive in Phoenix Town, and I wanted to help Nylon, unaware that Wei Wu's swordsmanship was so lacking that he couldn't withstand even 3 of Nylon's moves. I understand, but I must warn you. Do not treat sword techniques as a cure-all to be carelessly shared with others. They are instruments of death. One day, you cannot guarantee that Nylon won't use your techniques to kill someone. Understood now. Listen carefully. Regardless of who brings up this matter, do not mention anything about the sword techniques. Simply state that Nylon's sword techniques were not taught by you. Even if Tingho Zhou tries to coax the truth out of you, you must not utter a single word. Otherwise, the consequences will be dire. You could end up in prison, and the Phoenix sect may face the risk of disbandment. If the Phoenix sect were to be disbanded, it would jeopardize the livelihoods of hundreds of us. The martial artists of the Phoenix sect might leave en masse, leaving it a mere ghost town. Clinton's words made Tung Ho feel like an irresponsible martial artist. Realizing that he had strayed from the will of the Phoenix sect for his fleeting joy, leading to unrest in his life. After dinner, Clinton summoned Wen Yiping to accompany him to the Tingho mansion to clarify the matter of Tung Ho teaching Nylon sword techniques. Upon arriving at the Tingho mansion, they found Zhou Wudi engaged in conversation with members of the Wei family. Clinton's arrival surprised him slightly, and he greeted, Master Ku, please, come and sit. Wei Shang and several elders of the Wei family stood up and exchanged formalities upon seeing Clinton. Master Ku, did you come today regarding Tung Ho and Nylon's situation? Zhou Wudi asked with a forced smile. Indeed. I spoke with Tung Ho, and he has no association with Nylon. I can assure you that he did not teach Nylon sword techniques. The rumors in Phoenix Town that Tung Ho imparted sword techniques to Nylon are malicious slanders against my Phoenix sect. Everyone knows Tung Ho is young and inexperienced in swordsmanship. He has not yet perfected his own techniques. So how could he possibly teach Nylon? Furthermore, Wei Wu is an intermediate martial artist, renowned in the martial world. Even if Tung Ho were to teach Nylon a few moves, it would be impossible for him to defeat Wei Wu. Master Ku, this matter cannot be resolved in a day or two. If you wish to clear your name, your disciple Tung Ho must not remain in the Phoenix sect. He cannot receive his salary, nor can he associate with Nylon until we have thoroughly investigated the matter. I spoke with Nylon, and he insists that the sword techniques were taught to him by a court sword master. In about 5 days, a representative from the court will arrive, and we will have clarity on the matter, Zhou Wudi stated. Very well. I trust that the court sword master will provide the Wei family with a clear answer. Clinton replied, preparing to take his leave. As Clinton stood to depart, the imposing Wei Sheng rose and smiled at Clinton, saying, Master Ku, I have long intended to arrange the marriage between my daughter Wei Jing and Tung Ho. I have not had the time until now. Let us settle the matter in front of Ting Ho today. Master Wei, let us sit down and discuss this properly another day. Today is not the time for such discussions. Clinton did not refuse but did not agree either, knowing that Wei Sheng was playing a game with him. If he acquiesced, it would jeopardize his daughter Feng Jiao's happiness. What if Tung Ho did not harbor feelings for her? Wouldn't that ruin his happiness? Furthermore, Tung Ho was only trying to save Wei Jing, not acting as a rogue peeping at her, insisting on marrying her. Chapter 36. Calling the Wind and Summoning the Rain. A week later, the court sword master arrived. Nylon was summoned. Both Galasso and Tung Ho felt a sense of dread, fearing that Nylon might reveal the truth, leading to their punishment. Tung Ho was particularly worried that his salary might be revoked, which would create difficulties for his siblings. Coincidentally, one of the visitors was Nylon's former instructor from the court, named Qiu Tianyu. He had come to Phoenix Town intending to seek out Nylon for a reunion, only to learn from Zhou Wudi that he was the central figure in this incident. Qiu Tianyu was taken aback upon hearing that Nylon had severely injured Wei Wu in their duel and that his sword techniques were peculiar and inexplicable. During his time training in the court, Nylon had merely dabbled in swordsmanship and had never mastered any complete techniques. How could he possibly possess extraordinary sword skills? He doubted that Nylon had learned exceptional sword techniques from Tung Ho. But after hearing Zhou Wudi's words, he became even more confused. How could a student, who had studied swordsmanship for over 7 years with him and learned nothing substantial, gain remarkable skills from a mere child? Qiu Tianyu settled into an inn arranged by Zhou Wudi in Phoenix Town, planning to visit the elite school that evening to inquire with Nylon about the 3 deadly moves that had been taught to him. Zhou Wudi remained oblivious to his intentions, unaware that Nylon had once been his disciple. He had arranged for 2 other senior martial artists and accompanying warriors to stay at the government relay station closest to the Ting Ho mansion. After dinner, while others had succumbed to drunkenness and retired to their dormitories, he alone remained preoccupied with thoughts of Nylon. Taking advantage of the moment when no one was paying attention, he discreetly departed from the relay station and made his way to the Noble Academy. Upon arriving at the school, Qiu Tianyu was about to enter through the main gate when he was stopped by the gatekeeper nurse. Upon seeing his martial attire, the nurse scolded him and forbade his entry. Qiu Tianyu, fearful of exposing his connection with Nylon, dared not retaliate, knowing that such news would certainly reach the Wei family, potentially driving them to despair. "Master, I need to seek an important person. I kindly ask you to grant me passage." Qiu Tianyu said humbly. "Who are you looking for?" "I can call for them," the nurse inquired. Not daring to mention Nylon, he simply replied that he was looking for the principal. "The principal? Oh, you may enter." The nurse then saluted him and allowed him through. Once inside the school, Qiu Tianyu inquired about Nylon's residence and soon found his dormitory. Nylon was at home, lost in thought, unaware of the inquiries that awaited him from the court regarding his swordsmanship. He pondered how to showcase his skills before the court's martial experts without implicating Ting Ho. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door, and his daughter, Nan, assuming it was Tung Ho, joyfully rushed to open it. Upon opening the door, she was surprised to see an elderly man and asked, "Who are you looking for?" "Is this Nylon's home?" "Yes." "Is Nylon at home?" "I have matters to discuss with him." Nan dashed back inside and called out, "Father, there's an old man outside who wishes to see you." Nylon's heart raced with anxiety, fearing it might be an enemy seeking revenge. He momentarily hid inside, but then realized that as the head of the household, he could not cower. What if the Wei family came seeking vengeance and harmed his children? He stepped outside to see the familiar elders standing by the entrance, momentarily easing his trepidation. "Senior, may I ask what brings you here? Come inside and we shall speak." Qiu Tianyu entered the house, and with the flickering oil lamp, Nylon immediately recognized him. Overwhelmed with emotion, he embraced Qiu Tianyu and wept. "Master, I have missed you dearly." The rest of Nylon's family, upon witnessing this heartfelt reunion, emerged from their rooms, astonished. "Do not cry. I have learned of your situation and have come to understand it better tonight." Qiu Tianyu comforted him. Nylon promptly instructed his wife, Chao Qin, to prepare tea for his master. As they settled down, Qiu Tianyu inquired, "Nylon, I heard from Zhou Wudi that your swordsmanship is insufficient to harm Wei Wu. How then did you defeat him in mere 3 moves, resulting in his untimely demise?" Nylon, reluctant to divulge that Tang Ho had taught him, replied, "Master, some techniques are of my own invention." "What? You have created your own style of swordsmanship?" Qiu Tianyu exclaimed in astonishment, sipping his tea. "Nylon, do you think I am unaware of your skills? Do not deceive me. There must be a master guiding you, someone of exceptional caliber in Elon." From Zhou Wudi's words, "It is clear you have received guidance from Tang Ho of the Phoenix sect. I have heard that you dined with him in town before the duel, witnessed by many. Without evidence, none dare speak out. Fearing Tang Ho's wrath, if he can slay a beast, do you think he would hesitate to eliminate a few individuals? I am here to advise you. Steer clear of Tang Ho, for if he were to transgress, you would be implicated." Qiu Tianyu warned Nylon at tea that moment. There was a knock at the door, and Ainan hurried out to answer, hoping it was Tang Ho. Upon opening the door, she was greeted by Tang Ho, who appeared invigorated, suggesting good tidings. "Are you here for something?" she asked with a smile. "I wish to speak with your father. Is he home?" Tang Ho's eyes revealed a glimmer of affection, memories of their previous intimacy flooding his mind, and Ainan, having overheard her father discussing matters with the court swordsman Qiu Tianyu, fibbed, "He is not at home. Let us go out for a while." "I need to speak with him," Tang Ho insisted impatiently. "What is it?" "I just heard the court swordsman is investigating Wei Wu's death, and I worry your father may not tell the whole truth." "Fear not. The one investigating is his master, and this matter may very well come to nothing," Ainan replied, her face subtly displaying a sweet smile. Encouraged by Ainan's affectionate invitation, Tang Ho felt fortunate. Since their shared moment, he had come to see her as a beauty beyond compare, more enchanting than any celestial maiden. With this thought, he felt liberated, seizing her delicate hand and leading her to the verdant grass. Despite the chill of winter, the proximity to the sea rendered the flora more vibrant, nourished by the ocean's moisture. They found a grassy patch beside a thicket, not far from a pond teeming with fish. Ainan longed to be closer to the water, to hear the splashes of the fish, creating a more intimate atmosphere for their affection. Tang Ho, however, was concerned about being overheard by classmates, which could lead to embarrassment, particularly from the headstrong Kefengjiao, who would not hesitate to cause a scene if she learned of his relationship with Ainan. He led her to a lush, soft patch of grass, where they both sat down, and Ainan leaned against his shoulder, pointing at the stars above, and romantically kissed him twice, saying, "Tang Ho, take me away to live together. I no longer wish to stay with my parents. I cherish the feeling of your embrace." Through the window of the nearby dormitory, Tang Ho caught glimpses of her orange robe, the alluring curves of her form igniting a fervent desire within him. Ainan, called a voice. Their sister Ainan sprang to her feet, her robe tangling with her shoes, causing her to stumble. Tang Ho rushed to assist her, but in his haste, his hand mistakenly brushed against her soft form, inadvertently touching her delicate skin. Quickly retracting his hand, he asked softly, "Did you fall?" "No." "Hurry and go," she urged. "I cannot bear to part with you. When I go to sleep, come to my room tonight. Let us share the bed. I have missed you." With that, she adjusted her clothing and hurried away. Tang Ho felt a rush of trepidation at the thought of sharing a bed with Ainan, fearing the implications of their relationship. Unlike his connection with Kefengjiao and Wei Jing, which could be more easily understood by the townsfolk, his bond with Ainan was still unacknowledged. If Clinton learned of their intimacy, he would surely be expelled from the Phoenix sect. Tang Ho hesitated, knowing that they had made promises to one another. He could not forsake her simply because they had shared a moment or two. The thought of causing her distress weighed heavily on him, especially as she resembled a celestial being, unmatched by any other maiden in Phoenix Town. He stealthily followed Nan to her window, waiting patiently. The moon ascended, casting a thin veil of mist from the sea over the entirety of Phoenix Town. Moonlight filtered through the trees, illuminating Nan's window like a delicate brushstroke on a monochromatic landscape. Suddenly, he heard a creaking from the adjacent room as someone opened a door. He stealthily approached, climbing onto the windowsill and peering through the thin paper to see Nan carrying a bucket of water in one hand and an oil lamp in the other. The door closed behind her as she placed the lamp on a wooden table, its light reflecting from a copper mirror, blinding Teng Ho for a moment. The sound of water splashing into the wooden bathtub filled the air as Nan tested the temperature before shedding her garments, gradually revealing her form under the lamp's warm glow. Teng Ho found himself unable to contain his desire, yearning to be with Nan, feeling as though he were on the brink of temptation. The door creaked again, and Teng Ho saw Nan exiting with the wooden bucket. He swiftly moved to the base of a large locust tree by her door, awaiting her signal to pass through a night of restless longing. Nan approached, her oil lamp illuminating her path. She glanced back nervously at the windows of the adjacent building, concerned that the light might disrupt their clandestine meeting. The light extinguished, and Nan entered her room, peering out the window, whispering, "Teng Ho, come in." Teng Ho leaped from his hiding place and entered the room. As the night deepened, silence enveloped them, yet their shared energy was anything but quiet as they reveled in each other's presence. Chapter 37. The invitation from Nan. Teng Ho learned that the inquiry into Wei Wu's death was being overlooked by Qiu Tianyu, who would report to the king that it was merely a case of injuries sustained during a normal duel. Upon returning to the Phoenix sect, Clinton, noticing Teng Ho's absence from the martial arena the previous night, suspected he had ventured into town. However, he could not fathom that he had spent the night in the company of Nan. Teng Ho was preparing to head to school with his backpack when Yiping and Clinton approached him. "Teng Ho, where did you go last night?" When Yiping inquired eagerly, "I went to school," Teng Ho replied. "We went to look for you at school last night. The gatekeeper, Bugier, said he hadn't seen you." "Who were you with?" "I played on the grass with a few classmates last night and unintentionally fell asleep there," Teng Ho lied, and when Yiping could see through his deception. "All right, enough of that, let us discuss this further," Clinton remarked to Wen Yiping. "We have received an invitation from the Eagle Demon sect for a stormy gathering, and I must take you there." Pondered over this matter all night. "And we simply must attend. Otherwise, rumors will spread through the martial world that our Phoenix sect is not a trustworthy faction. More likely, they will slander me with baseless accusations. I spoke with your master, and the three of us will take a few followers with us. For now, Lianhai will manage things here. I propose we set off tomorrow morning. Teng Ho, you should rest. You need not attend school today." When Yiping said, Teng Ho felt a surge of excitement at the prospect of visiting the Eagle Demon sect, having longed to venture out and contemplate the sword techniques of the martial artists in the world. Even more thrilling was the thought of meeting Zhou Zhiruo, his former adversary. He also considered that when he participated in the Elan National Conference in the future, knowing both friend and foe would ensure his victories. Teng Ho turned and sprinted toward the school, intending to inform Nan about the trip to the Eagle Demon sect tomorrow, as well as to notify Bugier and Jialuosuo. The following morning, Teng Ho, Clinton, Wen Yiping, and a total of 16 others set off for the Eagle Demon sect. Teng Ho sent several martial men to scout for news, who returned with the information that the Phoenix sect was visiting the Eagle Demon sect at their invitation, likely due to past grievances. The Eagle Demon sect was located in Lingwang town of Chengzhou. The town was named after the second king's younger brother, whose residence was there, thus the king designated it as Lingwang town. The group braved the elements for a month, reaching Lingwang town one afternoon. Clinton noticed a temple by the roadside named Kongtu Temple and suggested they enter to gather information, hoping to rest there for the night before sending someone to inquire about the nature of the stormy gathering at the Eagle Demon sect. Upon entering the temple, Tung Ho saw an elderly monk sweeping the grounds. He approached and bowed respectfully, saying, "Master, we have come from Shuzhou and are on our way to Chengzhou for a visit. May we stay at your esteemed temple for one night?" Tung Ho remained cautious during the exchange, wary that the old monk might have connections with the Eagle Demon sect that could endanger them. The monk, with his sunken eyes, regarded him and replied, "You may stay. But the accommodations are modest and may not shield you from the elements. Should you suffer from the cold, do not blame this old monk. That is perfectly fine." Tung Ho returned to call Clinton and the others into the temple. Clinton greeted the old monk with a bow, saying, "Master, we apologize for the intrusion tonight. You seem familiar, as though I have encountered you before." The old monk blinked and murmured softly, "Master, may I inquire your esteemed name?" Clinton asked after a moment of silence, feeling a sense of familiarity with the monk. "My Dharma name is Haidang. Master Haidang. I am Clinton from the Phoenix sect." Haidang, originally named Shan Yushir, had suffered a grievous injury during a previous Elon National Conference 10 years ago when Finjiuju pierced his thigh with a sword. Severing his meridians, upon returning home, he found his family slaughtered, forcing him to flee as he passed the holy mountain. He collapsed in the snow, freezing his body in pursuit of vengeance. He blamed Finjiuju for all his misfortunes and followed him to Chengzhou. Biding his time for revenge, today, he could not reveal his identity. Had he not encountered Clinton, he would not have disclosed his true self. "Oh, I remember now. You are Master Shan," Clinton exclaimed in surprise. Haidang quickly rose to close the door, leading them into a wooden room, cautious of eavesdroppers, and spoke in hushed tones. "Master Clinton, I have been powerless. I have longed to confront Finjiuju for vengeance, but I am now aged and my body is frail, lacking the courage to duel him as I once did. Moreover, my health has deteriorated, and my swordplay is not what it used to be. Thus, I have abandoned the thought of avenging myself upon Finjiuju. Now, I seek only to spend my twilight years in this temple, practicing my faith and nurturing my spirit. Master Shan, I am uncertain if you have heard any news while here. We, as disciples, have come a long way at the behest of Finjiuju. It is dark, and we do not dare enter Chengzhou, fearing unforeseen calamity, so we seek refuge for the night to rest and to gather information about Finjiuju's movements." Clinton explained, "I have long been aware of the rift between Finjiuju and your Phoenix sect. The Eagle Demon sect will not tolerate any faction or martial artist's existence that could potentially pose a threat. Finjiuju has effectively placed the Chengzhou officials under house arrest, and all bureaucrats must heed his commands. His invitation to you is twofold. One, to seek revenge. The other, to frame your Phoenix sect and incite the king to dispatch soldiers to annihilate you." Shan Yushir revealed. "Master, let us not go tomorrow." Tung Ho urged Clinton, "We must go. We cannot break our promise. If we do not attend, Finjiuju will spread rumors that our Phoenix sect will face dire consequences." Clinton pondered for a moment. "Then we must devise a comprehensive strategy for tomorrow." Tung Ho declared, "Fear not. Finjiuju is not so foolish. Should they conspire against us, the repercussions will surely fall back on them." Clinton scoffed. Shan Yushir listened to Clinton's words and remarked, "I believe they will not dare to harm you." The next day, Tung Ho rose exceptionally early, sword in hand, and began to practice in the courtyard. Upon hearing the sound of the sword, Shan Yushir awoke and could not help but sigh in admiration. Knowing that Tung Ho and his companions were bound for the Eagle Demon sect, he prepared a meal for them. Though the provisions were scant, he had previously hunted and smoked meat on the mountain, which he could use in times of need. Aware that Tung Ho and his companions would be traversing dangerous territory, he specially prepared a wild mountain goat from the rafters to stew for them. After they had eaten their fill, Tung Ho and his group bid farewell to Shan Yushi and made their way directly to Lingwang Town in Cheongzhou. Lingwang Town was bustling and prosperous, filled with people coming and going. Upon reaching the Eagle Demon sect, Clinton presented the invitation letter to the gatekeepers. They promptly reported to Finjiuju. Within half an hour, Finjiuju emerged with a group, among them Zhou Zhirua. Tung Ho felt a surge of resentment upon seeing Zhou Zhirua. Clinton engaged in brief pleasantries with Finjiuju before they were ushered into the Eagle Demon sect. The Eagle Demon sect was several times larger than the Phoenix sect, likely due to Lingwang Town's greater size. Tung Ho passed through several grand gates, traversed stone steps, and could hear the echoes of martial training from behind the walls. After walking along several bluestone paths, they entered a grand hall, where Finjiuju instructed Zhou Zhirua and several elders to take their seats. Clinton, Tung Ho, and the others stood for a long while, awaiting the invitation to sit. Tung Ho gestured toward the seats on the left and said to Clinton and Wen Yiping, "Master, please take a seat." Only then did Finjiuju laugh heartily and reply, "Oh, my apologies. I forgot about you. Please make yourselves comfortable." Zhou Zhirua's eyes glinted with malice as he fixed his gaze on Tung Ho, seemingly eager to consume him. "Bring forth the wine," Finjiuju commanded loudly to the attendants standing nearby. Moments later, a procession entered, each carrying exquisite dishes. "Master Clinton, on behalf of the Eagle Demon sect, I welcome you to our humble abode. The bond between our two sects has always been that of good brothers and friends. Yet, it has come to my attention that the Phoenix sect views us as enemies, which deeply vexes me. Thus, my invitation serves two purposes: to deepen our communication and understanding, and to foster a brotherhood between our disciples." Zhou Zhirua and Tung Ho. "What say you to this idea?" Finjiuju declared arrogantly. "That depends on the sentiments of the two of them. If they find mutual affinity, why not embrace brotherhood?" Clinton replied with a cold smile. Finjiuju raised his wine cup and proclaimed, "Today, we toast to the arrival of the esteemed Master Clinton and his companions from the Phoenix sect. We shall not return until we are intoxicated." After downing the cup, Finjiuju, without further ado, urged Zhou Zhirua to display his swordsmanship. Upon hearing Finjiuju's request, Clinton's expression shifted slightly, sensing the impending danger. He understood that Tung Ho was like a fierce tiger, intolerant of any slight. If he fell into Finjiuju's trap, what then? He dared not speak, opting instead to observe the unfolding events. Chapter 38. The feast at Hungmin. Finjiuju gestured toward Zhou Zhirua and said, "Zhirua, you are no longer a child. Today, showcase your swordsmanship for Master Clinton to observe and provide guidance." Zhou Zhirua abruptly stood, scanning the hall, revealing a hint of insecurity, perhaps haunted by the memory of receiving a blow from Tung Ho's sword. He drew his long sword and began to dance it before the tables. The moment the sword was unsheathed, it captured Tung Ho's attention, and Clinton noted it as well. However, in Clinton's mind, Zhou Zhirua's swordplay paled in comparison to Tung Ho's prowess. A subtle smile graced his face, as if he were mocking the gathering storm. Zhou Zhirua's sword momentarily resembled a great dragon entwined between several stone pillars, at times gliding gracefully between Clinton and Tung Ho. Tung Ho's eyes, like flashes of lightning, fixated on the tip of Zhou Zhirua's sword, each point it reached unsettling him profoundly. Suddenly, he leaped forth, laughing heartily as he addressed Feng Yuju. "Senior Feng, witnessing Brother Zhou's swordplay today is truly enchanting. I too wish to showcase a few moves for your admiration. What say you?" At this instant, Zhou Zhirua's sword halted, his gaze fixed on Tung Ho's hands, apprehensive that his blade might soar from its sheath behind him and strike him. "Ha ha! Since you wish to perform for us, how could we possibly refuse?" Feng Yuju realized that calling Zhou Zhirua to demonstrate his swordsmanship had been a grave mistake. For Tung Ho, seated in the hall, was not one to remain tranquil, brimming with youthful vigor and intolerant of the slightest offense. As Feng Yuju's voice echoed, Tung Ho's sword flew forth, descending like a hawk from the heavens to rest firmly in his grasp. A gust of wind swirling down from above, chilling the gathered spectators in the hall. Teng Ho began with the tiger's head sword technique, tracing a circle around himself, creating a fissure in the stone floor beneath him. Sensing the peril, Feng Yuju called out, "Kli, instruct your disciple to practice in the courtyard. We mustn't risk our house's collapse." Clinton could only chuckle and reply, "Brother Feng, shall we step outside to enjoy the spectacle?" Teng Ho sheathed his sword, glaring at Zhou Zhirua. Internally, he cursed, "You are but a mere novice. Look at you. If you can withstand a strike from me, consider it a miracle." Exiting the hall, they encountered a spacious yard, separated from the training ground by a mere wall. Unbeknownst to them, word of Teng Ho's sword performance had drawn a crowd from the training grounds. Teng Ho rose, drawing his long sword, its tip aimed directly at Zhou Zhirua, then swiftly turning towards Feng Yuju. Though the sword tip remained approximately a meter away from them, its presence was palpable. Clinton, fearing Teng Ho's antics might spiral out of control, smiled and suggested, "Brother Feng, my disciple's sword skills are limited. Perhaps we could take a break and visit your training ground?" "Humph. Since your disciple is performing swordplay as a member of our Eagle Demon sect, he must seek the approval of our martial artists. Should he harbor thoughts of vengeance, I shall not hold back. Zhirua, how long have you been practicing that set of Eagle Demon sword techniques? Why not have a duel and see whose skills prevail, the Eagle Demon sect's or the Phoenix sect's unnamed techniques?" Feng Yuju stubbornly asserted, though uncertainty lingered in his heart. He harbored a nefarious thought. If Teng Ho were to injure Zhou Zhirua, he could justify intervening. Zhou Zhirua drew his sword and charged at Teng Ho, bellowing, "Teng Ho, do not act so arrogantly in the Eagle Demon sect. The strike you once made against me is etched in my memory and will not be forgotten in this lifetime. Today, we shall truly see whose swordplay reigns supreme. Humph. Since you Eagle Demon sect lack the courtesy of inviting us as guests and wish to tarnish our reputation, I shall not hold back." Teng Ho sneered. Clinton sensed the situation escalating, wishing to avoid conflict, and shouted at Teng Ho, "Teng Ho, cease this nonsense." He then turned to Feng Yuju, saying, "Brother Feng, my disciple is but a novice, unaware of the world's vastness. Please do not take offense." "Brother Kli, how can you utter such frivolous words? Are you implying my disciple is blind to the truth? Your disciple has come here to bully mine. What do you mean by that?" Feng Yuju retorted, his fury palpable. Zhou Zhirua's gaze remained fixed on Teng Ho, and he noticed the fiery anger radiating from Teng Ho's eyes, causing him to tremble. "Brother Kli, since we stand here today, it seems fate has brought us to this point. I propose a duel between my disciple Zhou Zhirua and your disciple Teng Ho, to see who prevails. The victor may fulfill their wish and claim any treasure from within our sect. What do you think?" Feng Yuju's brows twitched slightly, his disdainful and peculiar gaze making others feel uncomfortable. "Very well, no objections here. Let the battle commence," Teng Ho impatiently interjected before Clinton could respond. Zhou Zhirua, witnessing his arrogance, lunged forth, sword aimed at Teng Ho. Yet, Teng Ho had anticipated this and leaped into the air, bringing his sword down with precision, slicing a portion of Zhou Zhirua's clothing, which elicited gasps from the onlookers. Teng Ho, disregarding the consequences, thought, "If you wish to humiliate me, I shall return the favor." The crowd grew larger, with some recognizing that the one facing Zhou Zhirua was none other than Teng Ho of the Phoenix sect. No wonder his swordplay was so peculiar and vicious. Clinton, realizing Teng Ho's intentions to kill Zhou Zhirua, worried about the potential disaster and swiftly leaped between the two, shouting, "Stop!" Teng Ho landed 2 meters away, while Zhou Zhirua fell to the ground, pale and gasping for breath, stealing glances at Teng Ho. "Brother Feng, there's no need for further conflict," Clinton said, attempting to placate Feng Yuju with a smile. "That seems reasonable. Let us set a time for the two young men to settle this, perhaps tomorrow in winter. Feng Yuju also sought a way to ease the tension, knowing that if the fight continued, Zhou Zhiruo stood no chance against Tang Ho, especially given Tang Ho's fierce demeanor, which suggested he would not hesitate to kill Zhou Zhiruo. Clinton hesitated for a moment before saying, "All right, I will defer to Brother Feng." "Good. October 18th of next year shall be the day these two young men duel. Should either perish during the match, no one shall be held accountable," Feng Yuju declared, his tone suggesting Zhou Zhiruo was confident in his abilities. No sooner had he finished speaking than several girls, seemingly around 17 or 18, emerged from the crowd. One resembled a fairy, while the other appeared more like a mischievous sprite. Approaching Feng Yuju, they spoke in dulcet tones, though their words were indistinguishable. After they dispersed, Tang Ho and Clinton arranged accommodations for the night. Once settled, Tang Ho silently praised himself, reflecting that had he not spent the previous night at the temple, he might have been a victim of his own blade today. Clinton entered and admonished Tang Ho, "Child, do not act impulsively. You nearly made a grave mistake today. Should you have harmed Zhou Zhiruo, you would find no peace. You know their intention is to defame our Phoenix sect warriors. If you injure Zhou Zhiruo, we will not escape unscathed. They may very well set a trap for us." Clinton spoke earnestly. At that moment, the two girls from earlier ascended the stairs, laughing and chatting, holding a floral basket, occasionally glancing towards the guest room, visibly excited upon seeing Tang Ho and the others inside. "Feng Zheng, Feng Hua, where are you going?" called a stunningly beautiful woman, flanked by several maidservants, standing by the pond at the foot of the guest room. "What business do those girls have in the guest room?" one young warrior inquired. "They are the daughters of Feng Yuju," Wen Yiping replied impatiently. "Enough talk. Let us each rest for a while. I dread what trick Feng Yuju might play tonight," Clinton said, his concern evident. Chapter 39. Displaying skills before the master craftsman. Before Clinton and the others could even lay down to rest, they suddenly heard someone downstairs calling for Clinton, compelling him to rise. Tang Ho noticed several young warriors standing at the steps and asked, "What is the matter? Please convey to your Phoenix Sect's leader that Senior Feng wishes for you all to come down immediately to the training ground to witness our Eagle Demon Sect swordplay," a young warrior announced before departing. "What does this mean? I had planned to slip away tonight. Now how can I leave?" Clinton called for everyone to come downstairs, following the warriors to the training ground. Suddenly, Clinton spotted Niu Yunai of the Northern Bull Demon Sect seated among several guests in the training arena. Upon seeing Clinton's arrival, Niu Yunai hurriedly stood, smiling. "Brother Kli, why did you not announce your presence? I have eagerly awaited your arrival at the Eagle Demon Sect." Feng Yuju immediately chimed in. "Ah, he is my guest. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come to my Eagle Demon Sect by mistake. Oh, come now. The bond of brotherhood is undeniable. Why speak such words?" Clinton replied with a forced smile, fully aware that Niu Yunai and Feng Yuju shared a somewhat dubious relationship, often rumored to be involved in audacious exploits together. Niu Yunai's presence disrupted Clinton's plans, leaving him uncertain about how to evade Feng Yuju's schemes. "Gentlemen, today I, Feng Yuju, wish for you to evaluate the swords recently forged by our Eagle Demon Sect, and I also seek your esteemed suggestions for naming these blades, so they may gain recognition in the martial world," Feng Yuju announced, offering a few words to a nearby warrior, who then stepped to the center of the arena. "Everyone, silence," the warrior proclaimed. "Today marks a momentous occasion for our Phoenix Sect. Under Senior Feng's guidance, our swordsmiths have finally forged 12 unparalleled swords, prepared to announce our might to the world. We are honored to have the esteemed leader of the Phoenix Sect, Master Clinton, and the head of the Northern Bull Eagle Sect, Niu Yunai, here to assess our swords and to discuss their names with us. Please bring the swords forth." The warriors' words left Clinton and Niu Yunai feeling quite unsettled. Their smiles vanished, as if they had just emerged from an icy abyss. Several warriors approached, Presenting the swords, Feng Yuju, grinning, addressed Clinton and Nyo Yunai, brothers. These 12 swords have been crafted by 9th-level swordsmiths. You are welcome to try them out on the stage. Just as Clinton's words fell silent, the warrior then proclaimed, "Who will come upon the stage to test the swords and rank these 12 blades? If anyone can accurately determine their order, our esteemed Master Feng has promised generous rewards." After a moment of silence, just as Tang Ho was contemplating stepping forward, a figure suddenly soared onto the platform. Tang Ho recognized this silhouette. It was none other than Zhou Zhirua. Standing in the center, he paid his respects to Feng Yuju and bellowed, "I beg your pardon. I, Zhou Zhirua, am willing to test the swords if I offend. I hope the esteemed elders and fellow disciples will forgive me." Tang Ho was well acquainted with Zhou Zhirua's swordsmanship. If these 12 swords were indeed bestowed by a 9th-level swordsmith, Zhou Zhirua would surely be unable to discern their qualities. Given his current skills and abilities, he would be hard-pressed to wield all 12. They would have long since fallen from his grasp. Zhou Zhirua first selected a sword, instantly recognizing it as the finest among the 12. As he began to dance with the blade, Tang Ho noticed a hint of chaos in his movements, as if he had lost his focus. Upon completing the performance with the first sword, Tang Ho concluded that it was indeed the best among the two he had seen. Zhou Zhirua then took up the second sword, but Tang Ho could sense his intentions. The sword seemed magnetically bound to the ground, and Zhou Zhirua struggled to lift it. Tang Ho was unprepared for this. Zhou Zhirua's energy was so feeble that he could not even wield the second sword smoothly. After laboriously finishing the third sword, Zhou Zhirua collapsed onto the stage. Several warriors immediately rushed to carry him down. Next, a middle-aged warrior leapt onto the stage. He bowed to the audience before selecting a sword and performing with it. This moment, Tang Ho was taken aback. This warrior, previously unknown to him, exhibited a far more enigmatic sword technique than Zhou Zhirua. After finishing his performance with all 12 swords, he managed to rank them in order, albeit with labored breaths as he descended from the stage. Then, another middle-aged warrior ascended, displaying even greater skill than the previous one. He leaped into the air with the sword, each move precise and devoid of pretense. His intricate form left the spectators in awe, and he completed his performance with the 12 swords, placing them meticulously on the rack. However, there was a slight discrepancy in the rankings compared to the previous middle-aged warrior, specifically with the 5th sword. From the rapidity of his movements, Tang Ho discerned that this later warrior's ranking was indeed accurate. "Brother Feng, I must say, I've never witnessed such exceptional swordplay before. Please introduce these two warriors to me," Nyo Yunai inquired with a smile, turning to Feng Yuju. Feng Yuju chuckled lightly and replied, "The first to leap onto the stage was my young disciple, Zhou Zhirua. His skills are not yet profound, and he has suffered injuries that have yet to heal completely, which hindered his ability to fully wield those 12 superior swords. The second warrior was Wu Qinglong, and the third was Gu Tong. They are all highly esteemed warriors of our Eagle Demon sect. Haha, I believe I have seen them at the Elon National Assembly, though their names escape me. Alas, age brings forgetfulness. I hope you won't hold it against me, Brother Feng." Nyo Yunai laughed. Feng Yuju was genuinely astonished by the peculiarity of the 12 swords. Why was Zhou Zhirua unable to wield them all? Why did Wu Qinglong struggle with his sword? Not wanting to lose face in front of Clinton and Nyo Yunai, he stepped onto the stage to select a sword and began to perform. Tang Ho had previously experienced Feng Yuju's swordsmanship and could ascertain that he too could not guarantee a smooth performance with all 12 swords. Indeed, after executing 2 sword movements, Feng Yuju burst into laughter, exclaiming, "These truly are remarkable swords. The names have been assigned. I implore you all to help our Eagle Demon sect name these 12 swords." In truth, Feng Yuju was merely teasing, for the 12 swords had already been named prior to their forging. This was due to the Phoenix sect naming their swords after the heavenly stems, which incited admiration among the martial artists of the Jianghu and spread throughout the Jin Yuan continent. He could not afford to lose that reputation and desired names that would resonate. Thus, he decided to name the 12 swords after the earthly branches as follows: Zimo sword, Choamo sword, Inamo sword, Maoamo sword, Chinamo sword, Siamo sword, Wuamo sword, Weiamo sword, Shinamo sword, Uamo sword, Suimo sword, and Hayamo sword. Zhou Zhihua understood that Feng Yuju was feigning sincerity in front of Clinton and Niu Yunai. He leapt onto the stage and proclaimed loudly, "Master, I have given it some thought. Our 12 swords can indeed be compared to the 10 swords of the Phoenix sect. I believe that while the Phoenix sect names their swords after the heavenly stems, we should name ours after the earthly branches. Therefore, these 12 swords can be named Zimo sword, Choamo sword, Inamo sword, Maoamo sword, Chinamo sword, Siamo sword, Wuamo sword, Weiamo sword, Shinamo sword, Uamo sword, Suimo sword, and Hayamo sword. What do you think? You are indeed a clever child. While our swords may not rival those of the Phoenix sect, I believe they will not fall short either." Feng Yuju replied, turning and declaring loudly, "It is settled. These 12 swords shall be named as per my disciple's suggestion: Zimo sword, Choamo sword, Inamo sword, Maoamo sword, Chinamo sword, Siamo sword, Wuamo sword, Weiamo sword, Shinamo sword, Uamo sword, Suimo sword, and Hayamo sword." Clinton, pleased, turned to Clinton and Niu Yunai, saying, "Forgive me for my oversight, my brothers. An excellent idea. Remarkable names indeed," Niu Yunai responded. Clinton remained silent, casting a benevolent glance at Feng Yuju. The middle-aged warrior ascended the platform and announced loudly, "We are now prepared to bestow the swords. Please, Master Ku, step forward to receive the Zimo sword. Feng Yuju, please take the Choamo sword. Gutang, please accept the Inamo sword. Jiyuan, the Maoamo sword is yours. Zhou Zhihua, please take the Chinamo sword. Feng Yuan, the Siamo sword is yours. Hishang, please accept the Wuamo sword. Chunglong Fei, the Weiamo sword is yours. Shiyu, please take the Shinamo sword. Ma Rui, accept the Uamo sword. Gucheng, the Suimo sword is yours. Shun Shuewu, please take the Hayamo sword." After the 12 individuals had received their swords, the middle-aged warrior bowed to the crowd and said, "The sword bestowal is complete. Please allow the guests to rest." Chapter 40. The marriage. Clinton and Tang Ho returned to their quarters, pondering why Niu Yunai had also arrived. What was Feng Yuju truly up to? Just as Tang Ho was preparing to lie down for some rest, he noticed 2 young women ascending the stairs, seemingly heading towards his room, when suddenly they were called back down by the earlier woman. Leaving with evident reluctance in the evening, Feng Yuju summoned people to invite Clinton and the others for dinner. Tang Ho accompanied them. Upon entering the hall, he saw numerous martial artists seated, including the 12 who had just received their swords, all lined up with particularly strange expressions from their armor and adornments. It was evident they hailed from noble backgrounds, unlike the warriors of the Phoenix sect. This was a revelation to Tang Ho. As the warriors noticed Tang Ho and his companions entering, their gazes instantly turned towards him, akin to entering a prison, as they cast haughty, disdainful glances, their faces displaying fierce and dismissive expressions. Tang Ho felt no fear. Rather, he found an affinity for such warriors, appreciating their charisma, which was certainly superior to that of the warriors from the Phoenix sect, earning them respect from outsiders. The group settled down in the hall, with Feng Yuju sitting to the right. Niu Yunai had arrived earlier, accompanied by several warriors, and took a seat to the left of Feng Yuju. Seeing everyone seated, Feng Yuju stood, raised his cup, and with a respectful smile, said, "Welcome to our esteemed guests, Master Clinton of the Phoenix sect and Master Niu Yunai of the Northern Bull Demon sect. Please indulge in our humble fare. Thank you. You flatter me, Brother Feng." Clinton rose, smiling graciously. "Not at all. Thank you for your generous hospitality, Brother Feng, Niu Yunai added with a smile. After a round of toasts, Feng Yuju spoke, his gaze fixed on Clinton. Brother Ku, I must apologize for the embarrassment caused today. My disciple, Zhirua, has been poorly trained and has offended you and your disciples. I am truly ashamed and offer my sincere apologies. With that, the two raised their cups and drank deeply. Feng Yuju continued, Brother Ku, since our two disciples have clashed, it would be wise for us to find a resolution in the presence of Brother Niu. The one who tied the bell must untie it. Let them resolve their issues on their own, lest we let animosity brew between our two sects and tarnish our reputations in the Jianghu. What do you think? Clinton appeared contemplative, as if grappling with a dilemma. It was clear to him that Zhou Zhirua was no match for Tang Ho, now or in the future. Very well, since you have suggested it, we shall proceed as you see fit. Then it is settled. We agree that on the 18th of October next year, my disciple Zhou Zhirua and your beloved disciple Tang Ho shall duel on Sacred Mountain. No warriors from either sect shall participate, nor shall we permit any Jianghu warriors to provide covert assistance. Should this occur, we will inform the court's sword masters and the king for execution. Agreed. Clinton's words may have sounded severe, but his expression revealed a hint of concern. After dinner, Feng Yuju invited Clinton and Niu Yunai to his villa. He specifically requested Clinton to bring Tang Ho along. Both Clinton and Tang Ho felt apprehensive, uncertain of Feng Yuju's intentions. Clinton was particularly wary, fearing the possibility of poison in their drinks or a test of swordsmanship. Given the disparity in strength between the Phoenix sect and the Eagle Demon sect, they were hesitant to engage in direct competition. The Eagle Demon sect had been established prior to the Phoenix sect and had covert support from the king. Should they offend Feng Yuju? The repercussions could be catastrophic, jeopardizing the empire they had built. Clinton first returned to his own quarters to rest briefly, with the intention of summoning Tang Ho to caution him against provoking Feng Yuju, lest he invite disaster. After advising Tang Ho, Clinton made his way alone to the villa, his thoughts lingering on Tang Ho should Feng Yuju employ any deceitful tactics. They are aware that Tang Ho is not a weakling. Tang Ho, feeling rather bored, stepped out of the pavilion, and as he crossed the courtyard, he caught sight of the two daughters of Feng Yuju, along with a group of girls of similar age, frolicking by the pond with lanterns in hand, playfully tossing small stones into the water, causing splashes. Suddenly, Feng Yuju's daughter, Feng Zheng, fell into the pond. Instantly, several girls shrieked and scattered in panic, unsure of what to do. Tang Ho observed the kite flapping in the water, sending up splashes, and gradually it sank, leaving the surface eerily still. In a fit of urgency, Tang Ho leaped into the pond and retrieved the kite. Just as he was about to administer mouth-to-mouth resuscitation, Feng Yuju arrived with a group, accompanied by Clinton. Upon witnessing Tang Ho holding the kite and performing artificial respiration, Feng Yuju was taken aback. Tang Ho, what has happened to her? Clinton exclaimed sharply, not wishing to allow Tang Ho to assist the girl in breathing, fearing it would tarnish her reputation and lead to ridicule, possibly forcing Tang Ho into an unwanted marriage. Master! She fell into the pond, and I saved her. Tang Ho gasped, placing the kite on the ground, panting heavily. Oh, thank you so much. A woman expressed her immense gratitude, sounding as if she were flattering Tang Ho. Clinton, did you see? Your disciple is giving mouth to my daughter, on one hand. This indicates that they are fated to meet, while on the other, my daughter has been sullied by your disciple. You should consider this match. Feng Yuju bellowed. Clinton remained silent, staring at Tang Ho, hoping that Tang Ho would decide the matter of the marriage for himself. The woman, sensing Feng Yuju's tone had turned ominous and frightened Tang Ho, smiled and said, Feng Ge, do not frighten the child, he is still young. He may be momentarily at a loss for words. Very well. Let them contemplate this matter and respond to us later. We must also arrange the wedding. Feng Yuju said as he turned to leave. After they departed, Clinton and Tang Ho exchanged glances, both at a loss for words. Upon returning to the dormitory, Wen Yiping spotted Clinton and Tang Ho ascending the stairs and chuckled. "We just went looking for Tang Ho, only to find he had gone to another courtyard with you." "Humph, went to another courtyard with me? Now we've stirred up trouble, and I have no idea how to handle it." Tang Ho jumped into the pond to save Feng Yuju's daughter and performed mouth-to-mouth, and now Feng Yuju and his wife have seen it. They will surely insist that Tang Ho marry their daughter. "What do you think we should do?" Clinton said as he entered the room. Wen Yiping instructed 2 warriors to guard the door and to report immediately if anyone entered the dormitory. "Senior brother, what is so bad about this? If Tang Ho marries Feng Yuju's daughter, then our Phoenix sect and the Eagle sect can reconcile," Wen Yiping remarked with a smile. "You are thinking too simplistically. What is Feng Yuju plotting? Do you not understand? He is scheming to trap us and intends to harm Tang Ho. He has declared that on October 18th next year, Tang Ho must duel Zhou Zhirua at the summit of the sacred mountain." Clinton replied. "Then what shall we do?" Wen Yiping inquired. "What shall we do? If it comes to a direct confrontation, Zhou Zhirua is no match for Tang Ho. However, if Feng Yuju incites the martial artists of the Jianghu to ensnare Tang Ho, the outcome becomes uncertain. Even if he wins, he may face severe punishment from the imperial court," Clinton lamented. "Let us agree to this marriage for now. Subsequently, we will hasten the wedding arrangements. I do not believe Feng Yuju would wish for his daughter to remain a widow for life." Wen Yiping suggested that I think similarly. Even if they marry, it does not mean Tang Ho must share a bed with her. He could allow her to remain in solitary confinement for a lifetime. Clinton suddenly chuckled. "What will Feng Yuju do next?" Wen Yiping asked. "What comes next? The longer the night, the more dreams. Wen Yiping, let us make arrangements to depart tonight. While Feng Yuju is oblivious, we shall escape to Kongtu Temple and seek Master Shan's assistance to hide for a few days. Then proceed to Phoenix Town," Clinton said. Chapter 41. The plan. Subsequently, Clinton and his group devised a plan for their escape. He first dispatched Wen Yiping and Tang Ho to scout the various entrances and exits of the Eagle Demon sect, particularly the hidden passages and back doors. Should they discover these secret routes, they could slip away unnoticed. Wen Yiping and Tang Ho stealthily descended the stairs, traversed the waterside pavilion, and slipped into the thickets, circling the walls of the Eagle Demon sect. Indeed, they found a large door about 40 to 50 meters from their lodging near the back mountain. The door was locked, appearing to have not been opened for some time. The lock rusted. Tang Ho vaulted over the wall, ensuring there were no signs of life before jumping down, discovering a path leading out of the town at the back mountain. If they could utilize this route, Feng Yuju would remain unaware. Upon this realization, Tang Ho felt a surge of excitement. Just as he was reveling in his discovery, he suddenly spotted a girl clad in a pink qipao standing 10 meters away. Gazing at them, bathed in the light of the lanterns by the roadside, she appeared exquisitely graceful. This sight startled Tang Ho, causing him to break into a sweat. What should he do? He approached cautiously to investigate and soon recognized the girl as Feng Zhang. She looked like a child abandoned by the world, standing there with a look of grievance as he approached. "Tang Xiong, I have come to thank you. Thank you for saving me today. I have nothing else to offer but an invitation to my boudoir for a cup of hot tea." In that instant, Feng Zhang appeared to Tang Ho as exceptionally virtuous. Tang Ho found it curious that she did not inquire what he was doing there. Instead, she came to express her gratitude. A moment of inspiration struck him, and he smiled, saying, "Very well, on one hand, I wish to learn about the Eagle Demon sect, and on the other, we can discuss the events of today." Tang Ho intended to engage Feng Zhang in conversation while Clinton and the others could make their escape through the back door, waiting for him at Kongtu Temple, allowing him to slip away unnoticed while Feng Zhang was distracted. "All right, I was just taking a stroll with my master. I must inform him not to worry about me," Feng Zhang replied. Tang Ho swiftly leaped in front of Wen Yiping and whispered, "Master, you can instruct Senior Clinton to lead everyone away. I will keep Feng Yuju's daughter occupied." so she does not suspect our escape through the back door. And you? I will ensure Feng Zhang remains calm and does not alert Feng Yuju, jeopardizing our plan and revealing our intentions. After we escape, we will regroup at Kongtu Temple, Tang Ho explained. Upon hearing Tang Ho's words, when Yiping vanished like a flash down the shaded path, Tang Ho and Feng Zhang arrived at her boudoir. Feng Zhang invited Tang Ho to sit by the fire to warm himself, then placed a kettle on the stove to boil water for tea. After setting the kettle on the stove, she turned to retrieve tea leaves and cups, smiling brightly at Tang Ho as she asked, Tang Ho, how old are you this year? 16, Tang Ho replied. Although he had just turned 15, he claimed 16 to align with Feng Zhang's age, facilitating easier conversation without any barriers. He prioritized giving his masters more time to escape. Disregarding Feng Zhang's feelings, I am also 16. Earlier, my father invited your master, Senior Clinton, to the other courtyard for tea and expressed his hope that you would marry me to resolve the conflict between our sects and to dispel the rumors of animosity between us and the Jianghu. In truth, since my father brought Jirua to your Phoenix sect and you impressed him, upon returning to the Eagle Demon sect, everyone has revered you as a martial saint. This afternoon, when you dueled Zhou Jirua, the martial artists of our sect witnessed your swordsmanship and were deeply moved, acknowledging your reputation. I secretly admire you as well. In the evening, my sisters and I went to the pond to play, and unfortunately, I fell in, yet you rescued me. You are my savior. From the moment I was brought to the shore, I wish to marry you and serve you for a lifetime, Feng Zhang confessed, her cheeks flushing. Meanwhile, when Yiping hurried back to the dormitory, recounting everything that had transpired, Clinton secretly admired Tang Ho's noble and righteous demeanor. After quietly leading the horses away, the group escaped through the back door to the back mountain, then directly to Kongtu Temple. After the water had boiled, Feng Zhang prepared tea for Tang Ho. Tang Shtong, after you leave, will you ever visit our Eagle Demon sect again? Will you remember my father's words? If I can marry you, I would devote my life to loving you, Feng Zhang said, her gaze filled with affection as she offered the brewed tea to Ting Hoyut. As Tang Ho felt a chill within him. He eagerly drank the steaming tea without hesitation, unaware that Feng Zhang had secretly added a sedative to it. After a few sips, he began to feel exceptionally drowsy, eventually succumbing to sleep. Once she saw Tang Ho had drifted off, Feng Zhang carried him into the adjacent room, stripped him of his clothing, and placed him into a wooden tub approximately 2 meters in diameter. This tub had been prepared in advance, filled with warm water and adorned with countless rose petals and herbs, emitting a faint, pleasant fragrance even from a distance. After testing the water temperature, she poured additional water from the stove into the tub. Once Tang Ho was settled in the tub, Feng Zhang disrobed as well, joining him in the warm water, kissing Tang Ho's face, and then applying a plant oil to his body to bathe him. After an hour of washing, Feng Zhang embraced Tang Ho and took him to bed. Although it appeared to be slumber, her true intention was to plant Tang Ho's seed within her, securing leverage over him in the future. Feng Yuju understood that Tang Ho was destined to be a heroic figure. Once she captured his heart, he would be unlikely to harbor resentment towards the Eagle Demon sect or seize the opportunity to slander the Phoenix sect. Tang Ho awoke in the middle of the night, realizing he lay in a state of tenderness, with a smooth-skinned woman in his embrace. He felt a surge of warmth pressing against his chest, causing his blood to boil. Taking advantage of the oil lamp on the table, he could see the tender face of Feng Zhang, enveloped in a state of blissful comfort. Perhaps it was due to the increased levels of masculine pheromones that awakened Feng Zhang from her slumber. The two entwined in an amorous embrace, and after a tempest of passion, Feng Zhang nestled against Tang Ho and said, "Tang Ho, I believe you will not abandon me if I were to carry your child. Would you come for me?" Tang Ho gently kissed her cheek and replied, "I will come for you. However, the arrogant and disdainful visage of your father fills me with distaste." Tang Ho, beneath that expression lies a kind heart? She reassured him. Once, someone from the Eagle Demon sect offered a substantial sum to malign the Phoenix sect by accusing them of murdering a court envoy, yet he refused. He declared that Clinton was a revered martial artist of the Elon Kingdom, and to destroy him would be tantamount to destroying the nation itself. Feng Zheng recounted the story to Teng Ho, not wanting him to forsake her. Teng Ho remained silent, aware of Feng Yuju's insidious schemes. His purpose tonight was to facilitate the escape of his masters from the Eagle Demon sect. As dawn approached, Teng Ho heard the crowing of roosters twice, and quietly, while Feng Zheng was in deep slumber. He rose and departed. Upon reaching the Space Temple, he found Wen Yiping waiting outside, having not slept a wink. Upon seeing him approach, Wen Yiping's face lit up with joy, exclaiming, "Teng Ho, had you not arrived? We might have ventured into the Eagle Demon sect. With the dawn nearing, we must hasten our journey." Clinton and a few others gathered around Teng Ho, elated by his return, exchanging pleasantries before departing. Shan Yushi accompanied them down the mountain before returning. Chapter 42. Premonition. A month later, Teng Ho and Clinton's group returned to Phoenix Town, their faces etched with terror and urgency. Upon their return, the Phoenix sect warriors patrolling the streets spread the news, and the townsfolk were taken aback. Many believed Clinton and his companions had perished and could not possibly return safely to Phoenix Town. Feng Jiao and Feng Ling were returning from school when they spotted Teng Ho and Clinton, excitement bubbling within them as they called out to Teng Ho. Clinton, overhearing, scolded, "Return! What business do you have shouting in the street?" As the crowd gathered to greet Clinton and his disciples, eager to learn of their exploits in the Eagle Demon sect, they engaged in idle chatter. Once inside the Phoenix sect, Clinton instructed everyone to rest, planning to convene in the assembly hall that evening to strategize against the cunning and malevolent Feng Yujayud. A.S. Clinton removed his cloak. His wife, Chen Ruobing, handed him tea and inquired, "My dear, what transpired during your visit to the Eagle Demon sect? I heard from the townsfolk that you fell into Feng Yuju's trap." Relieved by his return, she continued, "I feel reassured now. It is dire. Feng Yuju seeks to ensnare me. However, we are aware of his machinations, and thus we escaped while he was unprepared. I left him a letter, hoping he might understand my intent." Clinton replied, "You have finally become friends. He would not betray you," Chen Ruobing asserted. "What friends?" "His aim is to eradicate all sects in the Elon Kingdom, rallying martial artists to his cause. When he accompanied me to Anyang for the Elon Kingdom Martial Arts Conference, he sought to unify all martial artists under his banner. From his words, I suspect he may be a descendant of the Yi clan," Clinton expressed, anxiety creeping into his voice. "Do not concern yourself. You are not of royal blood. This is a matter for the king to ponder, though. 2 days ago, Enai visited, stating that Teng Ho has taken a liking to his daughter, Enai Nan, and that Enai Nan is pregnant with Teng Ho's child. I was at a loss for words and merely suggested we discuss the marriage when you returned," Chen Ruobing lamented. "Alas, this child, Teng Ho, I cannot discern whether his remaining with the Phoenix sect brings joy or sorrow. He always acts in unpredictable ways, causing me headaches. If Teng Ho truly has feelings for Enai Long's daughter, then I suspect Enai Long's swordsmanship must have been taught by Teng Ho," Clinton fumed. "What does swordsmanship matter now? The concern is how our daughter, Feng Jiao, will marry Teng Ho. We must ensure Teng Ho marries Feng Jiao first before contemplating a union with Enai Long's daughter. And then consider marrying into the Wei family. What if someone stabs us in the back? Moreover, Feng Jiao has previously been called out by your insufferable disciple, La Siju, and I dread to think what transpired that night at the Bolusi resort. If Teng Ho learns of this, he will surely reject Feng Jiao," Chen Ruobing warned. "Feng Yuju also intends to marry his daughter to him. If this continues, I fear Feng Jiao will refuse to marry Teng Ho altogether." Entangled in an inextricable web of emotions, if both Feng Yuju and I marry our daughters to Teng Ho, will we not become sworn enemies? Women, when together, are bound to create strife, especially with two women and one man. It is destined for jealousy. What shall we do? Tang Ho and Feng Jiao's engagement banquet has already been arranged. If word spreads, it will be a disgrace, Chen Ruobing exclaimed. Her words did not convey her true feelings, as she feared that Tang Ho, a martial arts prodigy, might become an adversary of the Phoenix sect should he align with the Eagle Demon sect, rendering her years of nurturing him and imparting swordsmanship futile. You are so short-sighted, Clinton retorted. Chen Ruobing, feeling wronged, realized Clinton misunderstood her intentions and said, if Tang Ho marries Feng Yuju's daughter, it will surely incite enmity with our Phoenix sect. If that day comes, I will be powerless. I think it best to speak with Feng Jiao about her thoughts on the matter. Alternatively, we might consult Wen Yiping to devise a foolproof strategy. What foolproof strategy? Unless Tang Ho refrains from marrying Feng Yuju's daughter, we would rather offend Feng Yuju, Clinton concluded. After dinner, Clinton proceeded to the assembly hall. Upon entering, he found the hall filled to capacity. Everyone was on high alert, as Clinton's visit to the Eagle Demon sect was unlike his usual rounds for recruiting disciples. Tang Ho and Wen Yiping had already taken their seats. Upon Clinton's entrance, they stood in respect, bowing to him. Clinton took his seat, his penetrating gaze sweeping over the assembly. After clearing his throat, he announced, "Thank you all for coming. Today's meeting is unlike the usual discussions. Our visit to the Eagle Demon sect revealed a looming crisis. If we do not take this matter seriously, we may fall victim to their schemes. Therefore, I implore all Phoenix sect disciples, do not leave the Phoenix sect." Clinton coughed again before continuing. I hope everyone remains vigilant and does not err. Should any of you provoke trouble and the Eagle Demon sect seizes on it to report to the king, we will find ourselves at a loss for words. After Clinton finished speaking and prepared to cough again, Wen Yiping instructed several guards to bring water for Clinton to brew tea and serve it in a cup. There is another matter to discuss, that of Tang Ho's marriage. When we visited the Eagle Demon sect, Feng Yuju expressed his desire to marry his eldest daughter, Feng Zheng, to Tang Ho. I did not consent at the time, intending to return and discuss it with all of you before responding. Everyone knows that Tang Ho is engaged to my daughter, Feng Jiao. Feng Yuju would not permit his daughter to become Tang Ho's second wife. Even if she were, it would undoubtedly lead to discord, with constant quarrels erupting and causing turmoil. I considered allowing Tang Ho to marry Feng Yuju's daughter, with my daughter Feng Jiao stepping aside. However, this would play directly into Feng Yuju's hands. Think about it. If Tang Ho marries Feng Yuju's daughter, he would then become associated with the Eagle Demon sect, Clinton remarked, glancing at Tang Ho. Upon hearing Clinton's words, Wen Yiping abruptly stood and declared, Master Clinton, we cannot allow Feng Yuju's scheme to succeed. I believe he would not truly offer his daughter to Tang Ho. His aim is to sow discord within our Phoenix sect. After listening to Wen Yiping, Qiu Lianhai rose and chuckled. I do not concur with Brother Wen's opinion. Since Feng Yuju is willing to betroth his daughter to Tang Ho, we cannot refuse this marriage. On one hand, Tang Ho is unmarried. On the other, there are rumors circulating that our two sects are at odds. If we reject this marriage, outsiders will only speculate that there are irreconcilable grievances between us, leading to further complications. If word reaches the king, he may dispatch court warriors to investigate, complicating matters even further. Should the king perceive us as instigators against the Eagle Demon sect, the Phoenix sect could face dissolution or extermination. Master Clinton, you must consider the implications for our hundreds of disciples. Clinton found Qiu Lianhai's arguments compelling but wished to hear Tang Ho's perspective. Very well. Let us allow Tang Ho to express his thoughts on this matter, he said. Tang Ho rose, bowing to Clinton and the assembled martial artists, stating, I believe that marrying Feng Yuju's daughter does not signify my betrayal of the Phoenix sect. Furthermore, my union with Feng Yuju's daughter has yet to be formalized. It is premature to speculate, and should it come to pass, I would only permit her to be a second or third wife. I have already been betrothed to Feng Jiao, a fact known throughout the martial world. Feng Yuju cannot compel me to accept his daughter as my first wife. A dignified leader of the Eagle Demon sect and a high-ranking martial artist of the Elan Kingdom would not subject himself to such humiliation. Upon hearing Teng Ho's words, Clinton smiled and said, Teng Ho is correct. We shall set this matter aside. If Feng Yuju offers his daughter to Teng Ho, as long as Teng Ho is agreeable, we will not interfere. However, there is one more matter I must address. Upon returning home just now, I overheard my wife mentioning that Nylon has come to propose. He said that Teng Ho has an affection for his daughter. I am uncertain about the veracity of this claim and hope that Teng Ho can provide clarification. Wen Yiping, fearing that Teng Ho might say something amiss, stood up and exclaimed, Impossible! Teng Ho is unfamiliar with Nylon. How could he possibly be involved with his daughter? Wen Yiping understood that if Teng Ho were to form a relationship with Nylon's daughter, it would undoubtedly mean that Nylon's swordsmanship had been imparted to him, which would incite great anger in Clinton. Moreover, it would lead to significant trouble, as Nylon had slain Wei Yin, and the Wei family would undoubtedly come seeking retribution, causing a considerable uproar for the Phoenix sect. Teng Ho did not wish to be seen as a reckless man, since he had developed feelings for Ai Nan, and given her beauty, grace, and gentleness, qualities that set her apart from Feng Jiao. Gu Shangji and Wei Jing. He stood up and bowed to the assembly, stating, Masters, I, Teng Ho, sincerely apologize. I have feelings for Ai Nan. This all began when I delivered a gift from our school to Nylon, and he invited me inside for tea, where I was instantly captivated by his daughter, leading us both into the realm of love. As for the other matters, we are blameless. Clinton, sensing the gravity of the situation, declared loudly, Let us not deliberate on this any further. Teng Ho is a wise man, and I trust he will navigate these matters adeptly. The meeting is adjourned. After the meeting concluded, Clinton summoned Wen Yiping and Teng Ho to his training room. He instructed two young martial artists to brew tea and said to Teng Ho and Wen Yiping, Consider how we might resolve this. Either Teng Ho must first marry Feng Jiao before proceeding to wed Nylon's daughter, and subsequently marry into the Wei family. Otherwise, this will certainly cause a scandal. However, Wen Yiping pointed out that should Teng Ho marry Nylon's daughter, word would inevitably spread, prompting the Wei family to intervene, potentially leading to a complaint to the royal court, which could spell disaster for our Phoenix sect. We have no other choice. If Teng Ho does not marry Nylon's daughter, and given his affections for her, should this lead to her bearing his child, it would reflect poorly on our Phoenix sect, leaving us the subject of ridicule, Wen Yiping asserted. Chapter 43. The robbery and the murder scene the next day at noon. Fatigued from his journey, Teng Ho chose not to attend school but rather rested in his modest quarters at the Phoenix sect. Unbeknownst to him, he slept until midday when suddenly, two martial artists knocked on his door. It was only then that he realized sunlight was streaming into the room, and time was slipping away. Brother Teng, Master Clinton has sent us to invite you to the guest room to meet someone. One of the martial artists said with a smile. Teng Ho quickly refreshed himself, donned his attire, and made his way there. Upon entering the guest room, he was taken aback to find Nylon and Ai Nan seated within, alongside Clinton and Chen Ruobing, with Wen Yiping positioned to Clinton's left. As they noticed Teng Ho's arrival, they all greeted him with warm smiles. Please, take a seat, my child, Clinton urged. Teng Ho glanced at Ai Nan, remaining silent, though his face betrayed a glimmer of joy. Teng Ho, I trust you have rested well. This morning, we refrained from disturbing you or sending you to school, understanding the weariness you have endured over the past month. We have discussed your marriage and teacher Nylon has consented. Given that his daughter is with child, there is no need for shyness. Select an auspicious day for your wedding, however. You must first marry Feng Jiao before proceeding with your union to teacher Nylon's daughter. And then we shall approach the Wei family for a proposal to spare the Wei maiden from a lifetime of disgrace, Clinton remarked. his brows raised slightly as if imparting wisdom onto Teng Ho, his expression bearing a hint of mischief. When Yiping then cast a glance at Teng Ho, stating, "Child, you are no longer young. It is time to consider marriage. You can always call upon Ai Nan and Feng Jiao to educate you later. If you wed now, you may find it difficult to continue your studies." Teng Ho felt a deep sense of disappointment. His concern was not the knowledge he would acquire at school, but rather the companionship of Jialuosuo and Bujir. On the following day, Teng Ho remained asleep when a sudden knock at the door jolted him awake. He hurriedly opened the door to find Master Wen Yiping, who appeared alarmed. "Teng Ho, this is dire. The Pavilion Lord Zhou Wudi has captured Nylon and his daughter Ai Nan at the Pavilion Lord's martial training ground, accusing Nylon of colluding with foreign factions to murder Wei Wu. His daughter, having borne a child out of wedlock, has violated the laws of the Elan Kingdom, corrupting societal morals, and is set to undergo a public disembowelment to identify the father of the child. Master, what shall we do?" Teng Ho's heart ached as if being carved by a knife. He could forego swordsmanship, but he could not bear to lose an eye in his eyes. Ai Nan was a celestial being, the most exquisite woman on the Golden Yuan continent. "I ask you, do you love Ai Nan?" When Yiping inquired, "I do love her. Without her, I believe I could not survive, and my love for her is as inseparable as fish and water." Teng Ho cried, tears streaming down his face. Witnessing this, Wen Yiping felt deeply moved, having never seen Teng Ho shed tears before. "Then we must devise a plan." "What kind of plan?" Teng Ho questioned. "We must stage a rescue," he proposed. "That seems to be our only option. However, we must formulate a comprehensive strategy. I will accompany you. I have grown weary of my time in the Phoenix sect and wish to depart. Let us first procure a boat and gather some comrades to wait by the Baltic Sea. Under the cover of darkness, we shall whisk Ai Nan and Nylon away to Lieli Island. We cannot allow too many to be aware of our movements, lest we both become entangled in this affair." Teng Ho asserted, "I am acquainted with several sailors whom I aided during their hardships on Lieli Island. They have promised to assist me to the best of their abilities. Should I require their help, I will consult with them first and return to you once arrangements are made." When Yiping declared before taking his leave in the afternoon, Teng Ho did not attend school, and Clinton did not intrude upon him. However, he began to grow increasingly concerned for Ai Nan, as he had not seen Wen Yiping throughout the day. Just as he headed to the dining hall for a meal, Zhou Lianhai approached him, grinning, and said, "Teng Ho, are you truly so engrossed in your meal? Your beloved is on the verge of suffering a grievous fate." Teng Ho chose to ignore him, finishing his meal before returning to his dormitory, where Wen Yiping soon arrived. Upon entering, he smiled and said, "Everything has been arranged. We have fishermen ready to take us to Lieli Island." "Excellent. We shall act tonight," Teng Ho replied. Both Teng Ho and Wen Yiping prepared themselves, eagerly awaiting the onset of nightfall. As evening approached, just as Teng Ho was ready to depart, Clinton appeared at his door, knocking insistently. Realizing that he was aware of the situation, Teng Ho opened the door. "Child, this is not good. The Wei family and Pavilion Lord Zhou Wudi have discovered that Nylon sword techniques were taught by you. They have captured Nylon and his daughter Ai Nan at the training ground before the Pavilion Lord's residence, intending to imprison Nylon indefinitely, while his daughter is to be publicly disemboweled to reveal the identity of the child's father. I am at a loss for what to do. In truth, Clinton secretly yearned for the demise of both Nylon and Ai Nan, as it would allow him to apologize to the Wei family and simultaneously eliminate a rival for Feng Jiao's affections." Teng Ho remained silent, and Clinton, sensing a shift in the air, fixed his gaze on Teng Ho for a moment before turning to leave. After Clinton departed, Wen Yiping returned. "Teng Ho, we are ready to act. Everything is in place. The boat is docked, and my comrades are stationed to provide cover for us." The two men changed their attire and slipped out through the back door of the Phoenix sect, stealthily making their way to the Pavilion Lord's residence. Upon reaching the training ground, they found Ai Nan and Nylon bound to a pillar, surrounded by several martial artists from the Pavilion Lord's estate, each wielding long swords and vigilantly observing their surroundings. When Yiping whispered, "Tang Ho, the back street is filled with sailors. Our horses are waiting there. Once we succeed, we shall make our escape to the back street and ride straight to the dock." Agreed. Suddenly, darkness enveloped the scene, and heavy snow began to fall, seemingly providing cover for Tang Ho. He swiftly darted to a nearby tree adjacent to the training ground, launching himself into the fray with his sword drawn. And amidst a cacophony of screams, several martial artists fell to the ground. Tang Ho severed the ropes binding Nan and Nylon, grasping one in each arm as he fled toward the back street. When Yiping followed closely behind, silently admiring Tang Ho's prowess, as they reached the back street, the sounds of commotion erupted from the training ground, indicating that Pavilion Lord Zhou Wudi had discovered their actions. When Yiping, "The horses are under the locust tree ahead," Tang Ho exclaimed, spotting two horses beneath the tree. He leaped onto one and urged it forward, racing toward the dock, with Wen Yiping hot on his heels. Meanwhile, a throng of individuals with torches surged into the back street behind them. As Tang Ho observed them drawing ever closer, he was taken aback when a flock of sheep suddenly emerged from the street, causing those individuals to stumble and cry out. Upon arriving at the dock, they noticed a throng of people. Upon seeing them approach on horseback, the crowd hurriedly made way, each individual preoccupied with their own tasks. The thoroughfare was obstructed with an abundance of goods and even tethered horses and carts, rendering passage nearly impossible. Upon reaching the dock, Tang Ho and Wen Yiping entrusted Nylon and Ninen to a middle-aged sailor before departing. Tang Ho was reluctant to leave, but Wen Yiping insisted he follow. Aware that if they did not promptly reach the Phoenix sect, the formidable Zhou Wudi would inevitably suspect Tang Ho of having abducted Nylon and Ninen upon discovering his absence. The two stealthily entered the Phoenix sect through the side gate. Instead of heading directly to the dormitory, Tang Ho was summoned by Wen Yiping to the training room. Wen Yiping instructed Tang Ho to remove his clothing and cast it into the furnace to be burned. While the two were bathing in the pool, several disciples of Wen Yiping rushed in, exclaiming loudly, "Master, this is bad. Tang Ho has come with a group of people." Wen Yiping shot a glance at Tang Ho and said, "Do not speak recklessly. Let us feign ignorance and continue our bath." Clinton, accompanied by Tang Ho and his entourage, entered and, upon seeing Wen Yiping and Tang Ho bathing, angrily demanded, "Where have you two been?" "We have been right here," replied Wen Yiping. "Hemph, you have? What is going on?" "Nylon and his daughter have been abducted," Clinton retorted. "Moreover, over a dozen of my brothers have been killed. If I find out who is responsible, I will ensure they suffer a most gruesome fate. Let it be known that the Tang Ho residence is not to be trifled with." With that, Tang Ho stormed out. After Tang Ho departed, Clinton entered and turned to Tang Ho, saying, "Tang Ho, this is dire. Tang Ho is furious. The townsfolk are claiming that you have abducted Nylon and Ninen. The Wei family insists that you taught Nylon his sword technique and demands an explanation from the Phoenix sect." "Do not worry, Master. Without evidence, all accusations are mere words. If the Wei family causes trouble, I will handle it," Tang Ho declared with anger. "Child, do not act rashly. The solution lies in agreeing to the marriage of the Wei family's young lady." Clinton replied. The following day, the Wei family did not come to cause a ruckus, and the town remained eerily tranquil, as if under a shroud of death, with snowflakes drifting down from the sky in the biting cold. Tang Ho grew anxious about Ninen. He contemplated seeking out Ninen's mother at the school to assure her that both Nylon and Ninen were safe. However, Clinton had already gone to the school to withdraw. He found himself without a valid reason to enter, leaving him disheartened. That morning, as Tang Ho rose, Wen Yiping sent someone to summon him to the dining hall. He visited his brothers and sisters' quarters, but found them absent. Several servants informed him they had gone to school. After breakfast, Wen Yiping took Tang Ho to the training room for sword practice. Upon entering, Wen Yiping instructed several disciples to guard the door. As he had matters to discuss with Tang Ho, he led Tang Ho into a dim chamber and said, "There is no one here now. We can speak freely. Clinton has sent someone to Liuli Island in search of Nylon and Ninen. I suspect that Zhou Wudi pressured him into this. I fear for my family's safety. Today, I have arranged for some friends to gather information. If Clinton locates Nylon and Ninen, he will undoubtedly report back to Zhou Wudi, who will then send people to hunt them down. I believe all of us, including you and your family, will be implicated. The Gula festival is approaching, marking the dawn of a new year." Tang Ho understood that if Ninen were indeed discovered by Clinton and handed over to Zhou Wudi, his existence would lose all significance. As a man, if he could not protect the woman he loved, what use was there in mastering sword techniques? "Master, let us venture to Liuli Island," Tang Ho proposed. "I share your sentiment, but we must await Clinton's return. If he does not come back, we cannot act recklessly. What if something goes awry at the Phoenix sect? The elders are currently sequestered, cultivating the elixir of immortality. Should anyone come seeking trouble, it would throw the Phoenix sect into chaos," Wen Yiping cautioned. That evening, after a full day of sword practice, Tang Ho was preparing to take a bath and rest. As he descended the stairs, he unexpectedly spotted Teng Tian and Teng Fei practicing sword techniques on the grass outside. He had initially taught them swordsmanship merely to enhance their physical fitness. Yet they had become utterly engrossed. Upon seeing Tang Ho, they called him over for guidance. He rambled on aimlessly, uncertain of his own words. After imparting a few techniques, Tang Ho went to the dining hall for dinner. Afterward, he returned to the training room, intending to practice his energy technique to see if he could reach the 6th level. If he succeeded, he would no longer fear Zhou Wudi and could secretly devise a plan to eliminate him. With Zhou Wudi present in Phoenix Town, there would be no safe haven for him. He remained ever vigilant, knowing that if Zhou Wudi ever caught wind of his misdeeds, it would spell ruin for him. Wen Yiping, noticing Tang Ho practicing the energy technique, called upon several disciples to observe and learn a thing or two. Late into the night, Tang Ho felt an unease in his body and decided to return home to rest. He believed he had reached the 6th level. Yet before he could revel in his success, he suddenly felt as if his insides were ablaze. Returning to his dormitory, he stoked the fire in the furnace and then collapsed onto his bed, feeling as though thousands of venomous snakes were biting him. After a brief slumber, he was roused by a gentle knock at the door. "Who is it?" he inquired. "It is your master." Tang Ho opened the door to find Clinton standing there. "Master, what brings you here?" Clinton entered and sat beside the furnace, speaking in hushed tones. "Tang Ho, the situation is dire. Zhou Wudi has learned that you and Wen Yiping were responsible for the abduction of Nylon and his daughter. Today, several sailors were apprehended at the dock and are being interrogated in the dungeons of the Tang Ho residence. They have been beaten and have implicated you and Wen Yiping. I have spent the day at the Tang Ho residence, pleading with Zhou Wudi to spare you both, but he refused. He plans to report this matter to the governor of Tongzhou tomorrow. Should this situation come to light, the court will be informed, and the Phoenix sect will be unable to protect itself, potentially facing utter destruction. You have put yourself in a precarious position, my child. Master, what can we do?" Tang Ho replied helplessly, "I will bear the consequences alone. I am willing to take full responsibility for my actions," he resolved, knowing that the turmoil he had caused would endanger the innocent warriors of the Phoenix sect. A wave of sorrow washed over him. "We can only take things one step at a time. If the governor sends someone to investigate, we must find a way to bribe the envoy to spare the Phoenix sect," Clinton said before departing. After Clinton left, Tang Ho's anxiety deepened. He pondered the fate of the hundreds of individuals within the Phoenix sect whose lives might be ruined due to his mistake, and his heart brimmed with guilt. He could not close his eyes, consumed by thoughts of the lives at stake, including the child in Ninen's womb, wondering how she fared if, as Master Clinton suggested, she had indeed been murdered by Zhou Wudi's men. Then Tang Ho's existence would be rendered meaningless. Resolute, Tang Ho decided he must eliminate Zhou Wudi. Otherwise, he could not remain in Phoenix Town. He quietly rose from his bed and ventured to the quarters of his brother and sister. Gently rousing them, he instructed them that if he did not return by dawn, they should seek out Wen Yiping and ask him to hide them until the situation calmed, urging them to flee far away, perhaps to Liuli Island. With that, he set off alone. Clinton had not slept that night. He had been observing Tang Ho's movements, hoping he would take action against Zhou Wudi, for only then could the Phoenix sect evade disaster. His earlier words had ignited Tang Ho's fury. Tang Ho was a proud young man who would not tolerate the treachery of Zhou Wudi. As Tang Ho stealthily approached the Ting Ho residence, snowflakes continued to fall from the sky, and the dark night was enveloped in an eerie silence, with even the small dogs retreating to their hiding places. Tang Ho quietly infiltrated the Ting Ho residence and discovered Zhou Wudi awake, engaged in conversation with several martial artists, while the guards stationed outside stomped their feet, glancing inside occasionally, desperate for warmth. At that moment, the sound of hurried hooves echoed down the street, growing nearer until it reached the training ground in front of the Ting Ho residence. 5 black steeds whinnied, and 5 warriors leaped from their mounts, each possessing a robust physique and moving with remarkable agility. Their swords, approximately 1.5 meters long, gleamed with a silver sheen. Tang Ho had heard that such sword sheaths were used by palace warriors, causing him to shudder involuntarily. A few soldiers rushed out, and several officers welcomed them inside. "We have been expecting you for quite some time." Zhou Wudi emerged shortly thereafter, whispering, "Masters, please come in. You must be weary from your journey." Before long, Zhou Wudi led them into a secure chamber, stating, "It is not convenient to speak here." Tang Ho hesitated to enter, fearing the warriors might spot him. Instead, he concealed himself in the stable behind the building, eavesdropping on Zhou Wudi's conversations. He had intended to eliminate Zhou Wudi, but the arrival of a mysterious warrior interrupted his train of thought. He wondered who this person was and whether they were sent by Zhou Wudi to report the abduction of Nylon and Nainan to the governor of Tongzhou, prompting an investigation. If Zhou Wudi suspected him of the abduction, Tang Ho would find himself without a refuge. He longed to eliminate Zhou Wudi as soon as possible. After waiting anxiously for some time, Tang Ho grew restless when he saw no sign of the mysterious figures or Zhou Wudi. He swiftly ascended the stairs, eager to uncover the truth. Just then, several individuals emerged from the chamber. "The food and drinks are ready. Please enjoy, esteemed masters." Zhou Wudi spoke obsequiously. Upon hearing the news, Tang Ho leapt into the kitchen and indeed found several chefs busily preparing meals. Seizing a guard, he stripped him of his garments and donned the attire himself, stealthily slipping the lethal poison that Gorosu had provided into the soup pot, and subsequently into several jars of wine stored in the cupboard. He was acutely aware that Zhou Wudi would have to traverse a long corridor to reach the dining hall, allowing him ample time to concoct and administer the poison. After disposing of the toxin, Tang Ho ascended to the rooftop, where he beheld several individuals partaking in their meal and drink. Concealed atop the roof, he observed them consume 2 jars of wine without exhibiting any signs of poisoning. Their laughter ringing out, prompting him to curse Gorosu as a charlatan. Doubts began to cloud his mind regarding the efficacy of Gorosu's poison. Just as Tang Ho could no longer endure the cold, a sudden shriek echoed from within the building, with panicked cries of help. "Someone has poisoned Tang Ho and his companions." Tang Ho then realized the gravity of the situation. Those individuals had indeed succumbed to the poison in the wine. If Zhou Wudi and his companions had truly been afflicted by Gorosu's venom, their demise was all but assured. Gently prying apart the green tiles of the rooftop, he was met with the sight of Zhou Wudi and his companions sprawled on the ground, wailing in distress, which startled several martial artists of the Ting Ho estate. Zhou Wudi stammered, "Quick, poison, poison." Tang Ho then descended from the rooftop and ignited a handful of hay in the horse stable, instantly igniting a blaze that engulfed the straw within. A gust of frigid wind swept through, and the flames surged toward the roof, transforming the entire Tang Ho estate into a conflagration. Tang Ho stealthily returned to the Phoenix sect dormitory. Feigning slumber. Chapter 45. My sister's affection for Zhou Ping having poisoned Zhou Wudi, Tang Ho felt anything but at ease, plagued by the fear of being spotted at the Tang Ho estate. While others might deem his concerns excessive, for him, they were entirely justified. As a notable figure of the Phoenix sect, every movement he made drew attention. On his way to the Tang Ho estate, he was spotted by Zhou Ping, who had been tailing him. Eventually, upon witnessing Tang Ho's entrance into the estate, he then heard of the news regarding Zhou Wudi and the poisoning incident. He deduced that Tang Ho was behind the sinister act. The following day, snow continued to fall, and a biting wind roared like an enraged tiger, causing the inhabitants of Jinyuan continent to hesitate to venture outdoors. Tang Ho lay comfortably in bed, perhaps relieved of some inner turmoil, yet remained in a slumber akin to that of a slumbering lion, still unawakened by dawn. When Yiping arrived at his dormitory, accompanied by several martial artists, and gently rapped on the door. After a prolonged wait, Tang Ho gradually stirred awake. Rubbing the sleep from his eyes, he inquired, "Master, what is the matter?" Seeing no one else around, when Yiping quietly entered the room, closed the door, and hesitantly spoke. "You were still asleep? Zhou Wudi was harmed last night, and the Tang Ho estate has been completely consumed by fire. We rushed to extinguish the flames, intending to summon you, but you were nowhere to be found. Where did you go?" "I went to kill Zhou Wudi." Tang Ho did not wish to deceive Wen Yiping, for he was his master and the closest person to him within the Phoenix sect. If he did not reveal the truth, it could lead to dire consequences. Oh, I suspected as much. Zhou Wudi's death is undoubtedly linked to you. Master Kamei also harbors suspicions about you. Master, I will bear the burden of this matter alone. One person commits a crime, and one person must bear the responsibility. Do not declare that you killed Zhou Wudi and the others. If the king learns of this, he will surely decree the annihilation of your entire clan. And the Phoenix sect, consisting of hundreds, will face severe retribution from the court. I suggest you flee." When Yiping urged anxiously, "Master, I will not implicate you, nor will I involve the Phoenix sect. Should the court dispatch martial artists to investigate and uncover my true identity as the culprit, I will certainly not escape. Please take care of my brother and sister. If I miraculously survive this calamity, I will repay you." "What nonsense! Do not ask me to look after your brother and sister." "Even if you were to ask me to die, I would comply," When Yiping replied, his face tinged with concern. When Yiping recognized Tang Ho's intelligence, his swordsmanship was among the elite in the kingdom of Elon, and no ordinary martial artist could capture him. Even advanced martial artists would find themselves outmatched in combat against him. Eye in his eyes. No one had truly confronted Tang Ho directly. He trusted that Tang Ho was entirely confident in his actions. Otherwise, he would not have acted so recklessly. When Yiping left, visibly apprehensive, as Tang Ho prepared to descend and practice his swordplay, his sister Ting Fei suddenly rushed in, exclaiming loudly, "Tang Ho, where have you been? I was just looking for you." "What is it?" "Tang Ho, I heard from someone in the Phoenix sect that you are the greatest swordsman in the world, unmatched by any martial artist in the kingdom of Elon. Many in Phoenix Town say you will one day become the martial sage of our kingdom. Tang Ho, I want to ask you, who is considered the best swordsman on the Jinyuan continent? Do not heed the idle gossip of others. The highest practitioners of swordsmanship, revered for both skill and virtue, are called martial sages. However, there are none in our kingdom of Elon. Such a title once existed only in our neighboring nation, Dini, chosen during the time of the alliance. That martial sage has long since passed, and now there are no martial sages on the Jinyuan continent. Tang Ho, please teach me swordsmanship. I have heard that anyone skilled in swordplay can compete in the Kingdom of Elon's tournaments, gain titles, and receive stipends from the king, ensuring a life free from want and the fear of being unmarried. You are a girl. Why do you wish to learn swordplay? You are unlike other daughters of wealthy families. We are children of the poor, and the laws of Elon do not permit the children of serfs to practice martial arts, Teng Ho said, his voice thick with emotion. Teng Ho, please teach your sister swordsmanship. If something were to happen to you, how would Ting Yun and I save you? Moreover, if you can teach others swordplay, why not us? Very well, Teng Ho, I have one more thing to discuss with you. And I hope you will agree. I have developed feelings for Zhou Ping. Zhou Ping likes me as well. I fear you will disallow our interaction, so I have kept it from you until now. Teng Fei confessed. Teng Ho was taken aback, glaring at her as he exclaimed, "What are you saying? You have feelings for Zhou Ping. When did this happen?" "For about a month now." "Why did you not tell me sooner?" "Do you even know who Zhou Ping is?" "He is a martial artist of the Eagle Demon sect, and his purpose in approaching our Phoenix sect is to harm your brother. Previously, he and I sparred, and I defeated him, leaving him resentful and seeking revenge. Are you not walking into the lion's den? Have you too progressed to that stage?" Teng Ho said, his anger flaring as he realized Zhou Ping had been scheming to learn his sword techniques and plot against him. "He truly loves me, and I love him in return. Please support our union. Originally, Zhou Ping instructed me not to tell you. Fearing your opposition, I did not wish to deceive you. Little did I know you would oppose our relationship as he predicted." "Absolutely not. You should abandon this notion," Teng Ho declared. Teng Fei left in tears. Witnessing his sister's sorrowful departure, Teng Ho felt a pang of discomfort. Loving someone was her freedom, and no one had the right to interfere. He resolved to confront Zhou Ping to ascertain the truth. At noon, as Teng Ho prepared to seek out Zhou Ping, Clinton arrived at his dormitory. Teng Ho invited him inside and poured hot water to brew tea. After sipping Teng Ho's tea, Clinton spoke slowly. "Teng Ho, Zhou Wudi is dead. The Tongzhou district is preparing to appoint a new Teng Ho. The people of Phoenix Town are saying Zhou Wudi's death is related to our Phoenix sect. With the snowfall yesterday, it is implausible for the Teng Ho estate to have caught fire without foul play. If an investigation is launched from above, you will be the prime suspect. For the next few days, you must refrain from wandering about and, above all, avoid seeking out Gorosu. I understand. Where were you planning to go just now? I have heard that your sister has been closely associated with Zhou Ping. Have you noticed? I hope you will think carefully about this matter. Zhou Ping is, after all, a member of the Eagle Demon sect. Although Qi Lianhai has taken him in, we know he is not genuinely joining the Phoenix sect. He may well be an undercover agent. Your swordsmanship is unique within the Phoenix sect, and all the martial artists of the Eagle Demon sect wish to learn its secrets. If this knowledge is leaked, it could bring calamity not just to our Phoenix sect, but to the entire kingdom of Elon and the Jin Yuan continent. Good individuals can wield swordsmanship to protect their families and nation, while wicked individuals can turn it into a means of slaughter, causing suffering among the common folk. Master, I have a plan to expose the truth. What is it? I will feign teaching him swordsmanship, leading him to a state of confusion. This matter must not be publicized. You need only have confidence in yourself. There are many things you do not yet understand. When you grow older, you will come to know. One more thing I wish to discuss with you. The Saint La festival is approaching, and a new year is about to begin. I wonder if you have remembered the duel between Zhou Zhirua and you on Sacred Mountain. Feng Yujun is a merciless killer, and he will undoubtedly impart the most sinister sword techniques to Zhou Zhirua. If you have time, come to my training room, and I will teach you that set of sword techniques," Clinton stated before taking his leave. After Clinton departed, Teng Ho made his way to the training room. His training room was situated in a secluded corner, separated from Wen Yiping's training room by only a pond. Typically, he would not visit, for the training room was empty and devoid of anything, unlike Wen Yiping's, which was well equipped with various items, even including potions for cultivating energy. Today, he cannot allow more people to know about his conversation with Zhou Ping. Teng Ho instructed his sister to summon Zhou Ping. When Zhou Ping and Teng Fei arrived and entered the martial arts room, they were met with a sense of disappointment, for despite the spaciousness of the room, it contained nothing of significance. Zhou Ping had assumed that Teng Ho had summoned him to impart sword techniques, but upon entering, he was met with Teng Ho's fierce glare. "Zhou Ping, fix your gaze upon my eyes and swear to the heavens. Do you truly have affection for my sister?" "I sincerely admire her," Zhou Ping responded, his words wavering. From his expression, Teng Ho perceived a hint of unease, as though he were fabricating his feelings. "Should you deceive me? You know the consequences? That would lead to your utter demise, and I shall not only slay you but annihilate your entire family," Teng Ho bellowed, instilling fear in Zhou Ping to the point of making him soil his trousers. Chapter 46. Saint Ra Festival. In the days leading up to the Saint Ra Festival, Teng Ho observed Teng Fei's heavy-heartedness and idle demeanor, often spying on Teng Ho's movements, occasionally lurking around his dormitory. Teng Ho surmised that Teng Fei was likely plotting to steal his martial arts secrets for Zhou Ping. He understood well that love, that strange and mysterious force, could drive one to madness. On December 16th, the day of the Saint Ra Festival arrived. The people of the Elan Kingdom had a tradition of honoring their ancestors and reciting scriptures on this day. Unlike previous years, Phoenix Town was abuzz with activity, as the newly appointed Teng Ho, Huang Tingliang, hosted a grand banquet, inviting the prominent families and martial artists of the Phoenix sect. Teng Ho was, of course, among the invitees. Huang Tingliang had heard tales of a prodigious martial artist from the Phoenix sect, whose tiger head sword technique was said to be unparalleled, having previously bested Zhou Zhirua of the Eagle Demon sect, stirring excitement throughout the martial world. Upon waking that morning, Clinton sent someone to him. Teng Ho carefully concealed his martial arts manual, placing a few books on the table, a deliberate act, suspecting that either Zhou Ping or Teng Fei might attempt to steal his secrets. With a lack of enthusiasm, Teng Ho attended the banquet, accompanied by Clinton and the 10 foremost martial artists of the Phoenix sect, including elders of the sect. Before leaving, Clinton discreetly cautioned Teng Ho to behave, as the newly appointed Teng Ho might seek to provoke trouble. The martial arts arena in front of the Teng Ho's residence was crowded with people, a roaring bonfire blazing in the center, flames reaching heights of over 10 meters. Surrounding the fire, townsfolk drank merrily, singing the Saint Ra scriptures in celebration of the new year. Most of these individuals were locals who anticipated the Teng Ho's lavish feast, which would provide meat and wine, especially with the new Teng Ho's arrival, making for a double celebration. As per tradition, every newly appointed Teng Ho would host a grand banquet and hold martial competitions, with the opportunity for 2 intermediate martial artist positions available. The top 2 contenders among the junior martial artists in this competition would be granted the title of intermediate martial artist. In the past, the Phoenix sect and various families in Phoenix Town had seized this opportunity to secure intermediate martial artist positions. Teng Ho took his place at the banquet, feeling the heat from the roaring fire. Several martial artists approached with jars of wine and platters of lamb. Every guest at the banquet would receive a jar of wine and a plate of lamb, and Teng Ho was no exception. Just as they were enjoying their feast, several martial artists clad in black ascended the stage, causing the crowd around the bonfire to disperse, signaling the commencement of the competition. As the black-clad martial artists took their positions, Huang Tingliang leaped to the center of the arena, bowed to the audience, and addressed them loudly. "Esteemed villagers and distinguished martial artists of Phoenix Town, I, Huang Tingliang, am new here and may not be well versed in the customs. I humbly ask for your understanding if I err in any way. Today, I offer a modest jar of wine for your enjoyment, and we must not breach protocol. The top 2 martial artists victorious in today's competition will be granted the title of intermediate martial artist to report to the court. Now, let us witness the martial artists' duel." As his words echoed, the arena fell silent, the only sound being the crackling of the fire. Wen Yiping glanced at Teng Ho and quietly remarked, "Teng Ho, your opportunity has arrived. You may step forward to compete. If you win, you will rightfully attain the status of an intermediate martial artist." Teng Ho hesitated, reluctant to step forward to duel, as he had previously robbed Nylon and Nainan, and had even killed the Ting Ho Zhou Wudi in a fit of rage. If he were to win the competition, and someone discovered his past deeds, his fate would be sealed. Clinton, too, encouraged Teng Ho to take the stage, for if he triumphed in the competition, he could secure a definitive position within the Phoenix sect. Although he ranked second in the sect, he remained merely a junior martial artist, unable to command respect. Should he ascend to the status of an intermediate or advanced martial artist, he would be regarded with newfound esteem. "Child, you could step onto the stage to enhance the atmosphere," Clinton suggested with a smile. Given the chilly air, failing to participate would be a disappointment and might lead the Ting Ho to look down upon the Phoenix sect. It would be quite peculiar for a gathering of martial artists to refrain from participating. Suddenly, a young man leaped onto the stage, someone Teng Ho had never heard of before, nor did he know which sect he belonged to. This struck him as odd. How could an unknown martial artist emerge from the crowd? The audience erupted in whispers. The young man clasped his fists and called out, "Esteemed elders, I, Wei Hai, have returned from the battlefield and come to Phoenix Town to visit my family. Today, coinciding with the Sainare festival and the appointment of a new Ting Ho, I take to the stage to showcase my skills. If any martial artist wishes to duel with me, it would be my honor." Wen Yiping quietly informed Teng Ho, "This is the young master of the Wei family. He is the only promising young talent of his clan, having served valiantly on the borders. If he takes the stage, do exercise restraint." His intentions were to celebrate the Sainare festival rather than seek an intermediate martial artist title. Clinton's expression turned grave as another figure ascended the stage, none other than La Siju, one of Teng Ho's most loathed individuals. His disdain stemmed not from mere rivalry, but from the fact that La Siju had taken Feng Jiao to a seaside resort for a night, leaving Teng Ho with lingering uncertainty about what transpired during that time. Teng Ho had long refrained from associating with Feng Jiao, wary of their unresolved connection. Seeing La Siju on stage, Wei Hai chuckled and remarked, "Pray tell, which sect do you belong to?" "I am La Siju, a junior martial artist of the Phoenix sect." "Please, draw your sword." In an instant, Wei Hai's eyes glimmered with animosity, as if confronting an enemy. He bellowed, "At last, a martial artist from the Phoenix sect has taken the stage. I've been searching for one of you. I've heard of a junior martial artist named Teng Ho from your sect, and I wish to challenge him." "Enough of the chatter. Make your move," La Siju retorted. Wei Hai drew his sword and lunged at La Siju. As the blade approached, La Siju gracefully rolled on the ground and leaped into the air, akin to a swallow in flight. The audience erupted in a chorus of boos, prompting Teng Ho to reassess his underestimation of La Siju. His swordplay was indeed remarkable. How had Teng Ho failed to notice this during their previous duel? Was it possible that La Siju had chosen not to harm him then? Fear gripped Wei Hai, causing him to sweat profusely and turn pale as he retreated 10 steps. But this only fueled La Siju's hope. He darted to Wei Hai's left, the gleam of his blade reflecting brightly against the snow, aimed directly at Wei Hai's heart. Seeing that a life was at stake, Teng Ho acted without consulting Clinton, leaping onto the stage to pull Wei Hai aside, grasping La Siju's sword with his bare hands. La Siju attempted to wrest the blade from Teng Ho's grip, but was unable to do so. "Enough! This is a brave man. Why must you take his life? I acknowledge your extraordinary swordsmanship, a rare talent in Alan. Spare him," Teng Ho declared sternly, casting a glance at La Siju. Huang Tingliang's sword onto the stage, pulling La Siju aside and announcing to the crowd, "This martial artist is the victor." Wei Hai, standing on the platform, was incensed by Teng Ho's intervention, feeling insulted. "Teng Ho, I, Wei Hai, am not one to fear for my life. Please grant me another chance. You have already lost." Were it not for this brave warrior's intervention, you would have perished beneath his blade. I did not lose. Had he taken my life, then the victor would be clear. Moreover, I merely stumbled. Wei Hai's tenacity surprised Ting Ho. He was indeed a warrior returning from the battlefield, earning Tang Ho's admiration and respect from the assembled martial artists. Tang Ho approached La Siju and whispered, "Do not harm him, or I shall ensure your demise in the eyes of all." The gravity of Tang Ho's words chilled La Siju to the bone, for he understood that Tang Ho held a long-standing grudge against him, one that could not be resolved with mere words. What man could endure the thought of another tarnishing his beloved's honor? Especially when La Siju had taken Tang Ho's fiancée to a resort for a night. What transpired there remained a mystery. The two, in the prime of their youth, could easily succumb to temptation. La Siju, upon hearing Tang Ho's warning, felt compelled to retreat, disappearing into the crowd, leaving behind a look of bewilderment. Wei Hai, witnessing La Siju's departure, also leaped down from the stage. As the crowd lamented, a middle-aged warrior suddenly soared from a corner, his attire not resembling that of the Phoenix sect, but more akin to that of the Gu family. However, Tang Ho had never had any dealings with the Gu family warriors, nor had he witnessed them provoking any martial artists in Phoenix Town, and they had never harmed any common folk. Maintaining a reputation of integrity, the Gu family held high positions within the court and had produced two esteemed military generals. Esteemed elders, I am Gu Chengji. Though I have surpassed the age of reason, my passion for swordsmanship remains unwavering. Seeing the festivities of the Saint's Day, I too wish to take the stage and share my swordplay. I humbly ask for your guidance. As soon as he finished speaking, Qiu Lianhai leaped onto the stage. To Tang Ho's surprise, he noticed that Zhou Ping, who had been seated beside Qiu Lianhai, had suddenly vanished. Realizing this, Tang Ho understood that Zhou Ping was likely up to no good. He rose and whispered to Wen Yiping, "Master, I must pay a visit to the Phoenix sect." "What is the matter?" Wen Yiping inquired. Tang Ho replied quietly, "I have discovered that Zhou Ping is missing. He must be attempting to steal my martial arts manual." Clinton, standing nearby, interjected in a hushed tone, "Do not go. I have already dispatched someone to keep an eye on him. If you go, it will alert the snake in the grass. Qiu Lianhai is on stage now. Later, you may take the stage to spar with him. Do not harm him. Consider it a light-hearted exchange to add some festive spirit. We must not allow the newly appointed pavilion lord to feel disheartened, or secretly scold us for lacking prowess in the Phoenix sect." Qiu Lianhai's ascent to the stage startled Gu Chengji of the Gu family. His eyes flickered as he addressed Qiu Lianhai. "Master Qiu, you are a mid-level warrior. Why do you wish to compete in swordsmanship with me? Ha ha ha, are you frightened? Hasn't your Gu family always sought to debate swordsmanship with my Phoenix sect? Today presents the perfect opportunity. We can exchange a few moves, no more than a handful, as you say. After all, it is merely for entertainment." Pavilion Lord Huang Tingliang observed Qiu Lianhai's ascent and was informed by a nearby warrior that it was inappropriate for a mid-level warrior to spar with a novice, as it would breach the regulations set by the Pavilion Lord upon his appointment. Should Qiu Lianhai defeat Gu Chengji, he could not be granted the title of senior warrior, nor could he be awarded the designation of mid-level warrior. After all, he was already a mid-level warrior. "Clinton, have you seen this? One of your Phoenix sect warriors has taken to the stage to duel a novice. Is this not an act of bullying?" Pavilion Lord Huang Tingliang sternly reproached Clinton. Clinton found himself powerless to curb Qiu Lianhai's actions, especially since he was a man beyond the age of reason, a seasoned warrior who had participated in 6 sessions of the Elan National Conference, and should have been familiar with the ways of the world. He had long eyed Tang Ho's swordplay, yet he was not the only one with such intentions within the Phoenix sect. Others, too, had similar aspirations, akin to a pack of ravenous wolves, their eyes glinting with greed. The crowd murmured that Tang Ho's tiger-head swordplay was merely a fabrication, a tale spun by a mysterious master in his dreams. Any martial artist understood that mastering a swordplay was not something achievable overnight, much less in a single evening. The consensus was that Tang Ho was lying, and it was certain that someone had clandestinely guided him. This notion was swiftly dispelled, as no warrior had yet demonstrated a swordplay akin to Tang Ho's, nor was there any known technique called tiger head swordplay. Alternatively, it was plausible that a recluse had passed a martial arts manual to him. Pavilion Lord, I am at a loss. He is not a mere child. If his wits are not clouded, he would not seek the stage to draw attention and invite criticism. Let him play for a while. I doubt he will conjure any tricks. Should he cause trouble, I will send someone to apprehend him. Clinton observed the unfolding events with calm detachment. In the midst of their conversation, Wei Chengji unsheathed his sword and, like a swallow in flight, lunged towards Zhou Lianhai. Though swift, the force behind his strike was lacking. Before it could reach Zhou Lianhai, it had already lost its potency and fell to the ground. A sudden gasp arose from the audience. Just as Zhou Lianhai prepared to retaliate against Wei Chengji, Tang Ho leapt onto the stage like a flash of lightning and seized the sword from his grasp. All eyes froze, uncertain of what would transpire next. Tang Ho returned to his seat, leaving Zhou Lianhai humiliated. He resembled a lost child, glancing around in confusion before retreating to his own seat. Chapter 47. The trapped Tang Ho swiftly returned to his seat, handing Zhou Lianhai's sword to Clinton. Clinton cast a piercing glance at Zhou Lianhai, his gaze akin to a needle piercing the heart. For all understood, he silently berated Zhou Lianhai for his overreach. Master, I must return to the Phoenix sect, Tang Ho softly communicated to Clinton. Very well, Clinton replied, his eyes remaining fixed on Zhou Lianhai, his words hesitant. Tang Ho rose, and Wen Yiping followed suit, accompanying him back to the Phoenix sect. Upon arrival, Tang Ho headed straight to his dormitory, only to find the door ajar. A stark contrast to the locked state it had been in when he left that morning. Master, he remarked to Wen Yiping, Zhou Ping must have visited my room while I was away. Wen Yiping regarded him with a puzzled expression, inquiring, why would he enter your room? The martial arts manual, Tang Ho replied. What martial arts manual? Wen Yiping remained oblivious. The people of the Phoenix sect believe I possess a martial arts manual, and they are all eyeing it greedily, seeking ways to steal it. Tang Ho entered his room, only to discover several books had indeed been taken from the table. He thought to himself, if Zhou Ping had stolen these books, once he began practicing, he would undoubtedly come to me seeking help. The initial stage of qi cultivation primarily involves unblocking the Ren and Du meridians. Tang Ho had noted that vigorous swordplay and intense exercise would enhance internal energy. By writing this, he was revealing a major taboo for sword practitioners. It would not be long before a person's body would be drained of strength, leading to ruptured meridians and death. Tang Ho wished to ascertain whether the book was stolen by Zhou Ping or by Ting Fei. So he visited Teng Fei's dormitory but found her absent. Instead, he spotted Teng Yun practicing swordplay on the grassy area in front of her room. Upon noticing Tang Ho approaching, Teng Yun quickly exclaimed, Tang Ho, why are you not at the Pavilion Lord's residence? I went to the principal's office yesterday and explained your situation. You cannot leave the school, or you will be in great danger. Tang Ho and Wen Yiping exchanged bewildered glances. What do you mean? Seeing Tang Ho's stunned expression, Tang Yun took his hand and gently led him to a secluded spot, saying, Child, you have made a grave mistake. Today, the Pavilion Lord secretly dispatched me to rescue an Ilong's wife and daughter. I overheard Bujier mention they are a group of mysterious individuals. Not even the principal dares to provoke them. I suspect they are members of the Phoenix sect who wish to harm you. The only way out is for you to return to school. As a student, the institution may offer you protection and prevent you from facing the gallows. I have spoken to the principal about this, and he too wishes for your return to enhance the school's reputation. Why have you not returned? Do you truly wish to become Clinton's son-in-law? Because Master Clinton has transformed me from a serf into a noble, I must heed his words. Moreover, the Phoenix sect is currently fragmented. If I do not return, Master Clinton may struggle to maintain control over the situation. Although the Phoenix sect appears calm now, should the nation descend into chaos, Clinton might lose his foothold and be unable to escape. Alas, the situation was growing increasingly complex. The nation faced repeated defeats, and the populace remained unawakened. I have heard whispers that soon we shall send people from Phoenix Town to the battlefield. Furthermore, the Phoenix sect must send you as your swordplay has already spread like wildfire throughout the Elon Kingdom. Should there be those with ulterior motives who insist on sending you to the battlefield, it would spell disaster. You are still but a child. You cannot partake in such bloody affairs. Battlefield? I willingly offer my head and shed my blood. The rise and fall of a nation is the responsibility of every citizen. If I possess exceptional swordsmanship yet find no opportunity to wield it, then living 100 years would be utterly meaningless. What a good child, Gorosu exclaimed, patting his shoulder as Tung Ho returned to his seat. The competition was nearing its conclusion. Upon seeing him, Clinton reproached, "Where have you been? You must secure victory today. Otherwise, you will have to participate in the Elon National Tournament next year to win the competition. Just think about it. Today in Phoenix Town, your chances of winning against intermediate warriors are high, but should you enter the Elon National Tournament, you will face a multitude of skilled fighters. Do you truly believe you can guarantee your victory against intermediate warriors?" Suddenly, an intermediate warrior ascended the stage. It was Zhou Ping. In an instant, Tung Ho spotted Qiu Lianhai seated on the stage as well, much to his surprise. Zhou Ping let out a thunderous roar as he stepped onto the platform, causing the young warrior to stagger back in fear, caught off guard with his sword in hand. Without waiting for the young warrior to regain his footing, Zhou Ping lunged forward with a fierce thrust. Tung Ho's eyes sparkled at the sight of the swordplay, reminiscent of the techniques he had once devised in his own writings. Yet, after 2 exchanges, there was no lethal force, and he swiftly altered his stance. Tung Ho was unaware of the young warrior's name, as he had returned to the Phoenix sect when the latter ascended the stage. The young warrior was undoubtedly from Phoenix Town, but his lineage remained a mystery. After several dozen exchanges, the young warrior sustained a wound on his left hand and fell to the ground, stumbling as he retrieved his sword and exited the stage. Tung Ho swiftly leaped up, embracing the moment, and declared loudly, "Tung Ho, warrior of the Phoenix sect, I hope for everyone's support." He drew his long sword, stunning the entire assembly. Clinton was equally taken aback. Why was Tung Ho challenging Zhou Ping? Surely there must be another reason. The people of Phoenix Town were eager to see Tung Ho participate in the competition, wishing for him to engage in more matches, for otherwise, their journey would feel futile. Upon seeing Tung Ho's fierce demeanor akin to a ravenous wolf, Zhou Ping's legs turned to jelly, nearly causing him to collapse. However, this momentary trepidation was fleeting, as Qiu Lianhai insisted he must take the stage to secure the title of Intermediate Warrior. If Tung Ho did not aspire to claim this title, his chances of victory would be significant. Yet, everything unfolded unexpectedly. Tung Ho's swordsmanship was astonishing, swirling like a dragon in flight, and in an instant, Zhou Ping's garments were shredded, scattering into the air like confetti amidst snowflakes. Zhou Ping did not flee the stage. Instead, he executed a series of moves with a sword technique unfamiliar to Tung Ho. This was neither the Phoenix sect style nor that of the Eagle Demon sect, nor did it resemble the techniques of the renowned families within Phoenix Town. It was exceedingly peculiar. Tung Ho responded with composure, yet Zhou Ping's feints and strikes were erratic, each motion resembling that of a drunken man. After several exchanges, Tung Ho, not wishing to take his life, contemplated that Zhou Ping had likely surreptitiously studied the sword techniques from his writings. He could not permit him to self-destruct. With a swift kick, he sent Zhou Ping tumbling to the ground. Upon witnessing Tung Ho's victory over Zhou Ping, Tung Ho ascended the stage, clasping his fists and proclaiming loudly, Today's duel will conclude here. We now have two victors. One is Zhou Ping of the Phoenix Sect, and the other is Teng Ho, also of the Phoenix Sect. Zhou Ping's swordplay is fierce and strange, a style I have not encountered in my years of martial arts. Teng Ho's technique is even more enigmatic, resembling a devil floating in the air, akin to a whirlwind swirling through the atmosphere, leaving spectators in awe. Truly, the Phoenix Sect is deserving of its esteemed reputation. After the meal, Teng Ho returned to his dormitory, barely settling into his chair to sip hot tea when a knock sounded at the door. He promptly rose to open it, finding Wen Yiping standing before him. Teng Ho, Zhou Ping is gravely injured and unable to rise from his bed. Master Ku is calling for you to come and take a look. Teng Ho had anticipated this, for the book was his own creation, and at the most critical moment of cultivating his qi, Zhou Ping had employed reverse energy flow, leading to a severance of his meridians and resulting in bloodshed. Moreover, during their duel, Teng Ho had known of Zhou Ping's weak points and had deliberately struck at his acupoints, causing a blockage of blood circulation and rupturing of veins, which led to his spitting of blood. When Teng Ho and Wen Yiping arrived, several elders of the Phoenix Sect were already there devising a strategy. Upon seeing Teng Ho's arrival, they shook their heads, unsure of what to say. Clinton observed and remarked, "Teng Ho, can you determine whether he can be saved?" "Master, he can be saved, but he will never practice swordsmanship again." Teng Ho took his pulse and immediately dashed out of the Phoenix Sect to find Gorosu, for only he could save Zhou Ping's life. Arriving at the school, Teng Ho could not find Gorosu but spotted Bugier conversing with a small kitten at the stairs in front of the dormitory. Upon seeing Teng Ho, she appeared particularly delighted. "Grandma, one of our warriors from the Phoenix Sect has gone berserk while practicing swordsmanship. Where has Grandfather Gorosu gone?" "That scoundrel Gorosu has been bewitched by some sorceress these past few days and did not return to sleep. I inquired and learned that he has gone to sea in search of medicinal herbs. Could you take me to his dormitory to retrieve the medicine?" Bugier stood up and said, "Child, why have you not been attending school? Do you know how lonely I am?" "Grandma, it's not that I do not wish to attend school, but my master forbids me. He says that knowing a few characters is sufficient, and soon I might be getting married." "Ah, child, you are still young. You cannot marry yet. Do you not understand that the Elon Kingdom needs warriors like you to save our people?" Teng Ho and Bugier entered Gorosu's room, found the medicine, bid farewell to Bugier, and rushed back to the Phoenix Sect. After administering the medicine to Zhou Ping, he gradually improved over several hours. Teng Ho understood that it would be impossible for him to practice swordsmanship again, as his meridians had already been damaged. Chapter 48. Conscription. Upon returning to his dormitory, Teng Ho traversed the yellowing grass and found his sister Teng Fei weeping in front of the house. Anger surged within him as he scolded. "What is the matter? Are you upset because Zhou Ping has died? Teng Ho, please save Zhou Ping. If he can no longer practice swordsmanship, he will be expelled from the Phoenix Sect by Master Ku. And I will no longer be able to stay in the Phoenix Sect. If he leaves, I will follow him. That I love him, and I cannot be without him. You are truly a fool. What about him is worthy of your affection? Do you not realize that he is your brother's enemy? He is an undercover agent of the Eagle Demon Sect, intent on harming me. I do not care. I like him," Teng Fei exclaimed, seemingly losing her mind. Wen Yiping arrived and, upon witnessing Teng Ho's ire directed at Teng Fei, hurriedly intervened, saying, "Teng Ho, she is your sister. You must not scold her. It is not wrong for her to have feelings for Zhou Ping. Why berate her? Do you not know who Zhou Ping is?" Teng Ho roared as he retreated to his room. Teng Ho returned to his quarters, leaning beside his stove, brewing a cup of tea while gazing out at the falling snow. Unsure of how to console Teng Fei, as dusk descended, a sudden knock sounded at the door. Teng Ho rose to open it, revealing his brother Teng Yun. "You haven't rested?" "No. Just now, Teng Fei found me and spoke of her relationship with Zhou Ping. I understand that you harbor hatred for Zhou Ping because he was once a warrior of the Eagle Demon Sect, and he secretly took Ting Fei as a disciple under Qilianhai without your or Master Ke's knowledge. This was indeed a grievous act, and yesterday he even sought Ting Fei to steal your martial arts secrets. Yet, Ting Fei truly stole your secrets for Zhou Ping, who eagerly began to study them, only to fall into madness and injure his meridians. However, I believe we must support her. After all, she is our sister, and her love is genuine. I had long anticipated Zhou Ping would resort to such tactics, which is why I secretly altered the martial arts manual, intending to demonstrate to Zhou Ping that my secrets were not meant for the likes of him. Yet, he chose to practice in secret, ultimately leading to his own demise. As for Ting Fei's association with Zhou Ping, I am vehemently opposed. Zhou Ping is inherently troubled. His affections for Ting Fei are false, while his true intent is to pilfer my martial arts secrets. If she is truly deceived, then she will have to bear the consequences herself. Tung Ho remained silent, sipping his tea when suddenly the door swung open. Clinton and Wen Yiping entered. "Master, do not rise. Please sit. We have come to inform you that the school requires your attendance. Your reputation has grown, and even the government officials are aware of your name. There are whispers of your swordsmanship within the court. The principal wishes to prevent you from becoming a rogue in society, thereby damaging the reputation of the Phoenix sect, hence requiring you to attend classes. I just discussed this with your master, Wen Yiping, and we agreed that you should go to school. After all, you are still young, and matters of marriage can wait. If you and Feng Jiao wish to be together, marriage can also coincide with your education. I believe the knowledge learned at school will surpass what you can acquire at the Phoenix sect. As the teachers, there are nobles dispatched from the court, having seen far more of the world than we common folk. Attending school is undoubtedly a wise decision," Clinton said as he settled beside Tung Ho. In truth, Clinton had already heard the news. Tung Ho's fame had spread, and the king was preparing to recruit troops to resist foreign invasions. For months, the Elan Kingdom had faced successive defeats and sought a martial arts expert to lead the troops in expelling the invaders. Tung Ho, now the most renowned young warrior in the Elan Kingdom, would be compelled to join the conscription. Yet, Tung Ho was merely a child. Sending him to the battlefield would risk the loss of a hero. The elders of the Phoenix sect had deliberated and believed he should attend school for a few years. As a student, the king would not conscript him for battle. Furthermore, Principal Barome would be concerned about Tung Ho dropping out, as his presence brought prestige to the school. Thus, Tung Ho acquiesced to Clinton's suggestion. He understood that the battlefield was akin to a slaughterhouse, and perhaps he might never return. Moreover, he was unfamiliar with the outside world and lacked knowledge on how to confront enemies on the battlefield. The following day, Tung Ho went to school, unaware that this news had reached Gu Shangji's ears. She had been waiting for him at the school gate for quite some time. Naturally, Ku Fengjiao had arrived even earlier. Standing before the dormitory, eager to accompany him to school. They were originally meant to marry, but now, due to unforeseen circumstances, that was no longer possible. She found herself compelled to watch over him, ensuring he did not associate with other girls. In the morning, after Tung Ho had risen and completed his morning routine, he set off to school with the three sisters, Fengjiao included. Upon his arrival at the school gates, a crowd had already gathered, eagerly welcoming him, particularly the imposing Wei Yin, who had rallied a group to await his return. The excitement was palpable, as everyone clamored to witness the spectacle of Tung Ho's return to school. Of course, Bujier was among them, while Galosuo was yet to return from his mysterious whereabouts. "Child, you've come to school. Are you still living with us?" Bujier murmured. Before Tung Ho could respond, Wei Yin rushed over, linking arms with him, and exclaimed, "Master, you're back at school. We were all so bored without you that we nearly decided to abandon our studies. Oh, Master, could you teach me swordplay today? I've never seen you wield your sword like that. Could you teach me a move or two?" Tung Ho shrugged off his hand dismissively and replied, "If you wish to learn swordplay, it depends on your performance." He then turned to grasp Bujier's hand and said, "Grandma, let us go. Today, I'll play with you and skip class. Tung Ho, you must attend class. If my father finds out, he will scold you, Feng Jiao exclaimed, her anxiety palpable. Tang Ho ignored her, continuing on to the dormitory with Bu Jie. Child, you should still attend school. After class, I'll wait for you in the dormitory with a delicious meal of stewed beef and greens. We shan't return until we're merry. After hearing Bu Jie's words, Tang Ho reluctantly headed to class. Seeing him arrive, Gu Shangji followed close behind, sweetly saying, Tung Ho, sit next to me. I'll tell stories. Just then, Master Bude Pi entered the classroom, prompting everyone to return to their seats. Classmates, settle down, quiet. I have an important announcement. The governor's office has issued a royal decree to enlist soldiers from Phoenix Town for the border conflict. Please spread the word. All men over 18 must participate. After delivering the announcement, Bude Pi approached Tung Ho and whispered, Tung Ho, please come to my office for a moment. Tung Ho followed her outside, asking, Teacher, why have you called for me? Child, it seems you may be drafted to fight against the enemy. Barome and I do not wish for you to go. You are still just a child, not yet 18, and you cannot go to the battlefield. However, the Tang family insists on your participation. Indeed, that day had arrived. Tung Ho halted, his expression serious as he declared, Teacher, if I am to be sent, I shall go. But my brother and sister must be looked after. Tung Ho, you are still a child. How can you fight? That is a matter for adults. You cannot go, Bude Pi said, tears glistening in her eyes. Teacher, the rise and fall of a nation is the responsibility of its citizens. Tung Ho's deep-set eyes radiated a fierce determination, his voice resonating powerfully despite his lips remaining still. Tung Ho, do you truly wish to join the forces against the enemy? If you do, please find my husband, Gu Suji, and tell him I am still waiting for him in Phoenix Town. Bude Pi wept, her voice trembling. Very well, teacher, if he is still alive, I shall convey your message. There is someone in Phoenix Town still waiting for him. Tung Ho reassured her, encouraging her to return to class in the afternoon. Tung Ho summoned a group of warriors, followed closely by Bude Pi, Clinton, and Wen Yiping among others. Bude Pi called Tang Ho outside, and Huang Tingliang smiled as he remarked, Truly, heroes are born young. At such a tender age, you already contemplate defending your homeland. Clinton's expression darkened as he approached, asking, Child, have you considered this carefully, Master? I have given it ample thought, Tang Ho affirmed. Wen Yiping stepped forward, saying, Tang Ho, you should venture forth. We will take good care of your brother and sister. Huang Tingliang glanced at Clinton and Wen Yiping, saying, Master Ku, your Phoenix School should have many warriors willing to stand up and defend our nation in times of crisis. Tang Ho followed Huang Tingliang, while Feng Jiao, upon hearing of Tang Ho's departure for battle, rushed over in tears, pleading, Tang Ho, please don't go. We could marry and enjoy the seaside together. Tang Ho glanced at her without uttering a word, climbing directly into the carriage. Upon arriving at the Tang residence, they found a training ground already filled with young men. Though none were particularly robust, they were all men, with not a single woman in sight. As Tang Ho felt a wave of unease wash over him, Wei Yin suddenly approached, carrying supplies, followed by several others, including his father and a few servants. Child, you've returned, you're still young. Can you not wait until you are older? Wei Yin's father, Wei Shang, implored. Wei Yin boldly interjected, Father, please go back. I wish to fight alongside my master. He will protect me on the battlefield. Wei Yin then turned to Tang Ho, beaming, Master, I want to go with you. Tang Ho felt tears welling up as he grasped Wei Yin's hand, saying, You are now officially my disciple. Wei Yin's face lit up with joy as he exclaimed, Master, you have finally accepted me as your disciple. Indeed, Tang Ho encouraged him with a smile. Wei Sheng shook his head, stepping forward to plead with Huang Tingliang, Tang Ho, you must look after my child, Wei Yin. He is still just a boy and should not be on the battlefield. He is no longer a child. He should learn from you. When the nation is in peril, one must step forward to defend it, Huang Tingliang admonished, his tone reminiscent of an elder reprimanding a wayward child. Hearing Huang Tingliang's words, Wei Sheng's face flushed bright red as he stood to the side, whispering to a few servants, who soon approached Wei Yin with a pouch of coins. Just as Tang Ho felt moved, a familiar figure emerged from the crowd, Gu Shangji, who had come alone, followed by a group making a ruckus with gongs and firecrackers. This was unexpected. Joining the army was a sorrowful affair, akin to stepping into the gates of death. Huang Tingliang was displeased to see a girl sent by the Gu family to enlist, scolding them. Is there truly no one in the Gu family? You send a girl to join the army? Gu Shangji retorted defiantly. What's the issue? The law does not prohibit girls from enlisting. Huang Tingliang intended to chastise her further but reconsidered upon meeting Tang Ho's steely gaze. With Tang Ho having resolved to enlist, Ku Fengjiao spent a sleepless night crying at home. Tang Ho did not return to the Phoenix School but instead joined the other new recruits at the Tang residence, where they spent the night warming themselves by the fire, unable to close their eyes. He thought of Ai Nan, and of his brother and sister Eti Dawn. The warriors at the Tang residence called for them to rise. The first batch of recruits was ready to depart. After breakfast at the Tang residence, Tang Ho climbed aboard a carriage, setting off on his journey. Chapter 49. The relay station. A group of over 180 men traveled for 2 months. Arriving at an official relay station in Xiaoling Town, they were now but 2 to 3 days away from the battlefield. The early spring sun gradually warmed the air, the snow slowly melting, while birds emerged from their nests, chirping as they sought their mates. Xiaoling Town was an ancient settlement, named after a general from the royal family who met a tragic end there. Buried at this site, giving the town its name. Henceforth, it became a resting place for officials enlisting soldiers. The group arrived in the evening, noticing the town was particularly quiet, resembling a ghost town, as if many spirits roamed about. The 5 officials leading the soldiers were martial artists from the governor's office, but Tang Ho saw no remarkable skills among them. His goal was to reach the battlefield swiftly, eager to confront the enemy, drive out the invaders, and return home as soon as possible. Throughout the journey, Wei Yin and Gu Shangji remained by his side, never leaving him, even insisting on accompanying him to the restroom. As they stepped outside, Gu Shangji remarked to Tang Ho that she feared neither the hardships of the journey nor the brutality of the battlefield. Yet, upon encountering a man who leered at her, she felt overwhelmed. Had it not been for Tang Ho's desire to enlist, she would not have come, for her love for him was profound. She wished to share life and death with him. Upon reaching Xiaoling Town, they were greeted by an elderly man named Li Guzi, who was about 50 years old. Though he had reached the age of understanding destiny, he was still quite robust, accompanied by several warriors to welcome them. Li Guzi, along with a few officials, arranged accommodations for them in the hall of the relay station, where a couple of servants came out to greet them. Li Guzi remarked to the officials that previously, no more than a few dozen soldiers had come to stay, yet this time over 100 had arrived, which was quite unexpected. Most of these men were not coerced but willingly enlisted. Rumor had spread that Tang Ho intended to join the army, a rumor instigated by the cunning Huang Tingliang, who sought to use Tang Ho's fame in Phoenix Town to gather more recruits. However, he harbored a darker scheme, to see Tang Ho perish on the battlefield. As long as Tang Ho remained in Phoenix Town, Huang Tingliang felt threatened, for whispers suggested that Zhou Wudi's demise may have been orchestrated by him. If Zhou Wudi had been betrayed, then surely he would not spare Tang Ho either. Although there was no evidence, the skill of his swordsmanship was witnessed firsthand by him during the Saint La festival. Leaving him in awe, he thus, to ensure that Tang Ho was sent to the battlefield to fulfill the task assigned by the Du Sifu, he deliberately spread the news of Tang Ho's enlistment, which attracted numerous young followers. With over 100 people at the relay station, bed space was naturally limited. Several officials ascended to inspect the rooms and selected 5 for themselves. After a few murmurs among them, one of the officials shouted to the new recruits in the hall, "Quickly head upstairs. There are limited rooms tonight. Those who fail to secure one will have to sleep in the hall or in the firewood shed and stable." The crowd of over 100 surged up the stairs, causing them to collapse under the weight. Several officials yelled while whipping the new recruits, who cried out in distress. A few recruits accidentally tumbled down the stairs, landing headfirst and losing their lives, blood pooling around them, which sent everyone screaming and fleeing in panic. This left the officials in shock. With the crowd dispersing, how could they report back to their superiors? Seeing the masses rushing upstairs, the officials shouted a few threats before leaping down, striking the new recruits mercilessly, leaving many bloodied and battered. Tang Ho stepped forward, bellowing, "Do not strike indiscriminately. Kid, do you think you are truly from the Phoenix sect? That we dare not strike you? Now I am in charge. If you disobey or incite others, I shall have you killed and served for dinner," one official sneered. Just as his words fell, Tang Ho sprang upstairs and cleaved him in 2 with a single stroke of his sword, blood splattering onto those nearby, rendering several new recruits paralyzed with fear. After a moment of silence, all gazes turned to Tang Ho. "We are here to fight, not to be humiliated. If anyone dares to bully us recruits again, their fate shall be the same as that of this official. Have the body removed and buried." As he spoke, Tang Ho ordered a few recruits to bury the fallen official in a sudden flurry. Dozens of new recruits sprang into action, forgoing the scramble for beds to drag the deceased outside for burial. Tang Ho and the officials stood in stunned silence, exchanging a few murmurs before descending. Shortly after, the recruits returned to the hall after burying the body, and Tang Ho commanded everyone to form 2 lines. "Listen well. We are here to combat foreign invaders, not to endure insults from officials. Tonight, due to limited bedding, we shall allocate the beds upstairs to those who are ill or younger, while the rest will stay in the hall. We can light a few fires and stay up late." Upon hearing Tang Ho's arrangements, the officials instructed Tang Ho and Li Guzi to prepare firewood, while also arranging meals for over 100 people. However, not a single person stepped forward to claim a room upstairs, for they understood that despite his youth, Tang Ho's swordsmanship was exceptional. If he were to take offense and kill someone, it would be a senseless death. Everyone knew he had already slain a martial artist sent by the Du Sifu. What else might he not dare to do? Li Guzi slaughtered a sheep and brought out a jar of wine. During dinner, several officials hesitated to take a seat, as there were only a few tables in the hall for over 100 people. The others kept their eyes fixed on Tang Ho, awaiting his command to sit. "Everyone sit. After we eat, we will discuss further. I have heard that we are not far from the border, only 2 or 3 days away. If we continue in this state, we will surely perish," Tang Ho declared, standing atop a long bench. Gradually, everyone edged closer, yet none sat, merely standing beside the tables, noticing their eyes glued to the lamb and wine. Tang Ho took out a sharp knife to slice the meat and distribute it among them. Once the lamb was shared, Tang Ho commanded with authority that wine be poured for everyone. Gradually, the atmosphere lightened, laughter and cheers punctuating the air. After dinner, Li Guzi ordered a fire to be kindled in the hall, and everyone gathered around it. Yu Shangji leaned beside Tang Ho, murmuring, "Tang Ho, I truly do not wish to go to battle. Had it not been for you, I would not have come to this wretched place." At that moment, a young man stood up and exclaimed, "Sitting here is dull. Why not have our Phoenix sect warrior Tang Ho perform a sword dance for us?" Seizing the moment and spurred by the wine, Tang Ho drew his long sword and began to dance. After a series of movements, the officials were left speechless, having never witnessed such an enigmatic display of swordsmanship. Gradually, they approached Tang Ho, joining in the applause for his skill. The swordplay Tang Ho showcased was tempered, as he only used a fraction of his strength to avoid harming anyone. Had he unleashed his full power, It would have left them all in awe. Master Tung, let us take you as our teacher. Teach us your sword technique. Just a few moves to protect ourselves would suffice. A young man stood and implored. Very well. I shall impart a few techniques to you, Teng Ho replied. With those words, everyone stirred, eagerly brandishing their swords and following Teng Ho's lead in dancing. Late into the night, not a soul felt weary. To prevent exhaustion among them, Teng Ho ordered everyone to head upstairs for rest. Yet, as he did not call anyone by name, no one moved. Out of options, Teng Ho began to call them one by one. Gu Shangji had intended to ascend and sleep, but, seeing Teng Ho remain, opted to stay in the hall alongside him. The next day, after a hearty breakfast, the group set off. Chapter 50. The Deputy Assistant after 3 days of travel. Teng Ho and his companions finally arrived at the rookie camp at the border, known as Jedu. Without rest, they were taken into a cave for a brief war briefing. The cave quickly filled with thousands of people, as several instructors clad in iron armor stood on the steps, barking out orders. However, Teng Ho could not discern a single word due to the overwhelming echoes. The first words were lost amidst a cacophony of voices, further muddling his understanding. After the instructors concluded their speeches, several seasoned soldiers lined up, and under the instructors' commands, the new recruits were organized into rows before following the veterans out of the cave in orderly fashion. Teng Ho was assigned to the same camp as Wei Yin, while Gu Shangji was taken away by several female soldiers. A general led their group of approximately 300 new recruits into the barracks. Upon entering the barracks, dozens of seasoned soldiers in armor called them to line up and tried on uniforms and armor one by one. Teng Ho received his own set of clothing and armor, but then realized Wei Yin was nowhere to be found. Just as he was about to leave the barracks to search for him, he saw Wei Yin following a few soldiers out with the general. Teng Ho cursed inwardly, lamenting that Wei Yin was not a good companion, enjoying himself while he remained behind to endure hardships. The barracks, though rudimentary and constructed of wood, exceeded his expectations. There were windows and beds, and at least the beds were clean. During dinner, several individuals entered carrying wooden barrels, prompting hundreds to rise from their beds, eyes fixated on the barrels. Come, come, it's time to eat, they shouted, placing the barrels in the center. Everyone formed a line, and Teng Ho joined the throng. Each person received a bowl and began to eat on the side. After dinner, several figures resembling generals entered. They walked to the center of the barracks, and a middle-aged man with 2 scars on his face bellowed, "Everyone, stand up. We will now announce the discipline of our army. I am your general, Gu Tianhua. This is my deputy, Wei Tianxiu. This is my other deputy, Homa. On the battlefield, we are your leaders. Any matters can be reported to us. Training begins tomorrow, and we will head to battle in 7 days. Before we commence training, we must lay down some rules. Firstly, no one is allowed to flee. Anyone who attempts to escape will be executed. Secondly, fighting and causing disturbances within the ranks is prohibited. Violators will be executed. Thirdly, spreading rumors and inciting unrest is not permitted. Offenders will face execution. Lastly, anyone who fails to follow orders will be executed. After the briefing concluded, the generals departed. Some in the barracks began to stir restlessly. What nonsense is this? We can't do this. We can't do that. What are we here for? Are we to be imprisoned? A young man, appearing quite robust, shouted loudly, clearly opposing the previous speaker's words. Do you not know how many have perished in the past month? Over 3,000. How many? More than 1,000 have died in our Longzipa camp alone. Do you not cling to the hope of survival? The battlefield is less than 20 kilometers away. And who are you to know all this? My home is about 20 miles from here. The cooks from the camp often go to our town to purchase vegetables, and many inquire about the battle situation, while they keep their lips sealed. Some wealthy families bribe them with silver, and the news spreads from one to another until everyone knows. Alas, I have 2 brothers who have been here for 2 years without a word. I do not know if they are alive or dead." Upon hearing the young man's words, the atmosphere fell silent. A true man lives to protect his home and country. Since our nation is in peril, why should we cling to life? Life is destined for death. Why not die honorably and without regret? War is not to be feared. What is truly terrifying is to be a coward who does not avenge our nation. I am Yang Xiaohu. Should any of you face difficulties, feel free to approach me. I will do my best to assist. May I ask your esteemed name? Yang Xiaohu inquired, smiling at the young man who had spoken earlier. My name is Cheng Long. Please take care of me on the battlefield. If peace returns to our nation, I shall surely take you to my hometown and treat you to our local specialty, fish soup. The following day, as the first light of dawn broke, a sudden clamor of gongs and drums erupted, calling everyone to rise. The soldiers sprang from their beds, hastily donning their garments before rushing to the water basin outside the barracks to wash themselves. Once refreshed, they returned indoors, where several cooks entered, each bearing buckets filled with provisions. They distributed 2 steamed buns to each soldier, standing beside their beds. Moments later, General Gu Tianhua arrived, accompanied by 2 deputy generals. They commanded everyone to vacate the barracks and form a line in the courtyard before the building. After the formation, the general ordered the troops to run 3 laps around the courtyard. Before returning to their positions, standing upon a wooden platform, he addressed the assembly. Silence, everyone. When new recruits arrive, we select a few to serve as leaders. The first team shall choose a representative. The selection process will involve a contest of martial prowess. The victor shall assume leadership. Teng Ho observed that there were 10 teams, each consisting of approximately 20 individuals. Positioned amid the lineup, he was among the youngest and thus, when unnoticed, General Gu Tianhua called out to the first team, "Step forward." The 2 individuals at the forefront began their duel. The 2 deputy generals intervened, pulling the combatants to the center of the courtyard and shouted, "Begin." After a few minutes of intense sparring, a clear victor emerged, having emerged bruised yet triumphant. Those defeated stood aside, awaiting the next bout. Hours passed as several victors emerged, each exhibiting formidable prowess. Suddenly, the general announced that it was time for their team to compete. The 2 tallest contenders were ushered forward by the deputy generals, and within moments, a muscular young man secured victory, leading to another 2 pairs stepping forward to contest. Eventually, it was Teng Ho's turn to battle, and his opponent was none other than Yang Xiaohu. Although Teng Ho was younger, he was not lacking in height as they stepped forward. A wave of murmurs rippled through the crowd, shrinking Teng Ho's presence in their eyes. "Yang Xiaohu is out," someone exclaimed. "Who is that black fellow opposing him?" "I do not know." Yang Xiaohu, upon seeing Teng Ho join him, offered a friendly smile and said, "Let us begin, my friend." Teng Ho did not strike first, but Yang Xiaohu lunged at him with a powerful punch, which, to the spectators' astonishment, missed its mark. Stumbling back, he tried to grasp Teng Ho's clothing, but before he could get close, Teng Ho delivered a swift kick that sent him sprawling. The crowd gasped in shock. The deputy generals quickly pulled Teng Ho aside, but he bowed his fists in apology, saying, "I did not anticipate such strength, no matter." Yang Xiaohu replied with respect, "This is a contest, not a mere game. Without winners and losers, there can be no leaders." The deputy generals, having witnessed Teng Ho's remarkable skill, called him aside, instructing the remaining pairs to continue until each team had a champion. In the end, several victors were selected, and the deputy generals summoned the general, whispering briefly before continuing the contest to select 2 aides to the generals. A line of over a dozen candidates formed, and General Gu Tianhua called forth Teng Ho, addressing the assembly. "Who dares to challenge him?" Naturally, Yang Xiaohu refrained from stepping forward, recognizing Teng Ho as no ordinary boy, but a martial prodigy far beyond his own capabilities. At that moment, a towering young man, well over 2 meters tall and robust, stepped forward, proclaiming, "I wish to test my mettle against him." Young Xiaohu, recognizing this noble scion, felt an unsettling sense of foreboding. Teng Ho would likely face a daunting challenge. Yet, Teng Ho's demeanor remained unperturbed, which eased young Xiaohu's concerns. "General, I propose we use swords to determine the victor on the battlefield. We wield swords against our foes. How can we ascertain a winner with bare hands? This contest is akin to warfare, and to declare a winner, we must employ swordsmanship," the young man declared, his voice dripping with malice, fueled by jealousy of Teng Ho's favor with the general. The general exchanged glances with the two deputy generals. Contemplating before conceding, "Very well, however, I caution you to strike with restraint. Do not injure your opponent." As he spoke, the general handed Teng Ho a long sword, while Deputy General Homa provided a sword to the young challenger. With a fierce roar, the young man shouted, "Draw your sword." Teng Ho's eyes flashed with determination, and in an instant, the young man faltered, nearly dropping his weapon as he stumbled backward. Just as he prepared to advance, Teng Ho's blade was already thrusting toward his chest. The young man had no choice but to leap into the air, but Teng Ho's swift kick sent him flying several meters away. Landing hard on the ground, howling in pain, General Gu Tianhua and the deputy generals, observing from a distance, recognized Teng Ho's exceptional talent despite his youth. They decided against further contests, aware that continuing could lead to dire consequences. Chapter 51. The generals' camp with the competition concluded. Gu Tianhua announced before the assembled recruits that Teng Ho and another young man, Cheng Kuan, had been appointed as aides to the deputy generals. In the absence of the generals or deputy generals, they would assume leadership, with disobedience punishable by death. Teng Ho, still in a state of disbelief, was soon presented with armor by the general. Smiling, Gu Tianhua remarked, "Child, it is rare to witness such profound martial skill at your age in these dire times for our nation. You must wield your sword to rid the land of evil and defend our homeland. This armor signifies your new status. You are no longer a mere soldier, but a general on the battlefield. A soldier may perish, but you must not, for without you, there will be no one to command the troops." "Understood, General," Teng Ho replied earnestly. "Very well. Train diligently with the two deputy generals," Gu Tianhua instructed before departing. The two deputy generals approached Teng Ho, patting him on the shoulder before ascending the steps to command the assembled soldiers to line up. Appointing the victors from the earlier contests as leaders of their respective teams, while Teng Ho was called to stand behind the deputy generals. Cheng Kuan, the other aide, stood beside Teng Ho, casting glances filled with disdain. Cheng Kuan, the son of a nobleman, had undergone specialized training and had even sought the tutelage of court martial artists in swordsmanship. The moment he witnessed Teng Ho's duel with the young man, he felt a surge of competitive spirit, eager to challenge Teng Ho himself. As Teng Ho stood next to him, an unsettling thought gnawed at him. He yearned to knock Teng Ho off the platform, making a fool of him in front of the crowd. Once the formations were complete, Wei Tianqiu summoned Cheng Kuan down from the platform, while Homa called Teng Ho forward to join several teams of new recruits. He instructed the veteran soldiers standing outside the arena to bring forth large bundles of long spears, distributing one to each soldier. Homa selected a spear and thrust it into the ground, proclaiming loudly, "Listen carefully. In battle, it is either you or your enemy who survives. There is no room for mercy. The spear in your hand is your guardian angel. Without it, you will wait your demise in combat." Blades and spears clash. This is a matter of life and death. Therefore, I implore you to muster your spirits and commit yourselves to rigorous training. In 4 to 5 days, you shall face the battlefield. I hope you will defend your homeland and return victorious, awaiting the king's commendation and accolades. With that, he bellowed for everyone to follow his lead in practice. Teng Ho, inspired, seized a spear and joined the training. Homa, witnessing his dedication, felt a swell of admiration. He recognized that Teng Ho's swordsmanship far surpassed his own, and if they were to truly compare skills, he would be no match for Tang Ho. However, he acknowledged that Tang Ho was a promising talent, destined for greatness. After 2 hours of practice, fatigue set in, and the soldiers settled down to rest. Nearby, Wei Tianxiu led the new recruits in laughter and applause as they observed Cheng Kuan demonstrating his swordplay, drawing envious gazes from many. Among the recruits who had come with Tang Ho from Phoenix Town, they knew of his esteemed reputation as a martial artist, admired by many in their hometown. One recruit stood and called out to Deputy General Homa, "Deputy General, why don't we have our aide demonstrate some sword techniques for our enjoyment?" The Deputy General, taken aback, smiled and replied, "No wonder that swordplay was exceptional. Come, show everyone your sword techniques and let Wei Tianxiu's team see that our squad is not lacking." Tang Ho, unable to refuse such a request, stood and announced, "I shall showcase a spear technique instead of a sword technique." After witnessing Cheng Kuan's performance, he felt it inappropriate to mimic him with swordplay. Thus, he opted to display his spear skills. He believed that both sword and spear techniques bore similarities. They differed only in length. With a flourish, Tang Ho tossed the spear skyward, leaping to catch it mid-air. As he landed, he traced a wide circle on the ground, leaving a deep impression that astonished all those present. The speed of his movements garnered further admiration. The general, observing from a distance while instructing several recruits, was deeply impressed by Tang Ho's skillful display. He thought to himself how such a maneuver could instill fear and cause havoc on the battlefield. Gradually, he moved closer, careful not to disrupt Tang Ho's performance. Cheng Kuan, witnessing this spectacle, was left speechless. He had initially been engrossed in his swordplay but was now captivated by Tang Ho's spear techniques. Tang Ho did not stop at one display. His second technique was even more exhilarating. Utilizing both legs and arms, he executed a maneuver akin to a spiked iron ball rolling across the ground. Before leaping and twirling his spear around him with incredible speed, forming a protective sphere that enveloped him. After completing this second display, Tang Ho felt no desire to continue, recognizing that further demonstration would place him in the spotlight. Drawing unwanted attention and potential trouble within the ranks, he came to a halt and bowed respectfully to everyone present. Jiu Tianhua approached Tang Ho, smiling as he said, "Child, you are truly a prodigy. I envision you training the soldiers in the future." Homa, chuckling, replied to Gu Tianhua, "General, he is a warrior of the Phoenix sect. I overheard the new recruits mentioning that he is an intermediate warrior of the Phoenix sect. Such a tender age. Being a warrior of the Phoenix sect is no trivial matter. Have heard that the sect's master once defeated the formidable Finjiuju of the Eagle Demon sect at the Elon National Conference. He is indeed one of the top experts in the nation. General, why has the Phoenix sect sent only Tang Ho to enlist?" Homa inquired, puzzled. Although the Phoenix sect boasts many martial artists, the continuous warfare in Elon over the past few years has instilled fear in most. They are reluctant to face death, with many merely striving to make a living within the sect, lacking any substantial combat skills. As afternoon descended, the sky gradually darkened. The soldiers dispersed, returning to their quarters. And Tang Ho also made his way back to his room. Upon entering, a group surrounded him, eagerly asking questions, most of which pertained to him imparting sword techniques for their self-preservation. After washing his face, Wei Yin entered. Exuding authority, he rushed into the room, exclaiming, "Master, I just heard my cousin say that you have become an assistant general." Seeing the crowd, Tang Ho pulled him aside, scolding, "What are you shouting about? I didn't see you training today. Where have you been? I learned that my cousin Wei Tianxiu mentioned you showcased your sword skills in front of the soldiers, and he wishes to witness your techniques and perhaps learn a few moves to use on the battlefield." Wei Yin asserted loudly, "Enough of this nonsense. Where were you earlier?" Tang Ho demanded. "I became a messenger in the barracks. My cousin fears for my life on the battlefield, so he appointed me as his messenger. In truth, it's merely a role as a guard. responding to calls as needed. To be honest, I truly wish to join you on the battlefield and confront our enemies. Wei Yin expressed, feeling aggrieved. While they conversed, a group entered the barracks, prompting Teng Ho to follow. Concerned about the situation, it turned out that the general had sent someone to summon Teng Ho to reside in the general's camp. Upon entering, one of the men addressed Teng Ho, saying, "Assistant General, the general has sent us to escort you to the general's camp." Teng Ho bid farewell to Wei Yin and followed the soldiers to the general's camp. Jiu Tianhua and the two vice-generals were already waiting outside the grand entrance of the general's palace. Upon seeing Teng Ho, they approached him with welcoming smiles. Jiu Tianhua said, "You have worked hard, child. From this day forth, you shall enjoy the same treatment as a general, dining and residing with us daily." Jiu Tianhua led Teng Ho into the general's camp, where the expansive stone buildings reminded him of the Phoenix sect. Each door was guarded by soldiers, and traversing several artificial streams and wide avenues, they arrived at a vast expanse of grassland, where a group of young girls played, occasionally followed by a few small dogs. As they crossed a corridor and entered a wooden hall, the large dining area was already laden with food and drink awaiting Teng Ho and the others. 7 or 8 beautiful maidens stood respectfully by the table, smiling as they invited them to sit at Gu Tianhua's behest. Teng Ho took his seat beside him. Jiu Tianhua remarked, "Today, the commander of our eastern camp has gone to Anyang, summoned by the king for important discussions. He intended to introduce himself to Teng Ho, and no matter, you will encounter him daily now that you are a soldier." The maidens poured wine into large bowls and took their seats alongside them, each person accompanied by a maiden, including Teng Ho. After several bowls of wine, Gu Tianhua, noticing Teng Ho remained sober, privately admired his capacity for drink, declaring, "Teng Ho, today you must not leave without being intoxicated. Now that you are a soldier, you must cast aside your burdens and devote yourself to defending the nation. Drink up. At least you'll have beautiful maidens to accompany you if you become inebriated." As they drank, the effects of the wine took hold, and Gu Tianhua became drunk, embracing a maiden and playfully licking her face, prompting her to squirm. Vice-General Homa, observing Gu Tianhua's drunken state, quietly advised Teng Ho, "It's time to stop drinking. You can take a rest now." Upon hearing Homa's words, the maiden rose, adjusted her long dress, and supported Teng Ho as she led him away. Teng Ho, though somewhat intoxicated, felt compelled to endure as the others remained. The maiden guided him into his room, assisting him in washing his face and feet, then methodically removing his clothes before he slipped beneath the covers. Though intoxicated, Teng Ho felt exhilarated at the sight of the beautiful maiden joining him in bed and embraced her eagerly, his heart racing. Chapter 52. On the battlefield the following morning, before dawn, the air outside was shrouded in mist, and the training ground erupted with the sounds of soldiers, their shouts echoing like a mountain torrent. Teng Ho, startled, inquired of the maiden in his arms, "What is happening? Why is it so loud?" "The soldiers are up practicing their drills. You should rest a bit longer. The general is aware you were intoxicated last night and won't ask you to rise early." The maiden tenderly caressed his chest, her gaze filled with affection. "No, I must get up," Teng Ho declared, springing from the bed and startling the maiden. She hastily joined him, preparing water for him to wash his face and breakfast. After cleansing himself, Teng Ho rushed to the dining hall for breakfast, then donned his armor and headed straight for the training ground. Upon his arrival, he saw Gu Tianhua and Wei Tianxiu, along with Homa, instructing the soldiers in spear techniques. Teng Ho joined them, and Gu Tianhua approached him, whispering, "You were quite drunk last night, weren't you?" "Indeed," Teng Ho replied with a smile. After 2 hours of practice, the general, recognizing the soldiers' fatigue, called them to form a circle, pulling Teng Ho into the center. "Soldiers, today I have invited a master to teach you about spear techniques. Teng Ho, please share your knowledge with everyone. I believe guidance from a master is far more beneficial than our teaching." Gu Tianhua proclaimed as he and Wei Tianqiu sat at the center. Teng Ho, unable to refuse the general's request, reluctantly stood in the middle, shyly addressing the crowd. Brothers, I will share my martial training methods, which can be considered the Phoenix sect's approach, along with my personal insights. First and foremost, every martial artist knows that to cultivate exceptional martial skills, one must first practice Qi techniques in our martial arts community. Qi cultivation is divided into 10 levels. Reaching the third level qualifies one as an intermediate warrior, while levels 4 to 5 denote advanced warriors. Beyond that lies the realm of the martial sage. Many novice martial artists neglect Qi cultivation, yet when they fervently pursue sword techniques, they inadvertently harm their internal organs and meridians. Ultimately, they may find themselves gravely ill, with no recovery in sight, and if mishandled, they may even meet their demise. Therefore, today I will teach you the simplest method of Qi cultivation to prevent disruptions in your meridians during practice. Extend your arms, close your eyes tightly, free your mind from distractions, and inhale deeply. Gradually circulate the Qi to your dantian, then exhale. After demonstrating a few times, Gu Tianhua felt invigorated, realizing that the discomfort he had often experienced was now alleviated by Teng Ho's teachings. He suddenly stood up, grinning at everyone. A master is indeed a master. Today, learning his Qi technique has greatly refreshed me. I propose a new training schedule. In the mornings, we will have Teng Ho impart martial arts, and in the afternoons, we shall teach spear and military strategies. Excellent! Excellent! The soldiers cheered in unison. After teaching the Qi method, Teng Ho drew his sword and announced, "Now, I will share with you my unique sword technique, known as the Tiger Head Sword Technique. This technique is of my own creation, and should you master it, you would be regarded as an intermediate warrior in Elan. However, I must warn you, should any of you use this technique to harm the innocent, I shall not hesitate to take your life upon hearing of it." Upon hearing that Teng Ho was to demonstrate his sword technique, Gu Tianhua immediately summoned Homa and Wei Tianqiu to fetch several seasoned soldiers from the weapons depot. Although swords typically do not hold much significance on the battlefield due to their short length, the fact that Teng Ho's sword technique had a systematic approach piqued their interest in its potential lethality. As Teng Ho completed his demonstration of the sword technique, Gu Tianhua was astounded to discover that Teng Ho's swordplay was indeed extraordinary, powerful, and unstoppable, with each strike akin to a fierce wind sweeping through, causing the surrounding new recruits to shift back a few meters. The swords were distributed among the soldiers, and Teng Ho began to teach each move slowly. Gu Tianhua and the two vice-generals, Homa and Wei Tianqiu, also joined in the practice. While they were engrossed in sword training, a group suddenly approached from a distance, prompting Gu Tianhua to signal Teng Ho to remain still and quietly inform him, "Child, the vice commander is arriving." He then called for Homa and Wei Tianqiu to greet the approaching vice commander, Wu Shuiyan, who had come to observe what the new soldiers were practicing and found their swordplay rather peculiar. Upon seeing Gu Tianhua's aged face grow even more expressionless, Wu Shuiyan sternly demanded, "What is going on? Why are you practicing sword techniques instead of spear techniques? How are you leading your troops?" Gu Tianhua, "Commander, we have enlisted an intermediate warrior from the Phoenix sect, whose skills are unparalleled, particularly in swordplay. I thought if our troops could have warriors like him, what would we have to fear in battle? On a whim, I invited him to instruct us in sword techniques," Gu Tianhua replied, puffing with pride. "If he is indeed an intermediate warrior, he should be sent to the battlefield tomorrow. We are in dire need of such individuals." "Let me see him," Wu Shuiyan stated. The group approached Teng Ho, leaving him at a loss, his gaze fixed on Wu Shuiyan. "Child, are you a warrior of the Phoenix sect?" Wu Shuiyan inquired. "I am a warrior of the Phoenix sect." "What is your name?" "Teng Ho." "Oh, I have heard of a certain warrior from the Phoenix sect who has come to join the ranks, arriving at just the right moment. You are a good child. Unlike those hypocrites who spend their days fighting and killing in the martial world, constantly proclaiming their loyalty to the country, while their true aim is merely to pursue fame and fortune. Our border is in grave peril. Just yesterday, we lost the Ice City, with over 2,000 dead and more than 2,000 wounded. Child, if you wish to serve your country, I shall provide you with 1,000 men to take to the battlefield tomorrow. With tears welling in his eyes, President Wu Shuiyan spoke. I promise you, good child, Wu Shuiyan said, patting him on the shoulder. Upon seeing many new recruits wielding swords, each one valiant and formidable, he smiled at Gu Tianhua and said, General Gu, how do you find this group of new soldiers? Will they be ready for battle tomorrow? They will be, Gu Tianhua replied sternly. Then select 500 elite soldiers for Teng Ho. I shall choose another 500 veterans for him. Tomorrow morning, before dawn, gather at the training ground and send 2 deputy generals to accompany Teng Ho. I hereby appoint Teng Ho as the Grand General of the Eastern Camp, Wu Shuiyan declared loudly. Orders received, Teng Ho bellowed in response. Gu Tianhua felt a pang of jealousy. He had served in the Eastern Camp for over a decade without receiving such an honor. However, he thought, if they were to be defeated on the battlefield tomorrow, who could guarantee his own survival? What good would the title of Grand General be then? Teng Ho followed Wu Shuiyan to a stone building, the sign above the door reading Command Center. Upon entering, they found a hall where 7 or 8 individuals were gathered around a sand table, gesturing and discussing strategies. Upon noticing the arrival of Wu Shuiyan and Teng Ho, they ceased their conversation and stood in a line. Greeting them in unison, Commander, come here. This is the Grand General I just selected from among the new recruits. He is a mid-level warrior of the Phoenix sect, and according to General Gu, his martial prowess is exceptional. I intend for him to lead 1,000 men into battle tomorrow. Jiu Suaji, Lu Qingyi, you shall serve as his deputies. Select 1,000 elite soldiers, and by dawn tomorrow, you will be ready for the battlefield. I have informed Gu Tianhua, and he will select 500 new recruits. You will choose another 500 veterans. Upon hearing Gu Suaji's name, Teng Ho was taken aback. Was this not the husband of Budape? To his surprise, he was alive. If he were to share this news with teacher Budape, she would surely be overjoyed. Wu Shuiyan then beckoned the group to gather around the sand table, pointing to a valley depicted on it, saying, Teng Ho, this valley is known as Wolf Valley. It is the route our troops must take. Just yesterday, we were ambushed here by the Dini bandits, resulting in countless casualties. If we can devise a way to pass through Wolf Valley, we can strike directly at the heart of the enemy. Beyond lies Ice City, which is now brimming with the troops of the Dini Kingdom. For tomorrow's battle, I will have Teng Ho charge through Wolf Valley while I lead 10,000 elite soldiers to follow closely and penetrate the heart of the enemy. After lunch, Teng Ho accompanied Gu Suaji and Lu Qingyi to inspect the selected soldiers. After assessing the troops, Teng Ho returned to his quarters to prepare his weapons for the impending battle. The first weapon was a sword, the second a dagger gifted by Bujir, and the third a spear. In addition to these 3 weapons, he needed to prepare provisions and flint. It was uncertain when they would return to the camp, and if war broke out, what would happen if they got separated. One could never be sure how long they would have to survive in the wilderness, especially in early spring when the weather was still cold, and Ice City was known as the coldest place in Elan, where snow fell for 2/3 of the year. Without flint, how could one stave off the cold? That evening, Wu Shuiyan hosted a special banquet for Teng Ho and several generals. After drinking, Wu Shuiyan turned to Teng Ho and said, Child, my recommendation for you as the Grand General today was a desperate measure. If you fail, both you and I shall face the king's execution. This dinner may well be our farewell. It is a pity you are still so young. If you do not comprehend my intent, you need not go. I will accomplish the task you entrust to me. Teng Ho declared loudly. Very well. Rest early. Wu Shuiyan signaled to 2 maidservants to assist Teng Ho in resting. Chapter 53. The strategy. The 2 maidservants assisted Teng Ho to his quarters, where they bathed and dressed him before accompanying him to bed. That night, Teng Ho did not take advantage of the 2 maidservants. No matter how they tempted him, he remained resolute, his mind preoccupied with thoughts of how to win the battle. The next day, before dawn, Gu Suaji and Lu Qingyi were already stationed at the door with several guards. When they saw Tang Ho rise, their faces lit up with joy. "General Tang, did you rest well last night?" Gu Suaji and Lu Qingyi asked in unison. "I rested well," Tang Ho replied, fixing his gaze upon them. At that moment, Tang Ho recalled Budape's words and addressed General Gu Suaji. "Do you know where I hail from? Your wife asked me to convey a message. She is waiting for you in Phoenix Town." Upon hearing Tang Ho's words, Gu Suaji's eyes brightened. "You are from Phoenix Town? Indeed. I am a warrior of the Phoenix sect. Your wife is my teacher. She learned of my enlistment and instructed me to seek you out. I never expected to find you here. Let us hope that after this victory, we can journey together to Phoenix Town," Tang Ho said with a smile. Gu Suaji was moved to tears, murmuring, "This time? I do not know if I will return alive. That I promise to ensure your safe return, General Gu. We must pass through Wolf Valley at all costs," Tang Ho declared with ambition. Tang Ho reassured Gu Suaji and Lu Qingyi before heading to the dining hall for breakfast. After breakfast, he noticed the training ground was ablaze with activity, soldiers readying themselves for departure. Tang Ho mounted his horse and commanded the troops to set off. After a day's journey, they arrived at the stronghold of the Elan Kingdom's garrison in the afternoon. Several generals came out to greet them, and Gu Suaji introduced Tang Ho to them one by one. The generals, upon seeing the youthful Tang Ho assuming the role of Grand General, turned on their heels without a word. This wounded Tang Ho's pride. He approached the general's command room, where tensions were palpable. "Since the commander has dispatched me to attack Wolf Valley, you are to execute the orders. Those who refuse shall face execution," Tang Ho declared angrily before storming out of the command room. He ascended the watchtower and, upon seeing soldiers standing at attention, clad in general's armor, he began to address them. "How far is the enemy from here?" Tang Ho inquired of the soldiers. "They are 2 kilometers away at the foot of the mountain," the soldiers replied. "Can you take me to observe the terrain?" Tang Ho asked. The soldiers exchanged glances, a cold sweat breaking out on their brows. Yet, Tang Ho was the Grand General, and they had no choice but to obey his command. The soldiers descended the tower to allow others to take their place, and several accompanied Tang Ho to Wolf Valley. Tang Ho ordered the soldiers to disguise themselves with dry grass and crawl stealthily through the terrain. Upon reaching Wolf Valley, Tang Ho observed that numerous archers and stone fortifications were concealed within the brush on either side. Upon closer examination, he noted the dry grass and leafless trees, and a sudden idea struck him. If they set fire to both hills, the enemy would have no escape. This plan filled Tang Ho with excitement, and he summoned a few soldiers to return to the garrison. Upon returning to the camp, Gu Suaji gathered many individuals who were searching for him. Upon seeing Tang Ho's return, they exclaimed in surprise, "General Tang, where have you been? This is enemy territory. If anything were to happen to you, how could we explain it to the commander?" "Enough of that. I have a strategy. Come, let us gather the generals in the command room." Gu Suaji, unsure of Tang Ho's intentions, immediately ordered his attendants to summon the generals. When the generals arrived in the command room, their faces were grim, and they stood silently by the sand table. Tang Ho looked at them and declared loudly, "I have signed a military order for the commander, ensuring I will capture Wolf Valley. I just conducted a reconnaissance. The enemy is hiding in the brush on both sides of Wolf Valley." Before Tang Ho could finish, one of the station generals interjected angrily, "I already knew they were hiding in the brush. We simply have no means to flush them out, General." I have not finished speaking. "Why are you losing your temper?" I said. "I have a way to eliminate them. We can use fire as a weapon. Once the dry grass ignites, none of the enemies hiding in the brush will escape. I shall issue the order. Send word to the commander, instructing him to launch a night assault on Ice City, while we take 1,000 men to infiltrate the city first. Gu Suaji, you select 20 men to prepare dry grass and fire to set the hills ablaze. Lu Qingyi, You select 100 archers to coat their arrows with pine oil. The first arrow shall be lit and shot forth, and we will all fire together to create a flaming wolf valley. The other generals will follow my command. When the fire blazes on both sides, we shall charge through Wolf Valley and strike directly at the heart of the enemy in Ice City. Orders received. The generals replied in unison. The generals were astonished by Tang Ho's brilliant strategy. Despite his tender age, he exhibited extraordinary wisdom and truth. Wu Shuyan was already aware of Tang Ho's capabilities. Among the martial artists, it was widely known that despite his youth, he possessed exceptional swordsmanship. Since he could grasp such profound techniques, it was believed he would adeptly lead troops into battle as well. An hour passed, and the troops assembled. With a single command, Tang Ho ordered them to march to As they took their positions within the valley. Gu Suaji ignited the fire, and Lu Qingyi commanded the archers to light their oil-coated arrows and shoot them towards the brush on either side of the valley. 100 archers released their arrows simultaneously, complemented by over 20 individuals igniting fires deep within the valley. Instantly, the valley erupted into a sea of flames, and the enemy's cries echoed as they fled in panic. Upon receiving Tang Ho's message, Wu Shuyan promptly assembled 10,000 troops and rushed to the scene. Seeing the valley engulfed in flames, Tang Ho led a few hundred cavalrymen into the fray. Charging directly towards Ice City, as they rushed out of the valley, they unexpectedly encountered the enemy troops arriving for rescue. Tang Ho unsheathed his long sword, hacking mercilessly as blood splattered in every direction. Creating rivers of crimson, he advanced forward, with Gu Suaji and Lu Qingyi leading their forces closely behind, while several other generals followed in their wake. Wave upon wave of carnage ensued, resulting in countless enemy casualties. By dawn, Tang Ho had led his troops directly to Ice City. At that moment, Wu Shuyan, accompanied by 10,000 elite soldiers, also arrived. Tang Ho employed fire to breach the city gates, igniting a conflagration wherever his fire arrows struck. As they stormed into Ice City, the enemy crumbled like bamboo before a mighty force. Tang Ho's army inundated the city like a deluge, leaving no enemies standing within hours. In this battle, the Elan army captured over 1,000 soldiers from the Dini kingdom. Wu Shuyan rode forth to Tang Ho, exclaiming, "General Tang, I have sent word of our joyous victory to Anyang, and I believe the king will personally bestow upon you a medal." Gu Suaji and Lu Qingyi also rode over. And with an air of indifference, Gu Suaji remarked, "General Tang, Ice City has fallen. How shall you arrange our next steps? Repair the damaged city walls, reorganize the troops, and reward the soldiers. This evening, we shall celebrate our victory in Ice City, and tomorrow we shall advance further until we have annihilated the Dini forces," Tang Ho declared, glancing at the captive enemy soldiers wailing in despair. Suddenly, a group of soldiers marched past Tang Ho, escorting a number of women. "Who are these?" Tang Ho inquired. "These are captives, families of the Dini soldiers," Gu Suaji replied. That evening, a grand feast was laid out in the city tower to celebrate, while Tang Ho stationed Lu Qingyi outside the city to guard against a potential counterattack from the Dini forces. Preparing instead to indulge in a night of revelry with several captive women. Chapter 54. Espionage. Tang Ho commanded his subordinates to set up a lavish banquet in the tower, selecting several attractive women from the Dini captives to entertain the generals with drink and merriment. Wu Shuyan observed this with disdain, feeling resentment simmer within him. After just one victory, Tang Ho seemed to disregard his position as vice commander. If he continued to win, Wu Shuyan feared he would be ousted from the military altogether. Wu Shuyan resolved to eliminate Tang Ho before the commander-in-chief returned. He summoned several generals stationed in the Wolf Valley and decided to take action against Tang Ho that night. Gu Suaji, sensing the impending danger, discreetly took measures to protect Tang Ho. After drinking several cups of wine, Tang Ho stood before the long table, performing a sword dance. This was his ambition. He longed to captivate all present with his swordsmanship. Suddenly, he staggered to the center of the hall, while Wu Shuiyan felt a chill of foreboding. Fearing for his life, he fabricated an excuse about needing the restroom and summoned several guards to leave under cover of darkness. Gu Suaji, sensing Wu Shuiyan's suspicious behavior, quickly went to the restroom but found no sign of him. He searched the tower for some time, but Wu Shuiyan and his confidants were nowhere to be seen. Frantically, he returned to find Teng Ho finishing his sword dance. Teng Ho too felt that something was amiss with Wu Shuiyan. With a pretense of toasting, he quietly asked Gu Suaji where Wu had gone. Back to the camp, Gu Suaji replied. Teng Ho was astounded, realizing he was in grave danger. He swiftly called Gu Suaji to a secret chamber to discuss their predicament. Gu Suaji advised, the situation is beyond salvaging. Wu Shuiyan will surely speak ill of you to the commander-in-chief, seeking to claim Ice City for himself. The only option left is to attack Tiger City. This may redeem your standing, Teng Ho. Resigned, responded, very well, let us scout the area immediately. Gu Suaji felt a cold sweat break out at Teng Ho's decision to scout, knowing that Tiger City was heavily fortified, especially after their recent defeat, and the enemy would be on high alert. Under the moonlight, Teng Ho selected a contingent of 20 elite soldiers and rode out with Gu Suaji. Tiger City lay approximately 30 miles from Ice City and served as the gateway to the Dini Kingdom. Gu Suaji was acutely aware that Tiger City was manned by around 100,000 elite troops. Teng Ho, though youthful, understood the risks. One must venture into the tiger's den to capture its cubs. Moreover, having crossed Wu Shuiyan, he had no choice but to take this bold gamble. The 20 men traversed mountains and rivers until they reached an open field 3 miles from Tiger City, where they spotted a formidable wall blocking their path. The city was ablaze with lights, and the sounds of bustling activity echoed from within. Teng Ho, disheartened, sighed deeply, heavens, that truly is an impregnable fortress. Gu Suaji, recognizing his dismay, urged, Teng Ho, you can only advance. Retreat means death, while advancing may provide a path to survival. The people of Elon will herald you as a hero, but retreating could render you a pariah among them. The choice is yours. Teng Ho, upon hearing Gu Suaji's words, sank down onto a large stone, lost in contemplation. He knew well that Wu Shuiyan would not let him off easily. Should he conquer Tiger City, the king might award him a medal, at which point Wu Shuiyan's influence would be diminished. This victory could not only secure his life but also elevate his status, granting him a lifetime of wealth and honor. After a lengthy pause, Teng Ho suddenly rose and addressed Gu Suaji, General, I shall heed your counsel. If we conquer Tiger City, I may indeed become a hero, and the king will personally award me a medal. Gu Suaji replied, then how do you propose we attack? A direct assault would surely lead to our defeat. We must find a way to exploit their vulnerabilities. Let us scout the terrain of Tiger City and devise our strategy accordingly. Teng Ho suggested. He dispatched a few men to the city walls to gather intelligence, but just as they pondered how to uncover the secrets within, a shout echoed from the wall. Enemy troops! Enemy troops! Frightened, Teng Ho and his men fled, only to find themselves surrounded as several soldiers leaped down from the walls. Teng Ho, seeing them descend, drew his sword and struck at the approaching foes. But they moved like the wind. Several of his companions fell with cries, blood pooling around them. The barrage of swords rained down from the wall, igniting flames on the battlefield and illuminating the figures of the combatants. The city gates opened, and a throng of soldiers poured out, encircling Teng Ho and the remaining few. Their shouts mingled with insults. Teng Ho contemplated the end of his life, thinking of his beloved Nai Nan and wondering how she fared. His thoughts turned to Teng Ho Huang Tingliang, who would undoubtedly seek revenge. There was a reason he had joined the army. Once he was gone, Huang would surely investigate the Nai family. A crowd wielding long swords and spears surrounded Teng Ho, initially laughing mockingly before suddenly falling silent, for they beheld Teng Ho's diminutive stature, resembling a mere child clad in a general's regalia. A leader, around 50 years old, commanded several warriors to disperse and dismounted. He called out, and the remaining troops hurriedly made their way to Ice City overnight. Upon their return, Gusoki gathered the soldiers and proclaimed, "Brave warriors, our General Tung Ho leads the charge. The esteemed commander of the Dini Kingdom's elite forces, Feng Qingsong, shall personally emerge from the city to duel with General Tung Ho to determine the victor. Should Feng Qingsong be defeated, he will voluntarily withdraw from Tiger City, allowing us to occupy it at dawn tomorrow." This was indeed fortuitous news, and that very evening, the soldiers celebrated with fervent libations, vowing not to cease until they were inebriated. Upon hearing Gusoki's announcement of Tiger City's impending capitulation without resistance, the soldiers erupted with enthusiasm, akin to water in a pot gradually boiling over the fiercest flames. Some, upon learning of the city's fate, hastily dispatched messages to the capital to inform Wu Shuiyan. The following day, General Tung Ho and his troops advanced towards Tiger City, yet Wu Shuiyan, apprehensive of Tung Ho's intentions to seize the city, took a shortcut directly towards it. Contrary to the perception of the Dini Kingdom's forces as cowards, they had not fled the previous night, but rather established an ambush 10 kilometers from Tiger City. Unbeknownst to Wu Shuiyan, as he rushed forth, he encountered this very ambush. Thousands of soldiers marched through the night unprepared, only to find themselves ensnared within a narrow valley, which had long been secured by Feng Qingsong's forces. As Wu Shuiyan's army entered the valley, they were met with blockades at both ends, and from above, a barrage of stones and arrows rained down, turning the valley into a river of blood within mere minutes. Realizing they had fallen into an enemy trap, Wu Shuiyan managed to escape with the aid of a dozen personal guards. Making his way towards the capital, by the time Tung Ho arrived at Tiger City, dusk had fallen, and he found the city eerily deserted. He turned to Gusoki and inquired, "General Gusoki, why does the city stand empty?" "This surely reeks of treachery." Gusoki, sensing something amiss, felt a chill of foreboding. Tung Ho immediately ordered his troops to withdraw from the city, instructing Gusoki to lay an ambush and monitor the surroundings for any signs of movement. Should anything arise, they were to signal with smoke, coordinating their efforts before re-entering the city. He then selected 20 elite soldiers to accompany him into the city. As Tung Ho and his men traversed the city, they found no sign of life. Just as he was at a loss, he spotted an elderly woman collapsed beside a stack of hay. Tung Ho swiftly dismounted, noticing the woman's fearful attempts to shift her body. Revealing traces of blood on the ground, he hurried to assist her, but she looked at him with trepidation and pleaded, "Please, do not kill me, madam. We do not harm innocent civilians. You are injured. May I tend to your wounds?" The elderly woman regarded Tung Ho in silence. "Why are there no others in the city?" he asked. "Upon hearing of the impending battle, everyone fled last night. I cannot run due to my injuries. My leg is hurt." "Do you have no family?" he inquired further. "Both my sons perished on the battlefield and my husband succumbed to illness 2 years ago. I am all alone now. Just the day before, some soldiers from the Dini Kingdom robbed the streets, and when I inadvertently obstructed their path, one of them struck my calf with his sword. The wound is not severe, or else I would have met my end." Suddenly, the old woman broke into a smile. Feeling reassured by the young man before her, whose youthful visage was adorned in the attire of a general, signifying his heroism, Tung Ho commanded several soldiers to assist the elderly woman to her feet. "Child, you are with the army of Ilan Kingdom, are you not?" "Indeed," Tung Ho replied, observing the banners atop the city walls.